Get away, you demon fox, I'll beat you to death, you're an evil person. You disaster star, you only deserve to be friends with snakes. Beat him too. Konoha Ninja Village. On the grass. Several children grabbed stones and threw them in front of them. In front of them, with a head full of yellow hair, Uzumaki Naruto hunched over and lay on the ground, covering a body with blood and dying. The little snake protected him. The stone hit him, smashing his clothes, breaking his skin, and turning him into a bloody man. He remained silent, gritted his teeth, and firmly protected the little snake without any wrinkles. He raised his eyebrows without moving a single step, because beneath him was his friend. Let's go and beat this guy to death. Who will we bully in the future? Several children ran away laughing. After they left, Uzumaki Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, his body softened, and he fell on the grass. Ding! The Divine Beast Trainer system has found its host, Uzumaki Naruto, and is being activated. The current activation progress is 1%. Ding! The Mythical Beast Trainer system is activated. Ask the host to find an animal with the qualifications of a mythical beast to cultivate. After cultivating, the host can receive feedback rewards. Ding! A small snake is detected next to the host. This snake's qualifications can be cultivated to the mythical beast Kinglong. Does the host want to subdue and cultivate it? Note, only with the consent of the mythical beast can the host conquer it. Those who conquer it by force cannot be cultivated. Note, after the mythical beast agrees, the host can become the trainer of the mythical beast and can establish a bond with the mythical beast. Is the system finally here? Uzumaki Naruto's eyelashes trembled slightly. When he woke up, the moon was already in the sky. The little snake under him was shaking her head weakly, with a look of death in her eyes. Even so, she still naughtily looked at Uzumaki Naruto, vomiting letters, just like when they were playing before. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth showed a smile, but his heart was stabbed hard. This is his first day of time travel. In his previous life, he was an orphan and a high school student, a patient with severe depression. He has no family or friends. He likes to watch Naruto because Uzumaki Naruto's childhood was the same as his own. He often went to the forest like Uzumaki Naruto and was with various animals when he had nothing to do, playing. Only in this way, he did not have to face the cold, suffocating crowds and cold rooms alone. After spending a long time together, he formed a bond with many animals in the forest. In order to protect his friend the little snake, he fell from the cliff and accidentally traveled to Uzumaki Naruto. In principle, the little snake under Uzumaki Naruto had nothing to do with him, but in the eyes of this little snake, he recognized the aura of his friend. This little snake was his friend, the little snake who fell into the cliff with him. You are my friend, will you follow me? Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his hand, and the little snake understood, and immediately twisted its bloody body and lay on his palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taming the first mythic. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. El Beast, a little snake with the qualifications of a green dragon. Ding! The bond between the host and the little snake is established. Ding! The host has become the snake's mythical beast trainer, and the current training progress is 0%. Note, every 15% of the training progress is a stage. After each stage, you will get corresponding changes. The progress of the last stage is only 10%. When the cultivation progress reaches 100%, it can be transformed into a real mythical beast. In addition, when the cultivation progress of the first mythical beast reaches 15%, the second mythical beast can be conquered and cultivated. Ding! The first phase of the cultivation mission of the mythical beast Qinglong has begun. Please ask the host to find medicinal materials, Konglu for feeding. Each Konglu plant will allow Qinglong to gain 1% of its cultivation progress. Isn't Konglu the antidote to snake venom? After subduing the little snake, the system healed all the injuries on Uzumaki Naruto and the little snake. Now the little snake is full of energy. Ding! Returning to the host, everything in the world is interdependent and the fastest way to grow is to face your own nemesis. Uzumaki Naruto could not refute the words of the system. He turned to look at the little snake. The little snake spat out the message playfully and nodded in humane approval. Her amber, translucent body is like a shining gemstone under the moonlight. You don't have any objections, so what do I have to say? Uzumaki Naruto touched her little head. System, what are the feedback rewards you mentioned? Ding! Returning to the host, the current world is the Naruto world, so before the 7th stage of training, the feedback rewards given by this system are all related to this world. The rewards cover ninjutsu, taijutsu, forbidden arts, and various blood inheritance limits, etc. To put it simply, it is said that as long as it exists in the ninja world, the host may obtain it from feedback rewards. After the training reaches the 7th stage, the feedback rewards will cover all the worlds. That's not bad. Uzumaki Naruto showed a murderous intent in his eyes. He is narrow-minded and may tolerate those who bully him, but he will never let go of those who bully his friends. Because he is a highly depressed patient, so he regards any ray of sunshine in life as life. From now on, I will protect you, and I will not let go of anyone who bullies you. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the little snake firmly. The little snake was stunned for a long time, and finally shook his head. Ding. Host, the little snake said, in the future, she will become very strong, and when the time comes, she will protect you. Silly girl. Uzumaki Naruto's nose felt sore, but his heart felt warm. Ding. Host, why didn't you ask me to bind the gift package? It's mine, no one can take it away, and if it's not mine, I won't care about it. Ding. Open. The Konoha Ninja Village is a place where dark waves are surging. As the third-generation Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Konoha emotional trash can handpicked by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has suffered from the malice of the world. He has no absolute strength. Shut up these people, this situation will last for a long time. So becoming stronger is his current primary goal. Ding. Binding spree is opening, the binding gift package has been opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards: Medicinal Material Knowledge Base, Physical Fitness +10, Mental +5, and Mythical Beast Space Necklace. Medicinal Material Knowledge Base, including the names, shapes and appearances of various medicinal materials, as well as their uses, etc. Physical Fitness, Mental Energy, etc. The host can open the personal panel to view. Divine Beast Space Necklace, the most ideal space for the mythical beasts to inhabit. After the mythical beasts enter the space necklace, you can check its attributes. It can accommodate up to 10 mythical beasts. In addition, the shape of the mythical beast space necklace can be customized. Shua. When the system beep fell, a sun-shaped pendant appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's neck. The pendant is made of dim yellow jade. When held in the hand, it feels warm, like the early morning sun. Uzumaki Naruto liked the initial form. Hiss. When the little snake saw the pendant, its eyes lit up and it kept spitting messages towards the pendant. Naruto Uzumaki understood and put her in. At the same time, a translucent panel, visible only to Uzumaki Naruto, emerged from the space necklace. Divine Beast Trainer Uzumaki Naruto. Divine Beast Number 1 Little Snake Level. Divine Beast First Stage Physique 5 Spirit 5 Spiritual Power Attribute. Not turned on Bloodline Skills. Not turned on Divine Beast Qualification. Blue Dragon First Stage of Training Progress 0%. The First Stage Cultivation Task. Feed medicinal herbs to the little snake. Each time you feed one plant, you will get 1% of the cultivation progress. Uzumaki Naruto read it once, and then changed the word little snake in the name column of the little snake to amber. What he didn't know was that the system conveyed this information to the little snake in the mythical beast space at the same time. After the little snake heard the news, it happily spit out the letter and kept spinning in circles. The amber body, like a piece of silk, is constantly dancing in the space of the mythical beast, and it is extremely dazzling. Ding. The medicinal material knowledge base has been transferred, please check it with the host. Uzumaki Naruto did not feel any discomfort during the system's transmission process. The knowledge base of medicinal materials was engraved in his mind as if he had memorized it thousands of times. By the moonlight, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the grass, and information about each medicinal plant appeared in his mind. Stinging nettle, shaped like. Available in Nightshade, Huangbao. If it weren't for his special status and being monitored by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, Uzumaki Naruto would have wanted to go to Keizonlu. But now that his strength is low, everything he does must be done carefully and carefully. Picking up herbs tomorrow. Uzumaki Naruto made up his mind and opened his personal panel while rushing to the village. System: Divine Beast Training Master. System host: Uzumaki Naruto. Level: Apprentice Genin. When each attribute reaches 20, you can grow into a Genin. Physical: 15, Standard is 8 for the same age. Spirit: 12, Standard is 7F. Read more novels by visiting our website. Night novels or the same age. Chakra: 10, Standard is 5 for the same age. Chakra attribute: Fuinjutsu and Proficiency. Chakra extraction: 49%. 3 Body Technique. Substitution Technique: 63%. Clone Technique: 52%. Transformation Technique: 83%. Sex Seduction Technique. Currently bound to the Divine Beast Number 1 Amber. Under the moonlight, a cold light flashed in Naruto Uzumaki's eyes. From the binding gift package here, he received attribute bonuses of +10 for physique and +5 for spirit. Excluding spirit, his physique, before the bonus took effect, was only a pitiful 5, which was not even up to the standard for his age. As you can imagine, how deeply he has been poisoned by expired milk and moldy instant noodles over the years. Amber, none of these people who bully us can escape. Hiss. In the Divine Beast space, Kohaka spit out Nobuko with a cold face. After establishing the bond, she could intuitively feel Uzumaki Naruto's emotional changes. The enhancement of his physique has significantly improved Uzumaki Naruto's leg strength. It usually takes him half an hour to walk, but it only took him 15 minutes to reach the entrance of the village. He did not stop, he had to go home now and prepare the tools for collecting herbs in advance. At this time, Harino Sakura was sitting at the entrance of the village on the bench. She held her head with both hands, blinking her eyes and staring blankly at the moon. When Uzumaki Naruto approached, she hummed and turned her head away, with a look of deep disgust in her eyes. However, this time, Uzumaki Naruto did not talk to her shamelessly, but walked past her calmly, as if he did not see her. Haruno Sakura was a little surprised. For some reason, at this moment, under the moonlight under the light, Uzumaki Naruto looked so good-looking. She was curious in her heart, rolled her eyes, and then shouted to Uzumaki Naruto, "Naruto, why are you going? Do me a favor, okay?" The one who responded to Haruno Sakura was Uzumaki Naruto's back, walking further and further away. On the bench, Haruno Sakura covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. Normally, as long as she said a word to Uzumaki Naruto would be happy. He must be able to jump 3 feet high. Now, he actually ignores her? Uzumaki Naruto is not deaf. He naturally heard Haruno Sakura's voice. But he has watched Naruto so many times, and for Haruno Sakura, he doesn't have a cold, and is even a little nauseous. He lacks friends, but he doesn't lack Haruno Sakura. Konoha Hospital has released a bounty mission. As long as you pick the following medicinal materials, you can come to the hospital to exchange for money. As soon as Naruto Uzumaki arrived at Konoha Hospital, he saw a group of civilians gathered at the entrance of the hospital. In front of them was Shizun, who was responsible for distributing tasks at Konoha Hospital. In Konoha Ninja Village, civilians and ninjas all need to complete tasks. Only in this way can we get paid and support our families. But compared to the difficult tasks of ninjas, the tasks of civilians are much simpler, and similarly, the rewards are also low. Uzumaki Naruto frowned, thought for a moment, then turned around and walked over. "Wow, it's a demon fox. You demon fox, stay away from us. Damn you demon fox, don't pass this damn bad luck on your body to me. Come on, I feel sick just seeing this guy." As soon as Uzumaki Naruto came over, these civilians seemed to have encountered the god of plague, but within a moment, they all dispersed, leaving Shizun alone, holding a pile of task sheets, messy in the wind. "Give me." Uzumaki Naruto took the task list in her hand and glanced at it briefly. They were all very common but practical medicinal materials. In today's ninja world, although medical ninjutsu is developed, many treatments still include medicinal materials. Assistance, this will have a better effect. After Uzumaki Naruto finished reading, he looked up at Shizun. "You need these medicinal ingredients, right?" "Yes." Shizun nodded. "I have accepted these tasks. Can you provide me with a set of tools for collecting herbs? The price will be deducted from the money I exchange tomorrow." "Can." Shizun nodded, turned around and returned to the hospital. Within a few minutes, she quickly handed a set of tools to Uzumaki Naruto. "Thanks." Uzumaki Naruto grabbed the task list and turned to leave. "That," Shizun called softly. "What's wrong?" Uzumaki Naruto stopped. "If they hate you so much, you won't be sad and want to cry. It's not a big deal, I'm used to it." Uzumaki Naruto raised his steps. Under the moonlight, his shadow stretched very long until it merged with the night. At the entrance of Konoha Hospital, Shizun looked at the direction Uzumaki Naruto left, speechless for a long time. At the same time, several children who bullied Uzumaki Naruto and Kohaka sneaked into the alleys of the village during the day. Here, 2 men in black robes were standing with arms folded. They just stood there, but their faint auras were all. It shows that they are 2 powerful ninjas. "2 adults, we have followed your request and rotated people to bully Uzumaki Naruto every day." Click, click, click. A few small wads of bills were thrown in front of several children. One of the men in black robes came over. "You have performed very well. Next, in addition to bullying him less during school hours, bully him harder every weekend. The prerequisite is to ensure that he does not die. As for the reward, it is indispensable for you." "Yes, thank you." 2 adults. The children took the money, bowed and left happily. "It's boring." 2 great jonins from the Umbu were actually sent to monitor a little kid. Behind, the man in black robe leaning against the wall spoke out. "It's really boring. I don't know why the Sandaime Hokage sent us this simple mission. What else could be the reason? I'm afraid that this guy will be snatched away by Genbu. There will only be more people sent by Genbu to monitor this guy." The man in black robe in front sighed. "This is none of our business. It's better to stay less involved in Konoha right now." "Really?" However, the 9-tailed chakra in this kid's body is indeed very powerful. After being so seriously injured, he immediately became more active again after lying down for an afternoon, and the overflowing chakra seemed to have saved even the snake. It was really disappointing. Surprise. Stop worrying about it and report it to Lord Hokage quickly. This guy's 9 tails chakra is already showing signs of appearing. Let's go. While the 2 reported Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo at the root also got relevant information. After reading the information, he immediately went to the Hokage building and Hokage's office. "What, Danzo, are you coming? Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels." "Gee, here so late." Sarutobi Hiruzen covered the crystal ball and raised his hand to wipe his nose. A clear nosebleed suddenly appeared on his sleeve. Snort. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. Hiruzen, I don't want to talk nonsense with you, let me tell you again. I will hand over Uzumaki Naruto to the roots and train him personally. I promise you that he will be the best among the nine-tailed Jinchuriki in the history of our Konoha ninja village, the obedient and the most powerful one. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell on the chair and stroked his beard. How many times have we said this question? Haven't we already confirmed that Uzumaki Naruto will be trained by me personally? But now, the aura of Nine Tails Chakra has appeared on this guy. Shimura Danzo put one hand on the table, and his fingers were a little white from the exertion. Oh, so what? So what, Hiruzen? Aren't you worried that Uzumaki Naruto will eventually lose control? Can you withstand the anger of the Kyuubi? Shimura Danzo's face turned red, and a corner of the table was crushed by him and turned into sawdust on the ground. I don't want to discuss what has already been discussed. You can go back. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Hiruzen, you Danzo. Shimura wanted to say something more, but Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up directly and put on the Hokage's exclusive shadow hat. Danzo, don't forget, I am the Hokage, this is it, I have decided. You Danzo pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he couldn't hold back a word for a long time. Snort, Hiruzen, you will definitely regret it. Finally, Danzo angrily threw his hands and left. The next day, with the knowledge base of medicinal materials and professional medicinal collection tools, Uzumaki Naruto quickly collected all the medicinal materials needed by Konoha Hospital. It took him another half-day to collect all the medicinal materials for the first stage of cultivating amber, 15 konla plants. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to feed Kohaku, but was told by the system that Kohaku was resting now, so he planned to go back and feed him again. On the way back to the village, Uzumaki Naruto picked up a rare medicinal plant in the ninja world, Scutellaria bicalensis. Scutellaria bicalensis is often used for damp heat, summer dampness, chest tightness and vomiting, damp heat fullness, diarrhea, jaundice, lung heat cough, etc. However, this medicinal material also has a special effect. It can relieve depression to a certain extent. In the past, when he went to the forest to play, animals often picked this medicinal plant for him. He often drank it and the effect was okay. Although it is of little use to him, a patient with high-intensity depression. Half an hour later, Uzumaki Naruto appeared at Konoha Hospital carrying a basket of medicinal materials. Here. Shizun had been waiting at the door for a long time. As soon as she saw him, she immediately asked him to go to the hospital. Uzumaki Naruto didn't like crowded places and wanted to refuse, but was told that the medicinal materials must be weighed. Fortunately, now in the hospital there were not many people, and with Shizun, Uzumaki Naruto only saw two other people. He knew both of them, one was Tsunade and the other was Ui Korone. At this time, Tsunade was treating Ui Korone. Hong, please describe your condition in detail. From morning to now, we have tried many methods. It stands to reason that they will not be ineffective. Where is the problem? Tsunade stopped what she was doing, frowned, and lay on the chair with her hands folded, as if she wanted to see through Korone Ui. Alas, Tsunade-sama, I have said it many times, but I just feel uncomfortable and don't want to talk or pay attention to anyone. Zihi Hong looked serious and repeated her condition again. One day passed, and there was no improvement at all. There was already a hint of resistance to treatment in her eyes. It shouldn't be. We have also used a lot of ninjutsu and medicinal materials to treat the heart. How could it not be effective? Tsunade wanted to hold her chin up and think, but there was a large Mariana Trench blocking her way, so she simply rubbed her nose. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto and Shizun had already weighed the medicinal ingredients. Tsunade-sama, Naruto collected a total of 36 kilograms of medicinal materials, which can be exchanged for a total of 5,000 taels. Have you removed the money for medicinal tools? Uzumaki Naruto added that he doesn't like to take advantage of others. Nope. Shizun took out a stack of task sheets. Isn't it your weekend tomorrow? If you have nothing to do, go and help us collect some medicine. We'll figure it out then. This time, Uzumaki Naruto did not refuse. Yesterday, he went back to the small shabby wooden house and took a look. It was leaking, moldy, and smelly. It was almost like a garbage dump. Many furniture could no longer be used, and there were things that needed to be replaced. A lot. He is really short of money. Shizun, please take Naruto to the counter to pick it up. I want to think again about where to start to cure Korone's disease. Tsunade is now 2 heads tall, so naturally she has no time to worry about medicinal materials. Okay, Shizun nodded. She turned her head, only to find that Uzumaki Naruto was staring at Ui Korone in confusion. Looks good, right? Shizun laughed. Nice. Uzumaki Naruto did not deny it. Ui Korone is indeed good-looking. This is his second rarest female character in Naruto. Let's go, take the money, and when the red disease is cured, she will look better. Shizun turned around and took Uzumaki Naruto to get the money, but after walking a few steps, she suddenly found that Uzumaki Naruto had not followed. When she looked back, Uzumaki Naruto had already walked to Ui Korone and was looking at her intently. His gaze even made Yuri blush, lowering her head, not daring to look directly. It looks good, but you can't look at it like that, Naruto, it's very rude. Shizune walked back angrily, and just wanted to pull Uzumaki Naruto away, but was held back by Tsunade. Let him see it. Tsunade called softly, because the movement was a bit big, the flowers trembled for a moment. As an excellent medical ninja, Tsunade could tell that Uzumaki Naruto was not looking at Ui Korone's face, but looking at hers. Sick. I can cure her disease. For a long time, Uzumaki Naruto turned around and came to Tsunade and spoke seriously. You are not a doctor, what are you doing? Shizune was furious. She wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tsunade. Naruto, tell me your plan. Right, I will treat it first and then talk about it. My plan is very valuable. Ui Korone's disease is actually mild depression. This disease has not even been established. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, shed in today's ninja world, so Tsunade and others are naturally helpless. However, Uzumaki Naruto's skullcap can cure her disease. Okay, tell me after you have cured it, and I will buy your solution at a sufficient price. Tsunade agreed equally seriously. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, and then came to Ui Korone. Hon, teacher, don't you rest assured that I can cure your disease? If you don't rest assured, then forget it. Uzumaki Naruto's words made both Tsunade and Shizune feel guilty. One of them thought that Uzumaki Naruto was not a doctor, and the other was very obsessed with Uzumaki Naruto's treatment plan, but to a large extent, ignoring the feelings of the patient Ui Korone. The two looked at each other and blushed slightly. Two adults were not as thoughtful as a child. If this spread, they would be embarrassed to death. I'm relieved. Ui Korone's soft voice came out. Naruto Uzumaki had no worries. He immediately set up a pot to light the fire, and boiled a bowl of medicine with skullcap for Ui Korone. After Ui Korone finished drinking it, within a few minutes, her complexion improved visibly. Get up. Tsunade looked a little surprised. It only took a few minutes from the time Ui Korone drank the medicine to the time it took effect. This speed was faster than some medical ninjutsu taking effect. Naruto, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Shizune gave Uzumaki Naruto a thumbs up with a look of admiration. Let's talk about the plan. At this time, Tsunade also put away her contempt. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and explained the efficacy of the medicinal material astragalus and Ui Korone's symptoms. In the end, Tsunade kept her promise and added the money for the medicinal materials, and paid Naruto Uzumaki 1,500 taels, and waived the cost of medicinal tools. Thanks. Uzumaki Naruto got the money and was about to turn around and leave, but Ui Korone stood up and stopped him. Naruto, thank you. Ui Hong smiled softly. Forgot, Hong, teacher, your consultation fee plus medicinal materials total 2,000 taels. The smile on Ui Hong's face froze. That's it. Uzumaki Naruto got a total of 1,700 taels. This was a huge sum of money for him who only had 1,000 taels for living expenses a month ago. But now Uzumaki Naruto's thoughts, but more than that, he couldn't help spending this little money. It's just that he couldn't spend it for the time being because no one was willing to sell him anything. Back to the small shabby wooden house. After Naruto Uzumaki cleaned the house, he put the divine beast, the space necklace, and 15 konglu were placed on the table. With a thought, amber came out of the mythical beast necklace. After seeing Konglu, her vertical pupils suddenly enlarged, and Zinza spit out quickly, and there was a ball of saliva hanging on it. However, she did not pounce directly on Konglu, but turned her head to look at Uzumaki Naruto, waiting for his consent. Eat it, little glutton. After receiving Uzumaki Naruto's promise, Kohaku immediately transformed into a cook. After a gust of wind and residual clouds passed, all 15 plants were eaten. After Kohaku finished eating, her body was obviously bigger. She lay on the table and wanted to raise her head, but I was drowsy by the effects of Konglu's medicine. Ask the host to put the amber into the mythical beast space necklace. The environment inside will help her absorb the medicinal power of Konglu. After amber has absorbed the power of the medicine and enters the second stage, the host will receive feedback rewards. Uzumaki Naruto did not hesitate, and after comforting Kohaku, he put her into the mythical beast space necklace. On the amber attribute panel shown above, all data are increasing steadily. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door and Naruto Uzumaki opened the door. Standing outside the door is the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto, how are you doing these days? Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a kind smile, touched his beard, and walked into the house leisurely. Fine. Uzumaki Naruto closed the door. Wow, Naruto's house is so clean that I'm embarrassed to go shopping. Is there a girl you like? Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to talk to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was bored. He chuckled awkwardly, pulled up a chair and sat across from him. Naruto, why are you so silent? Have you encountered any difficulties? didn't I tell you? We are friends. If you have anything to do, just tell the third-generation grandpa. The third-generation grandpa will always be on your side. Third-generation grandpa will help you. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at him and said nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, took out a wrinkled note with a denomination of 1,000 taels from his pocket, and placed it on the table. Are you running out of money? Didn't the third-generation grandpa tell you? If you have no money, tell the third-generation grandpa. If the third-generation grandpa continues to do this, he will have to. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. He didn't want to watch the old hidden act of Sarutobi Hiruzen. What, you don't want it? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused. D.A. Uzumaki Naruto placed the money he earned today, a total of 1,700 taels, on the table. The thick stack of banknotes was surprisingly thin and wrinkled compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Baba's 1,000 taels are in sharp contrast. I want furniture, a table, 2 chairs, a bookcase, and a sofa. Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden visit was something Uzumaki Naruto didn't expect, but it just happened to solve his urgent need. The villagers of Konoha Ninja Village would not sell anything to him, but Hiruzen Sarutobi was different. He was the Hokage, so naturally he could buy anything, and maybe it would be at the lowest price. Although Uzumaki Naruto's money is not much, in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is no problem in purchasing a set of furniture. For it, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, we are friends, you have to tell me clearly where you got your money from. Uzumaki Naruto did not hide anything and told him the matter. As the Hokage, it is impossible for Hiruzen Sarutobi not to know these things. The reason why he asked this was nothing more than to test him. See if he still regards him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, for the only friend, for the only light, so that's it. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile softened. Then Naruto, why don't you want the 1,000 taels given to you by your third-generation grandfather? Uzumaki Naruto read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Ugden said something very contrary to his will. In our village, there are more people who need this money more than me. Now I can make my own money and support myself. This money can only be used if it is given to those who need it more than me. The maximum value. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. Only if each of us gives a little love, will the village we share become better. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned red, he couldn't bear it and he slapped the table and stood up. Naruto, good boy, how many years has it been? How many years has it been? How many years have I not heard these passionate words? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand and wiped the corners of his eyes. The palm he slapped on the table just now was a little white and was trembling slightly. Good boy, you are the pride of our village. You must study hard and try to pass this graduation exam. You must learn more powerful skills. Only in this way can you protect our village. Come on kids, don't repeat another grade. If you want to buy furniture, leave it to the third-generation grandpa. In addition, don't worry, I will send the money to the people who need it more. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he told Uzumaki Naruto to rest early, took the money and left. Well, a total of 18,000 taels. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen went out, he met Konohamaru, who looked like a tabby cat. When Konohamaru saw him, he immediately ran over in a hurry. Third-generation grandfather, I want to buy candy. Take the flowers. Sarutobi Hiruzen generously threw the crumpled 1,000 taels to Konohamaru. Wow, this is 1,000 taels. Wow, the third-generation grandpa is so kind. Konohamaru grabbed the money with a bit of shock on his face. He was obviously a little surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him 3 days of pocket money as 1 day. I'm in a good mood today. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a cigarette in his mouth and walked leisurely towards the Hokage building. What he didn't realize was that Uzumaki Naruto heard every word of his conversation with Konohamaru. Uzumaki Naruto didn't. What to say, it's just that the coldness in his eyes got deeper and deeper. Turning off the lights, Uzumaki Naruto began to practice in the room. The only ninjutsu he knows now is the chakra extraction technique and the 3-body technique. Last night, he practiced in half a night. I reached 80% proficiency in the chakra extraction technique. This speed, no matter where in the ninja world, can be regarded as a genius. It's just that the original person doesn't like to delve into it, it's too much lazy, otherwise how could he become the weakest person in the class and repeat the grade several times? Today, Uzumaki Naruto plans to practice the chakra extraction technique to the full level in one fell swoop. He wants to become stronger. He wants revenge. He wants to protect his own friend. He wants to leave this hypocritical Konoha. Congratulations to the host for receiving feedback rewards. Would attribute chakra, constitution plus 20, spirit plus 10, chakra plus 10, snake animal affinity plus 50%. This time, 3 attributes were added in succession, and Uzumaki Naruto could clearly feel that his body was changing. The muscles are constantly tense and solid, the thoughts, emotions, and thinking and analysis abilities are enhanced, and chakra flows throughout the body, making it extremely warm. A few minutes later, the physical changes stopped, and Uzumaki Naruto immediately released Kohaku. At this time, Amber's body was more than 10 times larger, from the size of a thin hemp rope to the size of a wrist. Her amber body is covered with dense snake scales, shining with a bright metallic luster. If you look closely, you can find that there is a hint of green on these snake scales. When Kohaku saw Uzumaki Naruto looking at her, he proudly raised his little head and spit out the letter mischievously. As she swallowed the letter, bursts of light green energy gathered on her letter and were continuously absorbed by her. Uzumaki Naruto can feel that the spiritual power breathed out by Amber contains powerful vitality. This is not pure chakra, but natural energy. The spiritual power in the previous fairy tales would attribute spiritual power. Phew, bang! Amber opened his mouth, and a ball of green spiritual power flew out, smashing the stones flying in from the window into pieces. Uzumaki Naruto immediately opened the door and walked out, but all that was left to him were the backs of several children. Kohaku wanted to chase, but was stopped by Uzumaki Naruto. We are not strong enough. There are still many people in this village who can kill us. We still need to become stronger. Amber nodded humanely. After entering the second stage, she could vaguely feel that there were many strong people in this village. Ding! The second phase mission of cultivating the mythical beast has been released. Swallowing of blood. Swallowing of blood. Let Amber fight wild beasts or psychic beasts alone, stimulate their bloodline, let their ferocity explode, completely master the would attribute spiritual power, radiate their instincts, and return to their ancestors. Fight to the death? Uzumaki Naruto frowned. Yes, only by experiencing the baptism of blood and walking on the edge of life and death can the bloodline of the mythical beast be completely aroused and the mythical beast become more powerful. Before Uzumaki Naruto expressed his position, Kohaku took the lead in nodding solemnly. Host, Amber said, she wants to become stronger, she wants to protect you, she doesn't want to hide behind you even if there is a chance to become stronger. She wants to accompany you, become stronger together, take revenge together, and leave this hateful place together. Silly girl, then, let's work hard together. Amber nodded, vomited the vomit, and entered the space of the mythical beast. After breaking through the first stage, she obtained the would attribute spiritual power, and could freely enter and exit the space of the mythical beast with the help of spiritual power. The premise of all this is the Uzumaki Ming people allow it. After Kohaku entered the mythical beast space, her attribute panel appeared. Divine Beast Trainer Naruto Uzumaki. Divine Beast Number 1 Amber. Level Divine Beast Second Stage. Physical 50. Spirit 50. Spiritual Power. Attribute Spirit. Would attribute spiritual power. Read more novels by visiting our website. Night Novels ER Mastery 10% Bloodline Skills Not Activated Divine Beast Qualification Qinglong Training Progress Second Stage 0% Second Stage Training Task Devouring of Blood. Uzumaki Naruto opened his personal panel, and the two panels merged together. System Divine Beast Cultivator System Host Uzumaki Naruto Level Genin. When all attributes rise to 50, you can grow into a trainee Chinin. Physique 35 Spirit 22 Chakra, 20 Chakra Attributes of Wind, with additional attributes Snake Animal Affinity 50% Ninjutsu and Proficiency, Chakra Extraction Technique 100%, 3 Body Technique, Replacement Technique 63%, Clone Technique 52%, Transformation Technique 100%, Sex Seduction Technique, currently bound to the Divine Beast Number 1 Kohaku. Without comparison, there is no harm. Kohaku only ate 15 Konla plants, and his attributes are comparable to those of a trainee Chuyunin. Moreover, the would attribute spiritual power she uses is natural energy, and is more powerful than ordinary chakra. To be strong. In other words, Kohaku's current combat power is at least equivalent to that of a Chuyunin who lost his tail. If she awakens her blood skills again, her combat power will be even stronger. Uzumaki Naruto is now happy for Kohaku, and felt powerless for my own growth progress. Last night, I overfulfilled my training task, not only cultivating the chakra extraction technique to the full level, but also practicing the transformation technique of the 3-body technique to the full level. However, this progress, compared to Kohaku going to Chuyunin after just one nap, it's really a world of difference. Ding! Hosts don't have to worry, as long as you conquer more mythical beasts, you can get more feedback rewards. The progress of your cultivation and becoming stronger is determined by the number of mythical beasts you conquer. Uzumaki Naruto nodded when he heard this, picked up the basket and herb picking tools, and soon arrived outside the village. Go ahead, Amber. The mythical beast space necklace flashed, and as soon as the amber came out, he couldn't wait to get into the deep forest. Uzumaki Naruto put down the basket, picked up the medicine gathering tools, and collected herbs around here. Duh. Uzumaki Naruto came to a tree. When she was under the tree, a sparrow covered in blood suddenly fell from the tree. When she saw Uzumaki Naruto, tears flowed out of her eyes, and she flapped her wings desperately, trying to get close to Uzumaki Naruto. The moment Uzumaki Naruto saw her, his heart was suddenly shocked. He ran over and hugged the sparrow in his arms. the would attribute chakra in his body rushed toward the sparrow desperately. Chirp under Uzumaki Naruto's best efforts, Sparrow's injuries finally healed. She flapped her wings and flew around Uzumaki Naruto several times, and finally landed firmly on his shoulder. However, her eyes were spinning a little and she looked dazed. Confused. Why are you here? This sparrow was one of Uzumaki Naruto's friends in his previous life. Because she liked to fly around him and draw circles, and sometimes confused herself, so Uzumaki Naruto called her confused. Tweet shaking his head in confusion, he looked confused. Ding! A sparrow is detected on the host's body. This sparrow's qualifications can be cultivated to the mythical beast, Suzaku. There is no doubt about the result. As his friend, Wu Quan nodded in agreement with excitement on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the second mythical beast, the sparrow with the qualifications of Suzaku. Confused. Ding! The bond between the host and the confused circle is established. Ding! The host has become a confused mythical beast trainer, and the current training progress is 0%. Ding! The first phase of the training mission of the mythical beast Suzaku has begun. The host is asked to find the medicinal material, neem seeds for feeding. Each neem seed can help Suzaku gain 1% of its cultivation progress. Uzumaki Naruto did not hesitate after hearing this. After packing his things and asking the system to send a location to Kohaku, he took Miquan to find the medicinal materials. Demon Fox, stop right here. Woof 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 dash. At this time, a man and a dog ran from a distance. The people who came were Inyazuka Kiba and his ninja dog, Akamaru. Seeing the people coming, he got into the whirlpool in confusion and panic. In someone's arms, the body is shaking involuntarily. Did they hurt you? The confused person nodded, and then immediately shook his head. Don't be afraid, I will take revenge on you. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his confused head and took her into the Divine Beast Space Necklace. Hello, Demon Fox, hand over the sparrow that was in your arms just now. It was the prey Akamaru worked so hard to bite. Hand it over quickly, or I want you to look good. Woof, woof woof dash. Inyazuka Kiba and Akamaru ran over, surrounded Uzumaki Naruto one after another, blocking his way. Uzumaki Naruto did not speak, just turned around and looked coldly looking at Akamaru. He clenched the herb collection tool in his hand. Woof, woof woof dash. Akamaru felt a little frightened by Naruto Uzumaki's cold eyes, and unconsciously took 2 steps back. Akamaru, you are afraid of something. He is alone, but there are 2 of us. We can bite him to death. Come on. Today, he must hand over the dead sparrow, and we still have to eat the roasted bird. Inyazuka Kiba looked unconcerned. When Akamaru heard this, the fear in his eyes diminished a lot. He yelled, and together with Inyazuka Kiba, they surrounded him front and back and attacked Uzumaki Naruto at the same time. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto also moved. He gripped the herb-picking tool, the hoe, and rushed towards the direction Akamaru jumped in. Tear dash. When a man and a dog met, Uzumaki Naruto's clothes were instantly torn by Akamaru's sharp claws. It raised its head high and was about to bite Uzumaki Naruto, but was hit on the head by Uzumaki Naruto with a hoe. It immediately retracted its head and kept wailing. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto took advantage of the victory and pursued it. He squeezed the hoe tightly and fiercely. A hoe was struck hard on Akamaru's body. Visible to the naked eye, a piece of flesh on Akamaru's left abdomen was chopped off by Naruto Uzumaki's hoe. Woof, woo dash. Akamaru was in pain and kept retreating. It looked at the whirlpool. Naruto's eyes were like looking at a devil. Demon Fox, if you dare to hurt Akamaru, I want you to be buried with him. Behind, Inyazuka Kiba was stimulated by this scene. He immediately used his 4-legged technique and rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, a snake covered in blood, with cold eyes and a thick wrist, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Eating Out Letters, stopped in front of him. Oh my god, you monster. Akamaru, let's run away. Inyazuka Kiba was so frightened by the snake that he regained his senses. He immediately summoned Akamaru, used ninjutsu, and left here quickly. This snake was Kohaku, who had just returned from a bloody fight in the forest. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Kohaku turned around and was about to chase the 2 people, but was stopped by Uzumaki Naruto. Amber, we can't kill these people yet. Behind them, there are stronger people. Only by becoming stronger can we be fearless and find them and take revenge one by one. Having said this, Uzumaki Naruto released his confusion and rubbed her little head. I'm confused, let's collect some interest from them today. When we are strong enough, I will stew that dog and let's eat dog meat hot pot together. Tweeted. She rolled her eyes in confusion. She didn't know what dog meat hot pot was, but when she saw Uzumaki Naruto beating the dog, she was relieved. His Amber spat out the message to Wuhan, and the snake and the bird immediately started playing happily together. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly. Kohaku Daquan and the others were old acquaintances, so naturally they were no strangers. However, it would definitely be fun if we brought all our former friends together after Naruto Uzumaki had a fight with Amber and Nichuan for a while. he asked Amber to continue fighting, while he took Mugen Huan to find neem. Neem is a common medicinal material. Naruto Uzumaki successfully found a neem tree without much effort. Ripe neem seeds were hanging on the tree. Naruto Uzumaki picked 15 of them. Hello. Confused. Ding. The mythical beast Wuquan has taken 15 neem seeds, and its current growth progress is 15%. Ask the host to put the circle of confusion into the mythical beast space necklace. The environment inside will help her absorb the medicinal power of neem. After Wuhuan has absorbed the power of the medicine and enters the second stage, the host will receive feedback rewards. Tweet Uzumaki Naruto put the confused circle that was like drunkenness into the mythical beast space necklace. The attributes panel of Wuquan suddenly appeared. Divine Beast Trainer Uzumaki Naruto. Divine Beast number 2 Wuhuan. Level Divine Beast first stage. Physical 6, Spirit 6, Spiritual Power. Attributes not turned on. Bloodline skills not turned on. Divine Beast qualification Suzaku training. The first stage of progress 15%. The first stage of training task feed neem seeds to Wuquan. Each time you feed one, you can get 1% of the training progress. After confirming that the attributes of the confused circle were steadily increasing, Uzumaki Naruto asked the system to send a message to Kohaku, preparing to return to the village. Ding. Returning to the host, Amber said, she is too weak now, she wants to become stronger, she wants to practice here. Silly girl. Uzumaki Naruto smiled helplessly, but didn't say anything. He knew that it was his words today that stimulated Kohaku, but he also wanted to become stronger, and he also didn't want to be timid, didn't want to worry about revenge, didn't want to even have concerns about leaving this shabby place. The day is coming soon. One day, our destiny will be controlled by ourselves. Those who have bullied us will not be able to escape. Uzumaki Naruto went to Konoha Hospital to hand over medicinal materials and received 6,000 taels of money. When he returned to the small dilapidated wooden house, several villagers were moving things into his house. From the appearance, they were all kinds of furniture. As expected of the Hokage, he works very quickly. The demon fox is back, everyone, run away. Get away from bad luck. What bad luck? As soon as these people saw Uzumaki Naruto, they dispersed in a hurry. Uzumaki Naruto walked into the small shabby wooden house with an expressionless face. These people had moved in and placed large pieces of furniture. Outside, now there were only some small pieces of furniture left, and Uzumaki Naruto didn't waste much time in moving these things in and placing them. With the filling of these furniture, his small dilapidated wooden house finally felt like home. After cleaning up, Uzumaki Naruto ate something casually, and then began to practice the remaining 2 ninjutsu of the 3-body jutsu, the substitute jutsu and the clone jutsu. Tomorrow is the graduation examination of the ninja school. In the original drama, Uzumaki Naruto's graduation the assessment is the clone technique. It's just that his clone technique was too poor and he didn't pass the passing mark. In the end, it was Umino Irika who couldn't stand it anymore and opened the back door for him so that he could graduate successfully. However, this is not for the current Uzumaki Naruto said, it's just a bunch of side dishes. Ninjutsu is a one-and-done thing, not to mention the 3 ninjutsu classified as the 3-body techniques. Uzumaki Naruto has already fully mastered the transformation technique, and then mastered the clone technique. With the substitute jutsu, the efficiency increased exponentially. In just 2 hours, Uzumaki Naruto fully refreshed the proficiency of the remaining 2 ninjutsu and the 3-body jutsu. Ding! The mythical beast Wuquan has absorbed the medicinal power of 15 neem seeds and has successfully entered the second stage of cultivating the mythical beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward for cultivating a mythical beast. Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward: Fire Attribute Chakra, Ninjutsu, Wind Release Wind Blade, Constitution plus 20, Spirit plus 20, Chakra plus 10, Bird and Animal Affinity 50%. Wind Release Wind Blade, A-level Wind Release Ninjutsu. The chakra coming out from the fingertips is like a sharp knife. It attacks the enemy with a gust of wind, turning the wind into a blade. It is an unavoidable trick. Bird Animal Affinity: with this attribute, you will not be attacked by ordinary birds, and you will also get help from birds. After the system prompt ended, Uzumaki Naruto's body made a crunching sound. This was because his bones had been strengthened, and because of the enhancement of his mental attributes, his level of understanding of the ninjutsu he had practiced in the past 2 days had improved. Quite a few. It originally took 5 seconds to perform a ninjutsu, but now he felt it only took 4 seconds. As for the change in chakra amount, he doesn't feel it very obviously now, he only feels a little warm in his body. Soon, the physical changes are over. Uzumaki Naruto's size has grown a lot. He opened his clothes, and a row of looming abdominal muscles has already been outlined. Ding! The second phase of the training of mythical beasts has been our read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Elist, Nirvana of Blood. Blood Nirvana: let Wuhuan fight to the death with wild beasts or psychic beasts alone, stimulating the blood of the mythical beasts in his body, and achieve Blood Nirvana. After exploring the changes in his body, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the Divine Beast space necklace. As he expected, he was sleeping. After reaching the second stage, Wu Huan's body was as strong as an eagle, with some red color faintly flashing on the gray feathers. Extraordinarily noble and commanding. Her attributes have also undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before. Divine Beast Trainer Naruto Uzumaki Divine Beast Number 2 Dazed Circle Level Divine Beast Second Stage Physique 52 Spirit 52 Spiritual Power Attribute Spiritual Fire Attribute Spiritual Power Mastery Level 10% Bloodline Skill Not Activated Divine Beast Qualification Suzaka Training Progress Second Stage 0% Second Stage Training Task Blood Nirvana. The tasks in the second stage of the confusion are similar to Amber. She is sleeping now. Uzumaki Ming. I plan to ask her opinion tomorrow. Now, he closed his eyes, and the ninjutsu training method of wind release and wind blade emerged in his mind. In Naruto, this is a powerful ninjutsu. Maki once used this technique to kill Moonlight Hayate in Konoha Ninja Village. This ninjutsu cannot be evaded and can only be resisted. It is a rare life-saving technique. Uzumaki Naruto planned to learn it this night and maximize his proficiency. The next day, in Uzumaki Naruto's small shabby house, a sharp wind blade suddenly popped out from his fingertips, and in an instant, it chopped a stone into pieces. Ding! The host has maxed out the proficiency of Wind Escape and Wind Blade. Huh? Uzumaki Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Now he has a life-saving technique besides the Nine Tails. Tweet Wu Huan flew out of the Divine Beast space, and she subconsciously circled Uzumaki Naruto a few times. However, the heat wave of fire attribute spiritual power that she fluttered her wings almost set Naruto Uzumaki's hair on fire. After making a fuss for a while, he pointed at the sky and chirped a few times. Ding! The host, confused, said, she wants to go out to fight, he wants to become stronger to protect you, make that dog pay the price, and she wants to take you to the sky. Go ahead, let's get stronger together. Uzumaki Naruto looked determined. Wu Huan shouted, flapped his increasingly fiery wings, and disappeared into the sky. Uzumaki Naruto would not know that this long and confused roar made all the birds in the entire Konoha Ninja Village look fearful. Today is the graduation examination of the ninja school. When Uzumaki Naruto came to the class, most of the people had already arrived and were chattering about today's test questions. His position was in the center of the classroom, surrounded by a group of classmates. Uzumaki Naruto didn't like this position. After glancing around, there was still an empty seat in the corner of the classroom, but there was someone sitting next to it, Hinata. When Uzumaki Naruto looked over, Hinata lowered her head, and two blushes crept onto her cheeks. At last, Uzumaki Naruto still made up his mind and sat next to Hinata. Can I sit here? Uzumaki Naruto came over and asked. Uzumaki Naruto thanked him and sat down. Hey, Sakura, why doesn't Naruto sit next to you? Why do I feel like Naruto has changed so much? I feel like he is so cold and cool now, and he is so handsome now. Wow, you think so too. Now Naruto is tall and handsome. Really, every aspect of him exceeds my aesthetic taste. Love it. Haruno Sakura felt very uncomfortable as she listened to the chattering discussion of the female classmates next to her. When Uzumaki Naruto came in just now, she also saw that Naruto now is more handsome than what she saw that night. She couldn't understand why Naruto Uzumaki, who was very kind to her and followed her all the time, would change so much. She still remembered the way Naruto Uzumaki ignored her back then. So cold, like a piece of cold iron, without a trace of emotion. Chilling to the touch. Ahem. Umino Irika walked in, and the classroom fell silent. Under his organization, the graduation assessment began in an orderly manner soon. The content of the assessment was the same as the original plot, and it was still the art of cloning. The last one, Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto walked up to the podium, and when he saw it, except for some nymphomaniac girls, most of the others had mocking faces. They were whispering in private, and their words were full of ridicule and contempt for Uzumaki Naruto. Only a soft Naruto-kun, come on, came from Hinata's direction. Start the assessment. Whoa! As soon as Umino Irika finished speaking, Uzumaki Naruto's body split into two at almost the same time. Moreover, these two voices were as real as the real ones. When everyone in the class saw this, they all, face full of disbelief. When did Naruto become so good? Isn't he a repeater of Renzen twice? Wow, Naruto is so handsome now. With his cold and cool expression and his handsome face, he is the most handsome in our class. Really hot pants. Why did Naruto-kun suddenly become so powerful? Isn't it said in school that he is a fool? I don't know, but I have decided that from now on, I will be a fan of Naruto-kun. Aren't you a fan of Sasuke-kun? Is Sasuke-kun as handsome as Naruto-kun? Uzumaki Naruto, with passing grades, ranked first in the class. Umino Irika was a little shocked, but he still suppressed his inner curiosity and announced Uzumaki Naruto's results. Uzumaki Naruto took the forehead protector from Umino Irika and returned to his seat. He didn't want to wear it, so he hung up. On the neck. On the side, Hinata, who was playing with the forehead protector, saw Uzumaki Naruto hanging the forehead protector on his neck from the corner of his eye, so he also hung the forehead protector on his neck. Through the corner of the eye, he saw Uzumaki Naruto hanging the forehead protector on his neck. The placement was the same as hers. Hinata couldn't help but blush. This minute, she only felt a little dizzy. Classmates, now you are graduates of the ninja school, and similarly, you are also a glorious genin. From today on, you must read more novels by visiting our website. Night novels will fill your mission as a ninja, contribute your strength to our village, and complete the mission. Considering that you have just left the ninja school, the school has specially divided you into teams of 3. Each team will be assigned a mentor jounin teacher. During the next period of time, he will lead you to take on tasks. Complete the task. Next, please listen carefully, I will start to announce the group list. On the podium, Omino Irika looked around. After everyone was quiet, he took out a note from his pocket and said, the first class, XXX, and XXX. Class 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Harano Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto. Class 8, Hinata, Kiba Inyazuka and Shino Abarame. 9th, Class 10, Shikamaru Nara, Koji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka. After the classes were divided, most of the students were not in the same class as the people they wanted to be assigned to, and most of them looked depressed. Many girls even clamored to be in the same class as Uzumaki Naruto. In this regard, Omino Irika could only smiling helplessly. Next, everyone will go to their respective classes to find your instructor Jounin Sensei. I hope that everyone can realize their dreams and become who they want to be in the future. After taking the group photo, Harano Sakura suggested that the whole class go for a barbecue to celebrate their graduation. Everyone responded positively to this, except for 4 people. One was Nara Shikamaru, who was too lazy to go. The other was introverted and shy, Hayaga Hinata. One is the always arrogant second pillar Uchiha Sasuke. The other is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, Hinata has something going on at home, and Sasuke is busy training, why don't you go? Harano Sakura came to Naruto Uzumaki and asked with a confused look on his face. Yes, Naruto, let's go together. It won't take long to have a barbecue. Just come back and check in then. Let's go together. Naruto, look, Sakura has called you personally. You like Sakura so much. Do you really not want to go? Yes, haven't you always told us that Sakura is your goddess? Your goddess invites you, how can you not go? Uzumaki Naruto said nothing and left from the aisle expressionlessly. During the whole process, he did not look at anyone. It wasn't until he left the classroom that the group of girls burst out screaming one after another. In their opinion, the current Uzumaki Naruto is extremely cool. Uzumaki Naruto returned to the cabin and collapsed on the sofa, breathing heavily. Being surrounded by so many people just now made him suffer from depression. At that moment, he even felt suffocated. After calming down, Uzumaki Naruto drank a bowl of skullcap and felt a little better. Rest for a while. Guessing that the time was almost up, Uzumaki Naruto got up and rushed to school. Hey, the teachers from other classes have taken them on assignments, but our teacher hasn't come yet. How long will this take? Ninja School. Class 7. Harano Sakura lay helpless on the table and kept complaining. On the other side, although Uchiha Sasuke didn't say anything, his frown also expressed his dissatisfaction. You are Naruto, right? I am Kakashi Hatake, the jounin teacher of Class 7. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Creak, the classroom door opened, Uzumaki Naruto and Hatake Kakashi walked in together. Hatake Kakashi walked onto the podium, and Uzumaki Naruto randomly found a seat to sit down. Hello, newly promoted genin of Class 7, I am the instructor of Class 7, Kakashi Hatake. I have something to do today, so I'm a little late, sorry, snort. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. Kakashi-sensei, are you a little late? You are hours late. Harano Sakura stood up with her hands on her hips with a complaining look on her face. Okay, I'll pay attention next time. Hatake Kakashi smiled apologetically. Now that everyone is here, let me introduce yourselves first. Let me get to know you. Your self-introduction will use your name, interests, and dreams as a template. Which of you will come first? Hatake Kakashi looked at the 3 of them. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto had expressionless faces, while Harano Sakura stood up. Kakashi-sensei, you are late, so introduce yourself, you go first. Okay, Hatake Kakashi smiled helplessly. My name is Hatake Kakashi. I don't have anything I like or dislike. I have a lot of interests. I don't want to tell you about my future dreams. Harano Sakura, well, as a result, we only know his name. When Uchiha Sasuke heard this, he also twitched the corner of his mouth. Uzumaki Naruto had no feelings at all. He had seen the same scene many times in his previous life. Okay, I finished the introduction, it's your turn, let's start with you, the proud Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke heard this and walked up to the podium. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't particularly like anything, but I hate a lot of things. I may not be able to say what my future dreams are, but I have an ambition that must be realized to revive the Uchiha clan, and I must kill that man. When he said the last words, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and his body was trembling. The next one was Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura lifted her hair and walked onto the podium. My name is Haruno Sakura. I want to talk about the things I like, the people I like, and the dreams for the future. Every time she said something, Haruno Sakura secretly glanced at Uchiha Sasuke. This scene made Heite Kakashi hold his forehead. Are all girls nowadays so precocious? Okay, next, Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto walked up to the podium and said calmly, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, my hobby is to become stronger, and my dream is to be strong enough to protect my friends. His words did not cause any reaction from Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. For them, this kind of dream is like the will of fire promoted by the ninja school all year round. Although it is deeply rooted in their hearts, they have already heard it, tired of it. However, when these words of Naruto Uzumaki fell in Heite Kakashi's ears, they were like a meteor falling to the ground. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, found in a thunderbolt from the clear sky. At this moment, he thought of his original partners, Uchiha Obito and Haruno Linear. If he had been a little stronger at that time, even just a little bit, wouldn't he have been able to protect them, and they would have survived? Heite Kakashi fell into memories. With him as the center, waves of coldness continued to spread outward. The entire classroom was quickly filled with this coldness, and for a time, the temperature dropped several degrees. Touching this coldness, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura suddenly turned pale and moved away from Heite Kakashi in fear. Teacher, I'm done. Uzumaki Naruto explained and sat back in his seat. He could feel that this coldness was the murderous aura in Kakashi Heite. Are you done? After Heite Kakashi came back to his senses, he took back the breath. At the same time, he took a deep look at Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto is right, we all need to become stronger and have enough strength to protect our friends. Next, we are about to enter today's practice stage. You three, listen up. Next, I will give you an extremely important task. As ninjas, you must spare no effort to complete it. Do you understand? Clear. The only person who responded to Heite Kakashi was Haruno Sakura, who raised her fist. Heite Kakashi, well, I won't say much else. This is the task list for the three of you today. Considering that it is your first time to do a task, I will observe this task in real time. This is the first task for you. Test, if you don't even complete this task, then you should go back to ninja school and repeat the grade. Kakashi Heite took out a task sheet and handed one to each of the three. Naruto Uzumaki took it and took a look. Well, it's the same as the original plot, a D-level mission, find Mrs. Kashima's cat and bring it home. The time limit is 1 day, and you will be rewarded 2,000 taels upon completion. There is also a picture of a cat on the task list. We are ninjas, this is our mission. Uchiha Sasuke raised the task list in his hand with a disdainful expression. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't this kind of task be assigned to ordinary people? Haruno Sakura also didn't believe it. Just do it. Do you really think this task is easy? As your guiding Jounin-sensei, I don't want to hear any doubts before the mission begins. The mission begins. After Heite Kaka finished speaking, he disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto said nothing, took the task list, and began to search within the Konoha ninja village. Not long after, he saw someone on the roof among the people joining in the fun, a black cat that licked its paws from time to time. What shocked Naruto Uzumaki was that there was a white cat lying on the highest point of the roof. The white cat's hair was very long, and when the breeze blew, it danced like a gauze skirt. She is very beautiful. In addition, she also has a pair of different eyes, one blue and one gold. She looks extremely noble, coquettish, and indescribably beautiful. Several waves of people have come here before, but no one has persuaded this cat to leave. I guess I have to be strong. But this white cat is so beautiful. I don't know whose pet it is. It's so beautiful. This white cat still has different eyes, it's so sexy. Such a beautiful white cat. If it were me as the black cat, I wouldn't leave even if you beat him to death. This black cat is also determined enough. Several newly promoted genin came over just now, and their genjutsu was useless, and there was no one left. No wonder I said that the reward for finding a cat is 2,000 taels. It turns out to be because of this. I don't know who can complete this task. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the white cat intently, and suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He originally thought that he would be lucky to meet two friends, Kohaku and Miyakun, but now, he met another friend of his. By G. Ding! A cat is detected around the host. This cat's qualifications can be cultivated to the mythical beast, the white tiger. Please ask the host if you want to subdue and cultivate it. In the crowd, after everyone discovered Uzumaki Naruto, they immediately threw all kinds of vicious abuses and curses. Meow the white cat was attracted by the movement of the crowd. When she saw Uzumaki Naruto, her eyes suddenly widened, and the whole cat stood up in an instant. This movement surprised many people watching the excitement. This cat is also afraid of the demon fox. Yes, cats are smart. They are most afraid of bad luck. My psychic cat is the same, he is the most scared. However, a scene that shocked them happened. On the roof, the white cat yelled and rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto desperately. The black cat thought the white cat was running towards him, and immediately rushed towards him. The white cat ran over, but was slapped away by the white cat's claws. At the same time, the white cat continued to rush towards Uzumaki Naruto without slowing down. Meow, the white cat gave a soft cry, jumped down from the roof, and landed firmly in Uzumaki Naruto's arms. By G, are you here too? Uzumaki Naruto gently stroked the white cat, just like in his previous life. Meow by G nodded humanely. From now on, just stay with me and we will become stronger together. As long as I am here, no one can bully you. Meow by G happily stuck out her tongue and licked Uzumaki Naruto's palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the third mythical beast, the cat with the qualifications of a white tiger, by G. Ding! The bond between the host and by G is established. Ding! The host has become by G's mythical beast trainer, and the current training progress is 0%. Ding! The first phase of the training mission of the mythical beast white tiger has begun. The host is asked to find medicinal materials, Angelica sinensis and thunder pills for cultivation. Each Angelica sinensis or thunder pill can give white tiger 0.5% of its cultivation progress. 2 medicinal materials? Uzumaki Naruto was a little confused. Ding! Returning to the host, by G's qualifications are unparalleled. She has 2 attributes, so she grows slowly. But when she truly grows up and becomes a real divine beast, her combat power will be doubled. Even if she is not at the mythical beast stage, her combat power is still invincible. You can even jump up and fight. So that's it, you guy is pretty awesome. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Uzumaki Naruto pinched Beiji's little ears. His praise was very helpful to Beiji, and her little head was raised with a proud look on her face. Meow. At this time, the black cat that had been beaten away stopped. He rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto fiercely, looking at his posture. It was as if he regarded Uzumaki Naruto as his love rival, and wanted to rush up to fight with Uzumaki Naruto and win the favor of the white cat. Swish! As soon as the black cat approached, it was knocked away by the white cat's paw. It lay on the floor, motionless, with large cat tears filling its eyes, and the whole cat seemed to be out of love. Uzumaki Naruto walked over and took this. The black cat picked it up and handed it to Kakashi Hatake, who came from behind. Next to Kakashi Hatake, stood a middle-aged woman in luxurious clothes. The middle-aged woman was Mrs. Kaishima, who came after hearing the news. Kaishima, after the wife saw the black cat, the worried look on her face disappeared. She was about to take the black cat, but suddenly realized something. After looking at Uzumaki Naruto with disgust, she took out her handkerchief and held one of the cat's feet. After wiping it, he took the cat. Uzumaki Naruto could see clearly that the cat's feet that Mrs. Chienjima wiped were the ones he had touched just now. Ahem, well done, Naruto. Among the many groups, you were the first to complete the task. Mr. Hokage said that the first one to complete the task will receive a special reward. I don't know what it is specifically. I will inform you when the time comes. Hatake Kakashi took out 3 500 liang bills from his pocket and distributed them to Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Harano Sakura. This is a team mission. Each of us will get a quarter of the reward. You can keep it. In addition, we will meet at the entrance of the village at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, understand? Clear. It was still Harano Sakura who responded. Hatake Kakashi, disband. After Hatake Kakashi left, Harano Sakura couldn't wait to get in front of Uzumaki Naruto, staring at Shirahime with undisguised love in her eyes. Even Uchiha Sasuke next to her looked at Shirahime a few more times, then left. Naruto, can I leave her alone? Harano Sakura said softly, and before Uzumaki Naruto could say anything, she stretched out her hand. Hiss dash. Before Harano Sakura could stretch out her hand, Bai Ji scratched out 3 small scars with one claw. Everything. It happened in a flash of lightning. Harano Sakura didn't even react. When she did, she hurriedly backed away. As she backed away, she was annoyed. Uzumaki Naruto, why are you such a fierce cat? Uzumaki Naruto didn't say anything. He hugged Bai Ji with a proud face and left here. Along the way, there were still a lot of insults and taunts. This demon fox can only be friends with these animals. Who told him to be an ominous person? What bad luck, and so is this cat. Pat yourself quickly and don't take your bad luck home. On the crowded street, Uzumaki Naruto walked away step by step with an expressionless face, facing the sun. Harano Sakura looked at his back, and for some reason, she suddenly felt that this back was carrying countless sorrows and pains. At the same time, it seems to be getting further and further away from her. It's still early, so you can take these tasks. Your graduation exam is today, and I thought you wouldn't be able to come. Konoha Hospital. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and took the task list from Shizun's hand. Meow by G, who had been sleeping all the way, called out and stretched lazily. This cute look immediately stunned Shizun. The word like appeared directly on her face. Wow, this is a cat. At first I thought it was a sweater. It's so cute. Is this your cat? Can I touch it? Shizun came back to her senses and kept rubbing her little hands. Knock, kick, kick. At this time, Shizun's little sweet pig came out of the hospital. When he saw Shizun, he kept hitting his calf with his head and wanted her to hug him. However, the one who responded to it was Shizun's 38-yard big feet. Go aside, don't disturb me from watching the cat. You are so ugly, not as good looking as this cat at all. Little Xianju, no love, her name is by G and she doesn't like others touching her. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head calmly, turned around and walked towards the outside of the village. Now, there is still some time before dark. He is going to go up the mountain to dig medicine for Beiji. Damn fox, stop right here. There was a roar from behind, and Uzumaki Naruto turned around and saw that it was Inyazuka Kiba and Akamaru. At this time, Akamaru's whole body was wrapped in bandages. He obviously came to Konoha Hospital for treatment. Akamaru came into contact with Uzumaki Naruto's, his eyes immediately shuttered, and he almost fell out of Inyazuka Kiba's arms. Uzumaki Naruto took a calm look, turned around and continued on his way. You damn demon fox, don't be arrogant. I will definitely avenge you for hurting Akamaru. You wait, when Akamaru recovers from his injuries, we will duel, and then I will eat roasted sparrow in front of you. Uzumaki Naruto didn't pay attention to Inyazuka Kiba's shouting. After a while, Uzumaki Naruto's figure disappeared from Konoha Hospital. Bang dash. Inyazuka Kiba slapped Akamaru on the butt, with a look on his face. I hate that iron cannot be turned into steel. Akamaru, you coward, didn't you just look at him? Why are you shaking? Akamaru XX by G, that guy and that dog just now are the culprits who bullied the fool, but we can't do anything now. We can only work hard to become stronger. Only when we are strong enough to ignore anyone in Konoha can we take revenge. We are too weak now. Outside the village, Uzumaki Naruto released his clenched fists, and traces of blood dripped down his fingertips and fell to the ground. Just now, when Inyazuka Kiba said the roasted bird, he wanted to use Wind Escape Windblade, kill Inyazuka Kiba and Akamaru to vent his anger and avenge the ignorant circle. But he can't. Although he can kill Inyazuka Kiba and Akamaru, the Konoha ninja village behind Inyazuka Kiba, it is a big mountain. He is now just a mayfly that has not yet grown up and cannot be shaken at all. He already suffers from high-intensity depression. He is not afraid of death. On the contrary, this is a kind of death to him. Liberation, but he has to live well. Only read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. By living can he protect his friends. Only then can he protect Amber, Wuhuan, and by G. He doesn't want to be quick and let Amber, Wuhuan, and by G get into trouble, because he knew that if he had sex with the entire Konoha, they would definitely stand behind him until death. Meow Beiji called softly, raised her little cat's paw, and patted Uzumaki Naruto gently. Returning to the host, Bai Ji said she will become very, very, very strong in the future. From now on, she will protect you, and she will kill anyone who dares to bully you. We don't differentiate between each other, we become stronger together. At the same time, in the Hokage building, an UMBU member dressed in black was reporting everything that Uzumaki Naruto had done today to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smacked his lips with satisfaction. Dry tobacco, you said that the white cat lying on the roof is Uzumaki Naruto's friend? Yes. Snakes are friends, sparrows are friends, even cats are his friends. It seems that in Konoha Ninja Village, his only real friend is me. Sarutobi Hiruzen smacked his lips, showing a smile, accompanied by the wrinkles on his face, a blooming chrysanthemum. He is willing to risk his life to protect even a snake. If I encounter any danger, he will probably stand in front of me regardless of life or death. If this continues, from now on, Uzumaki Naruto, the third-generation nine-tailed Jinchuriki of Konoha Ninja Village, will be an ace in the hands of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and even the Sarutobi clan. As long as he lives, Sarutobi, this clan must be the largest clan in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled happily. Danzo still has something. This training system developed from the roots is indeed very useful when used on Uzumaki Naruto. Having smoked the cigarette for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and arranged, didn't I tell you that among the ninjas who graduate this time, whoever completes the task first will get a special reward? The reward was originally a copy of The Will of Fire signed by me, but Naruto's Will of Fire, if his willpower is very high, let's reward him with the right to go to the library to watch ninjutsu below B level. This guy knows those moves, and he doesn't even know how to do ordinary ninjutsu. This reward is just right for him. You go to the library to inform him, and tell Hide Kakashi to inform Naruto. Yes, Hokage-sama. After the Umbu members left, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up and came to the window with a cigarette in his mouth. Looking down from the window, you can have a panoramic view of the entire Konoha Ninja Village. At this moment, the moon is sparse, and the Konoha Ninja Village thousands of houses are brightly lit, and the streets are full of pedestrians. In the distance, there are continuous woods and towering peaks. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at this scene, and his heart lifted, as if everything in this world, all within his control. Uzumaki Naruto came to Konoha Hospital carrying a basket of medicinal materials and holding Beiji in his arms. The amount of medicinal materials this time was large, and Uzumaki Naruto had to exchange a full 7,000 taels. Even Shizen had to admire his efficiency, saying that the medicine he collected alone could be as good as a dozen civilians. When Uzumaki Naruto was about to leave, Shizen stopped him. He looked at Shizen, waiting for her next words. At this time, the dim light hit Naruto Uzumaki's face impartially, reflecting his chiseled features. The blue eyes, the tall bridge of the nose, mixed with the dim light, looked like a beautiful piece of art. Shizen was attracted by this scene, and for a moment, she was a little lost. Tsunade, who was preparing medicine for the patient, looked here at some point. Like Shizen, she was also a little distracted. Tsunade-sama, pour less of this stuff. If you drink too much, pour the foam. Oh. Tsunade came back to her senses and hurriedly put away the potion bottle in her hand. At the same time, she did not forget to look at Uzumaki Naruto again. Hey, sorry, I was thinking about something just now. Shizen smiled awkwardly. It's like this. Kakashi Hate came to see you just now. After hearing that you went to the mountain to collect herbs, he asked me to tell you that your special reward has arrived. This reward is that you can go to the Konoha library to watch B-level videos at any time. The following ninjutsu scrolls. I understand, thank you. Uzumaki Naruto thanked him, turned around and left. Shizen looked at Uzumaki Naruto's back, and some strange colors appeared in her eyes. Don't look, he's already gone. Tsunade came over and patted Shizen, which shocked her. Tsunade-sama, you are so scary. Clean up, we'll leave the village the day after tomorrow. Where to go? Shizen asked as usual. Go gamble. Tsunade looked at Shizen as if she were an idiot. We have lost so much money, why don't we try to make up for it? This time, I want them to know who is the real god of gamblers. Forget it. Shizen put her hand on her forehead. Who doesn't know that you, Tsunade-sama, are the legendary big fat sheep, and you will lose every bet? Come on, pack your things. Tsunade urged. Shizen sighed helplessly, hugged the little fragrant pig that had been taken as a pawn hundreds of times, packed her luggage and went. On the spot, Tsunade looked at the direction Uzumaki Naruto left, and sighed with a complicated expression. Take a breath, you have no parents, no friends, and you have to suffer all the malice of this village. Uzumaki Naruto, you are stronger than me. I am very curious about what kind of power allows you to struggle and survive in such a harsh environment. After coming out of Konoha Hospital, Uzumaki Naruto did not go home, but went to the Konoha library. All the ninjutsu he has learned have now been maxed out in proficiency. In order to become stronger, he must learn different aspects of ninjutsu. These ninjutsu will greatly improve his overall combat power. The Konoha Library is the most important place in the Konoha Ninja Village, second only to the Hokage building. It is tightly guarded. Generally speaking, only ninjas above the Chunin level can enter at will, but because Uzumaki Naruto was a ninja authorized by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the guarding ninjas did not stop him. The staff on duty in Konoha's library are usually the teachers from the ninja school who take turns on duty. The person on duty today is Yui Hong in a white dress. At this moment, she was holding her head with one hand. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, and slowly flipping through a collection of books. The dim yellow light in Konoha's library shone beautifully on her body. The sound of Naruto Uzumaki's footsteps attracted her attention. It turned out to be Naruto. Ziggy Hong smiled lightly. Kakashi just told me that in the Konoha library, the first floor is for D-level ninjutsu, the second floor is for C-level ninjutsu, and the third floor is for B-level ninjutsu. Therefore, you can collect books. View the scroll below the third floor of the room. This is the token below the third floor. If you hold this token, the guards in the library will not stop you. Yui Kurane handed Uzumaki Naruto a wooden token with one word engraved on it, 3. Uzumaki Naruto took the token, thanked him, and went straight to the third floor. This guy is really big-hearted. He is just a genin and wants to learn B-level ninjutsu. Is he really overestimating his abilities? Sarutobi Asuma walked in with a cigarette in his mouth. When Kurane Yui saw him, a hint of disgust appeared in her beautiful eyes. Hong, are you going to watch a movie on Friday? Asuma, you can find someone else. I made an appointment with a doctor at Konoha Hospital on Friday and I'm going to have a review. After hearing this, Asuma smashed the cigarette butt on the ground. What kind of review is it? Is it important? You can't go with me after watching the movie? Seeing Asuma's appearance, the disgust in Yui Hong's eyes deepened unknowingly. At this time, for some reason, the memory of the first time Uzumaki Naruto treated her suddenly appeared in her mind. Originally, as the patient should listen to the doctor, but Uzumaki Naruto was very considerate of her feelings and would ask her beforehand. That day, after Uzumaki Naruto asked her, her irritable mood began to get better inexplicably. How's it going, Red? Asuma asked again. You can go alone, I can't go. This time, Korone Yui looked resolute and rejected Asuma Saratobi's invitation righteously. The third floor of Konoha's library, B-level ninjutsu scroll area. After reading the map instructions, Uzumaki Naruto took the lead in arriving at the Shenfa area. UI. Naruto Uzumaki naturally understands the truth that has not changed since ancient times. Furthermore, he now has a powerful killing technique, Wind Escape Windblade, but what he lacks is body skills and physical skills. In the movement area, Uzumaki Naruto decisively chose the original body's exclusive movement technique with wind attributes, Wind Release Wind Blinking Technique. After writing down the Wind Release and Wind Blinking Technique, Uzumaki Naruto went to the Taijutsu area. The scrolls in the Taijutsu area were relatively new, and it was obvious that not many people were practicing them. In the corner, Uzumaki Naruto saw a B-level Taijutsu scroll called Konoha Dragon God. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto chose it without hesitation. Konoha Ryujin is an advanced form of Taijutsu. It was created by Teacher Chen, the former Taijutsu king of Konoha village. Its main principle is to use the rapid rotation of the body to cause the rotation of the airflow to form a tornado, which will draw the surrounding things into the wind. In the Fourth Ninja War, Teacher Chen used the powerful wind to cut his opponent. After being resurrected by the reincarnation of Orochimaru in the Fourth Ninja War, Mr. Chen used Konoha Shenron and beat Metkai to the ground, which is enough to show the power of Konoha Shenron. Meow. At this time, the sleeping Beiji came out of Uzumaki Naruto's arms, stretched out her little paw, and scratched Uzumaki Naruto sleepily. Naruto, is this your cat? I thought it was a piece of clothing at first, but I didn't expect it to be a cat. Your cat is so beautiful, can I pet it? No woman can resist cute things, and Yui Hong is no exception, especially when faced with a being like Baiji who is twice as cute. Sorry, Baiji doesn't like others touching her. It's okay, but is her name Baiji? This name sounds very nice. Thanks. Uzumaki Naruto thanked him, left the Konoha library, and returned to the cabin. As soon as he entered the door, Uzumaki Naruto fed the 15 Angelica stalks he had picked to Baiji. When he had picked them all, he was ready to feed them, but at that time, Baiji was sleeping and he couldn't bear to wake her up. Meow. After Baiji finished eating Angelica sinensis, the effect of the medicine took effect, and her eyes began to narrow again, looking drowsy. Ding! The mythical beast Baiji has taken 15 Angelica sinensis plants, and the current growth progress is 7.5%. Please host put Baiji into the mythical beast space necklace. The environment inside will help her absorb the medicinal power of Angelica. Without waiting for the system prompt, Uzumaki Naruto had already put Beiji into the mythical beast space necklace. After confirming that Beiji's attributes were steadily increasing, Uzumaki Naruto began to practice the two ninjutsu he picked today, Wind Release, Wind Blinking Technique, and Konoha Dragon God. Uzumaki Naruto had experience in practicing Wind Release and Wind Blade, so he chose to practice Wind Release and Wind Blink Technique first. Wind Release Wind Blink Technique is a teleportation technique specially created for Wind Chakra ninjas. Based on the original teleportation technique, it adds the attribute of wind, allowing ninjas with Wind Chakra attributes to use it. There can be a substantial bonus. Among ninjas of the same level, ninjas with Wind Attribute Chakra are the fastest when performing the teleportation technique, and this Wind Escape and Wind Teleportation technique is faster and faster. Swish! A few minutes later, inside the cabin, Uzumaki Naruto's figure was like an afterimage, moving freely inside. Clatter! Naruto Uzumaki tiptoed and stopped in place. Immediately, his expression moved, and his whole person suddenly moved like a stream of light. At such a fast speed, even he himself could not see the surrounding things clearly. How could it be so fast? What is recorded on the scroll is not that fast. Could it be that I am practicing the cross? Stop! Uzumaki Naruto was a little confused. The scroll of Wind Release, Wind Blinking Technique records that when a genin uses this ninjutsu, they can explode at a speed comparable to that of an ordinary chunin. When a chunin uses this ninjutsu, it can explode with a speed comparable to that of a jounin. But now, Uzumaki Naruto feels that after using this ninja with all his strength, he can match the speed of the top chunin, or even faster than some low-ranking jounin. Ding! Return to the host, because your Shakura contains 20% of the natural energy attribute, so the ninjutsu you cast will have a 2x amplification effect. Natural attributes? Uzumaki Naruto stretched out 3 fingers, and on each of the 3 fingers, chakra of one attribute emerged, namely wind, fire, and read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, D-Wood. On the chakra, there was also an undetectable layer of thin and transparent energy mixed within. Yes, host, this is the chakra you get from cultivating the mythical beast. Each type of chakra comes with a 10% natural energy attribute bonus. Moreover, this natural energy attribute bonus will be integrated into your chakra, which means that all your chakra will receive this natural energy attribute bonus. What you mean is that as long as I cultivate enough mythical beasts and receive feedback rewards, the natural energy attribute bonus of my chakra will be stronger. Yes, host. After figuring out the reason, Uzumaki Naruto entered training again. One night passed, and Uzumaki Naruto's proficiency in both ninjutsus was maxed out. He hadn't slept all night, and his eyelids were a little heavy, but he knew it wasn't time to sleep yet. After washing his face, Uzumaki Naruto picked up the basket and headed to the mountain to pick another medicinal ingredient for Baiji to feed, thunder pills. Near noon, Uzumaki Naruto picked 15 thunder pills and fed them all to Baiji. Ding! The mythical beast Baiji has taken 15 thunder pills, and her current growth rate is 15%. Ask the host to put Baiji into the mythical beast space necklace. The environment inside will help her absorb the medicinal power of Konglu. After Baiji has absorbed the power of the medicine and enters the second stage, the host will receive feedback rewards. After Naruto Uzumaki put Baiji into the storage space, he looked into the deep forest with some distress in his eyes. I wonder how Amber and Wuhuan are doing now, tweeted Hiss as if sensing his call. Amber and Wuhuan emerged from the woods together. Amber is now much stronger than before, and looks very powerful. Every time she spits out the letter, she can roll up a ball of wood attribute spiritual power. Wuhuan's feathers and claws became even brighter, and the red light reflected on them became more obvious. As soon as Kohaku got close to Uzumaki Naruto, she kept rubbing against him, while Mujin habitually flew in circles around him. Silly girl, silly circle. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed their little heads, with a doting look on his face. At this time, Wuhuan spat out the message at Uzumaki Naruto, and then she turned her head, opened her mouth, and a ball of wood attribute spiritual power instantly flying out, boom-ka. This ball of wood attribute spiritual power hit a tree trunk as thick as an arm, and the trunk suddenly split into two. His Kohaku Nobuko pointed to the tree, and then looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a proud look on her face, like a little girl ready to receive praise. Tweet Wuhuan screamed in dissatisfaction, and then she spread her wings, and a ball of fiery red spiritual power suddenly spread all over her body. Immediately afterwards, she flew to a tree that was about the same size as before, grabbed her claws, and the tree trunk was immediately shattered into pieces. Layers of fiery red spiritual energy were attached to the places where her claws had scratched, burning the tree trunks black, and it took a long time to extinguish them. Tweet Wuhuan flew back, with the same proud expression as Amber, waiting for Uzumaki Naruto's praise. Amber, confused, not only have you become stronger, I have also become stronger. Uzumaki Naruto smiled softly, and then his whole body turned into an afterimage and appeared beside a tree. This tree is thicker than the tree previously selected by Amber and Wuhuan, at least 3 times thicker. Uzumaki Naruto patted the tree, then turned around, and a tornado suddenly appeared around him. Wherever the tornado passed, sand and stones flew up, grass and trees flew up, and soil flew up. Within a few meters around the tornado, except for the whirlpool, everything except Naruto was swept away. Swish swish, the tornado combined with the surrounding things became more powerful, and in just a moment, it became extremely thick. Konoha Dragon God. In the tornado, Uzumaki Naruto shouted suddenly, and in an instant, the thick tornado turned into a high-speed rotating dragon. The dragon roared loudly and swept towards the tree. Tear and pull dash. 2. As soon as the attacker came into contact, the tree began to break, but within a moment, all the previously tall trees were shattered into pieces, and were directly crushed into powder by this whirlwind dragon. Ta! After the tree was turned into powder, the dragon's body dissipated, and Uzumaki Naruto's figure jumped out from the dragon's head and landed steadily in front of the Amber Circle. His tweet Amber was confused when he saw this, and gathered around with a shocked look on his face. Ding! Host, Amber said, you are so strong now. Compared with you, she feels so weak. Are you working overtime? Wuhuan said, did you practice secretly behind her back and become stronger? Uzumaki Naruto nodded, of course I have to become stronger, otherwise, how can I protect you? His tweet after hearing this, Hu and Wuhuan looked at each other and immediately got into the woods. Within a few minutes, the sounds of fighting could be heard in the woods. Uzumaki Naruto knew that he put pressure on them and stimulated their desire to become stronger, but their increasing combat power was not stimulating him. They must become stronger together. How long does it take for the system, Amber and Wuhuan to break through to the third stage? Ding! Returning to the host, the second stage is equivalent to the foundation stage. This stage takes the longest time, at least about a month. 1 month, come on. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were firm. He did not notice that an obscure figure quietly left Konoha Hospital. After returning to Konoha Hospital, after exchanging money and getting tomorrow's task list, Shizen told him that they would leave Konoha tomorrow. Leaf Ninja Village. Uzumaki Naruto didn't find this surprising. Tsunadeheim is known as the legendary Big Fat Sheep. She is both good and fun-loving. How could she stay in Konoha? After Shizen finished speaking, she handed it to him. There was a large stack of task lists. The reason was very simple. When someone else takes over Konoha Hospital, they may not assign tasks to him. Uzumaki Naruto did not refuse her kindness. Thanks. Thank you. Uzumaki Naruto went back to the cabin to put away his things and cooked a meal for himself. After eating, he got up and went to the entrance of the village. At this time, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This Kakashi, he's late again. And Naruto too. What time is it? And there's not even a human figure. It's really too much for the two of them to keep us waiting here for so long. At the entrance of read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels eVillage. Haruno Sakura sat on the bench with an annoyed look on her face. After more than 2 hours of exposure to the sun, her face was obviously darker now. After hearing her complaint, Uchiha leaned against the telephone pole. Suzuki also looked dissatisfied. At this time, Heide Kakashi's figure appeared on the telephone pole. Hello, you three, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit late again. Kakashi-sensei, can you be on time? What time is it? Haruno Sakura stood up from the chair immediately after seeing Heide Kakashi, with her hands on her hips and an angry look on her face. Snort. Uchiha Suzuki snorted and expressed his dissatisfaction proudly. Definitely next time. Now, let's go to the target, the woods outside the village. Next, I will be there to conduct a drill and assessment for you. Heide Kakashi scratched his head, suddenly appeared at the intersection, and began to lead the way. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto isn't here yet. Haruno Sakura reminded loudly. Then, with a look of shock, she discovered that Naruto Uzumaki calmly walked past her eyes, following in the footsteps of Kakashi Heite. Let's go. Heide Kakashi turned around and gave Uzumaki Naruto a meaningful look. Uzumaki Naruto was thinking about Heite Kakashi's speed just now. Heite Kakashi is a Konoha ninja from the land of fire. The elite jounin of the village. His speed, even if he did not use his full strength, was almost the same as that of the average jounin. What surprised Uzumaki Naruto was that this speed was almost the same as his 30% wind release and wind teleportation technique. In other words, if he uses the wind release and wind blinking technique with all his strength, he is likely to be able to match Kakashi Heite's full speed, or even be faster than him. The three of them followed Kakashi Heite. We came to a wide grassland. Heite Kakashi dropped his backpack and turned back to look at the three of them with a serious face. Next, you have to conduct an exercise. This exercise will determine which two of the three of you can stay in Class 7, or whether none of the three of you can stay in Class 7. After Heite Kakashi finished speaking, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Suzuki changed their expressions. After a while, Haruno Sakura said doubtfully, Kakashi-sensei, what drill and why can it decide whether we stay in Class 7? The drill is easy. Heite Kakashi smiled coldly and took out 2 bells from his pocket. Have you seen the 2 bells in my hand? Next, your goal is to grab the 2 bells in my hand. The bells are your license to stay in Class 7, but there are only 2, that is to say, one of you is going back to ninja school to repeat your grade. Of course, it is also possible that none of you can grab it. In that case, the 3 of you will repeat the grade together. Well, let's talk about the rules for grabbing the bell. The rules are very simple. There are no rules. In this process, you can use any method or means. As long as you grab it, it counts. The time is limited to today. Do you understand? Heite Kakashi rang the bell, and what he responded to was Uchiha Suzuki's sudden fist. Whoa, what Uchiha hit with his fist was a clone of Kakashi Heite. The next moment, Heite Kakashi's figure emerged from behind Uchiha Suzuki. Proud Uchiha, it's not a good habit to carry out sneak attacks. Kick me. Pa. Uchiha Suzuki was kicked several meters away by Kakashi Heite. Suzuki-kun, let me help you. Haruno Sakura rushed forward with her fists raised, but unfortunately, she didn't even touch the corner of Heite Kakashi's clothes, and was kicked away and hit a tree hard. Heite Kakashi touched his chin with a little disappointment in his eyes. Uchiha Suzuki, Haruno Sakura, your graduation examination results are not bad. Why are you so weak? You shut up. Uchiha Suzuki looked angry, jumped up suddenly, raised his fist and blasted towards Heite Kakashi. Haruno Sakura snorted and joined the fight. However, the two faced each other and Heite Kakashi's the combat power is not on the same level at all. Even if the two of them try their best, they can't do anything to him. Immediately afterwards, an extremely dramatic scene appeared in the field. Heite Kakashi stood there, Uchiha Suzuki he kept rushing towards Haruno Sakura, and then was kicked away by him one by one. The whole process was inexplicably rhythmic, like whack-a-mole. Finally, after playing for a while, Heite Kakashi with increased force, Uchiha Suzuki and Haruno Sakura were instantly kicked away by him, and he looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, you've been standing there without moving. Why, do you want to go back to the ninja school to stay in the next level? If I remember correctly, you have already stayed in the ninja school for several levels. Could it be that you are waiting to show your feelings, a little reluctant to part with it? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and said nothing. He just didn't like so many people gathering together. Are you waiting for me to take action? Heite Kakashi sneered, and his whole person turned into an afterimage, carrying a size 43 big shoe, and quickly attacked Uzumaki Naruto. In the picture, Uzumaki Naruto's figure is getting closer and closer. Heite Kakashi had already imagined the scene of him being kicked away. Whoa! Heite Kakashi came to Uzumaki Naruto and kicked him out. However, he expected that Uzumaki Naruto would be kicked away. The scene did not appear, but he kicked the air. In front of his eyes, Uzumaki Naruto's figure suddenly turned into a ball of chakra and dispersed. Clone technique, Kakashi Heite shouted softly. Dingling bells, yes, Uzumaki Naruto nodded. The wind blew over, and the bell in his hand made a pleasant sound, which was very nice. How is that possible? Kakashi Heite looked down and saw that the bell on his waist had reached Naruto Uzumaki's hands at some unknown time. Could it be? Heite Kakashi is not stupid. He soon realized that Uzumaki Naruto could only steal his bell during the time when he launched an attack. In other words, Uzumaki Naruto had already performed the clone technique under his nose before he launched the attack, and after he read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, KED, he seized the opportunity to snatch the bell away. However, Uzumaki Naruto is just a new genin. How could he use such a highly skilled clone technique, and how could his speed be so fast? He didn't retain much speed just now. His speed could definitely reach the standard of an elite jounin just now. If Naruto Uzumaki wants to take the bell without anyone noticing, he must at least burst out faster than this speed. But, how could he, a genin, break out at such speed? Even if he practiced A-level body ninjutsu, he couldn't be so fast. Moreover, he was not aware of this whole process. In this situation, only Uzumaki Naruto gathered all his chakra the moment he approached him, and lowered his speed and frequency to be consistent with him. In other words, Uzumaki Naruto even analyzed the frequency of his movement and the wind direction of the surrounding environment in an instant. However, even ordinary jounin cannot achieve this level of combat consciousness. How could Uzumaki Naruto, a newly promoted genin, be able to achieve this? Heite Kakashi's eyes were full of horror. He stared at Uzumaki Naruto, as if he wanted to see through him. Naruto, when did you become so powerful? You even got the bell. Haruno Sakura dragged her feet and limped over. After seeing the bell in Uzumaki Naruto's hand, her eyes suddenly lit up. How is it possible? I can't even get it. Why should he? Uchiha Sasuke also saw the bell in Uzumaki Naruto's hand. His eyes were full of disbelief and dissatisfaction. Aha! Jingle bell! Uzumaki Naruto took off a bell and threw it to Heite Kakashi. Heite Kakashi took the bell, and after half a ring, he sighed quietly. Now that Naruto has passed the test and has a bell, you can start grabbing it. Originally, Heite Kakashi wanted to let the three of them learn to cooperate and understand the importance of being in the same class through this exercise. However, he did not expect that Uzumaki Naruto was such a monster genius in combat. Even he, the former genius, now the elite jounin of Konoha Ninja Village, has fallen into a trap. As a genius, Kakashi Heite knows very well that in the ninja world, the so-called rules and regulations are used to lock in ordinary people. When your talent and combat power reach a certain level, these are useless. Obviously, Uzumaki Naruto is this type of genius. After Uzumaki Naruto passed, Heite Kakashi obviously transferred his anger to Uke. The attack on H.A. Sasuke and Haruno Sakura became even more serious. At the same time, Konoha Ninja Village, Hokage Building, and Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nara Shikaku were staring at the crystal ball. On the crystal ball, the drill and assessment scene of Uzumaki Naruto and his team was playing. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the crystal ball, lit up the smoke, and then looked at Nara Shikaku with a calm expression. Nara Shikaku pondered for a moment, the shock in his eyes faded and was replaced by reason. Hokage-sama, just now, during the battle with Heite Kakashi, Naruto used a total of 2 ninjutsu, namely, wind release and wind blinking technique, and one of the 3 body techniques, the blinking technique, and his proficiency in both ninjutsu is extremely high. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He also saw this, but, in my opinion, this is not the key to Naruto's victory. There was a hint of shock in Nara Shikaku's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing, waiting for his next words. The key to Naruto's victory lies in his grasp of timing, that is, combat awareness. From the beginning of the exercise assessment, when Kakashi fought Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto seized the opportunity and rushed to Uchiha Sasuke. In front of Kakashi, before being kicked away and forming a blind spot, he used the clone technique to keep the clone in place, while the main body used the wind escape and wind blinking technique to bypass Kakashi's back. During this whole process, Uzumaki Naruto maintained a speed that was almost the same as the direction of the wind at that time. Therefore, Kakashi did not notice that when Kakashi rushed towards the clone, Uzumaki Naruto used wind release and wind blinking technique to follow, go up, and synchronize his own speed with Kakashi's speed, and take away the bell without anyone noticing. The whole process was planned so seamlessly that even Kakashi, an elite jounin, didn't notice it. It can be seen that Uzumaki Naruto is fighting consciousness. Oh no, he is a new genin. It should be said that his fighting talent is very terrifying. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette with deep approval. However, I don't think Naruto is scariest here. How to say? Sarutobi Hiruzen became interested. Hokage-sama, if I remember correctly, wind release and wind blinking technique is a B-level ninjutsu, and Naruto just went to the Konoha library last night. I think the scariest thing about him is his learning ability combined with his fighting talent. If, at this point, Nara Shikaka didn't say any more. No matter how much Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed, Nara Shikaka didn't say anything, but clasped his fists and retreated. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the window with a cigarette stick in his mouth. Amidst the smoke, his expression became more profound. He knew what Nara Shikaka wanted to say, but Nara Shikaka was smart enough not to say it. What Nara Shikaka wants to say is, Naruto is still the third generation of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. If he has another pair of Sharingan eyes of the Uchiha clan, his achievements will be remembered throughout the ages. Even if he was arrogant at the time, he could single-handedly defeat the entire ninja clan. Even the Senju Hashirama in the world can't compare to him. Come on, ask Kakashi to come see me at night. Ding! The mythical beast by G has absorbed the power of 15 thunder pills and successfully entered the second stage of reaching out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward for cultivating a mythical beast. Congratulations to the host for receiving feedback rewards: Thunder Attribute Chakra, Metallic Chakra, Physical plus 30, Mental plus 20, Chakra plus 20, Cat Affinity 50%. Metallic Chakra, Special Attribute Chakra. When using this attribute chakra to perform defensive ninjutsu or attach it to a weapon, you will get a 50 bonus. Note, this bonus can be stacked with the natural energy bonus. Cat Affinity. With this attribute, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. You will not be attacked by ordinary cats, and you will also get help from cats. The attribute bonus of the feedback reward this time is the highest ever. The muscles on Uzumaki Naruto's body became more obvious, his hair grew longer, and his height grew quite a bit. His understanding ability has also improved a lot, and he has gained a lot more experience and skills in the ninjutsu he has learned. As before, he didn't feel the increase in chakra intuitively, but his body felt warm. Ding! The second phase of the training mission of the mythical beast has been released, Blood Fury. The fury of blood let by G fight to the death with wild beasts or psychic beasts, causing her blood to become furious, causing qualitative changes, and finally awakening the blood of the divine beast hidden deep in the blood. After adapting to the changes in his body, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the Divine Beast Space Necklace, Beiji's Attribute Panel, Divine Beast Training Master, Uzumaki Naruto Divine Beast Number 3, Beiji Level, Divine Beast Second Stage Physique, 72 Spirit, 75 Spirit Power Attribute, Spiritual Thunder Attribute, Spiritual Metal Attribute, Spiritual Power Mastery Level, 10%. Bloodline Skills, not activated. Divine Beast Qualification, White Tiger. Second Stage of Training Progress, 0%. Second Stage Training Task, Rage of Blood, by G's attributes are so strong. Uzumaki Naruto was a little unbelievable. He originally thought that he had surpassed Amber and Wolverine in all aspects now, but he didn't expect that by G, who had taken medicine, became stronger than him in just one day. Ding! Back to the host. The talent of the Confused Circle is very strong, but as long as you keep cultivating the mythical beasts, you can get more feedback rewards, and the speed at which you become stronger will also increase extremely quickly. The system is right. Uzumaki Naruto needs to know that the feedback rewards brought by cultivating the divine beast are the key to his ability to become stronger quickly. During his medicinal collection, he also encountered many animals, but none of them had the qualifications to be a mythical animal and could not be tamed and cultivated. As for the interior of Konoha Ninja Village, there are a bunch of psychic beasts and some ordinary domestic animals, and there is no talent for divine beasts. At present, if you want to conquer new mythical beasts and cultivate them, you probably have to go to the Land of Waves mission. In the original Naruto series, the mission to the Land of Waves begins roughly 1 month after graduating from the ninja school. 1 month should be enough time for Amber and Wuhan to enter the third stage together. Uzumaki Naruto made up his mind, and when the mission to the country of waves begins, he will go with Kohaku, Wuhan, and Beiji. You too, be honest, don't you feel embarrassed that you are such a dishonest person? You can't even get a bell, and you claim to be a graduate of a ninja school? Naruto, have a meal. After the meal, we will go back. These two guys are scheduled to stay in grade. On the grass, Kakashi Hatake tied Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura to a tree, then took out 2 boxes of lunch boxes, threw one to Uzumaki Naruto, and took one himself. Before opening the lunchbox, Heide Kakashi suddenly thought of something and said helplessly, I have something to do and I'm going over there. Naruto, keep an eye on these two guys. I'll be back as soon as I go. Before Uzumaki Naruto could say anything, Heide Kakashi disappeared from the spot at a speed that was several times faster than before. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto's heart sank. He originally thought that by using the wind release and wind blinking technique with all his strength, his speed would be comparable to that of Elite Jounin. But now it seems that his speed is not enough compared to Elite Jounin. The strength of these Elite Jounin was far stronger than he imagined. Naruto, can you help us grab the bell? I don't want to repeat the grade. As soon as Heide Kakashi left with his front and back legs, Haruno Sakura couldn't wait to cast a pitiful look. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at her and ignored her. He picked up the 2 boxes of bento, a standard cold meal. The food. It was quite rich, but what he liked more was the steaming smoke of fireworks and steaming food. Uzumaki Naruto threw the 2 boxes of lunchboxes casually in front of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, and turned to leave. He did this, just for the plot to continue. He has a good reason to leave Konoha Ninja Village to find the next divine beast. Naruto, are you giving this lunch to us? Haruno Sakura's eyes lit up, and even Uchiha Sasuke couldn't bear to swallow his saliva. The two of them arrived an hour earlier than the prescribed time, and they had been waiting at the entrance of the village for so long. They were already hungry. Now after this battle consumed a huge amount of energy, and naturally he was so hungry that his chest pressed against his back. Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to pay attention to it. It was still early, and he didn't want to waste his time on guarding them. This time was enough for him to go to the Konoha library. Pick 2 more B-level ninjutsu books to practice and improve your combat power. After understanding the gap between himself and the elite ninjas, Uzumaki Naruto knew that he still had a long way to go. Now, he just wanted to seize the time to practice. I just want to become stronger quickly. I just want to become stronger quickly. At this time, Heite Kakashi, who had disappeared before, popped up from a tree. Now that the matter is done, I will announce that except for Naruto who passed alone, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, you two. Hearing this, Haruno Sakura, who was holding the bento, shook her hand and the bento fell to the ground. Uchiha Sasuke, who had just stretched out his hand to take the bento, immediately pulled his hand back with lightning speed. Both of their eyes were focused on Kakashi Hatake, waiting to see what Kakashi Hatake would do to them. You two also passed. Yahum! Haruno Sakura shouted happily when she heard the news, and Uchiha Sasuke also breathed a long sigh of relief. But, at this time, Heite Kakashi changed the topic, and the two of them fell silent immediately, looking at him slightly nervously, for fear that he would regret it again. However, you must remember that this time, the reason why you passed this exercise assessment is entirely because of Naruto. Originally, the purpose of this assessment was to let you learn how to cooperate with each other as partners. But as for you two, one got on top and the other got on top. Russian. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, G to Die. What kind of tactics is this? There is no point. What about your brains? You two low-end guys, do you think that you are geniuses like Naruto who can reach the Jonin level in speed and have extremely high combat awareness? Since individual energy cannot meet the requirements for grabbing the bell, why not cooperate and pool everyone's energy? What a fool! Heite Kakashi took a long breath and suppressed the majestic anger in his heart. One more thing, I hope you can learn from Naruto what dedication is. You are very hungry now, right? But have you ever thought about who gave you the bento in front of you? It was Naruto. Naruto would rather go hungry than share his food with you. I hope you will learn from this extraordinary dedication. In addition, you must reflect on it. If you are the one who gets the bell, will you? Will you share your lunch with Naruto? Okay, that's it. As someone who is behind the wheel, I hope you still have the consciousness of being behind the wheel. Heite Kakashi took out 2 bells from his pocket and gave one to Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, you did a great job this time. Kakashi Hatake turned around, only to find that Uzumaki Naruto had walked away. Looking at his back, Kakashi Hatake suddenly felt that he was carrying a very heavy burden, just like he had been burdened by his father's suicide. He is depressed, but compared to him who is at a loss, Uzumaki Naruto seems to have an almost crazy purpose. Perhaps, this is what he said, he wants to become strong enough to protect his friends. Hokage-sama, do you have a problem with me? Hokage building. Hokage's office. Heite Kakashi knelt down on one knee. Kakashi, you are now the Jounin teacher of Class 7. I would like to know, what do you think of Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen blew out smoke. In the smoke, it was impossible to see his expression clearly, but his eyes were so sharp and dark. Lord Hokage, Naruto is a genius. His performance far exceeds that of a new ninja school graduate. Even some Chuyunin cannot reach the level of his performance. His fighting consciousness and learning ability are too strong. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned Uzumaki Naruto, Heite Kakashi couldn't help but praise him. Kakashi, I feel relieved that you value Uzumaki Naruto so much. The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth cracked and he blew out thick smoke. Then he took off the cigarette rod and took out a task sheet from his arms. Kakashi, you must also know that Naruto is very good and he becomes stronger very quickly. The current ordinary D-level tasks cannot bring him any substantial help. In order to fully develop his talents, a C-level mission was specially selected for Class 7. Next, you should lead them to complete this C-level mission. Kakashi Hatake took the task list from Hiruzen Sarutobi, and there were a few big words written on it, Country of Waves. After reading the task list, Kakashi Hatake frowned. The rest will consciously move closer to him. Obviously, Naruto is such a person. His comprehensive ability far surpassed that of Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his hands behind his back and came to the window. At this time, the night was heavy outside the window, and dark clouds kept sweeping over the bright moon, and the wind was silent. Inside the house, there was only smoke that had not dispersed. Kakashi, just imagine, if you had far surpassed Obito, Uchiha and Rin Harano, would these tragedies have happened? For a person, especially for those with extremely strong talents, becoming stronger is the most important thing, because only when you stand at the top can you have enough energy to take care of everything. Don't forget what Naruto's dream is. Don't forget, this time, not only Naruto is here, but you are also here. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed the window and smiled. There is nothing appropriate or inappropriate, making Konoha stronger is the most important thing, yes. Lord Hokage, open your personal panel. System, Divine Beast Trainer System Host, Uzumaki Naruto Level, Genin, when each attribute rises to 50, you can grow into a trainee Chunin, Physique, 65 Spirit, 42 Chakra, 40 Chakra attributes, Wind, Wood, Fire, Thunder, Metal additional attributes, Snake Animal Affinity 50%, Bird Animal Affinity 50%, Cat Animal Affinity 50% Natural Energy Attribute Bonus, 30% Ninjutsu and Proficiency, Chakra Extraction Technique 100%, 3 Body Skill 100%, Wind Release Wind Blade 100%, Wind Release Wind. Blinking Skill 100%, Konoha Dragon God 100% Current Bonded Beasts, Divine Beast number 1 Amber, 2nd stage, Divine Beast number 2 Confused Circle, 2nd stage, Divine Beast number 3 by G, 2nd price stage, currently. Uzumaki Naruto has mastered basic ninjutsu, chakra extraction technique and 3 body techniques, and the life-saving ninjutsu Wind Release Wind Blade, Kung Fu Ninjutsu Wind Release Wind Blinking Body Technique, and Taijutsu Konoha Ryujin. But generally speaking, except for the body techniques, the rest of the ninjutsu he mastered tended to be offensive. What he lacked was defense. Similar ninjutsu. In the ninja world, there are many techniques with strong defensive power, such as Thunder Armor, Susanoo, Kamui. However, these are still a little far away from Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto is now the only ones that can be accessed or B-level ninjutsu at the highest level. Then, find a B-level defensive ninjutsu. Konoha Library, 3rd floor. Uzumaki Naruto closed his personal panel and kept selecting among the defensive ninjutsu categories. Not long after, he selected a B-level defensive jutsu, the famous Wind Escape and Empty Sand Defense Wall. Wind Release Kong Sand Barrier is a wind release defensive ninjutsu. Its method of execution is to pick up a large amount of sand from the ground and float it in the air to create a huge shield. It is the most powerful anti-air defense ninjutsu. It can withstand C3 bombs, but it requires a considerable amount of chakra. Because of this characteristic, very few people learn this technique. The scrolls are almost never turned over and are still very new. However, what Uzumaki Naruto needs is this kind of ninja technique. He himself is a whirlpool system and is good at chakra. This ninjutsu can be said to be tailor-made for him. After writing down the Wind Release and Empty Sand Defense Wall, Uzumaki Naruto went downstairs and happened to meet the person who was changing his shift. Hatake Kakashi came on duty. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels Ruto. Are you here to practice ninjutsu again? Hatake Kakashi said hello. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, said hello, turned and left. Wait Naruto, you inject chakra into this. Hatake Kakashi took out a chakra test paper and handed it to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly, and then followed the instructions. The chakra test paper in the ninja world can measure the 5 common attributes of chakra, namely fire, wind, thunder, water, earth. If the chakra attribute is detected as fire, the chakra test paper will catch fire. If it is detected as wind, the chakra test paper will split from it. If it is detected as thunder, the chakra test paper will become wrinkled. Baba, if it is detected as earth, the chakra test paper will become crushed. If it has all 5 attributes, then it will appear that an area is on fire, an area is split, an area becomes wrinkled, and an area becomes wet. The last area will be broken. Uzumaki Naruto's regular chakra attributes are wind, fire, and thunder. Therefore, the 3 effects of wind, fire, and thunder appear on the chakra test paper. Well, there are 3 attributes of wind, fire, and thunder. Naruto, you are the owner of 3 attributes of chakra, which is very powerful. Hatake Kakashi was slightly surprised. Kakashi-sensei, if nothing happens, I'll leave first, I still have to practice. Uzumaki Naruto didn't have time to chat. In the ninja world, defensive ninjutsu is generally more difficult to practice than offensive ninjutsu. He wanted to maximize his proficiency in this ninjutsu tonight, so he had to hurry up. Hey, Naruto, when you practice this ninjutsu, if you encounter anything you don't understand, just ask me. Heite Kakashi smiled softly and handed Uzumaki Naruto a ninjutsu scroll with two big characters written on it, Chidori. Chidori is a thunder escape ninjutsu developed by Kakashi Heitake when he was a boy. This technique it has both chakra properties and form changes. The caster concentrates the high-intensity electric current formed by the thunder chakra on the hand to pierce the target with the thrust speed. Because the electric current is very strong, it will make a harsh sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds. It is named Chidori. The disadvantage is that it needs to run towards the opponent quickly when attacking. It may be too fast to see the enemy clearly and the opponent will counterattack. Generally speaking, the best effect can only be achieved when combined with the Sharingan. Uzumaki Naruto took this ninjutsu. Although he was a little surprised, he still accepted it. Now, he really needs to learn more ninjutsu so that he can quickly improve his combat power. However, Uzumaki Naruto knows that the fastest way to improve your strength is to cultivate mythical beasts and receive feedback rewards. Now he only hopes that the mission of the Kingdom of Waves in the original drama can come as soon as possible, because the speed at which he becomes stronger now is really too slow. Thanks. Uzumaki Naruto thanked him and turned to leave. On the same spot, Heite Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto. His eyes were a little moist, but they slowly curved into crescent moons. I hope you can become stronger quickly and become strong enough to protect your friends and partners. Let the once dead Kakashi find the way forward from you. Kakashi suddenly waved and said, after Naruto Uzumaki collected the medicine, he told Amber, Wuhuan, and Bai Ji to practice well and pay attention to safety at the same time. After returning to Konoha Hospital and exchanging money, Uzumaki Naruto packed his luggage and walked towards the entrance of the village. He knew that the mission Heite Kakashi mentioned yesterday was to escort Tatsuna safely to the country of Echo. Although he didn't know why the mission was advanced, it was a good thing for him who was eager to become stronger. The only thing he was worried about was Amber and the others, but he knew it was useless to worry. All he could do now was seize the time to become stronger. Hi, Naruto, you came so early. Out of the three of you, you were the first to arrive. You deserve praise. Heite Kakashi leaned against the telephone pole, smiling and giving a thumbs up to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and said hello. The little guy is so handsome. If my girl were 10 years younger, I would definitely introduce her to you. Next to Heite Kakashi, Tajuna, who was carrying a large backpack, stared at Uzumaki Naruto with satisfaction in his eyes. Although the person who took on this task was only a newly established ninja team, he knew countless people, and from Uzumaki Naruto he could tell by the magnanimity shown by the person that Uzumaki Naruto was definitely no less powerful than a Chunin. Thanks. Uzumaki Naruto didn't like chatting with people, so after saying hello politely, he walked aside and looked through the scrolls of Chidori's ninjutsu. Last night, he expected to practice the wind release and Sora all night long before reaching full proficiency. It took half a night to complete the sand barrier. For the remaining half of the night, he practiced thunder release Chidori. By morning, he had reached 50 proficiency in thunder release Chidori %. Naruto, how is your training going? Heite Kakashi couldn't help but ask when he saw Uzumaki Naruto opening the Chidori. Half. Uzumaki Naruto calmly responded. Half? Have you seen half of it so quickly? It's quite amazing. When you really practice, you'll ask me if you meet someone who doesn't understand. Uzumaki Naruto responded politely. He is really a child who loves to learn, and he never forgets to practice during the mission. Dasna sighed. Yes, I just took the scroll last night and read half of it this morning. Naruto worked really hard. Heite Kakashi looked pleased. At this moment, he suddenly thought that if he could work as hard as Uzumaki Naruto, maybe his life, as well as Uchiha Obito and Harano Rin's life would not be better. It would be such a tragedy. Halfway through? When Uzumaki Naruto heard this, he realized that Kakashi Heitake had misunderstood what he meant, but he didn't like to explain. Just misunderstand. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already an hour before the agreed time. Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura haven't come yet. Heite Kakashi's face was faintly dark, and Tatsuna's face on the side didn't look good either. After more than an hour, Harano Sakura dragged carrying large and small bags of luggage. She rushed towards the village entrance step by step. Behind her was Suzuki Uchiha, who was carrying a backpack on one shoulder and looked arrogant. You two are late. Kakashi Heitake looked at the two of them and said calmly. However, what surprised a few people was that Harano Sakura not only did not admit her mistake, but also counted the number of times Kakashi Heitake was late and said that they did it on purpose this time. The purpose of being late is to avenge Heite Kakashi for being late. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. Although read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Ugh, he didn't say anything. Judging from his expression, he had the same idea as Haruno Sakura. You two ninjas have just joined the ninja team and you don't have any ninja consciousness at all. This is a mission. You picked this time to piss off your teacher. You are really good at it. Didn't you learn the basic principles of ninjas in the ninja school? Are they those? Can you afford to compensate me for the losses I have suffered due to your delay in my time? Can these two little guys who don't know the heights of heaven and earth can be as punctual and as serious as Naruto? Kakashi Hatake didn't say anything, but Tatsuna, as his employer, couldn't help roaring. Now that the bridge in the Land of Waves is being built, it's at a critical period. These two ninja brats actually used this excuse for being late really made him very angry. He didn't understand, they were in the same class and led by the same teacher. Why was Uzumaki Naruto so good? You two should really learn from Naruto. Hatake Kakashi scolded the two of them, briefly explained the mission, and then set off directly. The mission is a sea-level mission, the reward is 40,000 taels, and the content is the same as the original drama. Escort Dejuna safely back to Bo Country. At the same time, Sarutobi Asuma, with his hands in his pockets and a cigarette in his mouth, came to the Hokage building, the Hokage office. Father, are you looking for me? Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the photo in his hand to Sarutobi Asuma, and Sarutobi Asuma took it and took a look. There were 3 photos in total. The contents of the photos were a snake, a sparrow, and an alien. Pupil cat. Seeing these photos, Asuma Sarutobi had a black question mark on his face. Father, why are you showing me this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed and he said in a deep voice, the 3 animals above are currently in the mountain forest outside the village. They are all psychic beasts with great potential. Tomorrow, I will give you part of the Umbu authority. When the time comes, you will take people there and be sure to capture these 3 psychic beasts alive, and you must make them your psychic beasts. Why? Sarutobi Asuma asked in confusion. These 3 psychic beasts are not from those 3 places. They look very ordinary at first glance. Is it necessary to mobilize so many troops? Shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned cold. Seeing this, Sarutobi Asuma wisely stopped talking. This is a task, just do it for me. Also, remember, none of these 3 psychic beasts can die. If one of them dies, you will lose the position of Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village. Got it, father. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Sarutobi Asuma stopped talking. After he retreated, Sarutobi Hiruzen put the cigarette rod into his mouth, and the thick smoke quickly buried him. Silly boy, one day you will understand that everything you do is the path to Hokage that I have arranged for you. In addition to the inner, deer, and butterfly clans, the 3 psychic beasts I am giving you now are not only powerful, but they also have a very important identity. They are friends of Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki Naruto is the ace of our Sarutobi clan. He regards his friends as his life. As long as you can control these 3 psychic beasts, even if one day I am gone, you can use these 3 psychic beasts to blackmail him and others. Threat him, control him, tie him firmly in the hands of my Sarutobi clan, and become the ace of my Sarutobi clan to dominate Konoha and even the entire ninja world. Next to several small pools, Uzumaki Naruto stopped, and also stopped with Hatake Kakashi. Naruto, I didn't expect you to notice it too. Everyone, please stop. D.A. Tatsuna stopped. In front of him, Haruno Sakura turned around while walking and looked at Hatake Kakashi apologetically. Kakashi-sensei, we shouldn't be late. To make up for the time we wasted, let's continue on our way. Uchiha Sasuke didn't speak and continued to take the lead. I tell you to stop. Hatake Kakashi yelled, but it was still too late. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura had now approached several small water pools. Wow dash. Several killers in black robes suddenly emerged from the water pools. He emerged from the sky, jumped up high, and threw out the sharp chains in his hands. The targets were Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura who were closest to them. Haruno Sakura has never seen such a battle. Seeing these killers rushing towards her, she was so frightened that her face turned pale and she couldn't move. Uchiha Sasuke in front of her was slightly better and could move. He wanted to escape, but found that this pile of chains was like a dragnet, blocked in all directions. He had no way to escape. Swish! Within a few seconds, the overwhelming chains fell from the sky, trying to cover the area. All creatures within are sealed off. Naruto, take care of Tajuna. Kakashi Hatake shouted, but he found a figure that rushed into the chain circle. At the same time, a sandy shield was stretched out from the chain circle. The sandy shield continued to rise and expand. Not long after, it became the size of a circle surrounded by chains, and all these chains were pushed upwards. Seeing this, Hatake Kakashi no longer hesitated, and used Thunder Release Chidori on the pile of chains. Stab! Thunder splashed and spread to the hands of every man in black robe. The tyrannical pressure of thunder and lightning turned these black-robed men into powder in an instant. Sha. The men in black robe were dead and the crisis was over. Uzumaki Naruto removed the wind release and Sora sand barrier, and the huge shield suddenly turned into a pile of sand, pouring down from the air and scattered all over the ground. Ming, Naruto, thank you, thank you. Haruno Sakura collapsed to the ground with a bang. She couldn't help but shed tears after surviving the disaster. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a face of disbelief. The speed that Uzumaki Naruto showed just now, and he could see that the ninjutsu he had displayed was more than one level better than him. He once told himself that the reason why Uzumaki Naruto was able to grab the bell from Kakashi Hatake was simply because of Uzumaki Naruto. People rely on the speed brought by their own wind attribute chakra and a little luck. But now, after actually meeting the killer, Uzumaki Naruto's performance is stronger than him. The guy he has always regarded as the last person, unknowingly, I was already walking silently in front of him, and was a long way ahead. Uzumaki Naruto, I am weaker than you now, but I will definitely surpass you. Uzumaki Naruto ignored the two of them. He walked straight to the roadside, squatted on the ground, and gently patted the green snake paralyzed on the ground. It's okay, no one will hurt you anymore, you can leave, go home quickly. When the little snake heard this, he gently raised his head, nodded towards Uzumaki Naruto in a humane manner, and swooped into the jungle. Phew, Naruto, I was just about to remind you that this snake is poisonous. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Be careful next time and don't get bitten. Kakashi Hatake came over and extended a thumbs up to Naruto Uzumaki. As if one thumb was not enough, he extended a second thumb. Naruto, you did a great job this time. If it weren't for you, I might not have handled it so easily. Fine, Uzumaki Naruto said calmly. He did this to save the little snake, and secondly, for the progress of the plot. At this time, Tatsuna rushed over and praised Uzumaki Naruto fiercely. A pause. This made Uzumaki Naruto a little unnatural. He responded with a sentence and stopped talking. Unlike Uzumaki Naruto, who was praised by the two people, this time, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura were praised by the old man Dejuna. He was scolded all over his face and spitted. Kakashi Hatake didn't stop him during the whole process. Some things must be experienced and scolded before they can be remembered. Half an hour later, I met Daz. When Nana finished scolding him, Hatake Kakashi walked over and asked him why he lied about the mission. Just like in the plot, Tajuna burst into tears, telling the story of the country of waves with added detail. Haruno Sakura burst into tears when she heard this, and Uchiha Sasuke was also a little moved. Hatake Kakashi dragged his chin and thought for a while, then said in a deep voice, "You are the ones who mainly completed the task this time. Do you think this task should be terminated or continued?" "Continue." Haruno Sakura said what she was thinking without thinking. Uchiha Sasuke nodded accordingly. "Alas, you two, do you really think this task is easy, or are you really stubborn and not afraid of death? Think about it carefully. If Naruto hadn't saved you this time, would you still be able to stand here well? Naruto hasn't spoken yet, why are you so anxious?" Kakashi Hatake couldn't help but curse loudly. "Well, Naruto, do you think we should continue?" Everyone's eyes were focused on Uzumaki Naruto, waiting for his decision. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Tajuna calmly. "Mr. Dejuna, are there any small animals in the land of waves?" There are many small animals in the kingdom of waves, including small turtles, small fish, small shrimps, small rabbits, small kun, and birds." Tajuna was a little surprised, but still patiently explained to Uzumaki Naruto. He knew clearly that if Naruto Uzumaki said no, he would never survive in the land of echoes, and he would never be able to build the bridge. "Then let's continue on our way." After hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki picked up his backpack, stood up and walked ahead. "Yeah, Naruto is so handsome." Haruno Sakura cheered happily, jumping up and down and following behind Uzumaki Naruto. Snort! Uchiha Sasuke snorted and followed. "Thank you, Naruto." Dejuna's old face turned red. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto's move would save all the people of the land of waves. Looking at these three people, Hatake Kakashi's face showed warmth that he had not seen for a long time. "Smile, Naruto, actually, you know that this level of experience has little effect on you. Where do you want to go? You are clearly making excuses for your kindness. By the way, let your friends get experience." Before the system prompted, Uzumaki Naruto saw the figure. She sat alone on the beach, habitually looking at the endless sea, in a daze, which was in sharp contrast to the little turtles beside her who were busy rushing towards the sea. Uzumaki Naruto had only seen the same scene in his previous life, which made him even more certain that the unexpected little turtle in front of him was his friend in his previous life, Shushui. Uzumaki Naruto suppressed his inner excitement and walked over. "Well, Naruto, what is he going to do?" Tatsuna frowned and asked in confusion. Seeing this, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke were silent and didn't say anything. Uzumaki Naruto has been a demon fox since he was a child. As people from this village, they naturally know the same. They also knew that Naruto Uzumaki's playmates from childhood to adulthood were all kinds of animals. "Wait for him." Hatake Kakashi sighed. Ta! Uzumaki Naruto sat next to Kiyoshui. Kiyoshui did not notice his arrival and was still immersed in his own world. Little turtle, you are sitting here in a daze, looking at your eyes. Do you want to see through Kiyoshui? Then I will call you Kiyoshui from now on, right? Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly and repeated what he said when he first met Shu Shui in his previous life. Hearing his voice, Shu Shui turned her head stiffly. When she saw Uzumaki Naruto clearly, she rushed into his arms like crazy. Kept hitting him with his head, as if asking him, "It's been so long, why did you come now? Don't be afraid, I'm still here, come home with me, Shu Shui. In the future, I will become stronger, and when the time comes, no one can separate us," Uzumaki Naruto said firmly. Shu Shui looked at his serious expression, her eyes filled with tears. She nodded obediently and got into his arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the fourth mythical beast, Shu Shui, a tortoise with Suanryu qualifications. Ding! The bond between the host and Kiyoshui is established. Ding! The host has become Shu Shui's mythical beast trainer, and the current training progress is 0%. Ding! The first phase of the cultivation mission of the mythical beast Shu Shui has begun. Please ask the host to find different types of shells to feed. Each time you feed a type of shell, Shu Shui will gain 1% of the cultivation progress. 15 kinds of shells. Uzumaki Naruto quickly found them all on the beach, and after feeding them all to Shu Shui fell into a deep sleep. Ding! The mythical beast Shu Shui has eaten 15 kinds of shells, and its current growth progress is 15%. Ask the host to put the autumn water into the mythical beast space necklace. The environment inside will help her absorb the essence in the shell. After absorbing the autumn water, when entering the second stage, the host will receive feedback rewards. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to put Kiyoshui into the mythical beast space necklace, but she was unwilling to go in and stayed in his arms. Silly girl. Uzumaki Naruto smiled fondly and hugged her on the way. Naruto, you look beautiful when you smile. If nothing is wrong, you can smile more. Captain Asuma, over the past few days, we have made it clear that the 3 psychic beasts in the picture are in this mountain forest. However, the psychic beasts we sent out to inquire for information will basically read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, LLY if they encounter them. Now, except for the powerful wild psychic beasts in the depths, the other psychic beasts or animals are no match for them at all. It is estimated that before long, after they become stronger, they will fight deeper, and it will be more difficult to catch them by then. Now is our best time to catch them. Konoha Ninja Village. Outside the village. After Asuma Sarutobi heard the report, he launched the arrest plan without hesitation. Following his order, hundreds of UMBU members poured into the forest. In just a moment, several roars sounded from the mountain forest, and the halo of ninjutsu bloomed, constantly flashing in the mountain forest, extremely dazzling. You guys go in and help and drive them out, Sarutobi Asuma ordered to the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan next to him. Yes, young patriarch. A group of about 200 ninjas rushed into the forest with great momentum. Surrounded by many ninjas, they were outnumbered. Amber, Wuhuan, and Bai Ji were quickly forced out of the forest. His tweet Miao Kohaku and Bai Ji formed a triangle formation, one in charge. Although they were walking towards the outside of the forest, they could easily kill a genin with just one blow. Moreover, as their cry spread, snakes, birds, and cats, as if they had been called upon, kept coming out of the mountains and forests and attacking these ninjas crazily. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate, in a strange state of balance. Unexpectedly, these 3 psychic beasts are all Beast King level psychic beasts, able to call for help from their own kind. Haha. My father really didn't lie to me. As long as I take down these 3 psychic beasts, my strength will definitely increase dramatically. Sarutobi Asuma smiled wildly. He took the lead personally and led 200 shinin to kill the field. With the subsequent addition of 200 shinin and Sarutobi Asuma, the situation changed suddenly. Soon he gained the upper hand. Under the intensive siege, Wuhuan was the first to be injured, followed by Kohaku, and then Shiraheim. Seeing this, Sarutobi Asuma led hundreds of UMBU members and attacked the 3 of them. Use the sealing technique to block the energy in their bodies, capture them into special cages, and bring them all back. Ding! The mythical beast Kiyoshui has absorbed the essence of 15 kinds of shells and successfully entered the second stage of cultivating the mythical beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward for cultivating a mythical beast. Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward: Water Attribute Chakra, Body plus 20, Spirit plus 10, Chakra plus 10, Turtle Affinity 50% Turtle Affinity. With this attribute, you will not be attacked by ordinary turtles or psychic beasts, and you will also get help from turtles or psychic beasts. Shu Shui did not choose to stay in the mythical beast space necklace, so she absorbed the shell essence slowly. It took 3 days for her to absorb it completely. After absorbing the essence of the shell, Shu Shui's whole body became larger. The turquoise turtle shell seemed to be turning transparent, and shallow snake-shaped lines appeared on the turtle shell. The second phase of the mission of cultivating the mythical beast has been released, the Silence of Blood. The Silence of Blood. After Chu Shui enters the second stage, every time he spends a peaceful day, his bloodline will grow by 1 thread. When the bloodline grows by 100 threads, he will directly awaken the Suanyu bloodline of the mythical beast and enter the third stage. Note, this process is special. Once interrupted, you must start from the beginning. Note, this process can be doubled in the mythical beast space necklace. That is, 1 day on the necklace is equal to 2 days in the outside world. Naruto Uzumaki told Chu Shui about the news of coming to this world through the system. After Chu Shui learned about it, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. After gesticulating at Naruto Uzumaki for a while, she took the initiative to get into the mythical beast space necklace. Returning to the host, Chu Shui said, in the future, her turtle shell will become bigger than the castle and safer than anywhere in the world. Then you will live in it. Whoever dares to bully you will be crushed to death by her turtle shell. I am still too weak now, and I don't know how Amber and the others are doing now, Uzumaki Naruto murmured. Now through the system, he can only confirm that Kohaku, Wuhuan, and Bai Ji are alive and well. The rest are unknown. Putting his mind away, Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head and looked at the mythical beast space necklace, with autumn water floating on it. Attribute panel, Divine Beast number 4, Chu Shui level, Divine Beast second stage physical, 60 spirit, 50 spiritual power attribute, spiritual water attribute, spiritual power mastery, 10% bloodline skill, not open Divine Beast qualification, Sunya training progress second stage, 0% the second stage of training mission, Silence of Blood. Uzumaki Naruto put away the panel and opened his own attribute panel. System, Divine Beast Cultivator System. Host, Uzumaki Naruto level, Apprentice Chunin, all attributes increased to 100 can grow into a Chunin, physique, 55 spirit, 52 chakra, 50 additional attributes, snake animal affinity 50%, bird animal affinity 50%, cat animal affinity 50%, turtle animal affinity 50% natural energy attribute bonus, 40% chakra attributes, wind, wood, fire, thunder, metal, water ninjutsu and proficiency, chakra extraction technique 100%, 3 body technique, wind release wind blade 100%, wind release wind blink. Technique 100%, Konoha Dragon God 100%, Wind Release Kong Sand Barrier 100%, Thunder Release Chidori 100%. Current Bonded Mythical Beasts, Divine Beast number 1 Amber, second stage, Divine Beast number 2 Confused Circle, second stage, Divine Beast number 3 by G, second phase, Divine Beast number 4 Shisui, second phase. Uzumaki Naruto has now reached the level of Trainee Chunin. He is confident that when he uses all his strength, able to take down a real Chunin head-on, or even some low-ranking Jounin, etc. At this time, Heite Kakashi, who was walking in front, raised his arm and asked everyone to stop. Before everyone could react, a big sword flew towards everyone. Wherever the big sword passed, a gust of wind was set off. The sword energy Senran, seeing this big sword, Tatsuna, Harano Sakura, and Uchiha Suzuki were so frightened that they froze in place. At the critical moment, Heite Kakashi stepped forward and used Thunder Release Chidori to kill this person. The sword with a handle was used to repel it. When a masked man in black robe came over, caught the sword that flew away quickly, and stabbed it into the ground. Sherry non Kakashi, Mama Kai Zabuza. Kakashi-ha, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Take recognized the person with a heavy expression. He took off his blindfold, revealing the Sherinon hidden underneath. Naruto, this guy is powerful, protect them, and leave the rest to me. Uzumaki Naruto nodded. Just like in the original drama, Heide Kakashi successfully killed Mamakai Zabuza after suffering a certain amount of injuries. Then, Shiro who arrived pretended to be the pursuit force of Kirigakure village and successfully killed Mamakai Zabuza's body was taken away. After everyone left, Shiro looked at Uzumaki Naruto's back and was speechless for a long time. Night. After dinner, Kakashi Heite called the 3 of them to the back mountain. Taking advantage of the unusually bright moonlight on the island, Heite Kakashi began to teach everyone the secret of chakra control. Like I just said, you concentrate your chakra at your feet and climb the tree. Heite Kakashi finished speaking and demonstrated it himself. Harano Sakura and Uchiha Suzuki didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that this operation was very simple. But after they actually tried it, they realized that this seemingly simple action actually has how difficult it was. Uchiha Suzuki tried several times, but he could only take 2 or 3 steps. Harano Sakura was talented at this, and after a while, he learned it well. How about it, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, am I good? By the way, Naruto, why don't you walk? Are you afraid that walking won't be good? Don't be afraid. Just practice boldly. If you don't know how, I'll teach you. Harano Sakura stood firmly on the tree and waved to Uzumaki Naruto proudly. Looking down from her angle, she happened to see Uzumaki Naruto's angular and unusually handsome face. Her eyes moved slightly, and she was fascinated. A few seconds. Naruto seems to be getting more and more handsome. Sakura, practice it yourself. This simple chakra manipulation is not a problem for Naruto. Naruto has his own way of training. These days, Uzumaki Naruto's performance has fallen into the eyes of Heite Kakashi. During Uzumaki Naruto's use of ninjutsu, he saw that Uzumaki Naruto's control of chakra has reached an extremely terrifying level. Situation, because when Uzumaki Naruto performed ninjutsu, the chakra that should not be wasted was never wasted. So much so that even if he was as powerful as Konoha Ninja Village's elite Jounin Heite Kakashi, when Uzumaki Naruto performed ninjutsu, he didn't feel much chakra fluctuation during the technique. In this situation, even if it was placed in the umbu or roots, it was a top-notch existence. This simple practice was naturally of no use to him. Heite Kakashi was originally a genius, so he knew very well that the path of genius is often walked by oneself, so for Naruto, he chose to let it develop. Don't believe it. Uchiha Sasuke looked over suspiciously. His face was covered with scratches from falling, and his clothes were stained with mud. He practiced for a while, but could only take 3 steps at most. He admitted that Uzumaki Naruto was much stronger than him now, but he was a genius of the Uchiha clan. He didn't believe that even he couldn't climb a tree easily when learning for the first time. Uzumaki Naruto had no one to teach him since he was a child. Guy can be better than him. That's right, Kakashi-sensei, you can't be partial. I think you just want Naruto to rest and let us suffer here. Haruno Sakura agreed. Heite Kakashi wanted to scold the two of them, but before he could say anything, Uzumaki Naruto set off and walked to a tree. Seeing this, he closed his mouth knowingly. He originally wanted to save some face for Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, but unfortunately they insisted on looking for abuse, so he couldn't blame him. After Uzumaki Naruto stood under the tree, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura stopped practicing and looked at him. Uzumaki Naruto didn't speak. He raised his feet, and chakra suddenly spread stably throughout the soles of his feet. He glanced at the tree trunk, then walked up with his feet. As if walking on flat ground, he walked to the waist of the tree easily. Did you see? I told you that Naruto has his own training method. Heite Kakashi looked at Haruno Sakura and the two, but found that neither of them listened to him, and still stared in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto, with disbelief in their eyes. Heite Kakashi turned his head in confusion, and then, his face also showed an expression of disbelief. Because the mouth was open too wide, Heite Kakashi pulled the wound, and the wound opened, and a trace of blood flowed out. However, Heite Kakashi didn't seem to notice, still staring at Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was standing on tiptoes, concentrating chakra on his toes, and continued to climb the tree as if walking on flat ground. After walking a few steps, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly turned over and concentrated chakra on the index fingers of both hands. Finally, relying only on his index fingers, Uzumaki Naruto easily climbed to the top of the tree. Boom! When Uzumaki Naruto jumped down from the tree, the three of them were still in shock and did not react. Mr. Kakashi, I'm taking a walk in the back mountain and will go back later. Uzumaki Naruto said hello calmly. Okay, Naruto, go ahead. Heite Kakashi came back to his senses, looking unnatural. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, turned, and left. During dinner, he heard Dejuna say that there was a strange sheep on the mountain behind his house. This sheep had an ordinary appearance. Sheep are almost the same, but the cry of the sheep is different from that of ordinary sheep. The cry of ordinary sheep is baa, and the cry of the sheep is fanti. From his description, Uzumaki Naruto knew that this sheep was probably his friend in his previous life, fanti. Therefore, he must find her. He cannot let his friends live in the wild. He must protect them. He wants to become stronger and protect them. Uzumaki Naruto, how did you do it? Behind him, Uchiha Sasuke's voice sounded. Practice more. Uzumaki Naruto did not look back. He was dressed in white, reflected in the moonlight, and gradually moved away. He looked as cold as ice, but as bright as the rising Sunday. Why, now Naruto's eyes clearly have no light, but they are still as bright as a beacon. Haruno Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto's leaving back. She felt that Uzumaki Naruto at this moment was like a beam of light suddenly piercing into the boundless darkness. Uchiha Sasuke didn't speak. After getting Uzumaki Naruto's secret, he vented his frustration on the tree. Heite Kakashi sighed, and after telling the two of them to practice well, he left. No one noticed that Kakashi Heitak read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels who had disappeared into the darkness, had 2 long tears in the corners of his eyes. You are suffering from the malice of this world, and you are obviously heartbroken, so why are you still struggling to live? Is it to become stronger, strong enough to protect your friends? How ironic. Everyone in the world knows that you have no light in your eyes, but do you know that you, who are desperate for this world, in the eyes of your friends, and in the eyes of Heite Kakashi, who is imprisoned by darkness, you have already become a beam of real light? Uzumaki Naruto walked into the depths of the back mountain. He had many animal affinity bonuses, so he did not encounter any danger along the way. Fanti deep in the woods, as if destined by God, Uzumaki Naruto heard this familiar cry. He no longer hesitated, used the wind escape and wind blinking technique, and ran towards the source of the sound. But, it's still slow. When he arrived, the lamb with long pink hair had been caught by a masked man in black robes. This man was Bai, who had previously pretended to be a hunting force from Hidden Mist Village. Shiro, a descendant of the Snow Clan and a follower of Zabuza Mamakai, possesses the ice release bloodline inherited from his mother. His strength is roughly at the Chuyunin level. However, Uzumaki Naruto knew that Haku's blood inheritance limit was extremely high. When he exploded with all his strength, he was no worse than an ordinary jounin. Fanti, after seeing Naruto Uzumaki, the pink lamb screamed even louder, and a series of tears flowed out of its black and round pupils. Ding! It is detected that there is a lamb in front of the host, Avanti. The qualifications of this sheep can be cultivated to the mythical beast, Doughty. Does the host want to subdue and cultivate it? Afanti, don't be afraid, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Uzumaki Naruto's comfort was very effective. Afanti, who had been calling just now, gradually calmed down after hearing his voice. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Shiro. Hello, this is my friend. Please let him go. I will agree to everything you say. Bai heard the words and let go of Afanti. As soon as Afanti touched the ground, he immediately ran into Uzumaki Naruto's arms and kept hitting him with his head, urging him to leave quickly. It's okay, Avanti, I'm here. Uzumaki Naruto took Afanti into his arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the fifth mythical beast, the lamb with gluttonous qualifications. Afanti. Ding! The bond between the host and Afanti is established. Ding! The host has become Avanti's mythical beast trainer, and the current training progress is 0%. Ding! The first phase of the training mission of the mythical beast Avanti has begun. Please ask the host to find someone to feed it. Each person can help Afanti gain 1% of the training progress. System, what do you mean by this? Why does the first phase of Avanti's training mission require humans to feed it? Uzumaki Naruto did not express his position, but told Avanti about his experience during this period through the system. Avanti's tears were not dry yet, but after listening, she did not hesitate and nodded firmly. Host, Afanti said, you are my friend. I believe that even if our roles are reversed, you will be the same as me and will not hesitate at all. Yes, because I know you won't hesitate, so I won't hesitate. Uzumaki Naruto's heart warmed. In his arms was Afanti, who was feeling anxious after just escaping from danger, but had agreed to eat people. In the mythical beast space necklace was Chu Shui, who had sworn to seclusion and become stronger. In the Konoha ninja village, there were people fighting desperately just to awaken their bloodline. Amber, Bai Ji, and Wuquan protect their friends and avenge them. Every friend is working hard to become stronger. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto looked determined, and his desire for power was extremely strong. He wants to become stronger. Fanti swish. In Uzumaki Naruto's arms, Afanti suddenly jumped out. She opened her mouth and bit Bai Po. Uzumaki Naruto used wind release, wind blinking technique, and with quick eyes and quick hands, he caught her back. Fanti Avanti bumped Uzumaki Naruto with her head and pointed at Shiro. It was obvious that she wanted to eat him. Idiot, you don't understand the situation. Uzumaki Naruto patted her sheep's tail oil, explained to her clearly, and placed her in the mythical beast space necklace. Turning his head, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Shiro with a sincere expression. Thank you. No need to thank me, I was just curious about why a sheep made that sound, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect that she would be your friend. As a condition of giving her to you, please answer me a few questions. Shiro's voice came from the mask. The voice was clear and clear. Even if you listened carefully, you couldn't tell that the owner of this voice would be a boy. But Uzumaki Naruto knew clearly that the Shiro in front of him was a man. Excuse me. The first question, I am very curious about, why do you still choose to live in this world when your eyes are full of death? Because, in this world, there are still things worth protecting. Is it your friend? Yes. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's answer, Bai fell silent. After a long time, Bai took off the mask on his face, revealing a green and gentle face that could drive thousands of teenagers crazy. However, in his eyes, there is also no emotion at all, the same lifelessness, the same rejection of people thousands of miles away. I'm just like you, I also have things I want to protect, but I have no friends. Haku came over and sat next to Uzumaki Naruto. Suddenly, he grabbed the mask nervously, looked up at Uzumaki Naruto, and showed a slightly stiff smile. I want to make friends with you. Forget it. Why? After being rejected by Uzumaki Naruto, Shiro lowered his head in disappointment. I'm afraid of losing. After Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, he did not leave. Instead, he sat next to Shiro and chatted. At the same time, Konoha Ninja Village, Hokage Building, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen collected when he received the letter from Kakashi Hatake. He read it and took a cigarette in his mouth with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, Naruto is worthy of such a high evaluation in Kakashi's eyes. This is the first time that Kakashi read more novels by visiting our website. Night Novels has taken the initiative to apply for an additional mission for a genin. Naruto, you are indeed the ace I value, but Kakashi's vision is indeed vicious. As long as he completes this path, Naruto's strength will at least reach the level of Chunin. The task will take a month, which will give Asuma enough time to kill those 3 stubborn beasts. Conquer. In addition, I have to work hard to postpone the Chunin exam for Naruto. On the Hokage's desk, there is a letter from Kakashi Hatake. At the top of the letter, there is a row of large characters like this: Kakashi Hatake, the instructor of Konoha's 7th team, applied for a mission, visit Mount Miyagi. Click dash. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised and lowered his hand to seal, and the seal unique to the Konoha ninja village was printed on this piece of paper. Come, reply to Hatake Kakashi and say, I agree to the task he applied for. The next day, after deeply understanding the situation in the country of waves, Hatake Kakashi led the 3 people to stay, and decided to protect Dejuna and help the country of waves build the bridge before leaving. As soon as they finished speaking, Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura volunteered to protect Tajuna to build the bridge. Tatsuna wanted to refuse, but now that Hatake Kakashi was injured, the ideal candidate in his mind was actually Uzumaki Naruto, but the other party no longer asked for compensation to stay and help him, so he couldn't say anything, so he had to turn around and take it with him. Tools and people leave. I'll go too, Uzumaki Naruto said calmly. That's great. Naruto, are you thirsty? I have water on my back. Naruto, are you hungry? I have a lunch here. As soon as Uzumaki Naruto spoke, Tatsuna's old face burst into laughter. He immediately came to Uzumaki Naruto and asked questions. Uzumaki Naruto was not used to sudden enthusiasm from others. He shook his head slightly, opened the door and walked in. Ahead. Upon seeing this, Tatsuna immediately followed, leaving behind Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura, who had no presence in the wind. What, this old man is treating Naruto differently? We are all genin, why is he being so nice to Naruto? I will prove that I am no weaker than Uzumaki Naruto. Harano Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke followed them with grim expressions. You 3 guys are all going. As your teacher, I naturally can't be left behind. Hatake Kakashi closed Intimate Paradise and disappeared into the house. Grandpa, something happened on the bridge. Cardo led a large group of mafiosi and 2 powerful ninjas, and they came from across the bridge. They said they were going to tear down the bridge. This way. As soon as Naruto, Uzumaki and others came out, they encountered Inari, who was running back with a look of panic. What? When Tatsuna heard this, he immediately dropped his tools and rushed towards the bridge without looking back. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto used wind release and wind blinking technique. In just tens of seconds, we arrived at the bridge. Mamakai, Zabuza and Haku stood on the bridge. Just the auras they released caused the unfinished bridge to shake continuously, and many construction materials were shaken and fell into the sea. Swish! Hatake Kakashi and everyone quickly came to Uzumaki Naruto. After seeing the situation on the bridge, Tatsuna's face turned pale. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go find someone to fight for his life, but was stopped by Hatake Kakashi. Naruto, I'll deal with Mamakai Zabuza, and I'll leave the guy next to him to you. As for Sakura and Sasuke, you are responsible for dealing with that group of mafias. Remember, pay attention to safety. After Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Mamakai Zabuza. The 2 looked at each other, without any extra words, and started fighting. On the bridge, the chakras of the 2, the halo keeps erupting. Snort! Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, raised his fist, and fought towards the other side of the bridge. Sasuke-kun, wait for me! Harano Sakura yelled and followed. Within a few dozen seconds, the 2 of them were caught in a melee with the mafia members. However, the mafia members are ordinary people. For Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura, they have to deal with them. It's just a matter of time. Uzumaki Naruto released Avanti from the mythical beast space necklace, pointed at Harano Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. You follow these 2 people and eat people. After hearing this, Afanti nodded firmly, rushed over, and opened his mouth without hesitation towards the mafia members who fell on the ground. At this moment, there was a melee on the other side of the bridge. There were only 2 people standing calmly in the field, one was Uzumaki Naruto, and the other was Shiro. The 2 looked at each other, and Shiro walked towards Uzumaki Naruto and sat calmly beside him. Why don't you go and help? I don't like crowded places. Uzumaki Naruto sat down on the spot. In fact, this is not the life we want. The life we want is very simple. There is a peaceful place. In spring, we can plant flowers around the house. In summer, we can enjoy the shade under a big tree. In autumn, we can pick wild fruits. In winter, we can build a snowman together. Uzumaki Naruto didn't speak and listened quietly to Shiro's story. At this time, on the bridge, Hatake Kakashi and his friends gradually showed their advantages. Mamakai Zabuza and a group of mafia members headed by Kato had already appeared. At a huge disadvantage, Mamakai Zabuza was even more injured. As he swung the sword, the wound was involved. He became more and more passive. Finally, he was beaten back dozens of meters by Kakashi Hatake and a Chidori, and he vomited blood. Fall to the ground. Seeing all this, Bai suddenly smiled. He took off his mask. The sea breeze blew, and his long hair was swaying. He was so beautiful. Stab dash. Another Chidori fell. Mamakai Zabuza looked in Shiro's direction. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he was unable to speak. He spurted out a mouthful of reverse blood and fell to the ground, motionless. The person I want to protect is dead. In these last days, thank you for listening to me. Thank you. Haku stood up and came to Muchi Zabuza's body. He didn't speak. He just held Muchi Zabuza's body, smiled, and jumped from the bridge into the sea. The slightly rising waves were because they had been in this world. The final proof. After the two great ninjas Machi Zabuza and Haku died, Kato saw that something was wrong and led the remaining mafia members to escape quickly. After they left, Uchiha Suzuki and Harano Sakura stood there, staring at each other in stunned silence. Looking at Afanti, who is chewing heavy. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Lee. Ding. The mythical beast Avanti has eaten 15 people, and its current growth progress is 15%. Ask the host to put Avanti into the mythical beast space necklace. The environment inside will help her absorb the spiritual power of the human body. After Afanti absorbs the spiritual power and enters the second stage, the host will receive feedback rewards. Fanti Afanti shouted softly and ran towards Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto did not hesitate and put her into the mythical beast space necklace. Naruto, this cute little lamb can actually eat people. This is too scary. Where did you do it to her? Harano Sakura and Uchiha Suzuki ran over. Their bodies were covered with injuries and bloodstains from the battle. Uzumaki Naruto said nothing and turned around to leave. Naruto, why are you going? Harano Sakura shouted, only seeing the back of Uzumaki Naruto, walking further and further away. Kakashi-sensei, why are you going too? At this time, Kakashi Hatake followed Naruto Uzumaki with a complicated expression and left the bridge. The person who answered Harano Sakura was also a figure from behind. What are you doing, really? In front of the two slightly raised earthen mounds, Machi Zabuza's beheading sword was inserted, and Shiro's mask hung on the sword. Hatake Kakashi placed a bell in front of the earth bag. You are also a person who has emerged from the darkness. If I were in the past, I would envy you because you were freed earlier than me. But it won't happen now, because I, in someone, found the path that Kakashi should have taken. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Uzumaki Naruto sitting alone on the edge, and there was a touch of tenderness in Hatake Kakashi's eyes. After Harano Sakura and Uchiha Suzuki learned the story of Mamakai Zabuza and Haku, they were in awe of them. They each bowed and were then taken away by Hatake Kakashi. After the three of them walked away, Uzumaki Naruto stood up and went to their graves. He took out a knife and carved the word friend on Shiro's mask. In front of the grave, Naruto Uzumaki clenched his fists tightly, his nails pierced his flesh, and a stream of blood continued to flow from the cracks in his fists, staining the ground red. If he had been strong enough at that time, strong enough to change Mamakai Zabuza's idea of wanting to die, perhaps, this story would have another ending. But he is too weak, so weak that he is not even qualified to protect his friends, so how can he change other people's minds? Become stronger. Now, he just wants to become stronger. Because Cardo and others were beaten away, the people of the Kingdom of Waves saw hope and joined the bridge-building army one after another. With the strength of many people, the bridge was successfully completed in only half a day. In order to thank everyone for their help, Tatsuna used the last two characters of Uzumaki Naruto's name as the name of the bridge. The name of the bridge, Naruto Bridge. In this regard, Harano Sakura and Uchiha Suzuki were slightly dissatisfied. This was not a thank you to them, it was clearly a thank you to Naruto. Kakashi Hatake didn't say anything. He knew that if Uzumaki Naruto had not agreed to go to the country of waves on the way, he would never take the risk of taking Team 7 with him. Maybe, this is Naruto's path. Even though his heart is filled with despair, he spreads the seeds of light everywhere. Kakashi Hatake smiled warmly and turned to look at the three of them. Kakashi Hatake took out 3 task sheets and waved them in front of the three of them. Secondly, Lord Hokage has issued a new mission. What? It's been more than a month since this happened, and I just completed a task. Why is it here again? I'm already tanned. Harano Sakura, who had been excitedly preparing to return to the village to take good care of her skin, immediately resisted after hearing the news. Uchiha Suzuki did not speak, but took the lead in taking the task list. After seeing the tasks above, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. A trace of doubt. Visit Mount Mayaboku. What is Mount Mayaboku? Miyomushin is a good partner of our Konoha ninja village. They have natural energy other than chakra. This energy is very powerful. As long as you master this energy, you can enter the legendary Sage mode. Kakashi Hatake explained that after understanding the power of MT Maya Boku, Sakura, who was crying, suddenly became energetic. She held the pedestal high and shouted to go. Didn't you just say you were afraid of getting tanned? Hatake Kakashi was helpless. I'm afraid of getting tanned, but I want to become stronger even more. I want to defeat Naruto and ask him why he keeps ignoring me. Haruno Sakura raised her fist and looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was standing a little far away, with fighting spirit in her eyes. Snort! Uchiha Sasuke snorted at Uzumaki Naruto and accepted the task order without hesitation. After Uzumaki Naruto surpassed him in all aspects, Uzumaki Naruto became his primary target to surpass. Naruto, what about you? What do you think? The mission to the Country of Waves has been out for a month. At this time, Kohaku and the others are estimated to have reached the third stage. Uzumaki Naruto did not originally want to take the mission. He wanted to go back, but Miyama Mountain, one of the 3 holy places, can let him become stronger quickly. In the end, Uzumaki Naruto chose to take over the task. Rather than reunite with his friends for a short time, he hoped to have enough power to protect them. Amber, Wuhuan, by G, wait for me, I hope that when we meet again, I will have enough power to protect you. The 3 of them accepted the task. Hatake Kakashi took out the map and pointed to a place called Psychic Beast City on it. This place is the first place we pass by. There are countless kinds of strange psychic beasts here. The psychic beast is an indispensable partner of the ninja. He can become your right-hand man and improve your combat power. Moreover, he will accompany you to become stronger together. In the Psychic Beast City, you might be able to meet a psychic beast that suits you. After a brief explanation, they packed up their luggage and left the Country of Waves, heading for the Psychic Beast City. Before leaving, Dejuna and other villagers gave Naruto Uzumaki garlands one after another and fruits one after another to practice for him. This scene made Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, who were holding only a rare flower in their hands, feel itching to watch. The crowd was so huge that Uzumaki Naruto felt suffocated. He thanked them and left first. He placed all the garlands and fruits on the bridge. At the same time, Konoha Ninja Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen Clan Land. In the open-air square, there are 3 spicy read more novels by visiting our website. Night Novels Ally made large iron pillars engraved with many runes. Amber, Wuhuan, and Beiji are tied to them by iron chains. Every time they move, the iron pillars will release streams of wind attribute chakra. The wind blade struck them. In front of them, each stood a ninja holding a special spiked iron whip and wearing the traditional costume of the Sarutobi clan. At this moment, these ninjas are holding iron whips, activating their own chakra, and hitting them again and again. The iron whip hit them, breaking their skin and flesh, and traces of blood flowed down like streams. Each of their bodies was covered with a pool of blood. Under the scorching sun, the entire square was filled with the pungent smell of blood. However, Amber, Wuhuan, and Bai Ji did not scream. They just stared at everything in front of them indifferently. The overwhelming hatred and murderous intent continued to accumulate in their eyes. Haven't these 3 beasts surrendered yet? At this time, Asuma Sarutobi came over with a cigarette in his mouth. Young patriarch, the bones of these 3 beasts are too hard. We have whipped them day and night in accordance with your request, but they still did not say a word and showed no sign of submission. Yeah? Sarutobi Asuma took the whip and spat out the cigarette mixed with saliva. You 3 beasts, if you become my psychic beast, you will not only enjoy delicious food and drink spicy food, but you will also get various resources to make you stronger. A bright road is in front of you, but you actually no choice. Uzumaki Naruto really has such great charm that you can follow him wholeheartedly? Crack dash. Sarutobi Asuma whipped Kohaku hard. The special iron thorn whip whipped up bursts of chakra wind, causing Kohaku's skin and flesh to crack into a large piece, revealing the dense white bones inside. But even so, Kohaku still didn't cry out in pain. Snap dash. Snap dash. Nunquan and Beiji were also severely beaten by Sarutobi Asuma, but like Kohaku, they remained strong from beginning to end. They never snorted or even blinked their eyes. It's approaching night. Uzumaki Naruto and others followed Kakashi Hatake and arrived at the first place where Miyama Mountain was placed, the Psychic Beast City. In the Psychic Beast City, almost everyone will have a psychic beast next to them. Here, Uzumaki Naruto saw many psychic beasts that he had never seen in the show, such as a rabbit with 8 long legs, a horse with only 2 legs, a little turtle that could do backflips, and balls playing around. A chick with a unique hairstyle. Led by Kakashi Hatake, several people arrived at the largest building in the Psychic Beast City, the Psychic Beast Arena. At this moment, bursts of cheers, roars, and the roars of countless psychic beasts were erupting in the dueling arena of psychic beasts. When you come to the Psychic Beast City, you must go to the Psychic Beast Arena to watch the games and place bets. Let's go! Ding! A psychic monkey was detected in the Psychic Beast duel field. This monkey's qualifications can be cultivated to the mythical beast Zuyan. Does the host want to subdue and cultivate it? Logically speaking, one of the mythical beasts should enter the second stage before you can continue to conquer the mythical beast. Ding! The mythical beast Afanti has absorbed the spiritual power from 15 human bodies and has successfully entered the second stage of cultivating the mythical beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward for cultivating a mythical beast. Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward: a pair of single Megatama Sharinan eyes, body plus 20, spirit plus 20, chakra plus 20, and sheep-like animal affinity 50%. A pair of single Megatama Sharinan eyes. The blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha clan has been hidden in the eyes of the host. Note, the Sharinan is invisible by default, and the host can choose to reveal it. Sheep animal affinity. With this attribute, you will not be attacked by ordinary sheep animals, and you will also get help from sheep. Ding! The second phase of the training mission of the mythical beast Avanti has been released, the Plunder of Blood. Blood Plunder. When the divine beast Avanti plunders 50 creatures with strength no less than Genin, you can enter the third stage. As if to answer Uzumaki Naruto's question, Afanti successfully entered the second stage of the divine beast at this moment. After Naruto Uzumaki adapted to the changes in his body, he looked at the divine beast space necklace, and the Afanti attribute panel appeared. Divine Beast number 5, Avanti level. Divine Beast second stage physique, 60 spirit, 60 spiritual power attribute, none, yes, acquired through swallowing. Spiritual power mastery level, none, acquired through swallowing. Bloodline skills, swallowing the sky, the mythical beast's gluttonous bloodline skill. As long as it eats a living being, you can obtain 10% of the cultivation results in that creature. The current level of the mythical beast is the second stage, and the physical constitution of the mythical beast is limited. The maximum number of creatures eaten per day is 5. Divine Beast qualification, Doughty. Second stage of cultivation progress, 0%. Second stage of cultivation task, Plunder of Blood, huh? Uzumaki Naruto had a look of shock in his eyes. Afanti's situation is different from Amber, Wuhuan, Bai Ji, and Chu Shui. After Afanti entered the second stage, the first thing to awaken was the bloodline skill Swallowing the Sky. After learning about the skills of Tunshin, it can be said that as long as Afanti keeps eating, she will become stronger. If she eats 5 of them every day, even if she is a genin, Tunshin can gain at least 10 attribute points of various attributes. Moreover, in addition to attributes, Afanti can also absorb other people's spiritual attributes and chakra mastery. In other words, she can rely on swallowing heaven to directly absorb other people's talents and later training experience. Afanti, your bloodline skills are too strong. Uzumaki Naruto sighed. As expected of a divine beast, there is really no one else with such heaven-defying bloodline skills. Fanti ding. Returning to the host, Afanti said, she has just awakened this skill, and she doesn't know how to give it to you. Idiot, that's your bloodline skill, it's yours alone, I can't use it even if you give it to me. Fanti returning to the host, Afanti said, what's yours is yours, she is yours, and her skills are also yours. Idiot. After Uzumaki Naruto joked with Afanti, he opened his personal attribute panel. System, Divine Beast Cultivator System. Host, Uzumaki Naruto. Level, Trainee Chunin. When various attributes are raised to 120, they can grow. For Chuyunin, physical, 75 spirit, 72 chakra, 70 natural energy attribute bonus, 40% chakra attributes, wind, wood, fire, thunder, gold blood succession limit, Sharinan additional attribute, snake animal affinity 50%, bird animal affinity 50%, cat animal affinity 50%, turtle animal affinity 50%, sheep animal affinity 50%, ninjutsu and proficiency, chakra extraction technique 100%, 3 body technique, wind release wind blade 100%, wind release wind blink technique 100%, Konoha Dragon God 100%, Wind Release Kong Sand Barrier 100%, Thunder Release Chidori 100%. Current Bonded Divine Beast number 1 Amber, second phase, Divine Beast number 2 Confused Circle, second phase, Divine Beast number 3 by G, second phase, Divine Beast number 4 Kiashui, second phase, Divine Beast number 5 Avanti, second phase. Avanti does not have spiritual power attribute, so Uzumaki Naruto did not receive the natural energy attribute bonus. But Afanti brought him the Sharinan, the limit of blood inheritance of the Uchiha clan. Uzumaki Naruto could sense that his eyes had turned into a pair of single Megatama Sharinan. Swish! Uzumaki Naruto had just opened his Sharinan, and 2 striking red lights shot out from his eyes. The world in front of him changed dramatically, the sky turned red, and there were various colors of chakra in the air, and some unknown energy. With the help of Sharinan, you can simply control some material energy and make them change according to your ideas. In addition, by turning on Sharinan mode, you can also perceive some blind spots in your field of vision, and by judging the flow of chakra, you can deduce whether changes in the surrounding environment have occurred. This attribute, when used well in battle, is simply a cheating artifact in battle. As long as Sharinan mode is turned on, the difficulty of the battle will plummet. Of course, the Sharingan mode also has disadvantages, that is, it consumes a lot of chakra. Even people from the Uchiha clan will not always have the Sharingan open under normal circumstances. However, Uzumaki Naruto has a whirlpool physique, and the chakra consumed to maintain the Sharingan is nothing to him. Stab dash. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto turned his eyes, and a burst of red light suddenly burst out from the original single Megatama Sharingan. Then, in a very short period of time, the single Megatama Sharingan turned into a double Megatama Sharingan. Ding! The host's single Megatama Sharingan has evolved into a double Megatama Sharingan. Congratulations to the host for receiving Sharingan evolution rewards, physical +5, mental +15, chakra +10. Uzumaki Naruto speculated in his previous life that the evolution of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is related to the spirit. The stronger the spirit, the faster the Sharingan evolves. Facts have proved that this is indeed the case. Before the Sharingan evolved, his mental power was as high as 72. It is not surprising that he used the Sharingan for the first time, which is equivalent to opening the eyes. The mental power of the Chuunin level opens the eyes to double Megatama. Swish! At this time, the environment in front of Uzumaki Naruto suddenly changed. In front of him, he was no longer the gate of the Psychic Beast Arena, but a pitch-black roar. Suddenly, there was a loud roar, and two scarlet eyes the size of copper bells lit up in front of Uzumaki Naruto like two blazing flames. Immediately afterwards, streaks of scarlet chakra emerged. From the halo of chakra, it could be seen that the chakra emitting must be a giant. As the chakra increases, the surroundings become brighter, and the figure of the giant appears. Among them, the most eye-catching thing is his 9 tails flashing with scarlet chakra. This giant is, impressively, the 9-tailed Nine Lama. At this moment, Nine Tails was grabbing the cage, opening its fangs and huge mouth, and kept roaring at Uzumaki Naruto. However, the scene he expected of Uzumaki Naruto, a little kid, being scared to pieces did not appear. Uzumaki Naruto just looked at him expressionlessly, without a trace of emotion in his expression. On the contrary, after meeting Naruto Uzumaki's eyes, Kyuubi subconsciously took a step back, and there was even more fear in his eyes. In all his years of traveling in the ninja world, he has never seen such a lifeless look. Are you looking for me? Uzumaki Naruto walked to the cage, transformed into a chair, and sat calmly in front of him. The sealed space left by Namikaze. Read more novels by visiting our website. Night Novels. Minato is in his body, which is equivalent to his spiritual world, the spiritual world in his body, naturally controlled by him. At this time, Kyuubi also came out of the shock just now. He was a little surprised to see Uzumaki Naruto skillfully controlling the sealed space, but he still didn't take it seriously. Kyuubi sat against the cage. Next, his scarlet eye stared at Uzumaki Naruto. Kid, don't you want to become stronger? As long as you tear off the talisman on the cage, I will make you stronger. Sorry, you are not strong enough. Kid, don't underestimate me. I was a powerful being at that time. Swish! Before Kyuubi finished speaking, 2 dazzling red lights shot out from Uzumaki Naruto's eyes and spread all the way to his body. Ah, Sharingan! The moment the red light came into contact with Kyuubi, Kyuubi screamed as if someone had hit a vital point, and shrank back into the depths of the cage. At the same time, his chakra that permeated the entire cage disappeared. The sealed space fell into darkness again. With Naruto Uzumaki's thought, grass, trees, streams, and the sun hanging high in the sky, emitting soft light, suddenly appeared in the sealed space. The light poured out, huddled in the depths of the cage, the shivering figure of the Nine Tails was revealed. After the Nine Tails came into contact with the sun, he turned back abruptly. Uzumaki Naruto was seen with his back to him, spreading his hands, standing on the grass, as if embracing the sun. Under the sun, his white clothes were fluttering in the wind, and his yellow hair reflected the golden light, like a small sun. The breeze was not dry, the sun was just right, everything looked so harmonious and natural. However, the whirlpool roared. The person's eyes full of deathly energy seemed completely incompatible and out of place with all of this. Also, those 2 penetrating red lights of the Sharingan. Thinking of this, Kyuubi couldn't help but shudder. He knew that the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him was by no means as simple as the little brat he appeared to be. Ding! System prompt. The host confused the mythical beast space necklace with the sealed space. What is the use of fusion? After returning to the host, after the 2 merge, the divine beast can be directly collected into the sealed space. In addition, as long as there is a divine beast that has reached the 2nd stage in the divine beast space, the host can forcibly extract 10% of the power of the Nine Tails. When there are 10 divine beasts conquered and all have reached the 2nd stage, the host can forcibly appropriate the Nine Tails power. All the power, and after the 2 are fused, the host can sense the attribute changes of the divine beasts in the sealed space at any time. After fusion, will it exist in the form of a divine beast space necklace, or will it exist in the sealed space on my body? Return to the host, it's up to the host. Then merge it and exist it in the form of a necklace. I like this necklace. Ding! The mythical beast space necklace is integrating with the sealed space. Fusion 1%, 2%, 3%, ding. The mythical beast space necklace has been successfully integrated with the sealed space. The fusion of the two did not bring about any earth-shaking changes. The scene in the space was the same as before. However, in the gurgling stream, there are figures sleeping in seclusion in Kyushui. On the grass, Afanti was jumping around, obviously liking this new environment. After seeing Uzumaki Naruto, Afanti's eyes burst with joy, and she ran over happily, and kept gently nudging Uzumaki Naruto with her head. Idiot! Uzumaki Naruto picked up Afanti. At this moment, Afanti's hair is no longer pink, but red, a coquettish, blood-like red that is as breathtaking as blood. Her lamb hooves have been split into claws. The claws are not big, but the cold light flashing on them shows its sharpness. However, no matter how Afanti changes Uzumaki Naruto's heart, she is still his friend and has never changed. Kyuubi looks the moment he reached Afanti, a pressure from the soul came over him and pushed him to the ground. After a long time, he got used to the pressure. Nine Tails came to the cage and grabbed the cage. Staring at Afanti and Uzumaki Naruto's arms, his eyes were full of fear. He had a feeling that as long as the lamb in Uzumaki Naruto's arms grew up, his strength would definitely not be inferior to him, or even stronger than him. Kid, how about we make a deal? Unnecessary. After the fusion of the Divine Beast Space Necklace and the sealed space, as long as there is a Divine Beast that has reached the second stage in the sealed space, Uzumaki Naruto can extract the power of the Nine Tails at any time. Now, both Chu Shui and Afanti have reached the second stage of the Divine Beast, they are all in the sealed space. According to the proportion, Uzumaki Naruto can now extract 20% of the power of the Nine Tails. Ha ha, no need? In the cage, Jue laughed angrily. Kid, with your current strength, a guy who can't even reach the level of a Chunin, can you protect your friends? I advise you, hiss. Before Kyuubi finished speaking, balls of scarlet chakras suddenly emerged from his body. These chakras emerged from the Kyuubi, flew out of the cage, and gathered in Uzumaki Naruto's body. Kyuubi wanted to stop this chakra transport, but what shocked him was that he couldn't stop it. In other words, he could only watch helplessly as Naruto Uzumaki extracted his chakra from him. In other words, he is now completely reduced to Uzumaki Naruto's chakra power bank, and it is the kind that squeezes forcefully. Kid, what did you do to me? Stop it or I will very noisy. With a thought in Uzumaki Naruto's mind, an iron plate was welded around the cage, and Kyuubi's voice suddenly stopped. There was still a steady stream of scarlet chakra gathering in Uzumaki Naruto's body. Soon, his body was filled with 20% of the nine-tailed chakra. The violent nine-tailed chakra raged in Uzumaki Naruto's body. He was learning the strength of Chunin and was still a little unable to control this power. However, Uzumaki Naruto had the feeling and blessed this power. After gaining strength, he was sure to take down an ordinary Jounin. It felt so good to become stronger. Uzumaki Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. The moment this chakra dissipated, even in the sealed space, all the energy in his body was I can feel a huge pain in my muscles and veins. After all, it is not my own power, and I have to pay a certain price for using it. However, as long as I can protect my friends, no matter how high the price is, even if I pay my life, so what, I have no regrets. As long as I become stronger, as long as it makes me stronger. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong with Naruto? His face is alternately red and white, and the chakra just now is really scary. Naruto can't really be a demon fox as they said, right? At the entrance of the Psychic Beast Arena, Heite Kakashi, Uchiha Suzuki, and Haruno Sakura were surrounding Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto's face was pale, and drops of cold sweat kept sliding down his cheeks. He looked strange. Beauty. Haruno Sakura came closer, talking absently while looking at Uzumaki Naruto's face carefully. Nonsense. Heite Kakashi, who was addicted to Makeout Paradise, raised his head and glared at Haruno Sakura. After closing the book and confirming that Uzumaki Naruto's breathing was stable, Heite Kakashi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The power of the Nine Tails is indeed terrifying. It can actually pull Naruto into the sealed space in reverse, which is amazing. However, Naruto is even more powerful. He actually persisted for so long in the hands of Kyuubi. With this kind of mentality, he is truly a monster. There was a hint of admiration in Kakashi Heite's eyes. When he looked at Suzuki Uchiha and Sakura Haruno who were doing nothing in front of him, the smile in Kakashi Heite's eyes suddenly froze. Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Suzuki looked over together. We're already at the end of the road, and you're still slacking here. Can't you learn from Naruto how hard he works? Hurry up and practice. I'll just watch over Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness returned to his body was weak, and he fell to the side with inertia. Heite Kakashi helped him up with quick eyes and hands. Thanks. Naruto Uzumaki thanked him and declined Kakashi Heite's support. He found a corner, circulated the wood attribute chakra, and began to heal the injuries caused by using the nine-tailed chakra just now. Because of the bonus of the natural energy attribute, the healing effect of Uzumaki Naruto's wood attribute chakra is 4 times stronger than ordinary chakra. After 10 minutes, Uzumaki Naruto's injuries have been healed. Naruto, your injury has stabilized so quickly. Why did I go over to buy you medicine just now? Heite Kakashi, who was carrying 2 sets of medicine, had a surprised look on his face after discovering that Uzumaki Naruto had recovered from his injuries. But when he thought about the existence of the 9 tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body, he understood the reason. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto is awake, don't we need to practice anymore? We haven't gone to the city for a walk yet. Not long after, Harano Sakura and Uchiha Suzuki, who were sweating profusely, ran up to them. You've just run around the Psychic Beast Arena 30 times, why can't you do it? It's really the last one. If it were Naruto, he could at least double this figure. Kakashi Heite didn't look good on the two of them, but he didn't let them run away either. Come on, Naruto, let's go into a Psychic Beast fight. Heite Kakashi turned his head, only to find that Uzumaki Naruto had already gone to the Psychic Beast Arena alone. All that was left for him was his back. Wait for me, Naruto. Heite Kakashi put away Intimate Paradise and trotted to keep up. Harano Sakura, Suzuki Uchiha on the spot. Harano Sakura and Uchiha Suzuki were stunned for a moment, then turned around and quickly followed. Uzumaki Naruto walked towards the Psychic Beast Arena while looking around. People who come and go in the Psychic Beast Arena are accompanied by one or more powerful psychic beasts. Most psychic beasts have more or less scars on their bodies, and there are quite a few missing arms and legs, but they all have one distinctive feature. Their eyes were very cruel and ferocious, with a strong sense of aggression. Some of the psychic beasts even had blood stains on them. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes kept wandering over these psychic beasts. He was looking for the divine beast mentioned in the system. He wanted to know if this monkey with the qualifications of the divine beast Zuyen was his friend. Roar! Roar, dear spectators from all over the world, the next psychic beast duel will be between the invincible monkey of the Psychic Beast City and the little bird of an unknown gentleman. The game has already begun. Friends who have not yet placed their bets, please hurry up. The time to stop betting now is only 3 minutes. Spectators, it depends on this one to get rich. In the next time, it is time to place bets and watch duels. Let us look forward to the victory of this duel. Negative. Phew, come on, invincible monkey. Little birdie, I'm optimistic about you. Oh, I read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels and the Psychic Beast Arena. The roars of the beasts, the host's heart-stirring commentary, and the screams of the audience grew louder and louder. At the end of the passage, a burst of daylight suddenly lit up, making it difficult to see clearly. Uzumaki Naruto stopped looking and walked quickly towards the venue. He had a very strong premonition. In the arena, the invincible monkey mentioned by the host was his former friend. Swish! After passing through the passage, our eyes suddenly opened up. The entrance to the passage is the window for selling tickets. Through the glass at the window, you can see that it is filled with circles of spectators. At this moment, these spectators are shouting excitedly. A few are so excited that they forget themselves. He even took off his clothes and waved them around as a light sign in his hand. From their flushed faces, it can be seen that at this moment, the fighting situation in the arena must be extremely fierce. However, the design of the window is a bit clever. Only the enthusiastic audience can be seen, but the situation inside cannot be clearly seen. Uzumaki Naruto quickly bought a ticket and walked into the arena under the guidance of the staff. The arena is surrounded by circles of spectators. The arena is concave in the center of the arena. A high and thick steel wall separates the arena from the auditorium. At this moment, in the arena, a bird with purple hair all over its body, a monkey as strong as a gorilla was carrying a huge eagle with both hands and smashing it on the ground. This move immediately caused countless spectators to scream and roar. Hello, handsome guy, where is your seat? Can I take you there? The staff responsible for leading Uzumaki Naruto saw him staring at the field in a daze, and politely reminded him. Uzumaki Naruto did not speak, but stared blankly at the purple-haired animal in the field, howling and rushing towards the giant. Eagle's big monkey. That's his friend, Zi. The Zi in his impression is a shy monkey who is afraid of even an ant. But now she has become so violent and addictive blood, so strange. Uzumaki Naruto could not imagine what he had gone through during this period of time to change Zi from what he was like before to what he is like now. Handsome man, where is your place? Please follow me, the staff reminded again. Uzumaki Naruto still ignored him. Just when the staff was about to remind him again, Uzumaki Naruto's expression flashed and he used all his strength to perform wind release and wind blinking technique. In just a moment, he came from the very end of the auditorium. At the top, jumped to the edge of the arena. Someone is coming. Someone is causing trouble in the arena. The staff member was stunned for a moment and then shouted in panic. Who dares to cause trouble in the arena? Within a few dozen seconds, a middle-aged man in black robes rushed over with several powerful psychic beasts. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto had already reached the edge of the arena, and he wanted to jump in, but the guards guarding around the arena rushed over and blocked his way. The lowest strength among these guards was Chiyunin, and among them, there were 2 guards with powerful auras who had reached the level of Jounin. In just a moment, dozens of ninjas came from all directions and surrounded Uzumaki Naruto. Just when several people were about to attack Uzumaki Naruto, Heite Kakashi rushed over and protected Uzumaki Naruto behind him. Once the aura of the elite Jounin was released, the surrounding ninjas suddenly did not dare to act rashly. This chaos attracted the attention of many people, and many people turned their heads to look here, making the originally noisy Psychic Beast arena seem a little quiet. Roar! In the arena, Zi punched the giant bird named Little Bird to the ground and roared madly. She slapped the ground hard, but this time, the audience did not get cheers and screams as expected. Sound, roar. Some, just an oppressive silence. Above the arena, a man hidden in black robes was walking slowly through the void. Seeing this person, everyone in the arena showed awe and deep fear on their faces. This person is the city lord of the Psychic Beast City, one of the mysterious shadow-level masters unknown in the ninja world. No one knows his origins, they only know that he came out of nowhere and built this city on his own. How many years have passed since you were the first to dare to cause trouble in the Psychic Beast City? I want to know who gave you the courage? This man was standing in the void, facing Naruto Uzumaki, and an emotionless voice came from under his dark robe. Psychic City Lord, this is a misunderstanding. We are ninjas from the Konoha Ninja Village. We just come here to see the charm of this place. We have no intention of causing trouble. Heite Kakashi calmly protected Uzumaki Naruto. I asked him, did I ask you? A sharp shout floated in the air, and a sound wave visible to the naked eye struck quickly. In just a moment, Kakashi Heitake was knocked back several steps. Whoosh! Kakashi Heitake's shoes were on the floor. A dark trace was drawn. When he stopped, he groaned and his face turned extremely pale. He was about to move, but found that the chakra in his body had been blocked by this person and could not be sensed. Kakashi Heitake raised his hand and was about to say something, but found that his mouth was also sealed by this person and no sound could come out. Don't keep your mouth shut about the Konoha Ninja Village. In my Psychic Beast City, I will not follow the rules of the 5 major ninja villages. Heite Kakashi pointed at his throat and wanted to say something. Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his hand and pushed him in front of Harano Sakura and Uchiha Suzuki. Take good care of him. After Uzumaki Naruto explained, he looked up at the Psychic City Lord and said calmly, before answering your question, please remove your people first. Well, why? The Psychic City Lord was a little surprised when he heard this answer. I don't like crowded places. I don't like crowded places. It's interesting. It's the first time I see a weird guy like you. Please spread out. The Psychic City Lord gave an order, and the ninjas surrounding Uzumaki Naruto immediately turned into birds and scattered. This well-trained scene shocked everyone who was not a Psychic Beast City. Even among the Konoha ninjas, Heite Kakashi, who had been in both the Muranbu and Umbu, also had a look of horror in his eyes. He could see that except for their cultivation, the gap between this team and the Umbu and other aspects was very small, and it could even be said that ignore it. At this moment, Kakashi Heitake finally understood that this Psychic Beast City was obviously just a city, but it could stand in the ninja world for a long time. This was not just because the master of the Psychic City was a famous shadow-level powerhouse. And the most important point is that under the Psychic City Lord, there is a escort team that can rival the elite troops of the 5 major ninja villages. Now, you can answer. In the void, the playful voice of the Psychic City Lord resounded throughout the venue. I'm looking for my friends. Your friend? Well, that's her. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Zie, who was roaring in the arena. Then you made a mistake. The Psychic Beasts in Psychic Beast City are never anyone's friends. No, she is my friend, Uzumaki Naruto said firmly. There was a burst of ridicule in the void. If you really say she is your friend, then call her. If she really agrees and recognizes you, then I will believe what you say. As soon as these words came out, a strange look appeared on the faces of the surrounding people. Kakashi Heitake's mouth was sealed, and he kept gesticulating in front of Uchiha Suzuki and Harano Sakura, thinking he wanted to say something, but neither of them knew what he was going to say, so he could only wave his hands in a hurry. Others didn't know the rules of the Psychic Beast City, but Heite Kakashi knew it very well. Generally speaking, as long as it is a psychic beast within the Psychic Beast City, before being captured, it will go through a process of memory clearing. As the name suggests, clearing memory means clearing the memory of the psychic beast. Therefore, even this Psychic Beast used to be Uzumaki Naruto's friend, and now, he will never remember him. However, in the disbelief eyes of the people around him, Uzumaki Naruto nodded calmly and walked to the edge of the steel fence. How can I still remember people when my memory has been erased? Could it be that their relationship is really that deep? Are you kidding? This kid is very inexperienced at first glance. He probably doesn't even understand the rules of the Psychic Beast City, otherwise he wouldn't make such rash judgments. Alas, he is still too young, but he is really handsome. Why, looking at his serious expression, I actually felt like I believed him. Under the gaze of everyone, Uzumaki Naruto raised his hand, circulated chakra, and knocked on the fence. The dull sound immediately attracted the attention of the two psychic beasts who were fighting. The two beasts turned their heads to look at Uzumaki Naruto. After a moment of confusion flashed on her face, the giant bird took advantage of Zi's distraction and suddenly moved away. In the arena, Zi stared in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto, with a look of confusion in her eyes, and she grabbed her twice. She couldn't think of anything in her head, which made her a little crazy. She raised her fist and kept hitting the ground. At the same time, she kept yelling at Naruto Uzumaki. Her instinctive reaction made the Uzumaki Naruto was even more certain that this purple-haired monkey was his friend Zi, because when he first saw Zi was like this. Beside the railing, Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly and waved to Zi, "Little monkey, don't be nervous, come here, I have delicious food here." Uzumaki Naruto's words made Zi freeze in place. Uzumaki Naruto's nose felt sore and he continued, "Your hair is all purple, just like a purple dress. From now on, I will call you Zi. Zi, come home with me." In the arena, after hearing the word Zi's pupils shrank suddenly. She opened her eyes wide and stared at Uzumaki Naruto, motionless, as if she wanted to recognize Uzumaki Naruto. Roar! At this time, the giant bird that had dodged previously noticed that Zi was distracted, and immediately rose into the air, showing its sharp claws, and clawed at Zi's face. "Zi, get out of the way!" Uzumaki Naruto shouted, and subconsciously used the wind escape and wind teleportation technique, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. "It seems that he is not your friend." The Psychic City Lord's emotionless voice sounded in the arena. However, a sudden change occurred. In the arena, Zi roared angrily, grabbed the giant bird's claws, and smashed it to the ground. Then, Zi looked at Uzumaki Naruto, showed a human smile, and ran towards him quickly. With every step she ran, Zi's body became smaller. When she came under the high steel wall, her body was already as big as almost like a little monkey. She shouted softly, jumped out of the arena, and landed firmly on Uzumaki Naruto's sh. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Olders. Zi slipped into Uzumaki Naruto's palm, pinched his cheek, and kept squeaking. "Onlookers. No, the memory has been erased, but the monkey can still recognize it. Are you kidding me? This is still recognizable. Could it be that the Psychic Beast City made a mistake and did not perform memory erasure? Impossible, this monkey is powerful in combat and is the ever-victorious general in the Psychic Beast arena. This Psychic Beast is as big as the stars and the moon. If the staff of Psychic Beast City makes a mistake, then something is wrong. Yes, Psychic Beast City still expects her to defend the levels and make money. How could other factors be allowed to happen? Could it be that true friendship can span time and space? Even if I don't remember anything, as long as I hear you calling me, I can still remember you." Like the onlookers around him, Heite Kakashi was also shocked at this time. He didn't expect that the psychic beast that had undergone memory erasure could actually recognize Uzumaki Naruto. Could it be that this is the so-called free arrangement in the dark? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the sixth mythical beast, the little monkey with Zuyan's qualifications, Zi. Ding. The bond between the host and Zi is established. Ding. The host has become Zi's mythical beast trainer, and the current training progress is 23%. Ding! Because Zi has entered the second stage at this time, the host receives development feedback rewards: B-level ninjutsu, Thunder Release, Thunder God Armor, System plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Chakra plus 10, Monkey Animal Affinity 50%. Note, since Zi was not personally trained by the host to reach the second stage, the reward attribute points will be somewhat weakened. Thunder Release, Thunder God Armor, a B-level secret ninjutsu from the Land of Thunder developed by the Nidaime Reikage. It wraps powerful thunder and lightning around the body for attack or defense. When in the Thunder Armor state, the caster has with extremely fast movement speed and strong damage-free ability. It is known as the strongest Thunder Escape Armor. Monkey Affinity. With this attribute, you will not be attacked by ordinary monkeys, and you will also get help from monkeys. After Uzumaki Naruto received Avanti's development feedback reward last time, his physical condition has improved, he has grown taller, his 8-pack abs and biceps have all appeared, and he looks tough and handsome. His physical fitness is already very good. The drop of these attribute points has not changed much on his body. Instead, it is more like a kind of fine-tuning, adjusting and correcting the imperfect parts of his body. Wow, how do I feel? Naruto seems to have become handsome again. He, next to Heide Kakashi, Harano Sakura stared at Uzumaki Naruto, covered her mouth and exclaimed. Snort. Uchiha Sasuke snorted. Although he didn't want to admit it, Uzumaki Naruto is indeed very handsome now. Ding. The The second phase training mission of the mythical beast Zi is released. King Kong is indestructible. Indestructible King Kong. Through the tempering of spiritual power of various attributes, Zi's body can be tempered to the state of indestructible King Kong. Note, after tempering each energy, Zi can gain 3% growth progress. Says Zi in Uzumaki Naruto's arms. Zi was grabbing his clothes, pointing at himself and shaking his head. Ding! Returning to the host, Zi said that she must not be left alone in the future. She said that she has been looking for you for a long time. Stupid Zi, how could I be willing to leave you? Uzumaki Naruto pinched her little face lovingly, and a deep self-blame emerged in his heart. If he had enough strength, he would be strong enough to observe Ninja if there is any disturbance in the world. How could she experience these things that she shouldn't have to experience? In the final analysis, it is still too weak. Says his Zi host, Zi said, staying with you is the happiest thing in her life. Idiot, we will all stay together from now on, let's go home. Uzumaki Naruto hugged Zi and turned to leave, but the Psychic City Lord who had been silent before blocked his way at this moment. This psychic beast, when I bought her from the Psychic Beast City, I spent 1,500,000 taels. You can take her away if you want. As long as you can pay a ransom of 2 million taels, I will let you take him away. I don't have that much. Uzumaki Naruto now only has 30,000 taels that he collected from medicinal materials. It is still far from the 2,000 taels that the Lord of the Psychic City said. No money? The Psychic City Lord sneered. If you don't have money, you can send your Psychic Beast to the battlefield and then buy it to win. As long as she can win in the arena until the 8th level, even if you only buy 1,000 taels, you will still lose a total of 1,000 taels because of the odds. Get 5,000 W of money. If you choose this path, I have 2 prerequisites. First, this monkey was personally cultivated by our Psychic Beast City, so you cannot use her for gladiatorial combat. Second, if the psychic beast you took out is defeated, then the power to dispose of her will be in my hands. I reject. The Psychic City Lord was a little surprised. You mean, you don't want your friends anymore? No, I just don't want to gamble with my friends. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head calmly. I accept your terms, but I won't bet my friends. After I lose the bet, I will collect 4 million taels and use it as Zi's ransom. Can. The Psychic City Lord nodded. However, before the bet takes effect, I think the ownership of Zi should be in my hands, right? The Psychic City Lord sneered. He stretched out his hand to grab Zi from Uzumaki Naruto's arms. Uzumaki Naruto hugged Zi tightly. I said, I won't bet my friends. Have some backbone and take out the psychic beast you plan to use to break through the level. The Psychic City Lord didn't say anything. In the realm of Psychic Beast City, everything is under his nose. He is not worried that Uzumaki Naruto will escape with Zi. Uzumaki Naruto does not have this strength. Uzumaki dash. The void around Uzumaki Naruto shook, and immediately after, Afati walked out of the sealed space. As soon as she and Zi met, they burst into tears when they saw them, and they were happily fighting together. This psychic beast has no shortage of qualifications, but unfortunately, her strength is slightly weaker. Are you sure you want to use her? Uzumaki Naruto nodded. The Psychic City Master didn't say anything. He called his men over and started making arrangements. Soon, several huge tables were moved to various corners of the auditorium. On them, the gladiatorial duel and the 2 sides were recorded. The odds of winning or losing. Under the organization of the Psychic City Lord, everything quickly went on in an orderly manner. After the news was released, many gamblers came to place bets after hearing the news, but most of them were betting on the Psychic Beast City. Win. After all, the Psychic Beast City has been established for so long, and no Psychic Beast has ever been able to pass 8 levels in a row. Naruto, I only have 200,000 taels of money with me. You can use it first. At this time, the seal on Heite Kakashi was unlocked by the Psychic City Lord. He walked over and handed all the money on his body to Uzumaki Naruto. I have it here. Uzumaki Naruto didn't accept it. He turned around and put down all the money on his body. Uzumaki Naruto defeated the Psychic Beast Avanti to win, and the amount was 30,000 taels. The betting time has passed. Under the leadership of the staff, Uzumaki Naruto and Afati have arrived behind the scenes of the arena. Avanti, come on. The opponent in the first level, judging from the aura, is a wolf-shaped psychic beast that is as powerful as Afati. This wolf-shaped psychic beast has indifferent and fierce eyes, a violent aura, and is filled with bloodthirsty killing. Compared with him, Afati is like a pure little white sheep. When the onlookers saw this situation, they immediately laughed. In their words, they all expressed their disapproval of Afati. Naruto, this little lamb has no strength. Facing such a combat-type psychic beast with extremely rich combat experience, I'm afraid he will suffer a lot. Moreover, since the establishment of the Psychic Beast City, there has not been any psychic beast can pass 8 levels in a row. Although this lamb has good potential, is there something wrong with your move? Heite Kakashi came to Uzumaki Naruto. I know it well. Letting Afanti play was not Uzumaki Naruto's wish, but Afanti's own strong request. After Afanti and Uzumaki Naruto were bound, she also knew about the development tasks released by the Divine Beast Development System. For Afanti, who was also eager to become stronger now, the 8 levels set up in the Psychic Beast City arena not only allow them to learn combat experience, but also gain the opportunity to devour these psychic beasts and make their various abilities stronger. Roar! Fanti in the arena, 2 psychic beasts roared and fought quickly. Due to her lack of combat experience, Afanti has been suppressed by this wolf-shaped psychic beast. It didn't take long for Afanti to become stained with color, but the bloody aura aroused her ferocity. He kept roaring and attacked the wolf-shaped psychic beast like crazy. This desperate and reckless fighting style soon made the wolf-shaped psychic beast feel afraid, and Afanti, who has gradually improved his combat experience, after paying the price of a few more wounds, he found the right moment, bit off the neck of the wolf-shaped psychic beast, and threw the psychic beast aside. Fanti after winning, Afanti stood proudly in the field, looking proudly in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto, waiting for praise. Uzumaki Naruto was not stingy and gave Afanti a thumbs up. After resting and recovering for a while, Afanti entered the second battle. This time, her opponent was a tiger-like psychic beast. The aura of this psychic beast was much stronger than the previous one, but at this time, Afanti was no longer the little white sheep she was at the beginning. After a fight, Afanti won again. She bit the body of the psychic beast and threw it on top of the previous wolf-shaped psychic beast. Immediately afterwards, there is the 3rd level battle, the 4th level battle, the 5th level battle, all the way to the 8th level. In the 8th level, the strength of Afanti's opponent, according to the ninja world, has risen to the peak level of Chunin. The gap between a psychic beast at this level and Afanti can be seen just from the breath alone. At this moment, Afanti, covered in blood, stood in the arena, panting heavily. I don't know if it's because of the awakening of her bloodline, but she is completely different at this moment than before. Previously, after Afanti entered the 2nd stage of the mythical beast, the hair all over her body turned red, and the sheep's hooves split into claws. But now, her hair has become longer and redder, and with the blood flowing on her bow, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, DY, she has a soul-stirring evil charm. On her feet, the shape of the hooves could no longer be seen. Instead, there were huge claws that were like dark iron, shining with a bright cold light. In addition, the aura exuding from Afanti's body has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before. If Afanti was a little white sheep at the beginning, then Afanti now is a violent psychic beast that fights with blood and makes people fearful. Roar! Although Afanti's aura at this moment was extremely powerful, it did not scare the psychic beasts guarding the 8th level of the Psychic Beast City. At this moment, this ape-shaped psychic beast was staring at Afanti, grinning continuously. From the moment he entered the venue was filled with a disgusting smell of blood. At the same time, there was also a very cold aura that rushed towards him. When this aura was touched, the faces of everyone in the venue changed. Drastic change. Unexpectedly, in the arena, there was actually a psychic beast that had already half-stepped into the Jonin level, Sarakan. Yuan Tian, since entering the Psychic Beast City arena, has fought a total of 52 battles, and has not lost a single battle in the 52 battles. The most exciting battle was when he faced a psychic beast whose strength far exceeded him. At that time, there was a huge disparity in strength between him and the psychic beast, but he successfully defeated the psychic beast in just 1 minute. After this battle, Yuan Tian's reputation really started, and he also successfully became the leader in the Psychic Beast City arena, and was highly valued by the master of Psychic Beast City, allowing him to take charge of the 8th level of the Psychic Beast City arena. However, because the psychic beasts that came to challenge in recent years were all too weak, no one saw Yuan Tian take action again. Unexpectedly, this time, the psychic beast was able to pass all the way and reach the 8th level. However, if she meets Yuan Tian, her journey through the barrier will most likely be ruined. We have passed 7 levels in a row, and the last level is a little bit exciting. Let us see, this time, it will take a few minutes for Yuan Tian to deal with this psychic beast. Let's wait and see. I think 1 minute is enough. After all, Yuan Nation's strength is really too strong. Among the onlookers, many gamblers who are sitting in the bank have already opened a betting market. What they are betting on is not to predict the outcome of the competition, but to predict whether the psychic beast sitting in the 8th level of the Psychic Beast City arena, Yuan Tian, get rid of Afanti in a few minutes. In the arena, Afanti stared at Yuan Tian. After feeling his tyrannical strength, she walked to the side. Here, there were a total of 7 psychic beast corpses piled up. There are still 10 minutes left before the real breakthrough begins. Afanti came to the corpses, opened his bloody mouth, and ate the corpses. In just a few tens of seconds, Afanti suddenly revealed the corpses of 7 psychic beasts. They were all devoured by her. Ding! Afanti gained spiritual attributes: water, earth, wood, wind, and thunder. Ding! Afanti gained spiritual power control levels: 10% of water, 10% of earth, 10% of wood, 10% of wind, and 10% of thunder. Ding! Afanti gains attributes system plus 40, spirit plus 43. Ding! Afanti has devoured 5 creatures whose strength is no less than Genin, and gained 10% of the second stage growth progress. The system prompt tone fell, Afanti's aura suddenly became stronger, and various spiritual energy fluctuations appeared around his body. A heart-stopping power came from her body. In the arena, at this moment, her and Yuan Tian's auras were on par with each other. Soon, the time is up. Afanti was the first to launch an attack, fighting with Yuan Tian. Each of her sharp claws could take away a piece of Yuan Tian's flesh and blood. However, when Yuan Tian waits for an opportunity to fight back, he can also cause considerable injuries to Afanti. The 2 psychic beasts that were able to tell the winner based on their breath before were actually able to fight evenly at this moment. The onlookers were dumbfounded and couldn't help but burst into exclamations and screams one after another. Because at this moment, Afanti is very likely to defeat Yuan Tian and become the first psychic beast in the history of the Psychic City to successfully pass 8 levels in a row. The battle in the arena was fierce, the audience outside the arena was enthusiastic, and the atmosphere exploded. Uzumaki Naruto felt a little uncomfortable with this kind of cheering crowd. However, he did not walk away, but covered his ears and watched the battle between Afanti and Yuan Tian. He believes that Afanti will win this battle, because she is a mythical beast and God's favorite. Even more because she is his friend. No more reversal. After the battle lasted for more than half an hour, Yuan Tian eagerly wanted to kill Afanti, but Afanti caught the opportunity and struck out Yuan Tian's eyes with a fierce claw. Yuan Tian, who lost his vision, had nothing to lose. He couldn't use any of his abilities, and in the end, he became the object of Afanti's belly. Fanti after winning, Afanti's body was dripping with blood. She raised her head high and roared to the sky. The scene was silent. After dozens of seconds, there was sparse applause, and then there was a burst of cheers, screams, and roars that resounded through the sky. At this time, Afanti had transformed into her original lamb form. She kissed Uzumaki Naruto a few times, and then entered the Divine Beast Space Necklace, preparing to settle down the gains brought to her by this battle. After Afanti entered the mythical beast space, her attribute panel immediately appeared. Divine Beast number 5, Afanti level, Divine Beast second stage physique, 153 spirit, 156 spiritual power attributes, water, earth, wood, wind, thunder spiritual power mastery level, water attribute 10%, earth attribute 10%, wood attribute 10%, wind attribute 10%, thunder attribute 10% bloodline skills, swallowing the sky Divine Beast qualification, Doughty second stage of training progress, 10% second stage training tasks, plunder of blood. Uzumaki Naruto was shocked, but also relieved and happy when he saw Afanti's attribute panel. In these 8 battles, Afanti has been fighting with her life since the first one. She deserves all these. Afanti successfully passed the 8 levels, and Uzumaki Naruto's previous bet of 30,000 taels, according to the odds, received a total of 150 million taels. When claiming the prize, Kakashi Hatake joked that he would not be able to earn so much even if he worked on a lifetime mission. In addition, Uzumaki Naruto also received a reward for clearing the Psychic Beast, the Psychic Beast City Epic card. With this card, you can spend money in the city for free forever, and you can make a request to the Psychic Beast City. This request, as long as it is within the capabilities of the Psychic Beast City, the Psychic Beast City cannot refuse. This was the reward that Afanti had earned through fighting desperately, and Uzumaki Naruto did not refuse. The moment she got this card, Haruno Sakura was overjoyed and wanted Uzumaki Naruto to use the card to help her buy a Psychic Beast. However, this request was rejected by the Psychic City Lord. The Psychic City Lord meant that the Psychic Beasts in the Psychic Beast City would not be sold to outsiders. At that time, Haruno Sakura became anxious and asked the Psychic City Lord with her arms akimbo. The Psychic Beasts in the Psychic Beast City are not for sale. Then when Naruto Uzumaki was looking for Zi, why did you offer to sell it to him? As a result, the Psychic City Lord replied, I like him, okay? This sentence made Haruno Sakura very angry. The 4 of them stayed in the Psychic Beast City for one night. During this period, Kakashi Hatake told everyone that their next stop was the Steel Institute, known as the home of Taijutsu. The city, the Steel City, has various energy fields, which are very suitable for body tempering. Many ninjas who specialize in Taijutsu go there regularly to temper their bodies. The Taijutsu ninjas of their Konoha Ninja Village Metkai is a frequent visitor to the Taijutsu house. Hatake Kakashi said that they can stay longer at the next stop and go to different energy fields to temper their bodies to make their bodies stronger. Said this as he spoke, Hatake Kakashi's eyes were focused on Uzumaki Naruto, who was standing further away. Naturally, he would not tell Uzumaki Naruto that he took him on a detour to this Steel City. Only Uzumaki Naruto can adapt to most energy fields. As for Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, their cultivation level is too low, so they can only go to some low-end energy fields. Although the effects obtained are good, compared with Uzumaki Naruto, but it's far from it. When Naruto Uzumaki heard the news, the first thing he thought of was his friend Zie. The second stage of ZIE's training mission requires various types of energy to temper the body. Each kind of energy, after tempering, ZI can gain 3% growth progress. The Steel City mentioned by Kakashi Hatake is the best and most suitable place to complete the second phase of ZI's training mission. That night, Uzumaki Naruto did not, instead of sleeping, he spent the night cultivating ZI and maxed out the proficiency of Thunder Escape and Thunder God Armor obtained from the feedback reward. Later, after half a month, everyone successfully arrived at the Steel City. In the Steel City, the Phlegma Kakashi asked Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura to go to the outer energy field to temper their bodies alone. He took Uzumaki Naruto to start tempering from the energy field in the middle, and gradually moved to the center of the Steel City, and the other more powerful ones the energy field was tempered. Every time it reached an energy field, Uzumaki Naruto would release Zi and Afanti and let them temper together. In this way, after more than 10 days, Afanti, Zi and his own body have all made a qualitative leap. Among them, Zi has grown the fastest. After completing the core energy field tempering, Zi's growth rate in the second stage has reached 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the development feedback reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward: Physical Technique Scroll, 8-door Dungeon, Physique plus 80, Spirit plus 80, Chakra plus 80, Monkey Animal Affinity 100%. The nearly doubled attribute rewards made Uzumaki Naruto's whole person completely changed from the inside out. The changes in physique, this time, are no longer limited to the changes in body shape, but to the bone level. Under this powerful change, the hardness of the entire bone of Uzumaki Naruto has increased a lot, and the shape of the bone has also increased. The transformation made his figure look more upright and his face more handsome. The most intuitive thing that the changes in mental power brought to Uzumaki Naruto was that his use of the Sharingan had reached a big level. As for the changes in chakra, it was the same as before. I just felt that my body was warm, and there was no other big feeling. Ding! The third phase of the mission of the Mythical Beat. Read more novels by visiting our website. Night Novels. East Zuyen Zi has been released. Go with you as you wish. Rudy accompanies you. Please ask the host to find the weapon left by the mythical beast Zuyen in this world. Rudy sticks a purple coat. After Zi obtains the Ruyi stick, she will fuse with it and gain the ability of the Ruyi stick to control the size of her body at will. Uzumaki Naruto took over the task. This wishful stick is currently in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen's psychic beast, the Monkey Demon. To get it, you must at least have the strength to reach the shadow level. He must seize the time to become stronger. Uzumaki Naruto sighed, feeling slightly depressed, and checked Zi's attribute panel. Divine Beast Trainer Uzumaki Naruto. Divine Beast number 6 Zie. Level Divine Beast 3rd stage. Physical 168. Spirit 144. Spiritual Power Attribute No Spiritual Power Mastery. Level None. Bloodline Skills Golden Bell Vidra Indestructible Golden Bell Shield. The Divine Beast Zuyan's bloodline skill activates its own blood energy and can cover the body to form a blood-colored shield. This shield has the ability to resist various spiritual powers of heaven and earth and can last for a quarter of an hour. Note, this skill can be used once a day. Indestructible King Kong. When the Divine Beast Zuyan's bloodline skill is activated, the body of the Divine Beast Zuyan will be integrated with the surrounding environment. Any attack it receives will be transmitted to the world, which can last up to 3 minutes. Note, after using the skill Indestructible King Kong, Zi will have a period of weakness that usually lasts 7 days. During this stage, Zi cannot use the Golden Bell Cover and Indestructible King Kong skill. Divine Beast Qualification Zuyan 3rd stage of training progress 0% 3rd stage training task. Wishful accompanying Uzumaki Naruto was a little surprised. After Zi reached the 3rd stage of the Divine Beast, his own attributes were actually worse than Afanti, but when he thought about it, after Avanti's perverted bloodline skill, Uzumaki Naruto was relieved. It can only be said that each mythical beast has its own strengths. The two skills of Zi, especially the skill of Indestructible Vajra, are very defiant. The fact that they are integrated with the surrounding environment can guarantee that as long as the opponent does not have the strength to destroy the world, that Purple Garment basically guarantees that she won't die. Of course, that's assuming no one runs a red light for those 7 days. After Naruto Uzumaki sighed for a while, he opened his personal panel. System, Divine Beast Cultivator System. Host, Naruto Uzumaki Level. Chiyunin. When all attributes rise to 250, you can grow into a trainee jounin. Physique 160. Spirit 167. Chakra 160. Natural Energy Attribute Bonus 40%. Chakra Attributes Wind, Wood, Fire, Thunder. Gold Blood Following Limit. Sharingan Additional Attributes Snake Animal Affinity 50%, Bird Animal Affinity 50%, Cat Animal Affinity 50%, Turtle Animal Affinity 50%, Sheep Animal Affinity 50%, Monkey Animal Affinity 100%. Tolerance Techniques and Proficiency Chakra Extraction Technique 100%. 3. Body technique, wind release wind blade 100%, wind release wind blink technique 100%, Konoha Dragon God 100%, wind release air sand wall defense 100%, thunder release Chidori 100%, thunder release thunder god armor 100%, 8 door release armor 0%. Current bonded mythical beasts, Divine Beast number 1 Amber, 2nd stage, Divine Beast number 2 Confused Circle, 2nd stage, Divine Beast 3 The Comprehensive Strength of Uzumaki Naruto number 4, Beiji, 2nd stage, number 4 Shisui, 2nd stage, number 5 Avanti, 2nd stage, and number 6 Zei, 3rd stage. Uzumaki Naruto has reached at the Chunin level. Now that he has used all his cards, he is confident that he can kill a Jounin, and he is also confident that he can escape unscathed from the elite Jounin. If he adds his 6 friends, he is sure that he can leave an elite Jounin. This level of strength is not bad in the ninja world, but it is not enough for Uzumaki Naruto's enemies. Sarutobi Hiruzen alone was able to put tremendous pressure on Uzumaki Naruto. What's more, there are the Umbu behind him, as well as Shimura Danzo and the Roots behind him. Amber, by G, and Wuhuan, if you wait a little longer, I will become stronger. When the time comes, I will protect you. None of those who bully us can escape. We must take revenge together. After finishing the body tempering journey in Steel City, Heite Kakashi led the 3 of them. After spending about a week, they finally arrived at a deserted grassland. This is where empty Maya Boku is located. Heite Kakashi looked at the 3 people. Kakashi-sensei, are you lying to us? There is obviously nothing here. Haruno Sakura was talkative. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto did not speak, but each found a tree stump to sit down. Heite Kakashi smiled helplessly and began to explain to the 3 of them. It turns out that Maya Boku Mountain is an ancient holy place. The place where it is located cannot be seen by ordinary people. Only with a specific invitation letter and an invitation from the creatures in Miyama Mountain can outsiders enter. At this time, a toad jumped down from the tree and passed by Uchiha Sasuke. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke immediately slapped the toad away. Quack! Uchiha Sasuke did not hold back. The toad was hit hard and fell to the ground. He did not turn over for a long time. Even his screams seemed a little weak. Uzumaki Naruto frowned, stood up, turned the toad over, and fed him a healing potion. Wugwugwa the toad regained its vitality and kept shouting happily. He jumped around and suddenly jumped on the head of Uzumaki Naruto. Ha ha ha, Naruto is so funny like this, he's just a toad, why do you care so much? It's okay now, this toad is already relying on you. Haruno Sakura pointed at the toad on Uzumaki Naruto's head and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Uchiha Sasuke also snorted sarcastically. However, what surprised them was that the toad on Uzumaki Naruto's head suddenly emitted a burst of golden light. Uzumaki Naruto was wrapped in this golden light and disappeared after a while. In place. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto is missing. Haruno Sakura suddenly shouted anxiously, and Uchiha Sasuke on the side also looked surprised. Heite Kakashi sighed, you 2 wait here, Naruto and I are going to visit MT Miyamu, remember not to run around. Shouldn't we go together? Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke suddenly had black question marks on their faces. The Great Toad Immortal of Miyama Mountain said that since you 2 failed his test, he doesn't want to see you. After Heite Kakashi gave instructions for a while, he took out a special piece of paper, and disappeared after a moment. In the same place, Haruno Sakura sat on the ground with a depressed expression, while Uchiha Sasuke looked at his hands, lost in thought. It was this hand that just knocked the toad away. Uzumaki Naruto felt a flash of golden light before his eyes, and after a while, he came to a peaceful place. Here is a big pool, oh no, it's next to the oil pool. Not far in front of him, there were 2 guys with toad faces standing. Next to the oil pool, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. 3 people Uzumaki Naruto knew, the 2 toads were Fukazaku Sage and Shima Sage from MT Maya Boku respectively. As for the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged next to the oil pool, he was a Sunin in the Konoha ninja village. One of them, Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto had seen this situation before him in his previous life. This was when he was applying toad oil to practice the sage mode. Oh, you are the handsome boy that Towaji mentioned. What is your name? Old man, what are you yelling about? What do you mean by a handsome boy? This guy is so handsome, he is obviously a handsome man. Uzumaki Naruto looked at them, frowned slightly, and subconsciously took a step back. Handsome man, are you afraid of us? Shima Senin jumped up to Uzumaki Naruto and looked at him carefully. After a moment, she looked at Uzumaki Naruto in surprise. Why do you still choose to live in this world even though there is no life left in your eyes? Fukazaku Senin, who came over, was also a little surprised. These eyes were full of deathly energy. How could such eyes appear on a young man? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and said nothing. He didn't want to answer the same question again. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Fukazaku Senin and Shima Senin did not embarrass Uzumaki Naruto, but turned to look at the huge toad oil pool. Shima Senin pointed at Jiraiya, who was practicing, and said with a smile, "As usual, you have passed our Miyama Mountain test, and we will teach you to sense, absorb, and control natural energy, so as to reach the point of using Sage Mode." Sage Mode? Uzumaki Naruto was shocked, recalling his previous life, and the record about Sage Mode in Naruto. Sage Mode is to create Senju Chakra by absorbing a certain amount of natural energy. It is a kind of person who can use natural energy. In this state, you can use natural energy to enhance attack and defense, and at the same time, you can use natural energy to increase the range of physical attacks and perception. Combining natural energy with your own chakra to create Senjutsu Chakra can make your own ninjutsu and taijutsu. The power of genjutsu has been greatly improved, and can cause irreparable damage to the Ten Tails and its Jinhira Ki. After using the Sage Mode, the body will undergo certain changes, and the appearance of eyeshadow means that the Sage Mode is successful. Swish! At this time, Afanti and Zi ran out together. Their eyes were shining as they faced the toad oil pool, and the saliva in their mouths was almost dripping all over the floor. Fanti squeaked ding. Back to the host, Afanti and Zi want to drink this toad oil. This toad oil can make them stronger. Uzumaki Naruto heard this and turned to look at Fukazaku Sage and Shima Sage. Before he could speak, the two sages nodded readily, and Shima Sage explained proudly, "Our toad oil from Miyama Mountain has the effect of accelerating the induction of natural energy. It is a rare treasure for cultivating the immortal mode. It can also improve the physique of psychic beasts. Your two psychic beasts have very good qualifications. After experiencing the improvement of toad oil, it is estimated that their physiques can be improved to the next level. You are the one who has passed the test. According to the custom, you can take whatever you want from the toad oil." "Thanks." Uzumaki Naruto politely thanked him, and then asked Avanti and the others to drink. This was what the two divine beasts were waiting for. As soon as Uzumaki Naruto agreed, they rushed to the toad oil pool. The same place. Fukazaku Senin touched it. He stroked his beard, looked at these two mythical beasts, and felt a little emotional. A psychic beast that can sense the extraordinary power of toad oil. I'm afraid his qualifications are not bad. He can definitely add a tongue. A tongue? Shima Immortal curled his lips. "I think I can at least take a sip." The aura of these two psychic beasts is so unique that I have never seen it before. Moreover, the smell of blood on their bodies is very strong. This kind of psychic beast seems to have grown up in bloody battles. In my opinion, one of these two psychic beasts can at least take a sip. Old lady, if you brag and take a sip, then they won't be able to turn into toads? Impossible. The two immortals were dissatisfied and began to argue, refusing to give in to each other, and finally started fighting. However, when they were fighting fiercely, Afanti and Zi had already arrived next to the toad oil pool, and they shouted happily with a sound. They began to drink the toad oil happily, one mouthful after another, like a dragon sucking water. As they drank frantically, a small vortex even appeared in the center of the toad oil pool. With this vortex continuously zooming in, the oil in the entire toad oil pool was continuously decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the toad oil pool had almost dropped to only half. At this time, the two immortals finally discovered that something was wrong. Swish! The two immortals flashed to the toad oil pool together. At this time, the two divine beasts were still drinking happily, with no intention of stopping. How is this possible? Even a genius ninja like Jiraiya can only rub toad oil on his body to reach the point of sensing natural energy, which is a psychic beast whose physique is generally stronger than that of humans. Or maybe we the Toad clan can only lick one tongue, and at most they can only drink half a sip or a sip. If they drink more, they will really turn into toad stones. Are these two psychic beasts, Uzumaki Naruto, monsters? Why are they still not responding after drinking half of the toad oil in the pond? How is this possible? How is this possible? The operation of the two mythical beasts has impacted the cognitive views of Fukazaku Senin and Shima Senin. Normally, if you take one more sip of toad oil, you will face the risk of turning into a toadstone, let alone drink so much. They can't believe it. Just two psychic beasts actually drank half of the toad oil in this pool. However, Haikao had already boasted, and they could only look at the toad oil, one of the three treasures of Miyama Mountain, with pained faces, and kept looking at it. It surged into the stomachs of the two mythical beasts. Sucking, the two divine beasts continued to drink until their bellies were round, then they licked their lips, shouted happily, ran to Uzumaki Naruto, and rubbed against him intimately. After that, they ran into the mythical beast space necklace and fell asleep. For a mythical beast, the best way to practice is to eat my sleep. There was only a small half of the toad oil left in the toad oil pool. After looking at the oil pool for a long time, Fukazaku Senin looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said quietly, "You two psychic beasts, you have so much fuel." Shima Senin silently nodded in agreement. The two immortals looked at each other and sighed. This time, they did not argue again. "Okay, now you are sitting cross-legged on the ground, and we are going to teach you how to sense natural energy. After the two mythical beasts returned to the mythical beast space necklace, Fukazaku Sennin and Shima Sennin began to guide Uzumaki Naruto in his practice. According to the two of them, if you want to sense natural energy, you need to keep your body in a relatively still state. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, took off his shirt and sat cross-legged on the ground. Fukazaku Sennin held a thin spoon, bent down, and scooped up some toad oil from the toad oil pool. Take some toad oil. Applying toad oil on your body can speed up your induction of natural energy. No. Uzumaki Naruto refused to use toad oil. He didn't like this kind of sticky stuff. It would make him shudder when applied on his body. Moreover, his body already has natural energy properties and can sense natural energy. For him, it shouldn't be a problem. Too difficult. Then try it first. Fukazaku Sennin poured out the toad oil with a look of regret on his face. The stick stuck behind his back was useless. Just now, Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beast drank so much toad oil, and he was still planning to hit him a few more times to relieve his anger when Uzumaki Naruto was practicing. How could he have imagined that Uzumaki Naruto didn't play according to the routine at all? Let his conspiracy fall short. Close your eyes, relax your body, immerse your mind, and keep your mind. Fukazaku Sennin paced behind Uzumaki Naruto with his hands behind his back, and began to teach him the methods and steps of sensing natural energy in an old-fashioned way. Read more novels by visiting our website. Night Novels, snapped. Ah! Fukazaku Sennin felt a pain in his head, and he immediately jumped up and down holding his head. When he realized what he was doing, he only saw Shima Sennin holding the stick, looking at the position where Uzumaki Naruto was sitting cross-legged with a look of shock and dumbfounded. Fukazaku Sennin rolled up his sleeves and was about to settle the score with Shima Sennin, but she hit him on the head with another stick. This stick hit his head in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto. What? After seeing the scene in front of him clearly, Fukazaku Sennin took a deep breath, ignoring the pain on his head, staring at Uzumaki Naruto intently, his mouth gradually opening wide. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto has sensed the natural energy. On his exposed upper body, streaks of blue natural energy are constantly appearing on his biceps, chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and collarbons. The skin and natural energy interact with each other. The intersection looks very dreamy. These blue arcs of natural energy set off his handsome silhouette like a knife. It looks unique and beautiful. Old man, I feel like my heart is beating again. Shima Sennin stared at Uzumaki Naruto without blinking, and poked Fukazaku Sennin with the black stick in his hand, but found that Fukazaku Sennin had no reaction. Shima Sennin turned his head curiously, and then realized that Fukazaku Sennin actually saw better than she is still fascinated. Damn it, you damn old man, you are staring at this guy like this. Tell me honestly, do you like men? Have you changed your mind? I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Shima Sennin said, and he beat Fukazaku Sennin again until he beat Fukazaku Sennin to the ground. After a long time, Fukazaku Sennin got up from the ground with difficulty. He helplessly patted the dust on his clothes. Old lady, after all these years, why do you still think so? Why did I look at him? Didn't you say it in your heart? He is the only human being who has gone to MT Miyamu and can sense the energy of nature without using toad oil and only listening to half of my instructions. Isn't such a genius worth watching? For it, immortal Shima's eyes turned cold. Then you can't explain clearly. I think you just want to make me angry on purpose, and you're just looking for a fight. So, Fukazaku Sage received another fat beating. After he got up from the ground again, Jiraiya had woken up. At this moment, he was staring at Uzumaki Naruto with a shocked expression. Shima Sage kept holding his hand. The posture of the black stick looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and his jaw dropped. Fukazaku Sage walked over with a frown. After a moment, his expression was the same sigma. Because at this time, the surroundings of Uzumaki Naruto were no longer filled with blue natural energy, but fiery red. With this fiery red natural energy emerging around him, a burning feeling continued to spread outwards. This has broken away from the category of ordinary natural energy, this special natural energy with the attribute of fire. After a long silence, Fukazaku Sennin took out an ancient book. After flipping through it for a long time, he found this special natural energy. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Naruto's talent was so high, he could sense ordinary natural energy without using toad oil. Now, I feel the natural energy with attributes. You know, this kind of natural energy with attributes has never been recorded who can sense it since the Toad clan was established. This guy is really a monster. Next to him, Jiraiya and Shima Sennin nodded in recognition when they heard the words. However, a sudden change occurred, and the color of the natural energy on Naruto Uzumaki suddenly changed from red to white. This white in the natural energy, one can faintly sense a burst of thunder. The power of thunder has always been a representative of the power of heaven and earth. Feeling this power, the bodies of the three of them trembled. Damn it, natural energy with thunder attributes. Before the three people could pick up their chins, they were shocked by the white natural energy on Uzumaki Naruto's body and dropped it. However, the matter was not over yet. Just when Fukazaku Sage was about to express his emotion, Uzumaki Naruto's body was filled with natural energy. The color changed again, from white to yellow. At the same time, a sense of wind continued to gather around Uzumaki Naruto. The breeze stirred his long hair. His slightly frowned brows were revealed, and his expression was, he looked so resolute and handsome. Not to mention Shima Sage and Fukazaku Sage. At this time, Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto's face and couldn't help but sigh. If he had Uzumaki Naruto's face, he would probably. Tsunade just caught it. A sneeze. It's that hateful guy scolding me again. Doesn't he just owe you some money? Really, wait for me to get the money back, and I'll pay you an extra 10,000 taels. In an inaccessible border town, Tsunade sneezed and cursed disapprovingly. Then she lay on the recliner of a small hotel, rocking the chair and playing with the dice in her hand. Tsunade-sama, we have no money to renew the lease. You said you were going to find medicine for Naruto. When are you going to leave? Shizen came over, holding a frightened little pig in her arms. The little pig's body was covered in sweat, and the eyes he looked at Tsunade were full of resentment. It was obvious that just now, the little pig was beaten again. Tsunade was fooled once. What kind of medicine? Damn it, I actually rolled out 6 points. It seems that I will be able to win back tomorrow. When Shizen saw this, a trace of anger flashed on her face. Tsunade-sama, didn't you say that Naruto has a very serious disease? Oh, Tsunade grabbed the flying dice and showed a little interest on her face. Naruto is a bit strange. He seems to know that his condition is serious, but he still doesn't care. Tsunade-sama, what disease does Naruto have? Shizen couldn't help but ask. Thanks to you being with me for so long, you can't even tell that Naruto suffers from the same disease as Kurone, but the degree of his disease is deeper than Ui Kurone's. I'm afraid it's already reaching the point of terminal illness. What, can Naruto be saved? Try your best. No matter what, I will find a prescription and try to cure his disease. After all, Konoha owes him so much. Then let's go, Tsunade-sama. No need to rush, the casino next door opens today, just play for a day or two before setting off. Hang Chi-Chi. When the little pig in Shizen's arms heard this, he pulled Shizen desperately. Little Zyanja never wants to experience this repetitive pawn life again. It seems that I can sense ordinary natural energy, and I can also sense single attribute natural energy through a single attribute. When Uzumaki Naruto was sensing natural energy, in addition to the ordinary natural energy at the beginning, he could sense single attribute natural energy alone. Among them, he tried 3 attributes in total, namely wind, thunder, and fire. As for the 2 attributes of wood and metal, Uzumaki Naruto did not sense them. He didn't want to leak these 2 attributes, especially the wood attribute that was once taken away by the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Moreover, 3 attributes have been sensed, and the remaining 2 attributes are almost the same, so naturally they can also be sensed. The next step should be to teach chakra absorption and control. Uzumaki Naruto breathed out and opened his eyes. Then, he saw 3 pairs of eyes, like looking at monsters, leaning over to stare at him. Forward, Jiraiya asked aloud. Uzumaki Naruto nodded. He knew that what Jiraiya was talking about was his land and his father, Namikaze Minato. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, Jiraiya was not in Konoha Ninja Village, so it was normal that he did not know him. After receiving Uzumaki Naruto's approval, Jiraiya sighed inaudibly at the corner of his mouth. Hey, we'll catch up on old times later. Now that Naruto has just sensed natural energy, we have to strike while the iron is hot and teach him how to absorb and control natural energy. On the angular stone forest, there were 2 square wooden boards. On each of the 2 wooden boards, there was a person sitting cross-legged, Uzumaki Naruto and Fukazaku Sage. At this moment, Fukazaku Sage is teaching Uzumaki Naruto how to absorb and use natural energy. On the ground, Shima Senshi and Jiraiya closed their eyes and meditated, mustering up their energy and paying attention to petitions. Their mission is to prevent Uzumaki Naruto from falling from the cliff due to his inability to control natural energy. Okay, Naruto, these are the methods, try to understand it yourself. After Naruto Uzumaki listened to Fukazaku Sennin's words, he closed his eyes and began to practice according to the method. Now, when it comes to absorbing and mastering natural energy, this guy shouldn't learn so fast. Fukazaku Sennin wiped the sweat from his forehead. The talent that Uzumaki Naruto showed just now shocked him. But now at this step, Fukazaku Sage believed that no matter how talented Uzumaki Naruto was, he would have to practice for a while. However, at the next moment, a strong natural energy wave suddenly erupted from the direction of Uzumaki Naruto. Fukazaku Sage took a closer look, and saw a blue sky in the sky. The natural energy of color, like a tornado, continuously surged towards Naruto Uzumaki's body. Not only that, around him, there were also circles of natural energy with the 3 attributes of fire, wind, and thunder. These natural energy continued to gather, and the tornado above Naruto Uzumaki's head became larger and larger. Not only that, this energy tornado, with the intersection of 3 attributes plus natural energy attributes, and different colors, transformed into extremely brilliant colors, far away. Looking at it, it looked like a rainbow missing some colors. Hiss! The energy whirlwind grew in size, causing the surrounding space to be squeezed. However, in the blink of an eye, the space seemed to be about to shatter. Trend! Damn it, you kid, give us, the natives of Miyama Mountain, a million points of face. Just after finishing the teaching, he was able to absorb natural energy, and he also made such a big noise. Fukazaku Sennin was angry, surprised and happy for a moment. What made him angry was that Uzumaki Naruto's talent was so high that he was simply the most powerful person in ancient and modern times. Even the native Mayaboku toad who gave birth to his cubs, who was practicing the sage mode, does not want to be able to master it with just one click. It can be said that Uzumaki Naruto's training speed is like a disguised slap in the face of the Mayaboku mountain toad. What is surprising is that with Uzumaki Naruto's incredible talent, the Konoha ninja village is actually willing to let him wander outside. If he is targeted by another hostile ninja village or force, will he have a narrow escape? Fortunately, this genius with a demonic talent was brought out by his Fukazaku sage along the way. In this way, after Uzumaki Naruto becomes famous and he walks around the ninja world, he can say without exaggeration that Uzumaki Naruto's sage mode comes from me. Mayaboku Mountain was created by me, Fukazaku Sennin. This is something I can brag about for a lifetime. Although Fukazaku Sennin was swaying, his movements were not slow. He pressed with one hand, and the majestic energy poured out. The void that was about to burst suddenly became as stable as gold under his hand. Swish! At this time, Uzumaki Naruto stopped absorbing natural energy, and the natural energy that swarmed over disappeared at this moment. Uzumaki Naruto, I also opened my eyes and stood up from the board. At this moment, a dark blue eye shadow pattern appeared in his eye sockets. This was a sign of entering the immortal mode. This has entered the fairy mode. It's not necessary. Are you brewing it? The corner of Fukazaku Sage's mouth twitched. If it weren't for the various signs that Uzumaki Naruto showed were in the beginner's form, then he would have suspected that Uzumaki Naruto was an old man who knew how to activate the sage mode. Hiss la dash. On the wooden board, Uzumaki Naruto stretched out one hand, and a sky blue natural energy quickly emerged from his palm. This natural energy was highly condensed. Just on Uzumaki Naruto's palm, the surrounding void, there are some subtle distortions. If you look closely, you can still see the subtle sparks produced by the interweaving of this energy and the void. Is this perfect control? The corner of Fukazaku Sage's mouth twitched. At this minute, his knowledge was broken again. The Toad clan of MT Mayaboku, as well as Jiraiya, a talented player who has practiced Sage Mode for a long time, have never mastered Sage Mode perfectly, but Uzumaki Ming people, actually, after he finished speaking and after absorbing the natural energy, he mastered it perfectly? Naruto, you're not a monster in human skin, are you? When asked this sentence, Fukazaku Sage was tangled, but he, in this generation, has never seen that in this ninja world, there are still humans who practice Sage Mode so quickly like Uzumaki Naruto. He only said it half a time, learned to sense natural energy, and sensed the legendary single attribute, natural energy. Kanken said it once, can absorb natural energy, and can also perfectly control natural energy. Such a person, apart from monsters, Fukazaku the Sage couldn't think of any other answer. Uzumaki Naruto calmly shook his head, and then, on his outstretched palm, another ball of fiery red natural energy appeared. The moment this energy appeared, the void became visible to the naked eye. The interface between energy and void, even more, caused sparks to rub out, which looked extremely permeable. Not only that, when Uzumaki Naruto circulated this ball of energy, the eyeshadow in his eye sockets turned red. The red eyeshadow made his whole person look full of evil and devilish nature. This, perfectly, mastered the natural energy of fire attribute? Fukazaku Sennin was so shocked by Uzumaki Naruto's manipulation of me that he didn't realize that Shima Sennin and Jiraiya were standing next to him, looking at Uzumaki Naruto with equally shocked faces. In front of him, the Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed, and a pair of yellow transparent wings that were condensed from the natural energy of the wind suddenly appeared on his back. Swish dash. Under the control of Naruto Uzumaki, the pair of wings began to inflame, and then, Uzumaki Naruto tapped his toes, and his whole body slowly rose into the air, constantly flying upwards. The three of them, Fukazaku Sennin, Shima Sennin, and Jiraiya, raised their heads mechanically, and opened their mouths wide enough to stuff a dozen eggs. Shua! In the air, Uzumaki Naruto thought, and his body suddenly rushed away. When he was about to rush to a spike-like stone pillar, one of the wings behind him suddenly turned into a huge wind sword. In just an instant, this sword of wind cut off the stone pillar like cutting tofu. The cut of the stone pillar was extremely neat, as if it was cut with a sharp weapon. Uzumaki Naruto's response to this wind, he was very satisfied with the power of the blade. He planned to reserve this move as a life-saving technique, which was called Immortal Technique Wind Release Feather Sword. Hiss! The power of this move created by Naruto is no less than that of ordinary A-level ninjutsu. This talent is really terrifying. Jiraiya sighed, and Fukazaku Sennin and Shima Sennin on the side transformed into nodding machines, nodding with great recognition. At this minute, just words. Read more novels by visiting our website. Night novels can no longer describe the shock in their hearts. Oh, 8 minutes later, Uzumaki Naruto became familiar with the natural energy of various attributes, exited the Sage mode, and landed firmly on the wooden board. Naruto, tell me the truth, are you able to enter Sage mode at will, instead of requiring a still condition like us? Uzumaki Naruto nodded. With a thought in his mind, he entered the Sage mode again. Hiss, the three of them took a breath of cold air. After a moment, Fukazaku Sage looked at Uzumaki Naruto as if he were a monster. Enter Sage mode at will. Under these conditions, with your current combat power, even if you encounter an elite Jounin, you can still survive a few moves. If you work hard, some ninjas who have just stepped into the elite Jounin class will probably not be able to survive. Will be your opponent. Neither Jiraiya nor Shima Sage refuted these words. They knew that what Fukazaku Sage said was true. This result was similar to what Uzumaki Naruto expected. However, you can enter Sage mode at any time. Never mention it to anyone except us. People's hearts are unpredictable. No one, especially the hostile forces in Konoha Ninja Village, would want such a monster to grow up. The immortal Fukazaku ordered. In addition, please remember that the immortal mode has a certain time limit. I just watched your performance and it seems that you can continue to use the immortal mode for about 10 minutes. Remember, if you encounter an invincible enemy in the future, you will not win after 8 minutes. Run if you want, because after passing the immortal mode, your strength will be even worse than in the normal state, so there is no need to worry. Uzumaki Naruto remembered all what Fukazaku Sage said. After that, Jiraiya and Shima Sage also shared some experiences of using Sage mode with Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto also listened with an open mind and interacted with these powerful people. He had a lot to learn. At this moment, a little toad fell from the void onto Jiraiya's head. Fukazaku Sage and Toad Sage want to see Uzumaki Naruto. After saying that, the little toad disappeared into the void. After hearing this, Fukazaku Sennin patted his forehead. Old lady, it's all your fault for hitting me and making me forget about this. Blame me? Shima Sennin raised the black stick. No, blame me, it's all my fault. I'm in a good mood today, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Jiraiya and Shima Sennin smiled after hearing this. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto felt a little warm in his heart. That's it, Naruto. The immortal Fukazaku said in a deep voice. As usual, if you pass the test, in addition to being qualified to practice immortal mode, you will also receive a prophecy given by the great immortal Toad. You must remember it. The prophecy of the great immortal Toad is very precious. It is possible that this prophecy will save your life at the critical moment. Uzumaki Naruto nodded with a heavy expression. In his previous life, he had seen the predictions made by Toad Sage. It cannot be said to be inaccurate, it can only be said to be very inaccurate. He couldn't help predicting Jiraiya's ending and mission, and also predicted, the person who saves the ninja world will be Uzumaki Naruto. After you meet Toad Immortal, you should be returning to Konoha. When you say goodbye, you have nothing to give as a gift. Just keep this bottle of toad oil, maybe you can use it later. Fukazaku Sage's expression changed, and a large bottle of toad oil suddenly appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto accepted it without refusing. Old man, you are such a thief. You secretly prepared gifts and didn't even tell me that they were really yours. Shima Sennin scolded Fukazaku Sennin while taking out a huge scroll. She spread out the scroll, handed Naruto Uzumaki a pen, and said with a kind smile, Naruto, I don't have anything to give you, old lady, so I'll borrow flowers to offer to the Buddha and give you the psychic contract from Armiyama Mountain. In this way, if you need any help in the future, practice psychic skills and we will arrive as soon as possible. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, signed his name on the psychic scroll, and pressed his fingerprints. Okay, try it and see if you can channel it for the first time. Good luck! Uzumaki Naruto nodded, and then followed the method given by Shima Sennin, and used the psychic technique. After several operations, the psychic technique was completed. Swish dash! A white mist floated away, and I saw him wrapped in a bath towel. Gamabunta, smoking a cigarette, suddenly appeared on the scene. Damn it, Jiraiya, I'm taking a shower, what did you ask me to do? Wah! Gamabunta disappeared with a swish, leaving only a bath towel, which slowly fell from the sky. The three Fukazaku Sennin were once again shocked by Uzumaki Naruto. They used the psychic scroll for the first time. Summoning Gamabunta, one of the three gangsters of MT Mayaboku, there is no one else with such strength. Ahem, Jiraiya coughed awkwardly. Naruto, I don't have anything to give you. You have grown up now, so I will give you a ninjutsu and a book. I just finished writing this book, and you are the first reader. Hehe, Jiraiya took out the book and scroll and handed it to Uzumaki Naruto. The book was held down by the scroll, and only this scroll could be seen. It is the ninjutsu scroll of the A-level ninjutsu Reiznan. Jiraiya handed it over. At this time, he winked at Uzumaki Naruto from time to time. Uzumaki Naruto knew clearly that the gift he sent was probably Heite Kakashi's favorite, intimate heaven. Uzumaki Naruto did not refuse and took it with both hands. Okay, Naruto, don't resist now, I'll teleport you to where the great Toad Sage is. Fukazaku Sennin smiled and said, thanks. Uzumaki Naruto bent down and bowed to the three of them, but as soon as he was halfway through, Fukazaku Sage immediately cast a spell and passed him over. On the same spot, Jiraiya and Shima Sage were also relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fukazaku Sennin sighed, Naruto's talent is unparalleled in the world. We just told him something. This gift is well deserved. Jiraiya smiled helplessly, this little guy, his father died fighting for Konoha, but Konoha treated him like this. Konoha is sorry for him. It was my inability to change the master's mind. If my attitude had been tougher back then, maybe he wouldn't have been like this. I am the one who least deserves to receive his gift. Shima Sennin patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. Isn't your master also for the stability of the entire Konoha? Besides, you have tried your best, so don't blame yourself. Jiraiya shook his head and looked at the direction where Uzumaki Naruto left, with a look of sadness and helplessness. In fact, I discovered him when he first came. At that time, I couldn't believe that at an age that should have been brilliant, Naruto's eyes were full of dead ashes. He, in this Konoha, already despairing of this world, I can't even imagine what he has gone through in these years. You know, I didn't dare to look at him, I didn't dare to stand up and recognize him, saying that I was his father's master, that I was his master. I'm just a cowardly evader. Well, Fukazaku Sennin and Shima Sennin looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Old lady, tell me, Naruto is already so disillusioned with this world, why is he still struggling to live? Keep getting stronger, keep practicing. I just noticed something, Naruto's dark circles are very heavy, I guess, but he probably hasn't slept for several months. Shima Sennin shook his head, I don't know, but I think that the thing that supports his life must be very beautiful. It must be the most inseparable part of his life. It must be the existence in his life that he wants to protect the most. It must be the thing in his life. The last warmth, from the first meeting, when we walked over, it can be seen that Naruto took a step back. Naruto no longer believes in this world. His heart is self-sealed and filled with darkness. He is not afraid of death. He is afraid of death, is loss, is what he wants to protect, loss. Therefore, he will fight tooth and nail to protect the light that once shone into his heart. Maybe, this is the reason why Naruto is still alive even though his heart is filled with despair. At this time, Jiraiya smiled sadly. Is it my fault, or Konoha's fault, or maybe this world is wrong? Let me pay for the sins I have done, Naruto. I'm sorry, the temple deep in Miyama Mountain is the centerpiece of Miyama Mountain. It is also the seat of the great Toad Immortal. Uzumaki Naruto was teleported over and appeared directly in the lobby. Also in the lobby were Toad Sage and Heite Kakashi. Hey Naruto, how's it going? Did you learn anything? Uzumaki Naruto nodded calmly. Heite Kakashi chuckled, and didn't ask any more questions. He was familiar with the difficulty of training in Sage Mode, and naturally knew that it was not easy. Uzumaki Naruto had only been away for a day, and even a genius would not be able to do it like this. Mastered it in a short time. After all, Jiraiya, one of the Genius 3 ninjas, had also studied in MT Mayaboku for a long time before he became more proficient in mastering the Sage Mode. However, as long as there are gains, this trip will take several seconds. Use trip to MT Mayoki is not in vain. Naruto, you are great, you mastered Sage Mode perfectly in just one day, your talent, monster. The great immortal Toad narrowed his eyes slightly and praised aloud. What? One day? Master the immortal mode perfectly. Heite Kakashi stood up from the stool after hearing the words, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto dumbfounded. Uzumaki Naruto did not speak and nodded calmly. Upon seeing this, Heite Kakashi's mouth twitched hard, and he held on his big eyes were staring at Uzumaki Naruto, as if he wanted to see through him. However, Uzumaki Naruto's expression was still as calm as water. There was neither a trace of pride nor a trace of pride. What was left was just a pair of lifeless eyes. If you look carefully, you can see that there is some eagerness in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. He has been out for a long time, from the first month to several months, and now, Uzumaki Naruto just wants to return to Konoha Ninja Village, go back and see if Amber, Beiji and others have become stronger like him. Naruto, you are really a genius. After the shock, Heite Kakashi sighed, gave a thumbs up, and was sincerely happy for Uzumaki Naruto. Along the way, Heite Kakashi had a rough understanding of Uzumaki Naruto's strength, and did not imitate the immortal. Before the mode, Uzumaki Naruto's strength was comparable to that of a jounin who lost his tail. Now after learning the Sage Mode, Heite Kakashi has reason to believe that Uzumaki Naruto's current strength is no less than that of any ordinary person. A jounin can even compete with an elite jounin of his level. If he adds his 2 psychic beasts and some elite jounin who are weak in strength, they may not be invincible. Thinking of this, Heiteka there was a sudden darkness at the bottom of Cassie's eyes. If the once dead Heite Kakashi could practice as hard as Uzumaki Naruto, I'm afraid he would have enough power to protect his friends and prevent those tragedies. Heite Kakashi shook his head to disperse his thoughts, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto's eyes with a touch of warmth. The former Heite Kakashi is dead, and the current Heite Kakashi is a new Heite Kaka. West, because certain people who appeared in his life informed him of the future direction in their own way at certain moments. Cough. The great immortal Toad took off his cigarette stick, blew out an eager smoke ring, and couldn't help coughing. He put down the cigarette stick, opened his turbid old eyes, and a faint light flashed through his eyes. As usual, if you pass the test of Miyama Mountain, you will have the opportunity to obtain a prophecy. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto cheered up. The Toad Sage's prediction was related to the future path of him and his friends. He did not dare to be careless. It doesn't matter if he is alone, but behind him are his friends. I just had a dream. The great Toad Immortal narrowed his eyes slightly. In my dream, someone said something to me. She said, since your heart is dead, then live towards the sun. What rises in the east is life, hope. After the great Toad Master finished speaking, he fell on the chair, snored slightly, and fell into a deep sleep. Uzumaki Naruto and Heite Kakashi were gently swept up by a gentle force and left Mt. Miyamu. At this time, Konoha Ninja Village, the land of the Sarutobi clan. Amber, Wuhuan, and Baiji had bloody wounds everywhere, and the blood flowing from their bodies had spread all over the open square. The overwhelming blood energy even affected the climate above the Konoha Ninja Village. A cloud of blood appeared, suddenly covering the Konoha Ninja Village, as if it was carved into the sky, and could not be dissipated for a long time. These three beasts are really Uzumaki Naruto's dogs. After several months, even the fiercest psychic beasts should be subdued, but they refuse to pay attention to them. They have been fighting for so long and have tried all kinds of methods. Okay, just keep silent. Damn it, how could there be such persistent psychic beasts in this world? Did Uzumaki Naruto feed them, to make them so desperate? In the open-air square, 3 ninjas from the Sarutobi clan each held 2 iron thorn whips and kept whipping them. The old wounds on Amber, Wuhuan, and Baiji had not healed, but new ones appeared, and strips of blood flowed from them. The blood flowing out of the body is no longer as fast as it was at the beginning, and the color of the blood is no longer as bright red as it was at the beginning. But a hatred that goes deep into the bone marrow pervades from this blood, permeating all the Konoha ninjas. The village spread to the entire ninja world. After months of torture, their bodies had long been on the verge of collapse. It was their will that supported them, and they would not fall, because they know that their friend will come across mountains of swords, seas of fire, and dust, just for them. Snap, snap, snap. The whipping continues. Sarutobi Asuma. He stood up from the recliner, stretched out, spit out the cigarette butts in his mouth, and glanced at the 3 divine beasts in a funny way. As soon as he turned around, a ninja from the Sarutobi clan came over. Report to the young clan leader. The clan leader has something to say. Naruto, Uzumaki and others are on their way back now. The clan leader asked me to inform you that Plan B is now being adopted. After the ninja finished speaking, he took out 2 small medicine bottles from his arms and handed them to Sarutobi Asuma. After the ninja left, Asuma threw the small medicine bottles to the guards beside him. You go over and feed these 3 beasts these sleeping pills and Chingy pills. Didn't Uzumaki Naruto feed these 3 beasts ecstasy? Then I have no choice but to feed them some drugs and forcefully sign a psychic contract. The guard ordered, took the pills, and force-fed them the sleeping pills. Amber, confused circle, and Baiji. The power of the sleeping pill was so strong that within a few dozen seconds, the 3 divine beasts fell into a deep sleep, supported entirely by their will. Seeing this, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan walked to the iron pillar and put them down from the pillar. Quick, young patriarch, come here quickly. These 3 beasts have taken sleeping pills and fallen into a deep sleep. At this time, you must forcefully sign a psychic agreement with these 3 beasts. Several ninjas rushed over with psychic scrolls. Under the operation of everyone, the psychic contract was quickly signed. Ha ha ha, 3 beasts, you are the only one who wants to fight with me. You are so immature. Do you think that if you'd read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Given, I can't do anything about it? Now that the agreement has been made, no matter how arrogant you are still me. The psychic beast. Boom ka dash. At this time, in the sky, a red thunder full of resentment fell rapidly towards the Sarutobi clan's open-air square. When Sarutobi Asuma and others saw this, their faces were filled with a strong look of fear. They wanted to escape, but found that everyone in the open-air square was locked by this thunder and could not escape. They could only watch this thunder towards them, coming for strangulation. Stab la dash. At the critical moment, a slightly hunchbacked figure, holding a wishful stick, jumped into the air and scattered the thunder. The scattered red thunder was like a burst of fireworks. Normally, the beauty is so coquettish and dreamy. However, there is an overwhelming hatred and overwhelming murderous intention in it. After the disaster, in the open-air square, Sarutobi Asuma popped. He collapsed on the ground, his face pale. No one noticed that water was dripping from his black trouser legs. No one noticed that the most critical rune on the previously signed psychic contract was clearly visible, separated by a red thunder symbol. These three psychic beasts are probably the darlings of God. What we did was a taboo. Asma, in the future you have to remember to be kind to these three psychic beasts. Don't use them indiscriminately when nothing happens. Psychic skills. In addition, in order to prevent Uzumaki Naruto from discovering them, you will treat their injuries before releasing them back into the forest. Do you hear me? It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who broke up the thunder earlier. After the thunderstorm, Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed the wish-fulfilling stick and walked to Sarutobi Asuma, and gave instructions with a heavy face. He was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder were split apart. Hearing this, Sarutobi Asuma's head seemed to be shut down and he just nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything else and turned around to leave. No one noticed that his hand holding the wish stick was trembling continuously. Come here, treat the injuries of these three beasts, the psychic beasts. No matter what the cost, you must treat them for me. After treating the injuries, remember to feed them Kingmei pills to clear their memories. After feeding, put them into the forest where they were captured earlier. After Asuma Sarutobi finished explaining, he chewed his cigarette tightly and pretended to be calm before leaving. Only a puddle of pungent-smelling water was left, submerged in the open square. In the evening, in the sky outside Konoha Ninja Village, the stars twinkled, the moon was bright, and the flying fireflies filled the mountains, complementing each other with the stars in the sky, creating a beautiful picture. On a hillside, a girl sat silently on a stone. She supported her chin with her hands, her little head moved frequently, and her cherry lips danced. It turned out that she was counting the moon to appear tonight. One in the sky, one in the water, one hanging on the treetops, one on the cliff, one in the bamboo forest. The girl showed a gentle smile while counting. She liked this kind of quiet place, and she liked counting the moon at night. However, she counted many, but ignored that in her eyes. There were actually two white moons hidden quietly. A girl named Hinata. I don't know when Naruto-kun will come back. It's been a few months. I really want to see him, just secretly. That's fine, Hinata murmured, her soft little face spread out. Hongyun climbed up, revealing a sweet smile. Come on, people, just leave them here at night. They will climb into the forest by themselves tomorrow. Ha! Down the hillside, several voices suddenly sounded. Hinata heard the sound and hurriedly hid behind the stone. After the surroundings calmed down, Hinata grabbed the stone, exposed half of her head, and looked down suspiciously. At this moment, three petite animals were randomly placed on the grassland at the foot of the hillside. An amber snake shone in the moonlight, a sparrow glowed red in the moonlight, and, under the moonlight, the cat's hair reflected light. Hinata recognized it at a glance. This cat was once often held by Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata did not admit it wrong. These three little animals were restored to their original forms: Amber, Wahuan, and Beiji. Hinata covered her mouth and looked carefully towards the end of the path. At this time, the person who had made the noise had left. After making sure that there was no one, Hinata trotted and came to the three next to the divine beasts. At this moment, the bodies of the three divine beasts had just been healed. Facing the cold night environment, they instinctively curled up. Seeing this, Hinata hurriedly took off her clothes and covered them. Hers the clothes are in an extra large size, so they are just enough to cover them. Their stomachs are so flat, have they not eaten for a long time? Hinata took out 2 boxes of bento, 3 pieces of bread, and 5 cups of milk from her arms. Under the moonlight, she took the food, picked up Kohaku and the others one by one, and fed them patiently food for them. After everything was done, Hinata fell next to them, pouting her little lips, and fell asleep in a deep sleep. Ding! The mythical beast Avanti has swallowed the sky and plundered 50 creatures who were not the strongest genin. Ding! The growth progress of the second stage of the Avanti beast is 100%, and the total growth progress is 30%. Ding! The mythical beast Afanti has successfully entered the first stage of cultivating the mythical beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward for cultivating a mythical beast. Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward: A-level ninjutsu scroll, multiple shadow clone technique, system plus 80, spirit plus 80, chakra plus 80, sheep animal affinity 100%. Ding! The third phase of the training mission of Afanti has been released, the Devouring of Blood. Devouring of Blood. Afanti can enter the fourth stage of cultivating a mythical beast by devouring 100 Chuyonin or above creatures. After Afanti entered the third stage of the mythical beast, like Zi, her appearance did not change much. However, the moment they entered the third stage, a shadow of the mythical beast appeared behind them. According to the system, the phantom that emerged represents that their bloodline has truly been activated. At this moment, Afanti is lying in the divine beast space necklace, adapting to the changes brought about by the third stage. Uzumaki Naruto thought, and her attribute panel suddenly appeared. Divine Beast number 5, Avanti level, Divine Beast 3rd stage physical, 259 spirit, 256 spiritual power attributes, water, earth, wood, wind, thunder. Spiritual power mastery level, water attribute 20%, earth attribute 20%, wood attribute 20%, wind attribute 20%, thunder attribute 20%. Bloodline skills, swallowing the sky, power of Divine Beast. The power of the Divine Beast, the Doughty of the Divine Beast, Afanti's bloodline skill. By using this skill, you can summon the phantom of the mythical beast to fight together. The mythical beast has no actual ability, but it can bring 100% attribute bonus to Doughty. Note, this skill lasts 3 minutes and has a 1-week cooling time. Divine Beast qualification, Doughty. 3rd stage of training progress, 0%. 3rd stage of training task, breaking of blood. Avanti's attribute bonus is directly proportional to her efforts and talent. Uzumaki Naruto is not surprised. However, the power of the Divine Beast, the bloodline skill awakened by Afanti in the 3rd stage, made Naruto Uzumaki jealous. The attribute doubling bonus means that as long as Afanti uses this skill, her attributes will be doubled. In itself, Afanti's combat power, in the 2nd stage of the Divine Beast, is capable of taking on Saraten, who is as fast as a Jonin. Now that she has entered the 3rd stage, she can probably defeat an average Jounin based on her attributes alone. If she is using this skill, I am afraid that within 3 minutes, she can defeat a Jounin. Upper class ninja. Ding! Host attribute bonus begins. Host attributes are being added. The host attribute bonus has been completed. The system prompt tone fell, and the changes in Naruto Uzumaki's body stopped. At this moment, he was a little taller than before, his hair was much longer, and his entire body shape became more symmetrical. He looked like a breath of fresh air. Of course, that is, provided you don't look into those dead gray eyes. The increase in mental power allowed Naruto Uzumaki to have a new understanding of many ninjutsu that he had already mastered after reaching the full proficiency level. Many ninjutsu that previously took a long time to perform, now he can save a little time. Although it is not much, it can bring unexpected effects in the fight. The only thing that made him feel nothing was still the change of chakra. Now, due to the strengthening of the Uzumaki's physique, Uzumaki Naruto does not know how much chakra is in his body. Open the Personal Properties panel. System, Divine Beast Trainer System Host, Uzumaki Naruto Level Chunin. When each attribute rises to 250, you can grow into a trainee Jonin. Physique, 240 Spirit, 247 Chakra, 240 Natural Energy Attribute Bonus, 40% Chakra Attributes, Wind, Wood, Fire, Thunder, Metal Blood Inheritance Limit, Sharing on Additional Attributes, Snake Animal Affinity 50%, Bird Animal Affinity 50%, Cat Animal Affinity 50%, Turtle Animal Affinity 50, Affinity to Sheep-like Animals 100%, Affinity to Monkey-like Animals 100%. Ninjutsu and Proficiency, Chakra Extraction Technique 100%, 3 Body Technique, Wind Release Wind Blade 100%, Wind Release Wind Blinking Technique 100%, Konoha Dragon God 100%, Wind Release Kongsand Barrier 100%, Thunder Release Chidori 100%, Thunder Release Thunder God Armor 100%, 8 Gate Dungia, the 7th door can be opened now, 100%, Immortal Technique Wind Escape Feather Sword 100%, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique 0% currently bound to the Divine Beasts, Divine Beast. Number 1 Amber, 2nd stage, Divine Beast number 2 Confused Circle, 2nd stage, Divine Beast number 3 by G, 2nd stage, phase, Divine Beast number 4 Shisui, 2nd phase, Divine Beast number 5 Avanti, 3rd phase, Divine Beast number 6 Zi, 3rd phase. Uzumaki Naruto put away the panel, and on the way back to the village, he had already put 8. I have reached the 7th gate of Men Dungia, Jingmen, and have maxed out my proficiency level. As for the self-created ninjutsu of Immortal Technique, Wind Release, and Feather Sword, because it is self-realized, it is directly at the full level. Some accounts should be settled. Uzumaki Naruto's expression was quite cold. Compared with when he walked out of Konoha Ninja Village, he was completely different. Although it can't be said to be very strong, some revenge that could not be avenged before can now be done. For example, he once promised to kill Inyazuka Kiba's dog and make a dog meat hot pot. Wow, Naruto, you look handsome again. In my ears, Haruno Sakura's crazy voice sounded. Please stay away from me, thank you, Uzumaki Naruto said calmly. I know, why are you so fierce? You look like you are rejecting people thousands of miles away, and they haven't done anything to you. Really, Naruto, you are nothing like you now, and you are not like before. Haruno Sakura still wanted to scold him, but Naruto Uzumaki bypassed him and walked to the front. Hey, Naruto, you haven't heard me out yet. Haruno Sakura yelled, with her hands on her hips and stomping on the ground several times. Sakura, didn't you see Naruto thinking about training? Why can't you work as hard as him? Didn't I say it before, as long as you can catch up with Naruto's footsteps? Heite Kakashi looked helpless. But I can't catch up, Naruto, why don't you stop and wait for me? Kakashi Heitake == Suzuki Uchiha _. When Uzumaki Naruto heard this, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. He didn't speak, but just quickened his pace. Half a month later, Uzumaki, Naruto and others returned to Konoha Ninja Village. At the village gate, Heite Kakashi suggested that they go to the Hokage building together to receive the mission reward. Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura had no objection, but Uzumaki Naruto refused because, now, he wanted to go to the mountains to see his friends first. Come on, Naruto is rich now. He doesn't like the reward from this mission. Harano Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto's back and said something coldly, and was glared hard by Heite Kakashi. For some reason, Heite Kakashi felt that at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto had changed from his usual calmness, and even walked a little faster. Kakashi Heite's eyes were warm. Perhaps, the place where Naruto goes is the beauty that he must protect with all his life. Surprisingly, after Uzumaki Naruto left, Uchiha Sasuke changed his mind and wanted to practice. Why, Sasuke-kun, you should take a good rest after finally finishing your mission. Otherwise, your skin will become darker and you will become ugly, Harano Sakura said in confusion. I want to prove, my talent is no worse than his, and my hard work is no worse than his. After Uchiha Sasuke finished speaking, he turned his head and used the teleportation technique to leave. Are these two people crazy? Why are they just practicing in their heads? Can't they think of something else? It's too boring to practice all the time. Harano Sakura was speechless. Heite Kakashi said helplessly, Sakura, do you know why you can't catch up with Naruto and Sasuke? Have no idea. Because, when you are playing, they are practicing, when you are putting on makeup, they are practicing, when you are sleeping, they are practicing, and when you are thinking about falling in love, they are still practicing. Forward. So, the corners of Kakashi Heite's mouth raised. In order to continue the trend started by Naruto, I declare. What to announce? The event of going to the Hokage building to collect mission rewards is cancelled. Target, Ninja School Training Ground, Mission, Training. No, the protest is invalid. If you don't go, I will tell Naruto that you secretly met his shadow under the tree that day. I'll go. Isn't it okay if I go? Harano Sakura seemed to have heard something terrible. She held her forehead and used the teleportation technique to leave. On the spot, Heite Kakashi looked at the retreating figures of the three people. Unconsciously, he moved the three people who were once in the 7th class. Individuals, reflected on them. I used to be in class 7, but I didn't take the lead like Naruto. Naruto, I believe that because of you, class 7 will get better and better in the future. As he thought about it, Heite Kakashi's eyebrows gradually became gentler. Under the mask, his handsome face revealed a smile, which healed both himself and others like the sky cleared after the rain. Wow, Kakashi, are all three of your students so good? They have only graduated a few months ago, and they have already mastered the teleportation technique so well? Yes, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura and the others are great. I feel they are so strong. A thunderous and heroic voice rang in Kakashi Heite's ears, causing the smile on his face to freeze. When he came back to his senses, Kakashi Heite turned his head and saw 4 animals, 2 long and 2 short. The feet suddenly appeared in front of him. There was a faint read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, describable smell in the air. Kakashi Heite smiled helplessly. Kai, could you please not be so surprised next time? Kakashi, why do you look so tired? You can't be like this. You have to be energetic and find the youth that makes your blood boil. Come on, join us. I've prepared your special training clothes for you. Matekai put one hand on the ground, and with his free hand, he took out a set of green tights from his pocket. Right. Youth. Rock Lee echoed, his face flushed, and he performed a few backflips in front of Kakashi Heite on the spot. Kakashi Heite forget it, Kai, what's the matter with you? Hearing this, Metkai turned over, clapped his hands, and said seriously, there is indeed something wrong. Lord Hokage asked me to tell you that the Chunin examination is about to begin. He asked you to take class 7 with you. I see. Heite Kakashi nodded. He had this idea long after Sarutobi Hiruzen told him that the Chunin exam was postponed. Haha, the notification is in place, Xiao Li, let's continue to sweat the sweat of our youth. Okay, Teacher Kai, I must catch up with you today. Impossible, Xiao Li, although your youth is very exciting, it is far worse than mine. Metkai and Rock Lee chatted while holding their necks, standing on their heads, and ran away like flying away. Here, Heite Kakashi just breathed a sigh of relief when Metkai suddenly appeared in front of him again, raising his thick eyebrows and looking at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Kakashi Heite asked with a puzzled look on his face. Kakashi, your smile just now was very youthful. This is the first time I've seen this smile on your face. You have to keep it up. After Metkai left standing upside down, Heite Kakashi frowned slightly and touched his chin. It seemed that since meeting Naruto, the number of times he laughed became more and more. His tweet meow meow when Naruto Uzumaki came to the forest, Kohaka Shiraiji sensed him and came out of the forest one after another. They happily circled around him. After sensing his breath, their eyes showed shock. Look, for a while, they kept calling. Back to the host. Amber is confused and by G and the others ask you, why did you become so strong after only being away for half a month? Half a month? Uzumaki Naruto frowned, but didn't think much about it. Instead, he asked them to enter the Divine Beast Space Necklace. He wanted to check their training results during this period. Swish! 3 streams of light flashed. Amber, Wuhuan, and Bai Ji had entered the mythical beast space necklace. Ding! The host, the 3 divine beasts Amber, Wuhuan, and Beiji, had been severely injured before, and their memories had been partially erased. Now, they still have not recovered their strength, and they were forcibly signed a psychic contract. What? Uzumaki Naruto felt a heart-stopping coldness erupt in an instant. His tweet meow meow fanny squeak. After the bond was established, the divine beasts could intuitively feel Naruto Uzumaki's emotional changes, so they immediately called out and asked Naruto Uzumaki if something had happened. Uzumaki Naruto took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and smiled calmly. It's okay, I'm just a little excited when I think about eating dog meat hot pot. Hearing this, a coldness also appeared on the faces of Amber, Wuhuan, and Bai Ji. They were practicing so hard just to protect their friends. In order to prevent their friends from getting hurt, they just want to take revenge. One of their enemies, Takamaru, they have not forgotten, especially Daequan. Her eyes are now filled with a strong killing intent. Afanti and Zi'ai after learning about this incident, they also had cold expressions on their faces. They even patted their chests and kept roaring, promising to take revenge on Wu Huan. The appearance of several divine beasts sharing the same hatred fell into the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, but Uzumaki Naruto was even more. He felt uncomfortable. When he thought about the scene when Kohaku confused Shirahime and the 3 of them, resisting and struggling desperately, his heart felt as painful as needles. He regretted why when he left Konoha Ninja Village, don't take them with you. He worked hard to become stronger, but he still caused them to suffer so much harm. Ding! Returning to the host, after Amber and Bai Ji enter the 3rd stage of the mythical beast, all their memories can be awakened. This so-called psychic contract is not voluntary for them, so they can tear it up at any time as long as they regain their memory. In other words, this psychic contract does not pose a threat to them. Uzumaki Naruto heard the news and felt a little relieved. Because, as long as this psychic contract cannot affect Amber and the others, then he can make this person pay the price in blood without any scruples. Uzumaki Naruto did not tell Kohaku and the others about these things. He knew that someone who had the ability to arrest Kohaku, Beiji, and the others together, and force them to sign a psychic contract to erase their memories must not be simple. So, this time, he has to carry it on his own. You have suffered enough. Leave the rest to me. I promise you, none of those who have hurt us will be able to escape. Because Amber, Wuhuan, and Bai Ji were delayed for several months, their growth progress did not improve much. Uzumaki Naruto respected their eagerness to become stronger and allowed him and them to continue to stay in the mountains and forests. To be on the safe side, he asked Afanti and Zi to protect them. With the 2 of them joining forces, except for the shadow-level experts, the rest can ensure their escape. With them, Uzumaki Naruto can rest assured. Under the night, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the bright moon. The full moon was in the sky, the stars were flowing, everything was peaceful and quiet. He clenched his fists and his expression slowly turned cold. Murderous aura that was so strong that it was real filled the air from his body, and strong winds flew in all directions, causing the sand and rocks around him to fly around and the vegetation to flutter. Swish! Shadow clones continued to gather behind him one by one. In just a few seconds, 30 shadow clones were already standing behind him. Sneak into the Konoha Ninja Village and investigate for me. I want to know who it is that took advantage of me to leave and attack the 3 of them, Kohaku Shirohime. Shua. After receiving the order, the 30 shadow clones immediately turned into 30 afterimages and disappeared in place. Under the moon, there was a lonely shadow on the cliff. Uzumaki Naruto looked down at the Konoha Ninja Village. After a long time, he turned and left. After he left, behind the ancient tree, Hinata tilted her little head, grasped the trunk of the tree with both hands, pursed her little mouth, and looked at his back with distress. The light was pouring, and the night was slightly cool. Quiet, but these beautiful things formed a strong contrast with Uzumaki Naruto walking farther and farther. It was as if he at this moment was the real night. Naruto-kun, Hinata sat paralyzed on the ground, covering her mouth tightly, tears streaming down her face, and her heart felt painful. She knew that the Uzumaki Naruto he once was would never come back. After a long time, Hinata wiped away the tears on her face and looked towards the direction where Uzumaki Naruto left, her eyes full of determination. On his way back from shopping for groceries, Uzumaki Naruto was stopped by 3 people walking towards him. The 3 of them approached. Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly, took a step back, then pointed in a direction, turned and left. Swish! At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto. This man was not tall, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, and a tattoo of the word love on his forehead. On his back, he carried a large gourd that was almost as tall as him. Uzumaki Naruto watched Naruto many times in his previous life and knew the identity of this person, the first Jinchuriki of Sand Ninja Village, Gaara. I can feel your strength. My name is Gaara. I am looking forward to fighting with you. Gaara hugged his hands and leaned against the wall, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto looked at him calmly, said nothing, and walked away. What, this guy is so cool, he actually doesn't even pay attention to Gaara. It's really strange that the ninjas of Konoha-ren village are not afraid of death, but those eyes are really penetrating. Kankuro looked at Uzumaki Naruto's back and muttered silently, "Hey, Temari, since that guy pointed out the direction, let's go there and have a good rest," Kankuro said. After a while, no one responded to him. He twitched the corner of his mouth and turned to look. At this moment, Gaara was staring at Uzumaki Naruto's back, with fighting spirit rising in his body. As for Temari, standing there in a daze, she looked at Uzumaki Naruto's back, her mouth slightly opened, her eyes dull, and a cloud of red cloud appeared on her cheeks. Kankuro was speechless. Isn't he just a brat from Konoha Ninja Village? He deserves your attention. As soon as he finished speaking, Gaara and Temari immediately looked at him. There was something evil in their eyes, especially Gaara's cold eyes, which made Kankuro shudder. He is an opponent worthy of my respect. In the Chunin examination, I vow to fight him. After Gaara finished speaking, he turned around and walked in the direction that Uzumaki Naruto pointed just now. He is handsome and cool, has a strong ninja aura, carries food, and probably can cook. A man who can cook is more attractive than anything else. It's just that his eyes are filled with a sense of death, but I like it. Temari waved her fan and left. What, two lunatics, in the same place? Kankuro was as big as two. Only now did he understand why Gaara and Temari had the best relationship among the three siblings. The dilapidated wooden house in the past has been repaired, filled with furniture, and simply decorated, and it already feels like home. On the dining table, there are several plates of steaming dishes, braised pork, tomatoes and eggs, sweet and sour pork ribs. The meter of sunlight pouring in from the window mixes with the rising mist, creating a Tyndall effect. The hazy light and warm-colored dishes seem so healing. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto held his head with both hands and stared intently, with his slightly open nose, greedily sucking in these human fireworks. After a long time, the stagnation and death in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes weakened slight. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels Lee. Last night, all night long, depression hit him, and a horrible sense of suffocation enveloped him. At that moment, he really wanted to just be so quiet. Go to sleep. But he can't. Behind him, there are friends who are worthy of his protection at all costs. When the food was cold and the sun was setting, Naruto Uzumaki picked up his rice bowl and finished the food calmly. After putting away the dishes, there was a knock on the door, and Naruto Uzumaki opened it, revealing Kakashi Hatake with a smile. "Naruto, can I come in and sit down?" "Please come in." The two sat across from each other at the table. Hatake Kakashi took out an envelope from his pocket and pushed it to Uzumaki Naruto. "This is the reward for 2 missions, a total of 50,000 taels, please accept it." Uzumaki Naruto nodded calmly and did not refuse. Seeing this, Hatake Kakashi smiled. Before coming, he was worried that Uzumaki Naruto would not value this little money. "By the way, Naruto, I have registered for you for this Chunin exam. The Chunin exam will officially start tomorrow. This is the arrangement for this Chunin exam. Please read it carefully. I have to inform Sakura and Suzuki." Putting a list on the table, Kakashi Hatake stood up and left. Etc. Uzumaki Naruto said, "Is there anything else, Naruto? This is for you." Uzumaki Naruto took out a book and pushed it to Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi picked it up curiously and took a look. In just a moment, his expression changed. He quickly closed the book, slightly embarrassed. A smile. "Naruto, I have accepted this book. Remember to work hard for the Chunin exam, strive for it, and get first place." After saying that, Kakashi Hatake disappeared into the house. Before leaving, he did not forget to close the door. The sound of turning books in the air gradually faded away. What Naruto Uzumaki gave him was none other than Jiraiya. The book that was also given to him, the latest version of Intimate Heaven. After Hatake Kakashi left, Uzumaki Naruto picked up the list and glanced at it briefly. What was recorded on it was the results of the Chunin exam process. In the process, the Chunin exam is divided into 3 sessions. The first written examination and the second Forest of Death are not much different from those in the original drama. The only difference is the third session, this time the third round of the Chunin examination, in addition to the preliminaries and knockout rounds, also adds a setting. The ninja who wins the first place in the Chunin examination can personally select any ninja in the Konoha Ninja Village, including Naruto. Participate in a friendly duel to gain guidance from your seniors. Swish swish. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. This figure was dressed in the costume of the Sarutobi clan. In front of Uzumaki Naruto, in a moment, the figure turned into Uzumaki Naruto again. The person who came was the clone that Uzumaki Naruto had sent to inquire about the news. We found out the information, but the other clones were all killed. Who is it? Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Asuma. The clone said in a deep voice, since you left the Konoha ninja village, Asuma Sarutobi of the Sarutobi clan has dispatched Umbu and hundreds of ninjas from the Sarutobi clan to the mountains outside the village to force Kohaku, Mujin, and Shiraheim out of the mountains, captured alive. After abusing them for nearly 2 months, he resorted to underhanded tactics to force the 3 divine beasts to sign a psychic contract. After the clone finished speaking, the chakra scattered on the ground poured into Uzumaki Naruto's body. In the house, Uzumaki Naruto sat calmly at the table, and the familiar feeling of suffocation invaded again. Outside the window, the bright moon was in the sky, and the dim light was like ice, bone-chilling. Uzumaki Naruto looked out the window silently, without even blinking. He sat like this all night, until dawn rose, and a soft golden ring hung on the horizon. The sun! Swish! Uzumaki Naruto suddenly stood up. Visible to the naked eye, in just an instant, all his golden hair turned white. No one knew that the Sharingan hidden deep in his eyes, at this moment, from the 2 Magatama form to the 3 Magatama form. Ding! The host Sharingan has evolved to the level of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Congratulations to the host for getting attribute bonuses, physical plus 30, mental plus 50, chakra plus 40. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's clenched fist was still dripping with blood. Under the table, after a night of accumulation, it was already red. Uzumaki Naruto let go of his hand, and 5 bone-deep wounds appeared on his palm. He bandaged it expressionlessly. After cleaning the house, he closed the window. There was no other reason, just the feeling, that kind of beauty, getting further and further away from him. Puff! The window was closed, and as soon as Uzumaki Naruto turned around, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew that his depression had deepened. He didn't care, he just cleaned up indifferently and calmly. Ding! Host attribute bonus begins. Host attributes are being added. The host attribute bonus has been completed. The attribute bonus brought by Sharingan did not change Uzumaki Naruto's white hair, but at this moment, he could feel a powerful energy emerging from his limbs. His entire body, as if being baptized, exuded soft chakra light. The whole process lasted an hour. The physical changes stopped. Uzumaki Naruto has entered the upper echelon of the entire ninja world, Jounin. Now that he has used all his cards, he is 80% sure to kill an elite Jounin. Amber, Wuhuan, by G, wait, I will avenge you right now. With a calm murmur, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes fell on the friendship duel on the list. You can personally select any ninja in the Konoha ninja village, including Naruto, for a friendly duel. Asuma Sarutobi, in this friendly duel, it didn't say that no one can die, right? The first round of the Chunin examination was held at the ninja school. The examiner of the first round was Marino Iaki. Under his organization, the first Chunin examination began soon. In the classroom, after each genin received the examination papers, they picked up their pens and began to write furiously. In the office, Heide Kakashi and other instructors observed the first assessment through the telescope technique. Hey, Kakashi, why didn't Naruto come to this exam? Is he going to give up on this exam? Ziyi Hong noticed that there was an empty seat in the classroom, so she turned around and asked, Korone, you knew it was Naruto Uzumaki when there was an opening. Do you care about him that much? Sarutobi Asuma asked with a frown while holding a cigarette in his mouth. Asuma, it's my business who I care about. You don't need to remind me of this. Thank you. Ui Korone gave him a bored look, then turned her head, waiting for Heite Kakashi's answer. I have no idea. At this moment, Heite Kakashi also looked surprised. Uzumaki Naruto did not tell him that he would not come to compete. He wanted to ask Uzumaki Naruto for clarification, but there were regulations in the Chunin exam. Each class in Konoha Ninja Village, the instructor must stay at the ninja school to observe the student assessment. The instructor is not allowed to leave without permission until the assessment is over. Naruto, aren't you sitting at the door? Metkai opened all the crystal balls that monitor the ninja school. One crystal ball showed that Uzumaki Naruto was sitting calmly outside the examination classroom. He had white hair and looked very dazzling. Hey, it's true, but what happened to Naruto's hair? Why did it all turn white? He is still just a boy. Ui Korone covered her mouth and exclaimed. Uzumaki Naruto's white hair successfully made her forget that he didn't take the exam. Naruto wasn't like this yesterday. What happened? Isn't Naruto's hair golden? Heite Kakashi and Metkai also looked puzzled. Yesterday, they both saw Uzumaki Naruto. In just one night, his hair turned white. How could this happen to a teenager? However, Naruto with white hair is so handsome. Ui Korone suddenly muttered. For a moment, the direction of discussion in the entire office changed from the Chunin exam to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto naturally didn't know about all this. He had watched the original drama, and the original in the play. As long as you don't give up in the first exam, you can pass with a blank answer. There are many people in the exam room, and Uzumaki Naruto doesn't like it, so he simply sits outside the exam room and goes in later when there are fewer people. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto he is thinking about how to become stronger, how to have enough power to protect his friends in the ninja world, and how to take revenge. In the third friendly duel of the Chunin exam, he will definitely kill Sarutobi Asuma. By then, he will inevitably become a traitorous ninja and be hunted by the Umbu and roots of Konoha Ninja Village. If he does not have enough strength, he will not be able to escape, not to mention that he will also bring his friends with him. So, become stronger is still his primary goal. From the current point of view, the fastest way to become stronger is to cultivate the mythical beast and obtain the feedback reward for cultivating the mythical beast. At present, Shu Shui has almost collected 100 strands of the Suomyu bloodline of the mythical beast and is about to reach the third level. In the third stage, after she reaches the third stage, Uzumaki Naruto will receive a feedback reward. Amber, Wuhuan and Beiji will also reach the third stage of the mythical beast in less than half a month. By then, Uzumaki Naruto can receive 3 divine beast feedback rewards in one fell swoop. Including Kiyoshui's, there are 4 divine beast rewards in total. Uzumaki Naruto estimates that these 4 rewards can increase his overall strength to nearly that of an elite jounin level. At that time, with all his trump cards out, he had a certain degree of confidence that he could engage in a few tricks with some shadow-level ninjas. But this was not enough. Now, Zi and Avanti are both divine beasts for the third stage of the mythical beast. Avanti's training mission is okay, but Zi's training mission can only be temporarily stopped. The 8th demon is a psychic beast that has reached the shadow level. The wishful stick in his hand is not easy to grab. What's more, his master is still known as the strongest Hokage, the veteran cage-level powerhouse Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, after the Chunin exam, Uzumaki Naruto is going to raise Avatar to the 4th stage first. Moreover, at the same time, the rest of Kohaku and the others must be trained together to the 4th stage. Only in this way can they rely on feedback and rewards to grow. Ta. Naruto Uzumaki made up his mind and turned around and walked into the examination room. Who are you and why are you here now? Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Uzumaki Naruto. You are the first in history to be late for the Chunin exam, so hurry up and answer the questions. Marino Iaki did not embarrass Uzumaki Naruto. The moment Uzumaki Naruto walked into the examination room, the entire examination room suddenly burst into cheers from women. Wow, who is this guy? He has white hair and is so handsome. There is no one like him. I love it. What's the name of this ninja? I've even thought of the names of Mai and his children. Isn't this Naruto? Wow, how did Naruto become so handsome? This white hair is really hot. Naruto, I love you and I want to give you a monkey. There were constant exclamations in the classroom, and Marino Iaki suddenly became quiet after a burst of roar. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto sitting calmly in his seat, Marino Iaki suddenly regretted his decision. In the classroom, all the girls couldn't help but look at Uzumaki Naruto, with unconcealed fondness in their eyes. Among them, there was a look from next to Uzumaki Naruto. It was different from the other looks. This look was full of heartache and full of love. It's sad. Hinata. The exam time was over. Morinoi Heiki made a quick move, and the number of people in the entire exam room suddenly decreased. Most of it. The remaining people, just like in the original Naruto series, were promoted unconditionally. After the students were taken away, Marino Iaki looked at the test papers, and among them, a blank paper suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Senebi twitched the corner of his mouth. This guy, even if he was late, he still handed me a blank paper, which really pissed me off. However, this guy is so special. He is so handsome. Why didn't I get treated like this when I was taking exams? I'm so envious of him. In front of the Forest of Death, Anko Mitarashi explained the rules of the second exam. After distributing the scrolls, he announced the start of the exam. Uzumaki Naruto, Harano Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke took the Sky Scroll and entered the Death Forest from the entrance. In the Forest of Death, Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, where should we go next? Should we rush on our way first, or go grab the Earth Scroll first? Harano Sakura asked aloud. As you wish. Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking and turned to leave. What? It's true that Naruto has already started taking exams. What else is he going to do? Go on your way first. Uchiha Sasuke frowned and said deeply. Hey, great, but Kakashi-sensei is also serious. He actually said that among the 3 of us in class 7, there can only be 2 Chunin at most. Can't it be 3? What he meant was that there was only one Naruto, and another one was created between us. Uchiha Sasuke's words, Nozakura could not refute that Uzumaki Naruto's power had been deeply engraved into their hearts during the 2 missions. Here, the reason why Naruto Uzumaki left was because Chu Shui had gathered 100 strands of the Suanyu bloodline of the divine beast at this time. At this moment, Chu Shui has entered the third stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward for cultivating a mythical beast. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Ninjutsu Scroll, Water Release Water Transformation Jutsu, Constitution plus 80, Spirit plus 80, Chakra plus 80. Ding! The third phase development mission of the mythical beast Chu Shui has been released. Water spreads thousands of miles. Thousands of miles of water. Ask the host to find the weapon left by the mythical beast Suanyo in this world, the great sword shark to Chu Shui. After the mythical beast Kiashui obtains the weapon, he will fuse with it and gain the ability of the weapon to absorb chakra at will. It can absorb all the chakra within a certain space and from the human body, causing it to be destroyed or killed. Bang bang! Kiashui stepped into the third stage of the mythical beast and couldn't wait to get out of the mythical beast space necklace and climbed onto Naruto Uzumaki's shoulders. She couldn't scream, so she used her spiritual power to condense into small drops of water, and hit Naruto Uzumaki's cheek playfully. Uzumaki Naruto pulled her into his arms. At this time, in the autumn water, the turtle shell became more and more transparent, and the shadow of the little snake on her body became more and more solid. Bang bang bang! Chu Shui seemed to sense something, and kept hitting Uzumaki Naruto with water drops. Host, Chu Shui said, she feels that your aura is so strong, are you carrying her behind your back? Stealing becomes stronger. Uzumaki Naruto touched Chu Shui's little head and said calmly, silly girl, I have to protect you. Bang bang! Chu Shui made a few water drops, gently bit Uzumaki Naruto's palm, and squirted into the divine beast space necklace. Host, Chu Shui said, she also wants to practice, she also wants to become stronger, and protect you, big fool. Silly girl! Uzumaki Naruto's nose felt sore. Shaking his head to disperse his thoughts, Uzumaki Naruto's mind, Kiashui's attribute panel also emerged. Divine Beast Training Master, Uzumaki Naruto Divine Beast Number 4, Kiashui Level, Divine Beast 3rd Stage Physique, 160 Spirit, 162 Spiritual Power Attribute, Spiritual Water Attribute Mastery of Spiritual Power, 30% Bloodline Skill, Absolute Defense, Divine Beast Suanyu, Chu Shui's Bloodline Skill. When this skill is used, Chu Shui's turtle shell will become larger, and the turtle shell will be immune to all damage. Note, this skill lasts 5 seconds and has a cooling time of 1 week. Divine Beast Qualification Suanyu Training Progress Stage 3, 0% 3rd Stage Training Task, Water floods thousands of miles. It must be said that every skill of the Divine Beast is very abnormal. Although Chu Shui's absolute defense only lasts for 5 seconds, if used if you do it well, it is equivalent to a death-free gold medal, which can perform miraculous effects at critical moments. Ding! Host Attribute Bonus begins. Host attributes are being added. The host attribute bonus has been completed. The feedback rewards brought by Chu Shui made Uzumaki Naruto's various attributes increase a lot. After becoming a Jonin, the body changes very slowly and minutely. Subtle adjustments are made in all aspects of the body so that the body can exert perfect power, just like carving a piece of art. Carefully carve it into perfect shape. However, this process does not affect the action. Open the Properties panel. System, Divine Beast Trainer System Host, Uzumaki Naruto Level, Chiunin. When each attribute rises to 450, you can grow into a Jonin. Physique, 350 Spirit, 377 Chakra, 360 Natural Energy Attribute Bonus, 40% Chakra Attributes, Wind, Wood, Fire, Thunder, Metal, Water Blood Succession Limit, Sharinan, 3 Megatama. Additional attributes, Snake Animal Affinity 50%, Bird Animal Affinity 50%, Cat Animal Affinity 50%, Turtle Affinity 100%, Sheep Affinity 100%, Monkey Affinity 100%. At this time, a giant python jumped down from the tree, opening its fangs and mouth, trying to swallow Uzumaki Naruto in one bite. Naruto Uzumaki completed his hand seals in a leisurely manner. As the giant python approached him, a sharp blade suddenly appeared out of thin air. In just a moment, it cut the giant python in half. Before the blood fell, Naruto Uzumaki had already used the wind escape and wind blinking technique to dodge away from the place. Tick 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 dash. The blood sprayed by the giant python fell like rain, and a man wearing a bamboo hat suddenly appeared on the scene. He stretched out his long tongue and kept licking the blood droplets in the air. He looked extremely charming. After a moment, the man in the bamboo hat turned his head and faced Uzumaki Naruto. Little guy, I've fallen in love with the little turtle in your hand just now. Hand her over and I'll spare your life. Uzumaki Naruto didn't speak and looked at him calmly. Then, he turned on the sage mode and faced him head-on. The person who came was Orochimaru, the rebel ninja of Konoha, the leader of the Sound Ninja Village, and one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. But, so what? Anyone who wants to take advantage of his friends, he will not let go. MT Maya Boku Sage Mode. Boy, what's the relationship between you and Jiraiya? Uzumaki Naruto didn't talk nonsense. After approaching Orochimaru, he decisively used his Taijutsu, Konoha Dragon God. Stab La. In a few seconds, a dragon-shaped whirlwind rose from the ground with overwhelming power, rushing towards Orochimaru. Uzumaki Naruto didn't hold back at all. The power of the Konoha Dragon God used in the Sage mode was more powerful than ordinary ones. Even more so. At this moment, it was no less than the A-level ninjutsu used by ordinary Jonin with all his strength. Perhaps, even more so. Playing physical skills in immortal mode is such a waste of natural resources. Crazy person. There was a trace of horror in Orochimaru's eyes. His current body was a defective product. He was not sure that he could resist Uzumaki Naruto's Konoha Dragon God. At that moment, he used the teleportation technique to avoid Uzumaki Naruto. Man, this is such a powerful blow. However, the next moment, Uzumaki Naruto appeared directly beside him, and a strange wind blade, like a maggot attached to a bone, quickly attacked him. Immortal technique wind escape wind blinking technique, immortal technique wind escape wind blade. Orochimaru looked horrified. In a hurry, he directly used his psychic technique to summon one snake, and used one snake's body to resist this extremely terrifying blow for him. Bang, crash dash. Wan Shi, who had just arrived at the scene, was hit by Uzumaki Naruto's wind blade before he could react. In an instant, the snake scales he was proud of were broken into several pieces in succession, and his tender skin faced the wind. The blade was quickly stabbed open, with blood flowing out and blood flying. Seeing this, Orochimaru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the wind blade just hit him, it is estimated that this body would be his body was about to be destroyed again. However, it was unbelievable to him that a brat who was taking the Chunin exam could actually burst out with such strength. Orochimaru, what's going on? Wan Shi looked at the mountain pass that appeared on his body, with murderous intent in his eyes. Although this wound was nothing compared to his entire body, it was used as a shield as soon as it came out. This made Wan Shi the snake was very unhappy. Stop yelling and kill that guy first. Then I'll put some good scales on you. Orochimaru snorted coldly, pulled out the Kusanagi sword, and killed Uzumaki Naruto. The Uzumaki Naruto in front of him was stabbed by a sword. He was frowning when the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him suddenly turned into a ball of chakra, disappearing between heaven and earth. Doppelganger? Orochimaru murmured. After a moment, his expression changed. He looked behind him with a look of fear in his eyes. He turned around and ran away without hesitation. Come on, the Konoha ninja village has discovered our presence. Whoa! One person and one snake suddenly turned into streams of light and floated away. Shortly after they left, several ninjas from the Konoha ninja village came and chased them. On the other side, beside the gurgling stream, Uzumaki Naruto, who had faded away from his sage mode, took a handful of water to wash his face and sat quietly by the stream. Now Orochimaru, due to frequent changes in his body, is unable to exert his shadow-level strength and can only exert his elite Jounin-level strength. This was why Uzumaki Naruto took action against him. He wanted to see how strong the so-called elite Jounin was. So, when he took action, Uzumaki Naruto did not hold anything back and went out with all his strength. The result was that, just as he expected, with all his strength, Orochimaru was almost left behind. However, Uzumaki Naruto knew that the reason why he had the upper hand this time was not only the timing, but also an important point. Orochimaru relied on himself cage-level strength, do not take him seriously, and despise him. This is the reason why he really has the upper hand. Otherwise, with Orochimaru's rich combat experience and tyrannical strength, even if he is only an elite Jounin, strength would not be in such an embarrassing situation. After this battle, Uzumaki Naruto had a more accurate understanding of the strength of the elite Jounin. In the Chunin exam, when facing Sarutobi Asuma, he had 99% I am sure that I can kill him. By Ji, Hu Hu, and Wu Huan, I will repay you 10 times or even 100 times for all the suffering you have suffered. Naruto Uzumaki had a firm look in his eyes, stood up, and began to practice the ninjutsu, water release, hydration jutsu. Water release, hydration jutsu, is a ninjutsu that can liquefy the body at will, making physical attacks ineffective. In addition to being able to easily evade attacks in melee combat, he can also sneak into buildings and carry out attacks while in a liquefied state. He has great flexibility. In the original Naruto series, Onite and Suijutsu used this ninjutsu and escaped many times. Fatal attack. It is not an exaggeration to say that this ninjutsu is a life-saving technique. However, the water release and hydration jutsu also has weaknesses. When encountering thunder release, the caster will turn into a jelly sculpture-like object. At this time, the caster is very fragile, and even an ordinary physical attack can kill him. In the evening, Uzumaki Naruto has fully maxed out his proficiency in water release and water transformation jutsu. Ding! A tiger was detected downstream of the creek. This tiger's qualifications can be cultivated to a mythical beast, Kyanki. Does the host want to subdue and cultivate it? Uzumaki Naruto now urgently needs to become stronger, and the fastest way to become stronger is to cultivate divine beasts. After hearing the system prompts, he did not hesitate, used the wind escape and wind blinking technique, and rushed downstream. Before reaching the lower reaches, the sound of gurgling water reached Naruto Uzumaki's ears. As the sound got closer and closer, a white tiger appeared in front of Naruto Uzumaki's eyes. The tiger was huge, like an adult cow. There was a pair of snow-white wings on the tiger's back. The lake's surface reflected the last ray of the setting sun. The light reflected on the tiger's body, making the tiger look very holy. Naruto Uzumaki saw it. Tiger also noticed Uzumaki Naruto. She raised her huge head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto across the bank. Just one glance, one person and one tiger, they were all stunned in place, staring at each other, speechless for a long time. After a long time, the tiger's body suddenly started to tremble, but in a moment, it turned into the size of a cat. She jumped, crossed the stream, and stopped firmly next to Uzumaki Naruto. Afterwards, one person and one tiger sat down together. None of them spoke. They just listened to the flow of the stream silently and looked peacefully at the horizon, the sunset gradually disappearing, and the moon gradually climbing up. They were just like before, in their previous lives. In the same forest, by the creek, the same person is on the road, and the same person is drinking water. The moment their eyes met, they both understood that the other person was their friend, because both of them saw a strong sense of death in the other's eyes, and saw the despair of this world. The night is getting darker. On the mountains, read more novels by visiting our website. Night novels, the moon and stars are sparse, and occasionally a few large birds fly over, which makes it look a little desolate. I'm leaving. From now on, will I come to find you in the forest, or will you follow me? The moment Naruto Uzumaki stood up, the little tiger jumped lightly and lay firmly on his shoulder. She still didn't say a word, but her attitude already showed her thoughts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taming the 7th mythical beast, the tiger with Kainki qualifications. Ding! The bond between the host and the tiger is established. Ding! The host has become the tiger's mythical animal trainer, and the current training progress is 25%. Ding! Because the tiger has entered the 2nd stage of the mythical beast at this time, the host receives the development feedback reward: A-level ninjutsu scroll, fire release, fire dragon flame bomb, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 10, chakra plus 10, tiger animal affinity 50%. Note, because the tiger was not cultivated by the host himself to the 2nd stage, the attribute reward points will be weakened to a certain extent. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. This is a technique that makes the chakra flames dance like a violent dragon. It is very difficult to make the flames move according to the intention of the caster. Only some skilled ninjas can learn it. The flames spit out by the caster will be divided into 3 directions: front, left and right, attacking the enemy together, and turning the enemy into ashes in an instant. Different from fire escape ninjutsu such as the giant fireball, the fire dragon flame bomb can make the attack range of the fire very wide. Ding! Host attribute bonus begins. Host attributes are being added. The host attribute bonus has been completed. The attribute bonus this time was not much, and it was over before Naruto Uzumaki's body felt it started. However, this A-level ninjutsu, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet, can increase Uzumaki Naruto's strength by a lot. Ding! The 2nd phase of the training mission of the mythical beast Kainki has been released. Unparalleled demonic intent. The divine beast Kainki can condense into demonic intent by killing living creatures. One soul can be condensed into one. When condensed into 100 demonic intents, the bloodline of the divine beast Suonryu can be activated, thus entering the 3rd stage. I'm going to get busy. You go to the mythical beast space. When the bond between the two was established, Tiger knew everything that happened when Uzumaki Naruto came here through the system. Naturally, she also knew about the divine beast space necklace. After Uzumaki Naruto spoke, she didn't say anything, stood up, and walked into the divine beast space necklace. At the same time, the tiger's panel emerged in Uzumaki Naruto's mind. Divine Beast Trainer Uzumaki Naruto. Divine Beast number 7, Tiger. Level, Divine Beast 2nd stage. Physical 83, Spirit 82. Spiritual Power Attribute: no spiritual power mastery level, none bloodline skill, Demonic Advent Demon's Advent. The magical beast's Kainki bloodline skill, when activated, can draw out the opponent's evil thoughts, and inner demons, causing the opponent's mentality to collapse and go crazy. Even those with a strong will be distracted by the influence of the devil and lose part of their combat power. Note, this skill lasts for 3 minutes and the cooling time is 1 week. Divine Beast Qualification: Kainki 2nd stage of training progress, 53% 2nd stage training task, Unparalleled Demonic Intention. Uzumaki Naruto is now immune to the heaven-defying bloodline skills of these divine beasts. He changed the word tiger on the tiger attribute panel to Meng Meng and rushed towards the tower. What he didn't know was that the news of his name change reached Tiger immediately. After Tiger knew that his name had been changed to Meng Meng, he didn't say anything. He lay calmly next to the stream, looking at the reflection in the stream with his eyes, and there was a slight light in his eyes. In fact, she didn't like water, but after coming here, she always felt that there would be someone waiting for her by the stream, so she went to the stream every day. Fortunately, her persistence was not in vain. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know Ming Meng's thoughts. At this moment, he was constantly using the wind escape and wind blinking technique. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto arrived not far from the tower. What surprised him was that Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura were surrounded by several teams at the moment. From time to time, small teams came to them. Launching an attack, the opponent was outnumbered and suppressed. The two of them were tired of dealing with it. At this moment, their bodies were all covered with wounds. Hey, you two, hand over the scroll quickly, otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless and killing people to take the scroll. That is, you are still young and there are plenty of opportunities to take part in the Chunin exam. It is not too late to take part in the future. Just give this scroll to us. If anything happens in the future, report my name. Why not? As for your teammate, won't he die with hatred just because you are unwilling to use the scroll to save him? Ha ha ha, it's not impossible all around. Ninjas continued to use ninjutsu to attack the two of them. As the two responded, the encirclement narrowed again. Sasuke-kun, how about we admit defeat? With so many people, we are no match for us. If this continues, we will all die here. Many people have died in the death forest. I don't want to die. Shut up, just these losers. Are you trying to stop me from advancing to Chunin? Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, stuffed the two scrolls of heaven and earth into his arms, and protected them. His unafraid of death immediately aroused public anger. Many ninjas saw this and directly used ninjutsu to attack. It didn't take long, the time for the second test was almost over. At this time, many ninja teams could not sit still. They all took action and killed Uchiha Sasuke, just to grab the scroll and gain the qualification to continue the test. The two of them looked at the swarm. The people who came over had a hint of despair in their eyes. Faced with such a dense attack, they had no choice but to hide. At the critical moment, a white-winged tiger suddenly pounced towards him, and with just the force of its body collision, he was defeated. After knocking several team members away, Uchiha Sasuke saw this and hurriedly ran out of the gap that Meng Meng knocked open with Harano Sakura. The rest of the team just wanted to chase after them, but they were stopped by Meng Meng, but only one or two within minutes. The group of people who had just surrounded them were all killed by Meng Meng. There were 15 people in total. As a result, Meng Meng also condensed 15 demonic thoughts and absorbed them all. After absorbing the demonic thoughts, Meng Meng jumped up and rushed straight towards Naruto Uzumaki. Inside the Divine Beast Space Necklace. Naruto, it's you, why didn't you save us earlier? I was almost scared to death. From the direction where Meng Meng jumped, Harano Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke both discovered Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, Harano Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of complaint on her face. Uzumaki Naruto ignored her and turned around to walk towards the tower. Go, Uchiha Sasuke followed with a sullen face. At the same time, in the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a cigarette in his mouth and leaning on his chair. The billowing smoke engulfed his face. Looking from the outside, you can't see any expression on his face at this time. In front of him stood Asuma Sarutobi, who was also smoking a cigarette. Asuma, remember what I said. The official competition will be tomorrow. When you meet Naruto, remember to say hello in a friendly way to make him like you. This is very important for you and even the future development of the Sarutobi clan. A trace of impatience flashed across Sarutobi Asuma's face. If you want to become Hokage, you'd better remember what I said. The smoke surrounding Hiruzen Sarutobi dissipated in an instant, revealing his gloomy and extremely cold triangular eyes. I understand, father, I will try my best to make Naruto like me. Sarutobi Hiruzen hunched his body, stood up and walked to the window. In the dark night, his back in a white robe exuded a bright white light under the moonlight, and it was extremely cold. If you can't make him like you, make him admire you. Hearing this, Sarutobi Asuma's expression relaxed slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold voice continued to sound, if you can't do both, then use absolute force to make him surrender to you. Sarutobi Asuma suddenly raised his head. If what I said doesn't work, then don't worry about it. Just remember that you have those 3 psychic beasts in your hands. These are the things that can control them. With this thing around, you are not afraid of him being disobedient. Sarutobi Asuma heard this and suddenly knelt down. Thank you, father, for finding a way for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and looked at Sarutobi Asuma calmly. Of course, what I said is after I am gone and I am still alive, I can do whatever I want and don't cross the line. Yes, father. After Sarutobi Asuma left, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his cigarette rod, put on his Hokage hat, and left the Hokage building. Your speed is slower than I thought. As soon as Uzumaki Naruto entered the tower, Gaara, who was leaning against the wall with his arms folded, frowned, and asked questions. Uzumaki Naruto didn't pay attention. He looked around and found a corner where there were few people. Wow, Naruto's pants are hot. He's so handsome, Naruto doesn't even dare to give Gaara, the evil star, face. Naruto, do you want to have dinner together later? My treat? Naruto's white hair is so handsome that it touches my heart. Many girls turned their heads and screamed continuously towards where Uzumaki Naruto was. Around them, everyone in the Konoha ninja village was already used to seeing this, but the other people in the ninja village looked over with interest, and then, again there was a burst of exclamations. However, although many girls in the tower kept screaming, no one dared to talk to Uzumaki Naruto. Time passed quickly, and not long after, a man wearing a Hokage robe and a Hokage hat Sarutobi Hiruzen walked into the tower and gave a passionate speech before announcing that a preliminary round would be held later to eliminate some of the people. Whoa! As soon as he finished speaking, Moonlight Hayate appeared on the field, waiting for him. After reporting his work, Sarutobi Hiruzen left. As he left the tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a special detour to Uzumaki Naruto and waved his fist at him. Naruto, come on. Uzumaki Naruto frowned and nodded. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Moonlight Hayate announced the rules and requirements of the qualifiers unhurriedly. Confirming that no one gave up, Moonlight Hayate exited the field and announced that the qualifiers had officially begun. The first game is between Uchiha Sasuke and Akane Kai. Akito Kai, like Yakushi Kabuto, is a spy arranged by Orochimaru in the Konoha ninja village. Moreover, this person's special ability is the chakra absorption technique. Through his own, the contact of his hands with others can automatically absorb the opponent's energy and make the opponent lose their fighting consciousness. This is a very abnormal ability. Except for Taijutsu ninjas, everyone who fights against him will suffer extremely. However, during the mission to the country and the mission to visit Mt. Maya Boku, Uchiha Sasuke was stimulated by Naruto Uzumaki and worked hard to practice. Especially during the Steel City period, after being tempered with various energies, his physique improved qualitatively. Therefore, after a few rounds, he gave up fighting with ninjutsu and switched to taijutsu. With the help of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, he quickly understood the taijutsu lion combo and defeated the red ketone armor. This process, because he did not use too much chakra, the curse mark planted by Orochimaru on Uchiha Sasuke did not break out. After the battle between the two, many more battles were held one after another, and the people eliminated were the same as in the original play. No change. The next match is Yamanaka Ino vs Harano Sakura. After the words of Moonlight Hayate fell, the two people walked onto the ring. Because they were good friends, both of them looked a little embarrassed at this moment. Ino Yamanaka brushed his hair and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto with his peripheral vision, then turned around. Sakura, don't you like Sasuke? Then you can like it yourself in the future. I'm too lazy to compete with you. When Harano Sakura heard this, she screamed, obviously not believing it. Ino, you once told me that you would never marry anyone other than Sasuke-kun in this life. What's wrong? It has only been so long before you have changed your mind. I don't believe your lies, believe it or not. Yanaka Ino glanced at Uzumaki Naruto with a red face. After confirming that there was no change in Uzumaki Naruto's expression, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, Ino, stop talking nonsense, I will see you under my command. After so many years, I have long wanted to have a good fight with you. I want to prove to you that I am no worse than you. Bring it on. The two women each yelled, gritted their teeth, raised their fists, and rushed towards each other. Soon, the two women were intertwined, and various ninjutsu and physical skills continued to appear. As time went by, Ino Yamanaka gradually fell into disgrace. Being at a disadvantage, situations occurred frequently, and they were on the verge of defeat. Uzumaki Naruto had long expected this result. During the two missions, although Harano Sakura was often lazy, she also got a lot of exercise, not only in terms of physical fitness, but also in terms of physical fitness. Even combat experience has been gained. During this period, Yamanaka Ino and others were either looking for cats or dogs every day. These tasks were not enough to get exercise. Naturally, they could not, and experienced a bloody battle. Compared with the fighting Harano Sakura, Pata dash. As Harano Sakura punched Yamanaka Ino into the wall, the battle came to an end. The result was without exception. Moonlight Hayate announced on the spot, Harano Sakura defeated Yamanaka Ino and qualified for promotion. Actually, Sakura, I have never wanted to argue with you. I just hope that you can, like a flower, work hard to grow. Don't be afraid of the world. You must work hard to bloom. After getting up, Yamanaka Ino smiled calmly, covered his injured arm, and staggered out of the tower. Ino, I don't believe what you said. You just want to compete with me for Sasuke-kun. Outside the tower, Yamanaka Ino heard the words and didn't refute anything. He just smiled calmly. Ino, let me send you off. I just saw that your leg was also injured. At this time, Hinata trotted out, smiled shyly, and supported Ino Yamanaka. But, Hinata, you still have to participate in the qualifiers. Yamanaka Ino shook his head. I abstained, Hinata muttered in a waxy voice. Ah, why? Because, I have more important things to do, and besides, my strength. Hinata lowered her head and said nothing more. Seeing this, Ino Yamanaka didn't ask any more questions and acquiesced to Hinata sending her off. After taking a few steps, Hinata turned around and vaguely caught a glimpse of the figure staying alone in the corner. Her heart ached and she whispered in a voice that only she could hear, "Naruto-kun, you have to work harder." In the next match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Inyazuka Kiba. Inside the tower. The battle is still going on. At this moment, it's Uzumaki Naruto and Inyazuka Kiba's turn. Upon hearing Uzumaki Naruto's name, a burst of cheers from girls and warm applause suddenly sounded in the field. Uzumaki Naruto was calm. Walking into the field, seeing him, Inyazuka Kiba showed a cruel smile in his eyes. "Uzumaki Naruto, I have been waiting for many months, and finally this day has come. Take out your sparrow. Today, in front of you, I will break the sparrow's wings, break her legs, and tear off her the feathers are then roasted on the fire. You think, when the time comes, should I put more chili pepper or more cumin?" Uzumaki Naruto did not speak, but at this moment, an extreme coldness suddenly burst out. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, UT from his body. The coldness swept across, and many people present couldn't help but take a step back when they were exposed to this coldness, and their expressions changed drastically. Even the examiner of the preliminary round, Moonlight Hayate, trembled after being exposed to this coldness. What a terrifying murderous intention, such a strong murderous intention. This level of murderous intent has only been felt by Moonlight Hayate from a few guys who had stayed in Umbu and Konoha Ninja Village. He didn't expect that in a small Chuunin exam, among a bunch of genin, there would be an existence with killing intent comparable to that of an elite Umbu jounin. This is simply unbelievable. Woof, woof woof dash. In the field, Akamaru looked at Uzumaki Naruto in horror. He opened his mouth and kept pulling at the dog. Sakeza's trouser leg was kicked open by Inyazuka Kiba. "You're a coward, didn't you just get dug up by him? What are you afraid of? You're such a useless thing." Woof, woof dash. Akamaru looked at Uzumaki Naruto and shook his head vigorously. Seeing this, Inyazuka Kiba looked disdainful. "Akamaru, you said he is stronger than me, much stronger. I have been practicing hard in the past few months. I don't believe that this stinky demon fox, this guy without parents, can be stronger than me." Woof. Akamaru saw that it was useless to dissuade him, so he stopped making any sound. He raised his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto fearfully. Even so, he did not retreat. When Inyazuka Kiba saw this, he thought it was Akamaru who had overcome his fear. He picked it up and shouted that he wanted to eat roasted birds together. During the whole process, Uzumaki Naruto watched calmly. He did not speak. The murderous intention around him gradually subsided. Uzumaki Naruto released Meng Meng. The little white tiger with wings immediately attracted a burst of cheers from the girls, saying that it was so cute and I wanted it so much. "Hey, the sparrow is gone, is it dead? You can't roast a sparrow, but you can roast a tiger." Uzumaki Naruto ignored Inyazuka Kiba's shouting. He looked at Meng Meng and said calmly, "For humans, one arm and one leg are left. For dogs, one leg is left behind and one at the front." Roar! Meng Meng roared angrily, and her body suddenly expanded. In just a moment, her body became the size of a cow. Her claws became slender and sharp, and her teeth became thick and shiny, even on her wings. The feathers are also there, shining with white metallic light. The current ferocious image is completely different from the little white tiger with wings just now. At this moment, these girls are not cheering, but a burst of the formation exclaimed. After the cute form changed, he opened his tiger's mouth in an instant and pounced on Inyazuka Kiba and Akamaru. Inyazuka Kiba and Akamaru hurriedly used ninjutsu to deal with it, but no matter how they cooperated and how they used their numbers, under Meng Meng's strong attack, they were always at a disadvantage. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was only a matter of time before Meng Meng defeated the two of them and won. Is this Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beast? It can actually change its form at will. It's so powerful, and its small form is so durable. Uzumaki Naruto was so murderous just now. Why did he turn around and say that he only wanted to take the hands and feet of Inyazuka Kiba and Akamaru? I don't know, but I have never seen this psychic beast before. She has wings. I wonder if she can fly in the future. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes are so cold, but he is so handsome and cool, and so is his psychic beast. He has such a murderous intention, but he doesn't kill people, he only takes hands and feet. What on earth does he want to do? Stab. While everyone was discussing, Meng Meng seized the opportunity and bit Akamaru's hind leg. Akamaru noticed it, but his strength was low and his speed was slow. He had no time to dodge, so he could only watch helplessly. His own leg was bitten off by Meng Meng Shengsheng. Woof, woof 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 dash. After the leg was broken, Akamaru let out a shrill scream. It dragged its bleeding hind legs and kept retreating, but Meng Meng the indifferent eyes made it understand that its escape was nothing but it was all in vain. In the blink of an eye, Meng Meng stepped forward. In the horrified eyes of Akamaru and Inyazuka Kiba, with absolute advantage, he once again bit off Akamaru's front legs. Pata dash. Having lost his front legs and then his hind legs, Akamaru could not even maintain the most basic fighting stance at this moment. He could only let out bursts of miserable sobs, and his body twitched and fell into a pool of blood. Akamaru. When Inyazuka Kiba saw this, he yelled crazily, used his fastest movement skills, and rushed in the direction of Akamaru. However, what greeted him was the cute fangs and huge mouth. Without Akamaru's help, Inyazuka Kiba with his combat power greatly reduced, he was no match for Mo and Mo. In just tens of seconds, Inyazuka Kiba was suppressed by Mo, and he took the opportunity to bite off one of Inyazuka Kiba's legs. I think Inyazuka Kiba raised his hand, but before he could finish his words, he was knocked unconscious by Meng Meng's paw. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Meng Meng bit off one of Inyazuka Kiba's arms. The severe pain caused Inyazuka Kiba to be knocked out directly. Wake up from the pain. A shrill scream came from Inyazuka Kiba's mouth, and everyone present felt their scalps go numb. Crush. This is a one-sided crushing. The fighting prowess of Inyazuka Kiba and Akamaru are simply not on the same level as this tiger. In the picture, Meng Meng's figure gradually became smaller. She jumped and returned to the mythical beast space necklace. During the whole process, her expression was very calm, but the death in her eyes was like Uzumaki Naruto. People are afraid of looking at it. At this moment, everyone's eyes were involuntarily focused on Uzumaki Naruto. Only then did someone realize that from beginning to end, Uzumaki Naruto was very calm, and his calmness was a bit depressing. Except for the murderous aura that was unintentionally released before, no one saw Uzumaki anymore. The rest of Naruto's emotions wavered. No one cared. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes fell on Inyazuka Kiba and Akamaru from the beginning, and never moved. Even though they were now lying in a pool of blood and were rescued by medical ninjas, his eyes were also unchanged. There was a moment when Uzumaki Naruto wanted to rush forward himself, kill Inyazuka Kiba and Akamaru with his own hands, and avenge the confusion. But he didn't do that. Because he had promised to Xiao Quan that he would take them to kill Akamaru and Inyazuka Kiba for revenge and eat dog meat hot pot together. Uzumaki Naruto wins. Qualify for advancement. Moonlight Hayate appeared in the field, took a deep look at Uzumaki Naruto, and then turned around to announce the outcome of the game. The results of the preliminaries came out quickly, and the 10 genin who were decided were more than the 9 in the original drama. 1. Harano Sakura from Class 7. Kakashi, Team 7 led by you is really amazing. All of them entered the finals, especially Naruto. He was so amazing. Just a psychic beast defeated Inyazuka Kiba. If he had appeared in person, he would probably. Of all the genin present, not one of them could be his opponent. In the ninja school office, Yui Hong gave a thumbs up to Heite Kakashi, but her eyes were fixed on Uzumaki Naruto and the crystal ball. Fortunately, the main reason is that Naruto has taken the lead. During this period, he has been leading them to practice. As a teacher, I only give them occasional guidance. Heite Kakashi's eyebrows are slightly curved. Naruto is awesome. Might Kai also agreed with his face. Ha, awesome. He treats people in the same village so cruelly. You praise him for being so awesome. Indeed, he is really awesome. He uses psychic beasts to kill people in his own village. Who can compare with him in this? Asuma, before you speak, remember to understand the whole story. In my opinion, there must be a reason why Naruto is like this. I know Naruto very well. Naruto is definitely not a bloodthirsty and murderous person. At this time, Heite Kakashi raised his head and looked at Sarutobi Asuma very seriously. I agree, Naruto is indeed not a bloodthirsty person. We all saw this just now. It was Inyazuka Kiba who made the provocation first. I don't know what the sparrow in Inyazuka Kiba's mouth is, but since he is against Naruto said, that means that this sparrow must be very important to Naruto, otherwise, Naruto would not be like this. And even so, Naruto chose to save Inyazuka Kiba's life. In comparison, Naruto was already kind enough. Zihi Hong agreed. Kakashi Heitake is right. In the corner, Metkai, who was doing push UPS with one hand, did not forget to raise one hand to express his thoughts. 3 people took the lead, and many teachers followed suit. Most of the teachers had the same opinion as Heitake Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto is right. Good, very good. In this situation, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't say anything, so he had to spit out the cigarette butt and turned around to leave. After this incident, the originally lively atmosphere in the office suddenly became a little lifeless. Kakashi, why did Asuma suddenly target Naruto like this? Heite Kakashi did not immediately answer Ui Kurane, but dragged his chin and began to review it in his mind. After a long time, Heite Kakashi's expression changed, and he figured out the key to the matter. In my opinion, Asuma Sarutobi seems to be intentionally trying to create a gap between us and Naruto, thereby achieving the purpose of continuing to isolate Naruto. He doesn't seem to want Naruto to have his own friends. Why? Because this might not be good for him, or they could control Naruto. Control Naruto. Don't forget, Naruto has another identity. He is the nine-tailed Jinchuriki of Konoha Ninja Village. Heite Kakashi's eyes turned cold, and the teachers around him understood what he meant after a brief moment of thinking. Emotions, Sarutobi Asuma, and others wanted to isolate Naruto so that they could better. He grabbed his handle and used him, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki of the Konoha Ninja Village, as a weapon to firmly control him. They went too far. Why should they treat Naruto like this? Isn't it enough that Naruto has suffered all these years? What on earth were they thinking, and why did they sacrifice Naruto's entire life for their own selfishness? Under their operation, Naruto has despaired of this world. Have you seen Naruto's eyes full of deathly gray? Every time I dare not look at Naruto, because I still can't believe how a young man's eyes are full of darkness and how he can't bring up any hope for this world. Naruto's eyes make me feel he is on the verge of collapse. Once the thing that supports him alive is broken, then he is likely to die instantly. Naruto is already very pitiful. In every gathering, he always stands alone in the corner, and every time he talks to him when he spoke, he subconsciously took a step back. Why? He was already like this, and these people still wanted to force him to death. At this moment, Yui Korone's mind was filled with images of Naruto Uzumaki being bullied, hostile, and scolded since he was a child. Unconsciously, she cried, seemingly for herself, or for the Uzumaki who had taken care of her feelings. Naruto. In the silent office, Yui Korone's choking and crying voice affected everyone's emotions. Many people had more or less sympathy on their faces, but more of them were helpless. Uzumaki Naruto. The fact that people become Konoha's emotional trash can was determined by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. No one in the Konoha Ninja Village has ever been able to disobey and resist the third Hokage's intentions. At this time, Hatama Kakashi stood up. He seemed to be saying to himself, or to everyone present, or to the entire Konoha Ninja Village, as the instructing Jonin teacher of Class 7, I will say it first. In the future, if anyone comes to target my students for no reason, I'm sorry. I will use my own way to seek a solution for my students. Justice. The elite Jounin of Konoha Ninja Village, the elite Jounin of Konoha Ninja Village Umbu, the elite Jonin of Konoha Ninja Village Root, Heite Kakashi. Yours truly. Half a month later, the official Chunin examination began on time. The huge auditorium was packed with people, and various banners were displayed one after another. Before the competition officially started, the audience's enthusiastic screams were already heard one after another. The scene was thunderous and spectacular. Following the host's announcement, within a few minutes, 10 candidates gathered in the examination room from different directions and stood in formation. As today's protagonists, the 10 of them came out and directly pushed the atmosphere of the Chunin exam to a climax. Naruto, I love you and I believe you will definitely get the first place. Naruto, come on, I'm your little fangirl, can you sign your name for me later? Naruto has hot pants and his white hair is so beautiful. What can I do? I like it so much. Gaara, the sand ninja, is invincible. Konoha Naruto is the most handsome. Temari, goddess. Naruto, the male god. The examiner, Genma Shiranui, appeared in the field like a wind. After he appeared, the scene fell silent. Everyone held their breath, raised their ears, and prepared to hear Genma Shiranui announce the rules of the Chunin exam. Genma Shiranui. He looked around for a week, and after confirming that all the contestants were present, he looked at the rostrum on the high platform. Please, Hokage-sama and Kazekage-sama, inspect all the genin who are participating in the Chunin exams this time. After the words fell, a burst of thunderous screams and applause suddenly sounded in the entire Chunin examination venue. In full view of everyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Kazekage disguised as Orochimaru walked out from behind and sat down on the podium. Below, Gen Shiranui. During the period, brief information about the contestants was introduced one by one. The seventh participant is Uzumaki Naruto, a genin belonging to Team 7 of Konoha Ninja Village. When Uzumaki Naruto was introduced, Sarutobi Hiruzen keenly felt that there was a sudden coldness on the Kazekage next to him. What's the matter, Kazekage-sama? You seem to know me, the genin of Konoha Ninja Village. Something looks familiar. Orochimaru nodded, and a strong greed appeared on the handsome face under the bamboo hat. These days, after investigation, he has mastered the identity information of Uzumaki Naruto. So he reached an agreement with Danzo Shimura through a secret line. The content of the transaction was very simple. In the transaction, he was responsible for killing Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo was responsible for helping him steal the Book of Sealing. In addition, he also made a condition. After the transaction was completed, the people of Konoha Ninja Village Uzumaki Naruto wanted to lend him the nine-tailed Jinchuriki for a period of time. Danzo Shimura agreed after confirming that Orochimaru had no intention of snatching the nine tails. Naturally, what he didn't know was that Orochimaru was interested in it. Not the Kyuubi, but the little turtle in Uzumaki Naruto's hand that can control the natural energy of water and is very beautiful. The moment Orochimaru saw this turtle, he was sure that this turtle, the turtle must not be simple, because he felt an unprecedented potential pressure from the body of this turtle. This pressure was more powerful and intense than the nine-tailed beasts, and he was also keen. I feel that this turtle absorbs the energy of the world faster than Zhongyu, and the energy it absorbs is P. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Eurer. From Zhongyu's body alone, something as defiant as the curse seal has been developed. If we study this, the little turtle, I'm afraid, will be able to get stronger results. Maybe he can achieve eternal life in one fell swoop. On the side, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and asked with interest, Lord Kazekage, you have never been to my Konoha ninja village in the past few years. How can you be familiar with a small genin in my Konoha ninja village? Hokage-sama, although this boy has white hair, if his hair turns yellow, don't you think that the outline of his face has a bit of the shadow of the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato? Really, I didn't notice it. Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched the corner of his mouth and randomly found a topic to end the chat. At this time, Shiranui Genma had already introduced the participants and began to introduce the rules of the competition. This official competition is the same as the original drama, knockout tournament mechanism, but this time, some changes have been made. This time the mechanism is no longer based on performance in battle to determine whether one can become a Chuunin. Instead, it returns to the original and decides based on one's own strength. Do you have the qualifications to become a Chuunin? And, as previously announced, the first place in the Chunin exam can randomly select a ninja, including Naruto, in the Konoha ninja village for a friendly duel, to gain guidance, and training from seniors. After Shiranui Genma explained the rules, he announced loudly, the Konoha ninja village Chunin examination officially begins now. In the first game, Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha ninja village faced off against Hyagon Niji of Konoha ninja village. The competition started. Among the 10 participants, except for Uzumaki Naruto and Hyagon Niji, all the others retreated. Wow, handsome boy Naruto, come on, take a good look at Naruto, come on. With such a strong opponent, Uzumaki Naruto should take action this time. Come on Naruto, come on Niji, beat up Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto is the most handsome, you will definitely get the first place, come on. With the enthusiastic cheers, excited screams, thunderous roars and applause, the first game officially began. In the auditorium, in the first row, Hinata's face was red, but she didn't say anything to anyone else. She was still snoring loudly, but she just clenched her fists and shook them back and forth, and then whispered in a voice that only she could hear, Naruto-kun, come on, Hyagon Niji, please enlighten me. Opposite Uzumaki Naruto, Hyagon Niji moved his body and assumed a soft fist posture. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and said nothing. With a thought, Meng suddenly appeared in the scene. You think I am that loser Kiba Inyazuka? This world is inherently unfair. You have no talent, so you choose to take the path of a psychic beast. I understand, but a genius is a genius. Even if your psychic beast is no longer how powerful he is, but still worthless in front of a genius. Uzumaki Naruto did not speak, and Meng beside him also had a look of death, but her body began to shake, and after a while, her body became larger, and the aura on her body spread out, spreading throughout the Chunin exam site. Such a powerful aura. The aura of this tiger is at least the peak of Chunin, and the shape of this tiger is really rare. With such big wings, can she really fly? Sure enough, since Naruto Uzumaki is so handsome, his psychic beast certainly looks pretty good too. It's so eye-catching. Many people expressed emotion when they saw Meng for the first time. Even those who had seen Meng, without exception, exclaimed again at this moment. Good boy, forget about one turtle. I didn't expect that you still have other treasures. Although this tiger's aura is not as good as that of that turtle, but like that turtle, there is a tyrannical pressure in its body. How so? Good research material, but why are these precious psychic beasts taken away by this guy? It doesn't matter that this guy is handsome, and he has the strength comparable to an elite jounin, but even these treasures the psychic beasts all rushed into his arms. What did they want from him? None of them came to look for me. Orochimaru stared at the cute people in the field. When he looked at Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes were greedy, and at the same time, he actually showed a trace of resentment. However, Orochimaru quickly adjusted his mentality. As long as he killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Naruto, including all the psychic beasts under his command, they belonged to him, and none of them could escape. Unlike Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side, after seeing Meng, touched his beard happily, and even lit a dry smoke. He took a few puffs of it, and the breeze picked up, and the swirling smoke rings also appeared. Appear relaxed and at ease. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, as long as Naruto Uzumaki has no friends around him, no matter how many psychic beasts he has in his hands, they will all be in the pocket of the Sarutobi clan. Humph, it's just a psychic beast. A truly strong man will never rely on outsiders. In the field, before Hyagon Niji finished speaking, Meng opened her fangs and opened her huge mouth and rushed towards him quickly. The speed was so fast that Hyagon Niji looked shocked and hurriedly used Bagwazang Hushin. Just dodged a blow. Before she could take a breath, Meng Meng used her absolute power to shatter Kaishin's chakra defense shield in one fell swoop. The scene also turned into a life-and-death battle, with Meng Meng chasing, and Hyagon Niji escaping again. At this moment, Hyagon Niji finally understood why Inyazuka Kiba and Akamera still lost so miserably in the Chunin qualifiers. Because, this psychic beast is simply ridiculously strong. The physical skills he is proud of, but when faced with a psychic beast that is good at physicality and strength, it is simply a copycat, and there is no advantage at all. Not long after, Meng Meng caught up with Hinata Niji, slapped him hard, knocked him out, and won the competition. In the first game, Naruto Uzumaki wins. Meng Meng's body became smaller, and she lay quietly on Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder. Her deathly gray eyes and calm demeanor were exactly the same as Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto returned to the waiting area on the high platform. Along the way, if it wasn't for the security ninjas to stop him, he would just be afraid that these fanatical fans would rush in from different places and become drowned in a sea of people. Although they were far apart, so many eyes were focused on Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto was still feeling a strong sense of suffocation coming over him. He suddenly felt difficulty breathing, so he held his chest and used the wind escape and wind teleportation technique, and arrived at the waiting area at an extremely fast speed. He did not notice that after performing the wind escape and wind blinking technique, a burst of screams that echoed through the sky suddenly broke out in the audience seats beside him. Who says Uzumaki Naruto doesn't know ninjutsu? Can you compare to this body tuning technique? CAI, it's really CAI. It's the first time I've seen such a powerful teleportation technique. Haven't you ever thought that if Uzumaki Naruto didn't have any strength, these powerful psychic beasts would follow him? Naruto, the most handsome and the best. Naruto, this is your uncle Asuma. If you need anything from now on, you can come to me. If I'm not around, you can go to him. He is your friend just like your third-generation grandfather. In addition, he is also the guiding Jounin teacher of the ninja school. If you encounter any problems in practice, you can also go to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a kind smile and pushed Sarutobi Asuma in front of him. Sarutobi Asuma threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stamped it out with his foot, and then smiled slightly awkwardly. Ahem, Naruto, I am the instructing Jounin teacher of Class 10. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Koji Akimichi are all members of my team. You can call me Asuma-sensei like them. Uzumaki Naruto didn't speak. He didn't even look at Sarutobi Hiruzen or Sarutobi Asuma during the whole process. He calmly hugged Meng Meng, walked to another deserted corner, and sat down. Ignore it. Just ignore it. Seeing this, Asuma Sarutobi's face quickly darkened. From childhood to adulthood, he was the son of the Hokage and the young leader of the Sarutobi clan. He was highly respected wherever he went. This was the first time he was treated like this. Ignore. Moreover, the person who ignores him is just a brat who has not even reached the level of Chuyunin. Sarutobi Asuma looked closely at Uzumaki Naruto, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Bear with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's unmistakable voice sounded in Sarutobi Asuma's ears. Although Sarutobi Asuma felt uncomfortable, he didn't say anything. This kind of Uzumaki Naruto is easy to control. If he regards you as a friend after my introduction just now, then his friend would be too cheap. Then what is the specialness of my existence? Do you think that to gain Uzumaki Naruto's recognition and surrender, you can just rely on words? Use your brain. I brought you here this time, just to get acquainted with it first, as there is a long way to go, so don't rush it. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at his head, then turned around and waved to Uzumaki Naruto, saying hello, regardless of whether Uzumaki Naruto responded or not. After doing all this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Asuma turned around and left. After the two left, Haruno Sakura suddenly ran up to Uzumaki Naruto, put her hands on her hips, and looked at him angrily. Naruto, you are going too far. The third-generation grandpa and Mr. Asuma came to greet you. Why did you ignore them? You made them very embarrassed by doing this. Although you have not had parents since you were a child, but for these reasons, you should. It's obvious. You. In the middle of Haruno Sakura's words, her voice suddenly gradually became quieter until she was silent. Because, at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was raising his head and looking at her calmly. His eyes without any trace of anger made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She wanted to continue talking, but there was a voice in her heart that kept telling her that if you keep talking, you will die. In the waiting area, Uzumaki Naruto looked squarely at Haruno Sakura for the first time, and took the initiative to say something to her for the first time. This sentence only had one word: roll. The calm voice, without a trace of emotion, floated by like a breeze, but when it fell on Haruno Sakura's ears, it was like a huge earthquake in the mountains. The moment Naruto Uzumaki said these words, the heart-stopping thoughts of death continued. Attacked, she covered her mouth and hurriedly retreated for a few steps before a trace of blood slowly appeared on her face. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto again, she was still holding Meng Meng, with a calm expression without any emotion, but originally, the very dark corner seemed to be even darker at this moment. After a long time, Harano Sakura came back to her senses. She covered her mouth and 2 tears fell down. Uzumaki Naruto, you are going too far. You actually told me to get lost. You demon fox, you are an ominous person, you are an orphan without parents. I will never pay attention to you again. The official Chunin examination is in full swing. Amid the shouts and screams of the audience, in just 1.5 hours, the top 5 contestants of the Chunin exam were decided. The top 5 players are Uzumaki Naruto, Abarame Shino, Gaara, Uchiha Sasuke, and Temari. The reason why the time was only 1.5 hours was because in the official match, 2 weirdos appeared who gave up. One is Kankuro of the Suna Ninja Village who is afraid of bugs, and the other is Nara Shikamaru of the Konoha Ninja Village who is too troublesome and doesn't want to fight with women. After a short break, the game continued. Because there were only 5 people left on the field, as usual, 1 person had a bye. According to the draw, Uzumaki Naruto got the bye, so the following 4 people had a bye and entered the second finals. The finals began, and the scene was heated. Even when Naruto Uzumaki was sitting in the waiting area, there would be heartbreaking roars and roars from time to time. Soon, the 2 finals came to an end. There were only 2 people left in the waiting area, one was Gaara from Sand Ninja Village, and the other was Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha Ninja Village. Including Uzumaki Naruto, there are 3 people in total, so this time, we have to draw another by draw. As expected, this time, Uzumaki Naruto had another bye. A short break at the Chunin exam venue, Shiranui Genma was already calling the names of Gaara and Uchiha Sasuke. After hearing this, the 2 opened their eyes and walked out of the waiting area one after another. It's almost time. I'll wait for you in the next battle. When Gaara walked out of the waiting area, he glanced at Uzumaki Naruto with fighting intent. A long time ago, wanted to have a fight with you. I want to prove to you that I am no worse than you. Uchiha Sasuke also made a fist gesture towards Uzumaki Naruto with high spirits. Uzumaki Naruto held Mengmeng calmly, without responding or expressing his position, just sitting silently. Ding! The mythical beast Qinglong, Amber has completed devouring the blood and completely activated the bloodline of the mythical beast Qinglong. Ding! The growth progress of the second stage of the mythical beast Qinglong, Amber has reached 100% and has now entered the third stage of the mythical beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward for cultivating a mythical beast. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward blood succession limit would escape. Ding! The third stage development mission of the mythical beast Qinglong, Amber has been released. Dongfang Weiyuan. Dongfang Weiyuan, please find the weapon left by the mythical beast Qinglong in this world, the death necklace, and give the mythical beast Amber. After the mythical beast Kohaku obtains a weapon, it will fuse with it and gain the weapon's ability to defeat the tailed beast. It can suppress the tailed beast's strength to a certain extent, and the degree of suppression increases as Amber's level increases. After fusing this necklace, the mythical beast Amber can enter the fourth stage of the mythical beast. Ding! The mythical beast Suzaku Wuhuan has completed the nirvana of blood and completely activated the bloodline of the mythical beast Suzaku. Ding! The growth progress of the mythical beast Suzaku, the second stage of the circle, has reached 100%, and it has now entered the third stage of the mythical beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward for cultivating a mythical beast. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards S-level ninjutsu scroll, Flying Thunder God, A-level ninjutsu scroll, Wind Release Raise Non. Ding! The mythical beast Suzaku, the third stage development task of the confused circle, has been released. The wind helps the fire grow. The wind helps the fire grow. Please look for the weapon left by the mythical beast Suzaku in this world, the Uchiha fan, to confuse the mythical beast. After the mythical beast Wuquan obtains this weapon, it will fuse with it and gain the weapon's ability to reflect all spells. It can rebound the enemy's attacks within a certain limit. The rebound limit increases with the level of the circle. After fusing this weapon, the mythical beast is stunned and can enter the fourth stage of the mythical beast. Ding! The White Tiger of the Divine Beast, by G, has completed the Fury of Blood and fully activated the bloodline of the White Tiger of the Divine. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Beast. Ding! The growth progress of the second stage of the mythical beast White Tiger, by G, has reached 100% and has now entered the third stage of the mythical beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward for cultivating a mythical beast. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level ninjutsu scroll, Thunder Release Reikari, Ninjutsu 4 Purple Flame Formation. Ding! To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. The third stage development mission of the mythical beast White Tiger, by G, has been released. Jinzen Thunder Drum. Jinzen Ligu, please find the weapon left by the mythical beast White Tiger in this world, the golden rope, to give to the mythical beast by G. After the mythical beast by G obtains this weapon, she will fuse with it and gain the ability of the weapon to slay the spirit. Note, in Naruto, the power of fighting against words spoken from the mouth is called word spirit. In addition, due to the excellent talent of the mythical beast Amber, the growth cost is high. In addition to finding the golden rope, the host also needs to find the Thunder God Sword for Bai Ji to fuse. After the fusion, Bai Ji will gain the ability of this weapon. Own the Source of Thunder. Can release huge thunder power. After both weapons are fused, the mythical beast Bai Ji can enter the fourth stage of the mythical beast. The system prompt tone fell, and the would attribute chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's body started to jump crazily. At the same time, the huge source of would attribute chakra exploded in the body, and the strong vitality continued to repair Uzumaki Naruto, leaving behind hidden disease. Under the treatment of this chakra, Uzumaki Naruto's body seemed to be reborn. Moreover, at this moment, chakra that is exactly the same as this chakra is continuously condensed from Uzumaki Naruto's body, swimming among the limbs and bones, and his body is constantly strengthening. Ding! The host has activated blood relay limit would escape. Congratulations to the host for gaining attribute bonuses, physical plus 30, mental plus 15, chakra plus 30. Ding! Host attribute bonus begins. Host attributes are being added. The host attribute bonus has been completed. Uzumaki Naruto had just finished adapting to the body of activating the mutant blood succession limit, when news came from outside that Gaara had won the second round of the finals. Half an hour later, Shiranui Genma's voice came from outside the venue. The final of this Chunin exam will pit Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha Ninja Village against Gaara from Suna Ninja Village. Next, we invite Naruto Uzumaki to enter. Crack, crackle, crackle. Uzumaki Naruto, come out quickly, I can't wait to eat your face. The most handsome white-haired Naruto in history. Love, love, love. Naruto, come on. Beat Gaara. Naruto is invincible and the most handsome. The thunderous applause, mixed with the enthusiastic screams and roars of the audience, brought the atmosphere of the Chunin exam to its peak. In the audience, Inyazuka Kiba raised his crutch with one hand, his face flushed, and he pulled neck, roared crazily, Gaara, as long as you defeat Uzumaki Naruto, break his hands and feet, and beat him to death, I will treat you to roasted sparrows, and I will treat you to roasted tigers. However, his voice seemed so insignificant in front of a group of girls who were cheering hysterically. Under the attention of everyone, Uzumaki Naruto calmly walked out of the waiting area. As soon as he appeared, the scene exploded. Come on Naruto. Beside the audience, Yui Kurane, who was responsible for observing the game, could not help but raise her fist and cheer for Uzumaki Naruto under the influence of the atmosphere. Come on Naruto, win this first place for Team 7. Kakashi Hatake looked at Naruto Uzumaki's figure tenderly. After a moment, the corners of his mouth cracked and he gave a thumbs up without hesitation. Come on Naruto, let your youth bloom. Your youth is infinite, hey ha. Metkai, who was standing on one hand, also stretched out his hand and gave a thumbs up. Many teachers of the ninja school responsible for this task shouted the slogan, Come on Naruto. Among them, Ape Physma's gloomy face seemed irrelevant and out of place with the cheering scenes around him. Gaara, defeat Naruto Uzumaki. Kill him, eat roasted sparrow, eat roasted tiger. In the audience, Inyazuka Kiba was still roaring, maybe because he shouted for too long, and his hoarse voice was like a wild ghost howling. When Uzumaki Naruto passed by the audience, he looked at him calmly, not wanting to say goodbye, just to confirm his position. Similarly, when Uzumaki Naruto passed by the observation platform, he also turned his head and glanced at Sarutobi Asuma calmly. At this moment, Yui Kurane was shaking his fist, and Sarutobi Asuma, he looked at Kurane Yui with a gloomy face. After feeling Naruto Uzumaki's gaze, Sarutobi Asuma turned his head. With a stiff look on his face, he actually showed a smile that was uglier than crying. He even raised his hand 413, reluctantly gave a thumbs up. On the rostrum, Hiruzen Sarutobi saw this scene, smiled happily, lit up a cigarette and started to smoke. Those who achieve great things do not stick to trivial matters, Sarutobi. Asuma's move was quite similar to his old style. However, Sarutobi Asuma's back was facing Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time, so Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't see his expression clearly. Whoa dash! Uzumaki Naruto remembered his position and used the wind release technique of teleportation. Within a few seconds, he arrived at the field. When Shiranui Genma saw him coming, he woke up Gaara, who was sitting on the ground adjusting his breath and recovering his condition. Uzumaki Naruto, I've been waiting for you for a long time, come on, let's have a good fight. I love standing up from the ground, staring at Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes flashing with a strong fighting spirit. Uzumaki Naruto didn't speak, just patted the cute ones on his body. Cute ones understood, and immediately jumped into the field. Soon, a cute cow-sized creature stood in front of Gaara, with lifeless eyes like Naruto Uzumaki, without any emotion. Uzumaki Naruto, you still use a psychic beast. Do you think that even the two idiots in front of me can't beat the psychic beast? Idiot! Gaara bit him hard, making Inyazuka Kiba and Hayaga Niji, who were in the audience at the moment, look ugly for a moment. Hinata Niji snorted coldly and turned around to leave the Chunin exam venue without hesitation. On the other hand, Inyazuka Kiba, after hesitating for a while, continued shaking his cane and snoring for Gaara at the top of his lungs. Since you don't want to fight me, then I will fight until you want to fight me. On the wide field, Gaara snorted coldly, and a ball of sand flew out of the gourd, instantly turning into a sharp blade and killing Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing this, Meng Meng jumped up and spread out her steel-like wings. The sandy sharp blade was scattered in one fell swoop. Immediately afterwards, Meng Meng stepped forward and relied on her powerful body to fight Gaara at close range. The more Gaara fought, the more frightened he became. In his eyes, Meng Meng looked at Meng Meng. The contempt gradually disappeared, and turned into a solemn, fear-like solemnity. On the Chunin examination venue, sand and gravel were flying, and the sound of hitting continued. Meng Meng and Gaara had entered a stalemate, and they were inseparable. In the audience, someone saw the business opportunity and was already opening a casino. The sound of betting continued, and the scene was enthusiastic. Soon, under Meng Meng's strong attack, Gaara's state was already a little weak, and his heart was filled with excitement. Directly transform into a tailed beast. At this time, Naruto Uzumaki thought, and Meng Meng's body suddenly shrunk, and then, he jumped towards him and lay calmly on his shoulder. Haha, you are finally willing to fight me. If I am like this, are you my opponent? Uzumaki Naruto calmly looked at Gaara, the tailed beast who rushed over. Then, he raised his hand, and a small wind blade condensed in his hand. Gaara himself also flew to the ground and fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. One move. Uzumaki Naruto defeated the tailed beast turned Gaara with just one move. Silence. The Chunin examination venue was deathly silent. At this moment, whether it is the ninjas in the audience, Konoha Ninja Village, or even the major ninja villages, or the elite jounin who are strong and responsible for observation around them, or Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting on the rostrum, or Orochimaru, the two shadow-level powerhouses, at this moment, were silent in tacit agreement, and the scene was eerily silent. Until Gaara, who had fallen to the ground, stood up tremblingly. At this moment, from the center of his eyebrows down, his clothes were scratched, and on the exposed flesh, there was a shallow scar. From the scar, blood kept leaking out. On both sides of the scar, there was sand, like flowing water, slowly flowing into the gourd behind Gaara. I lost. In the venue where the needle could be heard, as Gaara admitted defeat, a burst of earth-shattering applause suddenly erupted. What followed was cheers, screams, and roars that resounded through the sky, and the scene exploded again. Naruto is so handsome, he defeated the Jinchuriki Gaara with one move. He is so strong. Who says that Naruto is not strong in combat and relies entirely on the psychic beasts to support him? Please open your eyes and see clearly what is the real strength. He's so damn handsome. He can transform into a tailed beast with one move. Even an ordinary jounin can't compare to this level of strength. On the observation platform, Heite Kakashi looked at the calm-looking Uzumaki Naruto in the field, dragging his chin and smiling softly. During the two missions, although Uzumaki Naruto did not often take action, the information leaked from him unconsciously from the aura. Heite Kakashi can roughly judge that Uzumaki Naruto's strength is roughly at the level of jounin. What's more, during his visit to Mt. Mayaboku, he learned from the mouth of Toad Sage that Uzumaki Naruto has perfectly mastered the Sage mode. Therefore, Kakashi Heite's estimate of Uzumaki Naruto's final strength is that he is at least one of the top jounins. With this level of strength, participating in the Chunin exam is tantamount to a dimensionality reduction attack, breaking the ninja. It is naturally not difficult for Gaara to transform into a tailed beast. However, although Heite Kakashi knew that it was not difficult for Uzumaki Naruto to break the tailed beast transformation, he was a little shocked because after Gaara transformed into a tailed beast, Uzumaki Naruto defeated him. With only one move, this kind of operation was difficult for even a jounin to do. On the observation platform, Heite Kakashi pondered for a while, and suddenly the scene of snatching the bell appeared in his mind. After a moment, his eyes showing a look of understanding, as expected of you, Naruto. In addition to your rapid improvement in cultivation and your increasingly powerful fighting talent, I couldn't find the weakness of the tailed beast transformation. I didn't expect that you would be able to find it in a very short period of time. Sharp, Heite Kakashi praised, and then, a trace of shame and a trace of happiness appeared on his cheeks. They are also called geniuses. As a genius, I seem to be a bit out of control, but fortunately, I was not born in the same era as Naruto, a monster. Otherwise, Heite Kakashi looked at the bandaged Uchiha Sasuke in the audience with some sympathy. In the Chunin examination hall, Uzumaki Naruto was in the limelight. Uchiha Sasuke sat in the audience, looked at him silently, turned around, and left. At the entrance to the Chunin examination venue, Uchiha Sasuke turned around and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto with a calm face in the venue. His eyes were firm, his fists under the bandage were clenched, and his nails dug into the flesh, dyeing the newly wrapped bandage red. Uzumaki Naruto, just wait, I will prove that my talent, my hard work, and my strength will never lose to you. After Uchiha Sasuke left, Hyaga Niji came to the entrance. After taking a look at Uzumaki Naruto, Haruka turned and left. Although I don't know why you are so powerful, I will let you know that geniuses and ordinary people are not the same kind of people. Even if you are temporarily ahead, I will catch up with you and defeat. I will surpass your psychic beast first. On the rostrum, Uzumaki Naruto showed his tyrannical strength, which surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then he was filled with deep joy. Uzumaki Naruto is the ace of the Sarutobi clan. The more powerful he is, the more Sarutobi is, the stronger the clan becomes. It seems that during this period, Heite Kakashi did teach Uzumaki Naruto everything he could. However, Uzumaki Naruto's talent was truly monstrous. In just a few months, he grew from a genin to one comparable to that of a superior shinobi. This kind of progress is really unbelievable. Even Senju Hashirama, who is known as the god of ninja by the world, is probably nothing more than this. Orochimaru, on the other hand, focused his attention on Mengmeng, and kept licking his lips with his scarlet and long tongue. It's a blow comparable to that of an elite jonin, but if you want to protect your psychic beast, it doesn't seem to be enough. Many people in the Chuunin examination hall, after seeing Uzumaki Naruto's strength, at this moment, they had different expressions and had ulterior motives. Only the uninformed spectators were still shouting and screaming crazily, cheering for Uzumaki Naruto. After a brief shock, Shiranui Genma came to his senses, came to the field, and announced the competition. The result. The first place was decided, and the most exciting moment of the Chuunin exam came, the friendship duel. In front of Uzumaki Naruto, Shiranui Genma held 1,000 books in his mouth and looked at him seriously. Uzumaki Naruto, as the first placer in this Chuunin exam, you will get a chance to have a friendly duel. Now, you can choose ninjas in Konoha Ninja Village, including Lord Hokage, to have a friendly duel. Please tell me, who are you going to choose? Shiranui Genma's voice spread, and the entire Chuunin examination venue became quiet. Everyone's eyes converged on Uzumaki Naruto from different directions at the same time. Suddenly there were many stares, and Uzumaki Naruto felt suffocated. He suppressed feeling uneasy in my heart. I took a few deep breaths to stabilize my mind, then stretched out my hand and pointed at Asuma Sarutobi's position. Are you going to have a friendly duel with Sarutobi Asuma, the elite jounin of Konoha Ninja Village? Facing Shiranui Genma's inquiry, Uzumaki Naruto nodded calmly. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ding! Return to the host. Amber, Wuhuan, Bai Ji, Afanti, Zi and others are on their way to find you. Ding! Back to the host. Amber, Wuhuan, and Bai Ji have recovered their memories. They said that no matter what you want to do, you must not leave them behind. Even if you want revenge, you have to wait until they are together. They said, you have suffered enough because of this disease, how can they bear to let you, alone, bear everything? Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto felt warm in his heart, and a slight smile suddenly appeared on his cheeks, fleeting. But even so, the smile was still noticed by someone who was interested, so there was another burst of cheers in the field. At this time, Sarutobi Asuma had already walked down from the observation platform and came to the venue, with a stiff smile on his face. This time, Sarutobi Asuma faced the rostrum, and his expression was fully visible to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile froze on his face. For some reason, there was a faint feeling in his heart. Somewhat uneasy. Call out. Orochimaru moved his wrist slightly, and a faint chakra popped out from his fingertips and flew into the distance. Then, in the audience, a man covered in black robes nodded slightly to his location. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and turned his eyes. In the auditorium, at some point, a group of ninjas wearing black robes and masks had poured in. These ninjas were dressed like the roots of Konoha, so the AUD read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, and's present did not notice it. In the commotion, the ninjas responsible for security were knocked down by these ninjas one by one, and then took their places. The first place in Konoha Ninja Village's Chuunin exam this time, Uzumaki Naruto, and Konoha Ninja Village's elite jounin Sarutobi Asuma. The friendship duel begins now. Shiranui Genma gave an order. Sarutobi Asuma raised his fists and was about to say a few words. However, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly attacked and kicked the door in the face. He flew several meters away and his shoes were scratched on the ground. 2 long seals, and even wisps of black smoke. What a strong physique, what a fierce attack. Naruto's physical skills are so strong. Uzumaki Naruto kicked out, and Konoha Taijutsu Master Metkai immediately stood up with a serious look, and finally gave a very positive evaluation. To read Baosuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Around after hearing this, the faces of all the elite jounin on the observation platform changed slightly. Everyone knows that Metkai is usually careless, but he has always been extremely devoted to physical skills, otherwise, he would not have become a wooden warrior. Yes, Taijutsu Master. The fact that he could give this evaluation means that Uzumaki Naruto's Taijutsu has been recognized by him. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, Metkai came to Heide Kakashi. Kakashi, I find that Naruto is full of desirable youth. Do you mind letting him learn Taijutsu from me? When Heide Kakashi heard this, the image of Naruto Uzumaki wearing tight clothes and shouting about youth and invincibility appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Kai, you should ask Naruto about this. In the field, neither of them used ninjutsu, they both relied on physical skills to fight. For a moment, they were inseparable. This kind of fist-to-physical combat made the audience in the auditorium excited and roaring continuously. Only Kakashi Hatake knows that as long as Uzumaki Naruto fights, he will try his best to defeat the opponent as quickly as possible. Taijutsu is not what he is best at. On the contrary, his most powerful thing is ninjutsu and Sage Mode. Now, Uzumaki Naruto has no use for these things. Instead, he uses Taijutsu. This move undoubtedly means delaying time. Naruto, what are you waiting for? Hatake Kakashi held his chin, lost in thought. Bang! In the field, Uzumaki Naruto's fist collided with Sarutobi Asuma's fist, and the strong wind splashed around, setting off a wave of the ground was dusty, and amidst the flying dust, a dragon roar was heard. A moment later, a huge whirlwind dragon rolled up sand, rocks, earth and trees, flew into the air, and finally, with a strong power, smashed into the field. Go! Boom ka dash! The giant dragon smashed down, and the sand exploded. The place where the two people were originally was filled with smoke and dust, making it difficult to see the situation. After a while, the smoke and dust dispersed, and the two figures were revealed. Uzumaki Naruto stood calmly with an expressionless face at this moment. Sarutobi Asuma, on the other hand, was in ragged clothes, and the places where the clothes were torn were covered with dense wounds, and these wounds were constantly seeping out at this moment. Blood. It didn't take long for Sarutobi Asuma to become a bloody man. Hiss. This scene gradually silenced the originally noisy Chunin examination venue. No one expected that with physical skills alone, Uzumaki Naruto actually completely tortured Asuma Sarutobi, whose strength reached the level of an elite jounin. Konoha Dragon God. Hatake Kakashi recognized this taijutsu, and when he looked at Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes were filled with indescribable shock. Hatake Kakashi could see that Uzumaki Naruto's Konoha Dragon God's movements are very smooth and his proficiency is extremely high. With this taijutsu alone, many elite jounin in Konoha Ninja Village are not as good as him in taijutsu. In other words, taijutsu is not Uzumaki Naruto. A person's weakness is his strength. What a monster! On the rostrum, Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a cigarette in his mouth. Amidst the smoke, a coldness appeared in his deep triangular eyes. When he put down the cigarette rod, a hidden chakra shot from the fingers to the field. Sarutobi Asuma in. Give up the idea of making Naruto Uzumaki like you, show your strength and let him admire you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words rang alone in Sarutobi Asuma's ears. When Sarutobi Asuma heard the words, his expression relaxed, he put away his false smile, opened his mouth, and used the technique of escaping wind and dust. Spitting out a cloud of dust, he attacked Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto did not hold back. When the dust came, he raised his hands upwards. Then, countless sands flew up and hung in the air. Within a moment, they condensed into a shield. He resisted all the dust that came towards him. After failing to succeed, Sarutobi Asuma's face darkened, and then he used the other powerful ninjutsu to attack Uzumaki Naruto. The entire Chunin examination venue was covered by two people in a short time. The ninjutsu performed by people is covered, and between attacking and defending, various amazing ninjutsu appear, bringing the ultimate visual feast to all the audiences present. Come on Naruto, you are the best. Naruto is so strong. He was able to deal with an elite jounin for so long. Naruto, my idol. Naruto, Thai pants are hot. As the battle progressed, the enthusiasm of the audience became more and more high. However, many sharp-eyed ninjas discovered a phenomenon. Apart from the previous taijutsu battle, Uzumaki Naruto did not launch an attack during the entire subsequent battle. Even the careless Metkai discovered the key. Naruto, he's stalling for time. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally noticed the problem that even Metkai could detect early on. At this moment, looking at the calm face of Uzumaki Naruto in the field, his eyes became increasingly gloomy. After looking at it for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a sullen face, and another chakra popped out from his fingertips. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gloomy voice sounded in Asuma Sarutobi's ears at the same time. Use absolute force to make him surrender to you. Dino Zhao, ha. Sarutobi Asuma no longer had any reservations after hearing this, took a deep breath, and took out the chakra knife. Chakra knife, this is Sarutobi Asuma's famous stunt. Is he going to use this move? Hiss, as a genin, Uzumaki Naruto can be proud of forcing Asuma Sarutobi to this point. I don't know how Uzumaki Naruto will respond to Sarutobi Asuma's chakra sword. Uzumaki Naruto's strength has reached its limit. Sarutobi Asuma's move is a unique skill of an elite jounin. How could he, a genin with poor skills, be able to resist it? At this time, Yui Hong's face tightened, and she used the teleportation technique, spread her hands, and stood in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Asuma, Naruto is still a child, he's just a genin, you can't use that jutsu on him. Seeing this situation, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes turned cold, and there was an unusually strong killing intent in his eyes. Ding! Returning to the host, it was detected that Amber Wuhuan, by G. Ifanti, and the purple beasts had arrived at the entrance of the village. The system prompt tone fell, and on Uzumaki Naruto's calm face, suddenly, 2 blue lines appeared in the eye sockets. Immortal mode. Seeing this, many people in the audience were still stunned, and many veteran ninjas understood the reason. Finally, are you getting serious? Naruto, as your mentor, I am also very curious, how strong are you? Heite Kakashi held his chin, his expression focused, and his eyes looked closely at Uzumaki Naruto. In the field, Shiranui Genma followed the regulations and sent 2 female jounin to take Ui Kurane away. No one stopped. Sarutobi Asuma did not hesitate and used chakra sword Shiny Chimanji. In an instant, 2 blades formed by condensed chakra, carrying the power of cutting through the void, struck towards Uzumaki Naruto, one after another. Then, like troops forming a formation, it transformed in the air for a while. Finally, it formed a huge shield. The shield was covered with the yellow natural energy of wind attribute, looks like a brilliant weapon from a distance. Immortal magic wind escapes the empty sand defense wall. Wind attribute natural energy. On the rostrum, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up abruptly when he saw this scene. His wrinkled old face was filled with disbelief. The pipe clenched in his hand was trembling slightly at this moment. Interestingly, this kid not only has several powerful psychic beasts worthy of study, but he himself is an excellent research body. Compared to him, Yugo and Kimimaro are much inferior. It seems that after soon, he must be kidnapped together with his psychic beast under the Kaze cage hat. Orochimaru licked his lips, with a sinister and charming smile on his face. Got it. Under the gaze of everyone, the chakra sword used by Asuma Sarutobi collided with the shield condensed by Uzumaki Naruto. Stab la dash. The violent chakra and natural energy, at this moment, exploded together, and the huge storm, like water waves, quickly spread to the entire Chunin examination venue. Smoke and dust billowed wherever the storm passed. In a few seconds, the entire Chunin examination venue was covered by the smoke and dust, making it difficult to see clearly. Situation. After this scene lasted for tens of seconds, a powerful wind attribute chakra suddenly swept across, dispersing the smoke and dust like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, revealing the true scene in the venue at this moment. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto still standing calmly, there was no trace of emotion on his face, and his eyes were ashen. Opposite him, Sarutobi Asuma had a gloomy face, and under his eyes, there was strong shock and strong killing intent. Naruto is awesome. He can fight evenly with an elite jounin. He will probably surpass me soon. On the observation platform, Heite Kakashi smiled softly, and then extended his signature thumbs up. He did not hide his voice, so when the surroundings were very silent, the voice seemed unusually abrupt. Whew! Zhou Ming's confused audience heard Heite Kakashi's explanation. Suddenly, there was a sound of gasping for air. A moment later, the scene was thunderous. Naruto, you are my idol. You are a genin and a jounin. It's really hot. Naruto, I would like to call you the strongest genin in history. A genin can activate Sage Mode and draw against veteran elite jounin, no one else can. Naruto, it doesn't matter that you are handsome, why are you still so strong? Why don't you live? In the audience, there were screams, roars, and roars. The Chuyunin exams have also arrived, and they are more popular than ever. Asuma, channel those 3 psychic beasts. Uzumaki Naruto's strength is beyond your control. You must use the power of those 3 psychic beasts to control him. Hurry up. I have already felt that Naruto Uzumaki had murderous intentions towards you just now. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's thunderous voice suddenly sounded in Sarutobi Asuma's ears. Sarutobi Asuma's face turned ugly when he heard the words, but he still did it. His strongest killing move was used. There is no way he can make Uzumaki Naruto surrender. Naturally, he cannot use his own strength to make Uzumaki Naruto surrender. The only way now is to use the 3 psychic beasts that Uzumaki Naruto regards as life. Only they can make Uzumaki Naruto surrender. Naruto, don't dare to make a mistake, surrender forever. Oh, after the psychic technique was cast, 3 rays of light flashed, and 3 figures appeared in an instant, behind Asuma Sarutobi. One by one, there were 3 people, a giant snake that is as thick as a hug, with amber and cyan colors all over its body. On the head of the giant snake, there are 2 strangely bulging meat bags. The 2 meat bags shine with a heart-stopping green light. Together, there is a giant bird. Like a sparrow, the sparrow is hanging in the air, with the feathers all over its body shining with red light. From a distance, it looks like a burning flame. Her appearance makes the surrounding temperature increase a little. Together, there is a cat as big as an ox. The cat is all white, and every hair is shining with a bright cold light. The most frightening thing is her heterochromatic pupils, 1 gold and 1 blue, all of which are concentrated in the 2 eyes without exception, filled with heart-stopping energy. As soon as the 3 divine beasts appeared, their extraordinary figures immediately aroused heated discussion in the audience. Many people pointed at these three psychic beasts, and their words were completely envy and shock. The aura and pressure in these three psychic beasts are very strong. They are similar to the two in Uzumaki Naruto's hands. When they grow up, they will at least be at the level of tailed beasts. Such a few good things to study. You have to find a way to get it. Orochimaru stared at the three divine beasts, his scarlet tongue greedily licking the corners of his mouth. Isn't this sparrow the one that Uzumaki Naruto fought to protect at the beginning? In the audience, Inyazuka Kiba recognized Myoquin, and at the same time, Myoquin also found him in the crowd. Bang ta dash. The moment Inyazuka Kiba and Myoquin looked at each other, a majestic wave of coercion surged in from the eyes of Mujuin. Inyazuka, couldn't resist, and suddenly collapsed on the ground, staring at Manghuan with a horrified expression. Akamara next to him was also under the pressure released by Muzuka pressed to the ground, trembling all over, unable to move. Isn't this cat the one that Naruto often hugged some time ago? Why did this cat become Asuma's psychic beast? What on earth is going on? Ui Kurane recognized the origin of Shiraheim behind Asuma Sarutobi, and immediately exclaimed. The words woke up the dreamer, and many people in the audience who had seen this cat couldn't agree. On the observation platform, Heite Kakashi changed his previous joy, dragged his chin with one hand, and slowly knitted his brows together. What's the matter? Can anyone prove that this cat belongs to Naruto? In case it belongs to Asuma-sensei, it was just stolen and raised by Naruto for a few days. After all, Naruto has never had parents since he was a child. No one educates him, who knows what he will do, right? In the audience, Haruno Sakura stared at Naruto Uzumaki, who had a calm expression on his face, gritting his teeth. You are Haruno Sakura, right? I hope you pay more attention when you speak. It is true that Naruto has no parents since he was a child, but you keep talking about it, so you think you are polite. In addition, this cat does belong to Naruto. Naruto told me that the name of this cat is Beiji. After Ui Kurane heard Haruno Sakura's words, she became angry and couldn't help but yell back. Haruno Sakura wanted to say something else, but turned around and faced Ui Kurane and Heite Kakashi, disgusted eyes. At that moment, Haruno Sakura didn't say anything more. Don't look back, complained and left angrily. Naruto, I have these three psychic beasts. You cannot be my opponent. Be obedient and I will let them play with you. Sarutobi Asuma turned sideways so that Uzumaki Naruto could see clearly. Behind him stood the three psychic beasts that Uzumaki Naruto cared about, cherished, and regarded as life. However, to Sarutobi's surprise, to Jean and Sarutobi Asuma's surprise, Uzumaki Naruto's expression was still very calm. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Asuma were both puzzled. After being stunned for a moment, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes turned cold, and he immediately ordered three psychic beasts to attack Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, the entire examination venue suddenly shook, and then, two huge psychic beasts howled. Then, he ran into the Chuyunin examination venue and rushed to the direction. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels of Uzumaki Naruto. Then, in everyone's shocked eyes, these two huge psychic beasts, like children, approached Uzumaki Naruto. She rubbed his arm affectionately, then walked up behind him, staring at Sarutobi Asuma with murderous eyes, her fangs open and her mouth wide open, wanting to swallow him in one gulp. These two are exactly the same as Afin. Ti and Zi. Roar. At this time, the void around Naruto Uzumaki shook, and then, Meng, who was wearing wings, and Shu Shui, who was filled with water vapor, came out and stood behind Uzumaki Naruto. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Hiss. Damn it, these psychic beasts that are comparable to tailed beasts, are they so destined to Uzumaki Naruto? There are 4 psychic beasts in total, and from what these guys said, it seems that the 3 behind Sarutobi Asuma are also related to Uzumaki Naruto. Did this guy break into the den of these powerful psychic beasts? At this time, Orochimaru was as calm as ever. After seeing these 7 psychic beasts again, he also had a look of disbelief on his face. Are they the friends that Naruto wants to protect at all costs? Naruto, it turns out that you have been on the road to becoming stronger just to protect them. Your goal is really clear. If Heite Kakashi was like you at that time. No, Heite Kakashi was like you at that time. Nishi is dead. Now Heite Kakashi has found his mission, and like you, he will try his best and give everything he has for his dream, even his life. A determined look appeared in Heite Kakashi's eyes. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a calm face in the field. The handsome cheeks under the mask suddenly spread out, revealing an extremely gentle smile. Hiss tweet meow meow. The 3 divine beasts behind Sarutobi Asuma, as if following orders, each let out a cry, and then killed fiercely towards Uzumaki Naruto. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the battle between psychic beasts, the 3 divine beasts that were attacking Uzumaki Naruto suddenly slowed down, and then came to Uzumaki Naruto. Kohaka used his huge head to rub the palm of Uzumaki Naruto's hand affectionately. He was confused, as before, while shouting happily, while flying in circles around Uzumaki Naruto. Beiji used her huge head to push against Uzumaki Naruto's chest. The meaning was obvious: this place is mine. What's going on? Sarutobi Asuma's psychic beast has such a good relationship with Uzumaki Naruto. Is it possible that these three psychic beasts really belong to Uzumaki Naruto, but were snatched away by Asuma Sarutobi? This shouldn't be the case. After signing a psychic contract, you shouldn't be able to help the other party. Not sure, it means very confused. While everyone was guessing, Amber, Wuhuan, and Baiji had already walked behind Uzumaki Naruto, and together with Mengmeng and the others, there were 7 divine beasts standing in a row. The 7 divine beasts gathered together, and the power radiated from them alone. The pressure, combined together, makes many people, especially those with weak strength levels, feel short of breath and blocked blood. Impossible, I've obviously already. Sarutobi Asuma showed a hint of shock, and through the psychic contract, he once again gave the order for the 3 divine beasts to attack. But this time, no matter how he sensed it, he couldn't sense the psychic contract he had established at the beginning. In this case, there is only one possibility: the psychic contract established has been destroyed. Amber, Wuhuan, Beiju, Kiyoshui, Afanti, Zi, Mengmeng, I will never leave you behind in the future. Uzumaki Naruto turned around, a trace of apology appeared on his calm face. Then, he turned his head and looked at Sarutobi Asuma. At this moment, all the killing intent that he had accumulated for a long time was released, with a strong killing intent. The wind rose from the ground, rolled up smoke and dust, and spread towards the surroundings. When exposed to this murderous intention, many people's expressions immediately changed, with shock on their faces. They did not believe at all that this murderous intention was coming. The idea actually came from a genin who was taking the Chunin exam. His tweet meow meow fanty squeak roar. Uzumaki Naruto was released, and the 7 divine beasts also released their murderous intent. The already strong murderous intent Gangfang strengthened again at this time. In addition, there was also overwhelming hatred in it. Boom, click dash. There was a loud thunder on the ground, and everyone looked up subconsciously. They saw that the sky above the Konoha ninja village was enveloped by a blood cloud at some point. The chilling bloody gas continued to pour down from it, making people smell it. His color changed. How is this going? A few months ago, the Sarutobi clan, led by Asuma Sarutobi, tied up and captured 3 psychic beasts alive: a snake, a sparrow, and a cat. You mean, the Sarutobi clan abused these 3 psychic beasts and forced them to sign a psychic contract? God can't stand it anymore. Sarutobi clan, you are committing evil. Could these 3 psychic beasts be the same as Asuma Sarutobi and the 3 behind Naruto Uzumaki? Now, I am a ninja from the Konoha ninja village. A few months ago, I happened to bump into these 3 psychic beasts in their games. After that, blood clouds began to appear in the sky above the Konoha ninja village. In the village, there is a heart-stopping bloody smell, and strange blood-red clouds. At the beginning, Sarutobi Asuma captured the psychic beast, which caused quite a stir, and many people witnessed it with their own eyes. Soon, as word spread from person to person, everyone at the Chuyunin examination venue understood what had happened. Uzumaki Naruto, I know that this guy usually doesn't like to talk, but he has a very good relationship with these psychic beasts. Once, I saw with my own eyes that he was beaten by several psychic beasts in order to protect the little snake. The child was beaten to a bloody pulp and his will was unclear, but even so, he still refused to move and firmly protected the little snake. Now, I finally know who the sparrow in Inyazuka Kiba's mouth is. This sparrow is Uzumaki Naruto, the psychic beast sparrow hanging in the air behind him and covered in red. For a little snake, he was willing to give his life. For a sparrow, he destroyed Inyazuka Kiba Akamaru's legs and feet, one in front and one in front. Uzumaki Naruto never took the initiative to offend anyone. Others came to harm the friends he cared about. His childhood was originally a darkness. These psychic beasts were his friends and played with him. Their status in his heart must be higher than anything else. The Sarutobi clan represented by Sarutobi Asuma, those who mistreat his friends in this way will definitely suffer bloody revenge from him. I finally understood why, when Uzumaki Naruto chose a partner for a friendship duel, he would not hesitate and directly choose Sarutobi Asuma. He wanted revenge. While everyone was discussing intensely, the lines around Naruto Uzumaki's pupils instantly turned into dark blue. At the same time, a dark blue, translucent armor suddenly appeared on his body. This armor enveloped him deeply. Thunder attribute natural energy. Dual attribute natural energy, dual attribute sage mode. Immortal method of thunder escape thunder god armor. The 7 divine beasts roared and immediately dispersed, surrounding Sarutobi Asuma from all directions. At the Chunin examination venue, Sarutobi Asuma looked terrified, with thin beads of cold sweat breaking out on his face. At this moment, every direction in the sky and on the ground was blocked, and the entire Chuyunin examination venue was only that big. As long as he moved, the beasts from other directions could quickly surround him and kill him. What's more, in the sky, up above, Naruto Uzumaki was locking Ling Ran with murderous intent. At this moment, he has no escape. Sarutobi Asuma swallowed nervously, and a sense of despair suddenly rose in his heart. In mid-air, Naruto Uzumaki thought. Behind him, a wing of wind turned into a long sword at an extremely fast speed. As the long sword formed, everyone present could clearly feel it. The power contained in this long sword. Uzumaki Naruto, you dare. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't sit still. He could feel that the power contained in Uzumaki Naruto's blow was powerful enough to kill his son, Konoha's elite jonin Sarutobi Asuma. Shua. On the rostrum, Hiruzen Sarutobi smashed the armrest of the chair with his palm. He jumped into the air and was about to rush into the venue to block Naruto Uzumaki's attack. But at this time, Orochimaru in a flash, he appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and stopped him. Hokage-sama, this friendly duel hasn't even ended yet, why are you in a hurry? You are so impatient that you have lost your majesty. As Hokage as he spoke, Orochimaru slowly took off his hat, revealing his true face. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized Orochimaru, but at this moment, he didn't want to get entangled with Orochimaru. With a thought in his mind, he used the teleportation technique. With the powerful strength of the shadow level, he quickly moved to the other side. However, Orochimaru, just like a gangrene attached to the bone, as soon as he dodged past, Orochimaru followed him and stopped him, preventing him from making any progress. Damn it! Unable to bear it, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately channeled the monkey demon and asked him to rescue Sarutobi Asuma, while he himself was fighting with Orochimaru. Whoa! The huge onesie, appearing suddenly, as if they had agreed long ago, the 10,000 Snake Sutra appeared, and immediately faced the ape demon, two shadow-level psychic beasts, and they were fighting for everything. You came and I went back and forth, it was so exciting. However, in the field, there was no cheer at all, and the huge Chunin examination venue was eerily silent at this moment. Everyone in the audience fainted in their seats. The only ones still moving were those in black robes. Ninja with root mask. Something happened, come on. When the elite Jounin realized that something was wrong, they immediately attacked these ninjas who were similar to the root. However, the number of these ninjas was greater than that of the elite Jounin. When the two forces collided, they immediately fell into a melee. Fighting broke out frequently. The entire Chunin examination venue became a battlefield. From time to time, powerful ninjutsu, with visions, were displayed, resounding and lighting up the sky above the Chunin examination venue. Konoha Ninja Village, scattered all over the place. Upon seeing this, the ninja hurriedly took their weapons and headed to the Chunin exam venue. Immortal Law Wind Dunyu Sword. At this time, above the head of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Naruto has completed charging up, and the overwhelming natural energy of the wind attribute is permeating the long sword with transformed wings. It is so powerful that this energy adheres to the void around the long sword. When it met, a burst of bright sparks burst out, and black spots appeared from all over the long sword. This is the sign of the shattered space. Swish dash. After the long sword was charged, Naruto Uzumaki did not hesitate at all. Immediately, he burst out at his fastest speed and killed Sarutobi Asuma. At this time, Sarutobi Asuma, who was dominated by fear, had a pile of unknown liquid under his body. He stared at the mid-air, like a stream of light, carrying powerful killing intent. Uzumaki Naruto rushed over, and his whole body collapsed in the puddle of water with a snap, swish. The swooping Uzumaki Naruto quickly flew to him in the sky above Sarutobi Asuma's head. Without any hesitation, the sharp long sword, like some kind of judgment, suddenly slashed down from the top of Sarutobi Asuma's head. The tyrannical energy poured out, and Sarutobi Asuma, even before he could react, he was split in half, and the violent wind-attributed natural energy spread out in all directions, suddenly tearing Sarutobi Asuma's body apart. In just a moment, Sarutobi Asuma's body has turned into pieces of flesh flying everywhere, with no bones left. From then on, Asuma Sarutobi can no longer die. No, when I saw this scene with Sarutobi Hiruzen, I immediately let out a heart-piercing roar. Under the mixture of grief and anger, Sarutobi Hiruzen's offensive suddenly became a lot more fierce. Even Orochimaru, at this moment, was a little tired of dealing with it. Whoa! At this time, a figure in black robes, holding a bone knife, came from behind Hiruzen Sarutobi and struck hard. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a shadow-level warrior with strong fighting instincts. Used the substitute technique to avoid the fatal blow, and with a backhand, he tore off the man's black robe. The black robe fell apart, revealing the face of a sickly young man. The young man's face was haggard, but his body exuded an aura of coldness. A powerful aura. The person who came was none other than Orochimaru's right-hand man, Kimimaro, who possesses the bloodline of the Take-Torai clan's limited corpse bone vein. As soon as Kimimaro joined, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately fell into fatigue, and victory was on the balance, leaning in the direction of Orochimaru. On the other side, the elite Jonins of Konoha Ninja Village were in a stalemate with this group of black-robed ninjas. For a moment, one side had nothing to do but the other. His tweet meow meow squeak fanny autumn water. After Asuma Sarutobi died, the gods and beasts still had murderous intent on their faces, and the murderous wind around them did not diminish at all. Ding. Return to the host. Amber and the others have said that they want to continue to take revenge. I won't abandon you, and you don't abandon me. Since we want revenge, then we will avenge it together. As soon as Naruto Uzumaki finished speaking, the wings of wind appeared behind him, and with a little tip of his toe, he immediately flew high into the sky. After looking around for a week, he found Inyazuka Kiba and Akamaru lying on the ground after being struck by genjutsu in the auditorium. Swish! The confused figure flew to the audience in the blink of an eye. When she arrived at the Chunin examination venue, at the first glance, she had firmly memorized the positions of Inyazuka Kiba and Akamaru. Stab la! Inyazuka Kiba and Akamaru, who were in the illusion, were clawed by each other in the circle. They screamed and woke up in pain. When one person and the dog realized that they were in the circle, their eyes were filled with images. There was a strong desire to die. At this moment, they regretted extremely why they had focused on the evil star Uzumaki Naruto in the first place. However, there is no regret medicine in the world. In the end, the two of them died tragically in Ryukwon. Under the sharp claws, the great revenge was avenged. She looked up to the sky and screamed, condensed a long rope of spiritual power, and tied Akamaru's body firmly to her feet. Then, under the leadership of Uzumaki Naruto, the divine beasts came to the Sarutobi clan. Here, they sensed a lot of the auras of those who followed Sarutobi Asuma to attack them. The divine beasts looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and Uzumaki Naruto nodded. They instantly rushed into the Sarutobi clan and massacred the seven. Except for Mengmeng, who was in the second stage, each of the others had the ability to fight against the elite Jonin. The seven divine beasts together, even a cage-level powerhouse can survive a few moves. To read Bao Shuang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. What's more, most of the elite Jonin in the Sarutobi clan are read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, NTLY. Participating in during the melee, there were only a few Jounin in the Sarutobi clan at this time. These few Jounin faced the menacing and murderous seven sacred beasts, and within a few rounds, their bodies were twisted. In the end, they were swallowed in one gulp. Without the strong men above Jonin, the seven divine beasts were in a deserted land. In just a few minutes, the great Sarutobi clan had been completely destroyed. One-sided the massacre did not stop, it still continued. Uzumaki Naruto, stop the monster under your hands, otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. At this time, Koharu and Mito Kaden, who were transferred to the dormitory, led more than 50 Jonin-level Umbu members to come to the rescue. The divine beast sensed the aura of these people, and for an instant, they roared continuously, and the murderous wind around them became stronger. Even because a large part of these people participated in the process of capturing them, and they will naturally not forget the blood feud. Uzumaki Naruto felt the emotions of Kohaku and the others. He did not say anything, but jumped in the air. Above midair, Uzumaki Naruto opened his palm, and a ball of brilliant thunder and lightning kept flashing in it, and the power was permeating. Immortal method of lightning escape Chidori. After a moment, Uzumaki Naruto swooped down and headed towards Koharu, who was sleeping in the bed. He swooped away from where the others were. In less than a second, he carried the thunder in the sky and crashed into the team of Xiaochun and others who were moving to bed. Stab la dash. Thunder splashed, causing the heart-stopping energy exploded, and several of these powerful Umbu Jounin were blown away on the spot. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto used the wind escape technique to shuttle between the group of Jounin, and frequently used immortal magic. Wind release wind blade. With the powerful natural energy of wind attribute, every attack of Uzumaki. After taking 3 steps, Uzumaki Naruto's body suddenly burst out with a huge energy. This energy spread, making his hair white, and the dust around him was blown away in an instant. As the sky rose, dust filled the air, swirling around Naruto, and a strong wind barrier naturally formed to isolate everything. At the same time, his aura surged dozens of times at this moment, and had already faintly touched the threshold of an elite Jounin. Shimura Danzo, Mito Katoen, and Koharu were all shocked when they saw this, and their speed suddenly increased. Among the three, Mito Katoen was the closest to Uzumaki Naruto. Just when he was about to kill Uzumaki Naruto calmly took the 4th step. I have a friend, her name is Chu Shui, I promised her that I would protect her, ta. After taking 4 steps, Uzumaki Naruto's aura surged, rising dozens of times higher than before. This powerful aura reached the elite Jounin level, and in one fell swoop, he reached the pinnacle of the elite Jounin. Swish! A stronger aura wind blew around Uzumaki Naruto. Under this strong wind, Mito Gate Flame was actually forced to take a few steps back, and no matter how he broke through, he could not break through it. This Gangfang attacks. Mito Gate Flame, Gundam's elite Jounin's cultivation, although a little watery, is also genuine, the elite Jounin of Konoha Ninja Village. But at this moment, even Uzumaki Naruto is around, even the strong wind formed by the breath cannot break through. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto still looked at Shimura Danzo with a calm expression, and calmly raised his steps. This kid is weird. Now, control him quickly, Shimura Danzo shouted coldly, his speed increased sharply again based on the previous one. In order to deal with Uzumaki Naruto, he did not hesitate to burn a large amount of chakra to increase his speed. Whoosh! After turning to bed, Kohara realized the seriousness of the situation. Also burning chakra, in exchange for a speed of 030, and killed Uzumaki Naruto. In front of Uzumaki Naruto, Mito Kadini held his hands against the strong wind, but was blown away by the surging breath of Uzumaki Naruto. Keep retreating. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto's raised foot fell gently. I have a friend, her name is Afanti, and I promised her that I would protect her. Bang bang dash. The strong wind around Uzumaki Naruto suddenly boiled, far exceeding the previous breath, setting off a wave of even more violent strong wind. This strong wind whistled like a stream of the sharp blades were constantly impacting the surrounding void. When the strong wind became stronger, the first one to suffer was Mito Minoyan, who was in front of the previous strong wind. He was pushed back dozens of meters by the sudden change of the strong wind. 2 people were knocked back. 1 foot left a long black mark on the floor. Minion, let me help you. Kohara went to bed and came to Mito Kaden. The 2 of them didn't say too many words. They each groaned, used ninjutsu, and killed Uzumaki Naruto together. Uzumaki Naruto still turned a blind eye to their actions. He just looking at Shimura Danzo calmly. I have a friend, her name is Zi. I promised her that I would protect her. The voice fell with the steps of Naruto Uzumaki. The 6th step, step out. Boom, click dash. The dull sound of explosion came from inside the gangfang, and with it, came an arrogant, powerful, an aura dozens of times stronger than before. At this moment, the strong wind stirred up by this aura is enough to distort space. Koharu and Mito Kadoyan moved to bed, feeling this strong wind. They immediately wanted to escape, but the ninjutsu has been released, and the arrow is on the string and has to be fired. Bang! Bang! The killing move performed by the 2 elite Jounin fiercely bombarded the strong wind in front of Uzumaki Naruto, and 2 waves the powerful chakra collided with the strong wind, and immediately, a terrifying explosion occurred in the air. 2 deafening explosions sounded, and then, the aftermath of the explosion, like water waves, bombarded the surroundings. Many the destroyed house was beaten to death again after being exposed to the aftermath of the explosion. So far, there is no longer a complete building in the huge Sarutobi clan. Bang! Bang! 2 figures flew in the air and slammed into a ruined wall, smashing the already torn wall into pieces. My old waist, my crutch. The 2 of them were Mito Kadoen and Kazumi Koharu, who launched the attack on Uzumaki Naruto. The moment the explosion occurred, the 2 of them were directly blown away by the terrifying wind. In front of this wind, the 2 of them had no power to fight back. Ahem! Mito Minion turned to Koharu. The 2 of them staggered up from the ground, with a trace of blood hanging from the corners of their mouths. Danzo, this guy's strength is close to the shadow level, and has even touched the threshold of the shadow level. If you don't take action, we will all be finished. Going to bed, Kohara recalled the terrifying strong wind just now, and immediately screamed without caring about the image. At this moment, Shimura Danzo had already come to the front of this strong wind, and felt the power of the strong wind with Naruto Uzumaki's breath. He couldn't help but he held his hand again, opened his mouth, and there was a powerful killing move, Wind Escape Vacuum Wave. His slaw. The killing move performed by the shadow-level strongman hit the strong wind around Naruto Uzumaki, and the stalemate lasted for several seconds. Finally, the gangfang collapsed, and the strong chakra energy, carrying the overwhelming power, forced Uzumaki Naruto back dozens of meters. Poof! The moment his body stopped, Uzumaki Naruto spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his face changed. In an instant, he turned pale. However, his face was still calm and expressionless. He raised his hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he calmly and slowly picked up his steps towards the direction of Shimura Danzo. As he raised his steps, the entire void around him was constantly distorting, and dull sounds continued to be heard from the void. Behind Uzumaki Naruto were Mito Kadoen and Koharu. At this moment, in their eyes, after Naruto Uzumaki lifted his steps, his feet and even his whole body were trembling crazily, as if something was forcibly suppressing him, preventing him from taking this step. Uzumaki Naruto, on the other hand, still looked calm, and there was no trace of Panasonic on his raised feet. Under the moonlight, you could even clearly see the cold sweat on Uzumaki Naruto's body, reflecting the bright cold light. Why, his body has been stretched to its limit, but he still refuses to take a step back. Is he really not afraid of death? Xiaoharu murmured with a horrified expression when he went to bed. Mito Kadoyan on the side was also frightened when he saw this scene. Humph, I don't think you can take this step, so you'd better just surrender. Shimura Danzo smiled cruelly, used the teleportation technique, and in a few leaps, he was in front of Uzumaki Naruto. However, at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto still had a calm face, still raised his steps, and was still fighting against this. The broken body was struggling. It was painful and tiring, but behind him were Amber, Wu Huan, Bai Ji, Xu Shui, Afanti, Zie, and Meng Meng. They were his friend. He can't retreat. Under the moonlight, in a pool of blood, Uzumaki Naruto's slightly thin back stood straight up at this moment. It's over, Shimura Danzo shouted angrily, and his fist filled with chakra, with the power of stirring the void, blasted towards Uzumaki Naruto. The power of the fist was so strong, even if Mito Kataen and Koharu were far away, at this moment, you can clearly feel the power contained in this punch. However, even when facing this punch, Uzumaki Naruto never showed a trace of fear on his face, and never blinked his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto and his dead gray eyes, Shimura Danzo's fist grew bigger and bigger, and with it came the chakra wind that a shadow-level powerhouse randomly aroused. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. The wind hit his face, like a needle pricking him. Uzumaki Naruto soon, tiny drops of blood appeared on his face. Just when his fist was about to hit Uzumaki Naruto's face, Uzumaki Naruto finally trembled in his steps. For reading Bao Huang novels, go to Fila Novel Network, took a step forward. Ta! The sound of light footsteps resounded throughout the venue. It was obviously a very small movement, but at this moment it fell on the ears of Shimura Danzo, Mito Kataen, and Koharu. But it was like a thunderstorm, earth-shattering. At the same time, a calm voice floated out from the direction of Uzumaki Naruto. I have a friend, her name is Meng Meng, I promised her that I would protect her. The moment the voice fell, a heart-stopping power spurted out from Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo Shimura, who was as strong as a shadow-level powerhouse, was shaken back when Naruto Uzumaki's power exploded. Tens of meters. At the same time, the Sarutobi clan was also shaken away. The ground was covered with flesh and blood debris, sand and stone dust. After several battles, these sand, stone, dust and flesh and blood debris all showed an unsettling look. Stifling blood. In the center of the Sarutobi clan, Uzumaki Naruto's body was surrounded by a strange red chakra wind. Under the pale moonlight, all around were blood-colored things that filled the air. Uzumaki Naruto had white hair. Dressed in red gangfang, standing tall and straight in the center, with a calm expression, but so charming, so penetrating. What on earth did he do? This is Metkai's 8-gate dungeon. He actually practiced it to this point. Opening one door at a time, with such a weak body, he actually opened the 7th door. Shocking. This is simply a miracle. How is it possible? Uzumaki Naruto walked out of the 7 doors in 7 steps, stopped fighting in a tacit agreement with the large troops and the 7 divine beasts, and came to behind Shimura Danzo in unison. Under the black robes, there were pairs of cold people. Eyes. At the same time, the 7 divine beasts came behind Uzumaki Naruto with tacit understanding, and looked at the opposite side with cold eyes. The scene suddenly became silent, and the only sounds that sounded in the scene were the exclamations of Mito Kataen and Koharu who had gone to bed. 8-gate dungeon, a genin opens one door step by step until he reaches the 7th gate, the Jingmen. I have to say, you are really a genius, Shimura Danzo sighed coldly, but Uzumaki Naruto did not finish what he said. Taking the opportunity, after adapting to the power in his body, Uzumaki Naruto calmly raised his fist, and then burst out with a speed that tore through the void, killing Shimura Danzo. With this blow, Uzumaki Naruto did not hold back. As soon as he took action, it was 8 gates. The greatest trick of the 7th gate of Dunka, Hirutora. Uzumaki Naruto was very fast, and in a hurry, Danzo Shimura could only use defensive techniques to resist. However, he underestimated the power of Hirutora. Original drama in the movie, Metkai defeated the cage-level master in the Akatsuki organization, Kisame, with a single shot of the Day Tiger. This shows how powerful he is. Roar! Uzumaki Naruto condensed his chakra fist into a tiger shape, a punch struck Shimura Danzo's hastily condensed shield. In an instant, in Shimura Danzo's shocked look, the shield shattered. Uzumaki Naruto's fist carried a tiger that wanted to destroy the world. A punch hit him, and this punch penetrated his body. It wasn't until Uzumaki Naruto pulled out his fist with a calm expression that Shimura Danzo lowered his head and looked at the chest in disbelief. Hollow. Immediately, he collapsed to the ground. Although he suffered this fatal injury, the cultivation of a shadow-level powerhouse did not make Shimura Danzo die immediately. His expression moved, and the large forces behind him all took action to kill to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto did not retreat, raised his fists, led the 7 divine beasts, and fought with these root ninjas. The 7th gate of the 8-gate dungeon allowed Uzumaki Naruto's strength to break through the elite Jonin level. Reached the cage level. Fighting against these root ninjas with the strength of the cage level is like a dimension-reducing blow. Every attack of Uzumaki Naruto can take away the life of a root ninja. In just a few minutes, Uzumaki Naruto under the strong crushing force of one person, there were only more than 70 people left in the large army at the root, out of more than 150 people, and this number continued to decrease sharply. Roar dash! Roar dash! At this moment, 2 huge figures suddenly rushed over from a distance. These 2 figures kept destroying the buildings along the way, just to cut a straight line and kill Uzumaki Naruto at a closer distance and faster speed. These two figures are Orochimaru's psychic beast, Banja, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's psychic beast, Sarademon. Old man, the matter of Uzumaki Naruto has been decided like this. If one she catches it first, then Uzumaki Naruto will be mine, and vice versa, it will be yours. However, I hope you are alive and can survive until that time. At the same time, it was transmitted what came was Orochimaru's arrogant and domineering voice, as well as the continuous sounds of fighting zero. Uzumaki Naruto calmly turned around, and saw two psychic beasts, with their fangs and huge mouths open, madly attacking him. The strong wind stirred up along the way, blew many root jounin away hundreds of meters like dust. Danzo Shimura, who was lying on the ground and dying, saw this and hurriedly ordered all the root ninjas to retreat. Then, he mobilized a trace of chakra and shattered his heart. His whole body suddenly closed his eyes and fell to the ground. However, for a moment, finally, Danzo Shimura appeared with a gloomy face and was unharmed. The bandage on his arm was broken. One of the Sharingan eyes on his arm slowly lost its luster and finally closed permanently. Uzumaki Naruto, you are mine. Shimura Danzo roared, and together with the two shadow-level psychic beasts, they used their killing moves to kill Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's time to maintain the 7th gate of the 8 gates dungeon has passed. Now, he was standing with difficulty. The skin, muscles, veins, and 3.3-inch bones all over his body were trembling constantly. There was no trace of blood on his face, and it was frighteningly white. The 7 divine beasts stood behind him with a weak breath, and each divine beasts their bodies were covered with wounds, and streams of steaming blood were flowing down from their bodies, dripping into the Sarutobi clan. Hiss tweet meow meow autumn water fanty squeak roar ding. Host, the mythical beasts said that they are very happy to be friends with you in this life, and they will be happy in the next life. There is no next life. Uzumaki Naruto turned around and looked at the divine beasts, with a smile on his lips. This smile was very warm. In the distance, on the edge of a corner, a small head popped up. He was looking at Uzumaki Naruto with his eyes wide open. Situation, after seeing Uzumaki Naruto showing this smile, the little head froze in place, with circles in his eyes. After a while, a blush appeared on his cheeks, and then, the head fell down together with the person. On the ground. Swish. Naruto Uzumaki's words made all the divine beasts unable to react. As they were thinking, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly ordered the system to teleport them all into the divine beast space necklace. Ding. Returning to the host, Amber said, "You big liar, you promised to face it together and not leave us behind, but why do you have to carry it alone again?" Wu Quan said, "You have shouldered a lot for us, this time, let me do it, you don't have to shoulder it anymore." Bai Ji said, "Your body is about to collapse, and you still have to think about us, you guy, why are you so selfish?" Afanti said, "You have always been fighting for us, why are you doing this time? You are a bad guy who has your own way, let me out quickly." Zi said, "You said that we are friends, so if anything happens, we should face it together, but if you are like this, do you regard us as friends? You bastard who only knows how to take care of others and desperately wrongs yourself." Ming Meng said, "I can't live without you, so you have to figure it out yourself." After hearing these words, Uzumaki Naruto felt warm in his heart, but he did not answer and remained silent. Under the cold moon, Uzumaki Naruto stood calmly, his face pale and bloodless. Around him, 3 shadow-level strongmen with surging auras were coming from 3 directions, accompanied by the after-images of the twisted void. Rant's murderous intent flew towards him. However, Uzumaki Naruto, who had reached a dead end, did not have any fluctuation in his expression. He remained as calm as a pool of stagnant water. At this time, dark clouds covered the moon, and Uzumaki Naruto suddenly raised his head and opened his hands. He had a calm face and closed his eyes, enjoying the boundless darkness, and seemed to be embracing the world, mysterious and coquettish. Is this guy crazy? It's already this time, does he have any backup plans? Opening a door with one step and defeating Danzo Shimura with one move, as a genin, he has already created a miracle. But now, his body is exhausted. At this time, what backup plan does he have? Didn't you see that he has removed all the psychic beasts? He wants to carry it alone. Fight alone and died. The night was silent, with only the exclamations of Mito Kaden and Koharu who had gone to bed. The dark clouds covered up the light of the night. Under the endless dark night, Uzumaki Naruto made such actions, which were strange and arrogant, mixed with shocking. The silence was like the Lord of the Night, opening his hands to bring darkness into the world. Mito Kadoyan and Koharu, who was transferred to the dormitory, looked at his back in confusion. At this moment, they suddenly felt in their hearts that this slightly thin man with his tall and straight body, he held up his back against the boundless night. At this time, the figures of 3 shadow-level warriors had already reached not far in front of Uzumaki Naruto. They were only a few steps away from completely killing him. To Uzumaki Naruto. For a shadow-level powerhouse, these few steps are just a blink of an eye. 06. However, just after the stream of light brought by 3 shadow-level powerhouses reached Naruto Uzumaki, at the same time, a huge, scarlet, violent, and hateful chakra suddenly emerged from Uzumaki Naruto. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto was surrounded by a huge red translucent figure. This figure was in the shape of a fox, and behind him are 9 tails that are constantly swinging, churning the void, twisting the void. Swish dash. The majestic pressure came from the fox, and the 3 figures who had just approached were forced by this pressure. Drive away, a few meters outside Uzumaki Naruto's body. Just as the 3 figures continued to kill, a scarlet wing appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's body. This wing slowly dragged him to high altitude. Chunin examination at the venue, the battle between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen came to an end due to Jiraiya's sudden intervention. The elite Jounin also successfully forced back the previous group of ninjas, and had already killed all those who were under the genjutsu. Awakened. Then, these confused and drowsy spectators, as well as the elite Jounin, Jiraiya, and even the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konoha Ninja Village, saw this unforgettable scene. In mid-air, Uzumaki Naruto raised his head slightly, spread his hands, and kept flying upwards. Is this Naruto? There is actually a fox around him. Could it be that he is really the legendary demon fox? Dark yet bright, evil yet noble, this extreme beauty can actually be reflected in Naruto. Colorful, so wonderful. If one day I can be like this, why not be a demon fox for once in this life? Are you people in the Konoha Ninja Village so ignorant? This is obviously the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. The demon fox, Uzumaki Naruto, is obviously the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. The 9 tails Jinchuriki. Naruto is so handsome. At this moment, there is no moon in the world, only the scarlet light around him. At the Chunin examination venue, on the podium, Sarutobi said damn it, and then quickly issued an order. In Konoha Ninja Village, all psychic beasts are birds, psychic beasts, or ninjas whose psychic beasts can fly. They have 3 minutes to gather at the Chunin examination venue. The Hokage's order was quickly issued, and ninjas continued to flock here from all over the Konoha Ninja Village. Everyone around them looked up at the sky and sighed, but no one knew that at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's body was full of, or trembling violently. Since the end of the immortal mode, every battle he has fought has been squeezing his body and squeezing his potential. At this moment, under the bombardment of 70% of the power of the 9 tails, his body, not a single bone is intact, not a pore is not leaking blood. The outside is covered with scarlet and transparent 9 tails, and inside is a trembling bloody man. Uzumaki Naruto slowly lowered his head, although he knew that above him, there was a professional. The darkness belongs to him, but now is not the time to fall into darkness, because there is still a ray of light in his heart. His friends are still waiting for his protection. What kind of eyes are these? Why do I still feel the suffocating air of death from so far away? It's so scary. How much do you want to die, so that your eyes are filled with the desire to die? Only when you are in darkness can you know how precious light is. I saw the only ray of light in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. It was so bright as the stars in the sky, as bright as the rising sun in the sky. Perhaps, this is what he needs to survive. Reason. Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha Ninja Village, what exactly has he gone through? He is still just a boy after all, handsome, talented, and powerful all in one. Naruto Uzumaki, why is he still full of despair for this world? The moment Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head, the cold will of death, like moonlight, permeated the entire Konoha Ninja Village. Feeling this will of death, everyone present showed expressions of wonder, and the scene was hotly debated. At that moment, the monkey demon who was in the Sarutobi clan looked up and slightly bent his legs. Then, he kicked hard. In an instant, a huge pit appeared under the monkey demon's feet, and he himself was turned into an afterimage, like a cannonball, and hit Uzumaki Naruto in the air. On the side, Shinura Danzo, who is also a shadow-level expert, was not to be outdone, and killed Uzumaki Naruto in the same way. Remember, Sara Demon, capture Uzumaki Naruto alive. I want him to know the consequences of killing my son Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious roar rang out in the field. At this moment, if it hadn't been for the heavy losses in the previous battle with Orochimaru, it would be inappropriate to use chakra now. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to personally take action and capture Uzumaki Naruto. Beside him, Jiraiya looked into the air with a solemn and worried expression. The tyrannical natural energy had already accumulated in his body. Similarly, looking worriedly at the mid-air, there was Ui Hong with mist in his eyes. Kakashi Hatake, with his legs slightly bent, ready to take action at any time, and Konoha's proud blue beast with a determined look and clenched fists, Metkai. Now Metkai has made up his mind, no matter what happens, Uzumaki Naruto, he must keep it. Because, Uzumaki Naruto, with only the strength of a genin, has already mastered his family's traditional taijutsu, 8-gate dungeon, to the pinnacle. In 7 steps, 1 step can open 1 gate. Such a feat, not even Mat Kai, who has been practicing this art for many years, or his father, Mat Dai, the founder of 8-gate Dunjia, could not achieve such an impressive result. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. What's more, at that time, Uzumaki Naruto has just finished the Sage Mode, and his body is in an extremely weak period. In this case, it is very difficult to open only one door, which will cause serious damage to the body, but Uzumaki Naruto not only opened one door, but also one door is opened in one step, and in 7 steps, the 7th shocking door is opened. This is a great pain for the ninja in the weak stage. For cool novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. However, Uzumaki Naruto persevered. This kind of perseverance made Metkai extremely ashamed. At the same time, he also clearly realized that Uzumaki Naruto was more suitable to practice the 8 gates than Rock Lee. Dunjia. Hiss La Dash. Under the gaze of everyone, a red line suddenly lit up in Uzumaki Naruto's blood-filled eye sockets. Then, in the entire void, there were masses of fire-attributed natural energy, as if being called upon, constantly emerging in the void. Immortal mode, fire attribute immortal mode. A cry of surprise pierced the sky, like thunder, resounding throughout the entire Konohagakure ninja village. The person who spoke out was Jiraiya, who looked astonished. Upon hearing this, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted in the field. Uzumaki Naruto, you are already seriously injured, why do you force yourself into Sage Mode? Aren't you afraid that you will suffer strong backlash and become a useless person from now on? Kakashi Heitake's eyes moved slightly, and unspeakable grief emerged from his heart. But at this moment, the light in his heart became brighter. So, this is your choice, but now Heitake Kakashi also has his own choice. Kakashi Heitake took off his blindfold, and dazzling red blood flowed from the Sharingan. Suddenly, a penetrating red light glowed in the Sharingan. On the side, Metkai saw this and silently putting the blindfold on him, Kakashi Heitake turned to look at Metkai. His eyes were very cold at this moment. Kakashi, Naruto has his choice. This moment is not the time for us to take action. Metkai turned his head and looked at the Chunin exam venue, where the flying ninja troops were gathering. Kakashi Heitake understood something about him and withdrew his gaze, but suddenly he felt weak in his heart. It was like this before, it is like this now. Heitake Kakashi, what should you do to fulfill your promise? You should become stronger. Only when you are strong enough can you change. These are things that you have never been able to understand. In the mid-air, the figures of the Monkey Demon and Shimura Danzo are constantly approaching Uzumaki Naruto. The shadow-level powerhouse violent impact makes the void emit bursts of thunder. At this time, in the sky above the Konoha ninja village, the fire-attributed natural energy that continuously emerged from the void was like a raging flame, lighting up the entire Konoha ninja village. The heat released by these fire-attributed natural energies is like a furnace, scorching arrogantly all the people staying in the Konoha ninja village. On the ground of the Sarutobi clan, there stood a small figure. She raised her head, her eyes were shining with soft white light, through countless attributes of natural energy, through the transparent scarlet ninetails, through the layer of continuous leakage bloodstains. She saw a face that was extremely pale, extremely pale. She saw a body covered in broken bones. She saw a pair of eyes that were calm but full of endless death. She saw a slightly raised and extremely gentle smile at the corner of her mouth. Come down here, he's mine. In the mid-air, Sara Demon and Shimura Danzo each carried a passport and rushed under Uzumaki Naruto. They each stretched out their big hands covered with chakra, towards where Uzumaki Naruto was, and grabbed them hard. Go! The giant hands were coming. Uzumaki Naruto raised his hands gently. In just an instant, the transparent 9 tails covering his body stretched out his giant claws, and flicked the 2 giant hands easily like the smoke and dust on his body. Broken. Uzumaki Naruto, who has extracted 70% of the power of the 9 tails, has reached the threshold of the shadow level. What's more, the current Uzumaki Naruto has also entered the Sage Mode. With the addition of the 2, his strength, already, no less than an ordinary shadow-level powerhouse, it is no problem to break these 2 giant hands where chakra is condensed. The moment the giant hands shattered, the natural energy of the fire attribute suddenly stagnated in the mid-air, and then, it transformed into it created 3 huge, blazing fireballs. The 3 fireballs were like 3 rising suns, completely lighting up the sky. Uzumaki 043 Naruto, what are you going to do? Among the silent crowd, a scream-like exclamation suddenly broke out. This question is also the question that everyone in the audience wants to ask. Why did Uzumaki Naruto create such a formation? What do you want? In mid-air, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes moved slightly. In an instant, these 3 masses of fire-attributed natural energy were pulled by a scarlet chakra, and they immediately moved in 3 directions, heading downwards. Fall. One of the fireballs hit the 2 shadow-level powerhouses, Shimura Danzo and Shimura Danzo. At this moment, Saruma Danzo and Shimura Danzo were about to launch a second attack and stayed in the air. Every moment, the 2 will consume a huge amount of chakra to maintain the body shape. If this continues, even a strong person as strong as a shadow will fall due to exhaustion of chakra. Swish! The attacks of the 2 have not been released yet, and their power is overwhelming. The fire attribute natural energy was like an overwhelming force, pressing towards them. The shadow level strongman, a powerful blow of single attribute natural energy, the two of them did not dare to neglect, and they used their majestic chakra to resist the bombardment of fireballs. On the one hand, Chimera Danzo and the monkey demon need to use a large amount of chakra to maintain their shape. On the other hand, they have to release majestic chakra to resist the falling of this fire attribute fireball. Two gaps opened. Even if the chakra content of the two people was strong, they could not withstand such consumption. After weighing the pros and cons, the monkey demon and Chimera Danzo let go together, turned around and jumped to the ground. Boom, boom dash. No block, this ball of fire quickly hit the ground, and the direction of the fall was the Sarutobi clan. And the other two fireballs, one, fell towards the Hokage building, and the other, towards the Chunin examination ground, blast away at the gathering ninja team. The three fireballs release extremely high heat. Before they even touch the ground, the temperature released has already covered the dry weeds, trees, wooden houses, and many other things on the ground. People's clothes were set on fire. Violent fire swept across, and the place where the three fireballs landed was already ignited with flames. Quick, defend. Such a power of heaven and earth, even Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare to underestimate. Under his organization, the entire Konoha ninja village, Rutambu, and elite Jounin were divided into three groups. Each of the three groups of ninjas had to deal with one fireball. Under the gaze of everyone, the fireball came over the Konoha ninja village. Then, under the horrified eyes of everyone, these three fireballs instantly split into several small fireballs. These small fireballs formed a group of three. They were fighting towards the Root and Umbu ninjas in the Konoha ninja village. As for the fireball that was heading towards the Hokage building, even if it split into several small fireballs, the common goal of these small fireballs was still the Hokage building. This is ninjutsu, fire release fire dragon flame bullet. Anyone who recognized this technique screamed in surprise. How is it possible that one ninjutsu can be split into multiple identical ninjutsus? How can such an operation happen in this world? Is Uzumaki Naruto's mind really that powerful, able to control so many ninjutsu in an instant? Why did Uzumaki Naruto do this? Did he want to destroy Konoha? Jiraiya corrected with a solemn expression. At the same time, these fireballs had already killed various ninjas. When they came into contact with these fireballs that contained natural energy and carried murderous intent, among the ninjas in the Rutambu, only those who had the strength to reach the level of Jounin, only those above were able to resist. Those below Jounin were all killed by the fireballs and turned into ashes in a matter of seconds. On the other hand, under the bombardment of many fireballs, the formation protecting the Hokage building was only after holding on for tens of seconds, it suddenly shattered. In an instant, many fireballs emitted dazzling light and sank into the interior of the Hokage building. After shaking for a while, the Hokage building suddenly ignited into a raging fire. Witnessed by many people, the Hokage building, in this raging fire, it quickly collapsed, burned, and quickly turned into a pile of debris. Soon, with the full resistance of the entire Konoha ninja village, all the many fireballs were wiped out. But, all of this, the instigator of the incident, Uzumaki Naruto, disappeared into the sky, and no one knew his trace. Chuyunin examination venue. Podium. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat silently, surrounded by smoke, his only pair of triangular eyes is flashing with endless killing intent. On the field, there are many ninjas from Konoha Ninja Village, whether they are Umbu, Root, or many Jounin teachers from the ninja school, as well as many who have not yet grown up. Genin. At this moment, the auditorium is packed with seats. Inside, there are not only ninjas and civilians from Konoha Ninja Village, but also ninjas and civilians from other ninja villages who come to watch the battle. Since the start of the Chunin exams, these people he has never moved. In addition to the extremely exciting competition, there is also the scene where Uzumaki Naruto powerfully killed Sarutobi Asuma in the friendly duel, and the subsequent scene where Uzumaki Naruto led 7 psychic beasts to go to the Saru in the Tobi clan's territory. They brutally massacred the Sarutobi clan and fought a great battle. The Root leader Chimera Danzo, and with a terrifying operation of opening a door in one step, killed Chimera Danzo with one punch. Then, using the body of a wind candle, he forcibly mobilizing the nine-tailed chakra, forcibly turning on the fire-attributed sage mode, using the magic fire escape fire dragon flame bomb, killing many ninjas in the Umbu, and even destroying the symbolic building of Konoha Ninja Village, the Hokage building. These scenes, one is more powerful than the other, and each one is more explosive than the other. Even if you are possessed by genjutsu, you can still feel it when you listen to other people talking about it. It is a scene that makes people's blood spurt and hormones surge. What's more, Uzumaki Naruto flew into the air. The scene of using the immortal technique to escape the fire dragon flame bullet really fell into their eyes. Such a scene and such behavior can be described as a shocking thing. Therefore, after Uzumaki Naruto disappeared, everyone wanted to know, in the ninja world, the Konoha Ninja Village, which ranks first in overall strength, is known as the Konoha Ninja Village. The strongest Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, What kind of treatment will he take against the monster Uzumaki Naruto? Report. Hokage-sama, through the remaining chakra aura in the air, we can infer that Uzumaki Naruto has escaped towards the east at this moment. But his chakra fluctuations are extremely unstable, so we can know that Uzumaki Naruto is now seriously injured. An Umbu member half-knelt in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, informing him of the whereabouts of Uzumaki Naruto at this moment. As soon as the Umbu members finished speaking, complex expressions appeared on many of their faces. All ninjas whose psychic beasts are birds, or whose psychic beasts can fly, are divided into groups of 10. In each group, there is an additional Jonin-level Umbu member and a root member, making a total of 12 people. These teams, they must find Uzumaki Naruto at all costs, and bring him back alive to me. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen has experienced the pain of losing his son and the pain of annihilation of his clan because of Uzumaki Naruto. His hatred for Uzumaki Naruto has reached its peak. Now, just killing Uzumaki Naruto is hard to understand. The hatred in his heart, and Uzumaki Naruto also has an identity, Konoha Ninja Village, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As the carrier of the Nine Tails, once he dies, the Nine Tails will also die. The Nine Tails is the tail of Konoha Beast. For Konoha, the Nine Tails plays a great strategic role. Therefore, the Nine Tails cannot die. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already thought of a way to retaliate against Uzumaki Naruto. After capturing Uzumaki Naruto, he wants, in front of Uzumaki Naruto, to kill the many psychic beasts that he regards as life, one by one. He wants to make Uzumaki Naruto feel the pain of losing a loved one, and finally, make friends again, give it to Danzo Shimura and train him to become a great weapon of Konoha. He will live in boundless darkness for the rest of his life. Yes, the Hokage's order was quickly spread. The flying team that had been assembled earlier was grouped into 10 groups. Moreover, within these groups, according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's requirements, each group are equipped with an upper-level Genbu and Umbu ninja, 2 Jounin, leading 10 Chuyunin with average strength, reaching the Chuyunin level. A team with this kind of combat strength is enough to threaten some cranes. Elite Jounin. Hiss, is this the background of Konoha Ninja Village? Although it suffered heavy losses, it still managed to gather 10 hunting teams that could threaten the elite Jounin in a very short time. When Uzumaki Naruto does not turn on Sage Mode, does not use the 8-gate dungeon, and does not use the Nine Tails chakra, his strength has reached the level of a strong Jounin. He can rely on his physical skills to fight against elite Jounin. But now, he had overstretched his body many times and squeezed his potential, so he was bound to be seriously injured. At this time, facing any of these teams, he could not escape. I really want to know what the Konoha Ninja Village did to Uzumaki Naruto. Why did he want to take revenge on the Sarutobi clan and the entire Konoha? Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya left the village, and even Tsunade did not return to the village for several years. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi also left the village. Moreover, the current Uzumaki Naruto forcefully killed the Sarutobi clan. It seems that in Konoha Ninja Village, these talented ninjas are not willing to stay in the village. I want to know why this is. Isn't there Kakashi Hatake? Kakashi Hatake is also a genius. Isn't he still in the village now? As if reflecting what someone said, a ninja suddenly flew to the podium and knelt down on one knee. This person was a ninja teacher in the ninja school who had a good relationship with Sarutobi Asuma. Karama Zeniki, what's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a calm expression. Lord Hokage, after dealing with the fireball disaster, Kakashi Hatake, Kurane Ui, and Metkai took advantage of the chaos and left the Konoha Ninja Village. Currently, we have no news about them. You go down, the top priority right now is to hunt down Uzumaki Naruto first. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling Kurama to retreat, and then issued a pursuit order. In a moment, 10 teams, with the help of flying psychic beasts, covered in night, flew towards the east, the direction where Uzumaki Naruto escaped, and left. Not only that, many ninjas with flying psychic beasts from other villages also followed immediately. After the pursuit team set off, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and was about to confront Jiraiya next to him. He said something, but found that read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Raya had left at some unknown time. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and looked back. From the podium, he happened to see the devastated Hokage building with thick smoke. And, next to the Hokage building, occupying the center of Konoha Ninja Village, the Sarutobi clan's clan land has been razed to the ground. Hiruzen, if you had listened to me earlier and handed Uzumaki Naruto to me, how could you be in this situation? Shimura Danzo walked over with his arms folded, looking at the location of the Hokage building with the same sadness in his eyes. Once, that place was the place where he worked hard all his life to live in, but now, because of Uzumaki Naruto, all gone. As Hokage, this is my fault, and I will correct it later, but you and your roots should be left to their own devices. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head, his bloodshot triangular eyes staring at Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo felt a little frightened when he was stared at by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and unconsciously took a step back. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head. Danzo, I know many things. Don't forget, I am the Hokage. Woof woof, there is no trace of Naruto at this point, and now I can no longer trace him. On the edge of the cliff, Heite Kakashi, Metkai, and Ui Kurane stopped in front of a pool of blood. The person who just spoke was none other than Heite Kakashi's psychic beast, one of the 8 ninja dogs, the talking Parker. After Uzumaki Naruto escaped, Heite and Kakashi followed the 8 ninja dogs all the way here. Since there is no trace of Naruto till here, then I will stay here and fulfill my promise. Heite Kakashi faced the cliff and took off his black eye patch. The Sharingan, which was emitting scarlet light, was immediately exposed. The sky in front of him was covered with this red light. The temperature of the air seemed to be like this. In an instant, it dropped a lot. However, as Kakashi Heite's friends and colleagues, Metkai and Kurane Ui did not feel the cold murderous intent that had erupted from Kakashi Heite's body in the past. Instead, at this moment, suddenly, I felt that there was a faint sadness exuding from his body, and a calmness as if he had done something. In short, at this moment, Kakashi Heite no longer sealed himself in the darkness as before. Kakashi Heite. You have changed, Kakashi, since you became the guiding Jounin sensei of Class 7. As a good friend, Metkai has long been aware of the changes in Heite Kakashi, but fortunately, this change makes the current Heite Kakashi much warmer than the previous Heite Kakashi. Is it because of Naruto? Ui Kurane asked curiously. Heite Kakashi nodded. He turned his head, and the heart-stopping red light of Sharingan was covered up, replaced by calm, and warm eyes. Kai, Hong, you go back. Next, I have to do one thing. This thing, the previous Heite Kakashi, did not complete, but this time, the current Heite Kakashi, even if it costs his life, it needs to be finished too. Take me one. Meika patted his strong chest and showed off his staggeringly ferocious biceps. Give me a reason. The 8-gate dungeon was created by my father, but neither my father nor I could achieve the feat of opening 1 gate in 1 step and 7 gates in 7 steps. However, Naruto achieved it, and he did it with 1 step. With an extremely weak body, my father left his last words. In the future, he asked me to carry forward the 8-door dungeon. I consider myself to be dull in my qualifications, but Naruto can do it. The night was getting thicker, as if it wanted to swallow up all the light. However, when Metkai spoke, a pair of eyes suddenly shone, and the surroundings were dark, and the light of rice grains was also like a lighthouse. Heite Kakashi he didn't say anything, but turned his attention to Ui Hong. Do you want to stay too? Why not? Zingy Hong smiled slightly, and in her slightly flashing eyes, a childish but handsome face appeared in a trance, as well as a pair of eyes full of endless death. Once upon a time, there was such a person. Within my own way, I gave him my sincere concern. Give me a reason. When you feel that life is not worth it, suddenly a ray of light passes through your world. Although it does not stop for you, it actually shines on you. In the days to come, whenever you fall into despair, you will remember, back then, that light was so reality is so bright. Hearing this, Kakashi Heite smiled, with a faint mist surging in his eyes. He didn't ask any more questions, but just handed his hand over to the two of them. Fight to protect Naruto. Metka put his hand on it. Fight to protect Naruto. Ziyi Hong's eyes were moist, and she put her hand up. Fight to protect Naruto. Fight to protect Naruto. The 3 of them shouted firmly. In the dark night, in the thick fog, and in an environment where they couldn't see their fingers, the vows of the 3 of them were like a dazzling light, dispelling all the darkness and spreading far away. The 3 of them had the same goal. Tactical discussions began immediately, and it didn't take long for the battle plan to be formulated. Ui Kurane is good at illusions, and is mainly responsible for assisting Metkai, and occasionally helping Heite Kakashi. Metkai is good at physical skills, and in Ui Kurane after casting the Genjutsu, he is responsible for dealing with these guys who have Genjutsu, protecting Ui Kurane, and helping Kakashi Heite from time to time. And Kakashi Heite, because he is relatively balanced in all aspects, is responsible for play forward, attract attention, and disrupt the enemy, so as to give Metkai and Ui Kurane a chance to attack. As soon as the 3 of them decided on their strategy, a pursuit team rushed here. Seeing this, Metkai Kurane and Ui suddenly disappeared into the darkness, while Kakashi Heite sat there with a calm expression. D.A. Several flying psychic beast giant birds landed on the ground, and walked down from above. A group of 12 people. As soon as these 12 people came down, within a few seconds, another team arrived, and then another team came. In less than 2 minutes, this search team, a total of 10 teams, all gathered here. 10 teams, a total of 120 people, including 20 Jounin. It's you, Kakashi. We were ordered by Lord Hokage to hunt down Uzumaki Naruto, but when we traced it here, Uzumaki Naruto's aura disappeared. Do you know where Uzumaki Naruto has gone now? Are you asking me? Heite Kakashi turned around, his Sharingan was flashing with a strange red light. Before the chasing team could react, a strange red color suddenly appeared in the eyes of the flying psychic beasts. At the same time, my tech eye rushed out from the side and killed these psychic beasts at extremely fast speeds. Within tens of seconds, all the flying psychic beasts were jointly wiped out and killed by Heite, Kakashi and Metkai. These psychic beasts are also part of the plan of the three people, because only in this way can these people lose their ability to control the air, and thus cannot continue to track Naruto Uzumaki. Heite, Kakashi, are you crazy? What are you doing? You are disobeying the Hokage's order. Heite, Kakashi, you deserve to die. Do you know that you are helping our enemy of Konoha Ninja Village, Uzumaki Naruto? Kakashi Heite, as the Jounin teacher of Class 7, instead of hunting down the sinner Uzumaki Naruto, you killed our flying psychic beast and gave him a chance to escape. I seriously doubt that there is suspicion of judging the village. Come on, take them down for me. On the cliff, the strong wind rose violently. Heite, Kakashi and Metkai are both elite Jounin of Konoha Ninja Village. Moreover, in the ninja world, both of them have great reputations. One is Sharinan Kakashi, who calls himself Konoha's proud blue beast. The two are extremely famous. Therefore, many ninjas who came immediately recognized Kakashi Heite and Metkai. What is going on? The two elite Jounin of Konoha Ninja Village are fighting with the team chasing Uzumaki Naruto. Sharinan Kakashi is well deserved for his reputation. He uses the Sharinan so well that just one person can control hundreds of psychic beasts. Such strength is indeed terrifying. Metkai is not bad either. He uses his physical skills superbly and can deal with these psychic beasts in a very short time. However, as the two elite Jounin of Konoha Ninja Village, how could they join forces to deal with the pursuit team? Is it because of Uzumaki Naruto? I just learned the news that Uzumaki Naruto is a member of the 7th team led by Heite Kakashi. Hiss, is Kakashi so defensive? I've never heard of it before. He can explain it here. Where is Metkai? While everyone was discussing intensely, the battle on the cliff had reached a heated stage. Hundreds of ninjas were aggressively attacking. Even Heite, Kakashi and Metkai, who had reached the elite Jounin level, were somewhat exhausted. At this time, Hidden and Kurane Ui quietly used illusions in the dark, assisting Metkai and Kakashi Heite at the same time. With her joining, the fatigue on Kakashi Heite's side was slightly reduced, but as more and more people after falling down, the battle became more and more intense. Not long after, Heite, Kakashi and Metkai both suffered certain injuries, and Ui Kurane was almost killed by the opponent. The blue bar was short. Heite Kakashi, who was unable to fight for a long time, after performing the last ninjutsu, the blue bar was already in short supply. Now, like Metkai, he relies on physical skills to fight. The pursuit team of more than 100 people, at this moment, there are only more than 50 people left, but after this period of running in, at this moment, the pursuit team has developed a tacit understanding, and under the intentional guidance, the pursuit team is divided into batches and takes turns to attack Heite. The attack of the three Cassis was steady and continued to consume the chakra and physical strength of the three of them. Under the tactical attack, the three of Heite and Kakashi, who were already weak, became even more passive at this time. In just a few minutes inside, Kakashi Heite, Metkai, and Kurane Ui, all three of them have been seriously injured now. Their faces are pale, and there is a trace of blood hanging from the corners of their mouths. The chakras of the three of them are also. In these few minutes, it is rapidly exhausted. Kakashi Heite, Metkai, and Kurane Ui, the three of you have committed a serious crime by obstructing the Hokage. Now in 923, the pursuit team is divided into two teams. One team is to capture Heite, Kakashi, Metkai, and Yuhei Kurane. The three return to the village, and the other team is to continue hunting Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing this, the entire hunting team tacitly divided into two teams. In one of the teams, there were three people who were psychic, flying psychic beasts. Up, keep chasing forward, Shua. The people from this team jumped on the backs of the psychic beasts, and the strong wind dispersed. Three huge psychic beasts slowly rose into the air. The people from the other team took Senator Han's murderous intent, holding a weapon, quickly killed the three of them. Cover me. Heite Kakashi turned around and shouted, then, with a vigorous kick, his entire figure turned into a ghost, like a meteor under the moon, with a determined red eye, piercing the sky and killing three psychic beasts. He wants to stop the pursuit team on his own. Hearing this, Metkai Yuhihon did not hesitate. He immediately gritted his teeth and squeezed out the last bit of strength in his body, and rushed towards the pursuit team on the ground, giving Heite Kakashi, take cover. Under the desperate attack of the two, the pursuit team on the ground was unable to deal with Kakashi Heite. Stab la dash. However, the ninja who blocked the ground was unable to deal with it. Unexpectedly, there was also a group of ninjas chasing the team in the air. When they discovered that Kakashi Heite was coming, they threw shurikens and kunai one after another. Such intensive attacks, coupled with the at high altitude, Heite Kakashi was unable to dodge in time. The hidden weapons that were accelerating from the sky quickly pierced into Heite Kakashi's body. The terrifying momentum carried by the many hidden weapons knocked Heite away. Kakashi's figure was blocked in the air. For a moment, Heite Kakashi vomited blood, and his whole body, like a kite with broken strings, fell hard downwards. Kakashi, Kakashi, Medi and Ui Hong exclaimed together, their attention distracted. The two of them were knocked away in an instant and hit the ground hard, making a big hole in the ground. Their mouths were also uncontrollable, spouting blood. Catch them now! The people from the pursuit team came around to kill them. In the big pit, Metkai and Ui Hong stood up with trembling bodies and gritted their teeth. At this moment, their eyes and attention were not on the pursuit team rushing over, but on in midair, Kakashi Heitake landed quickly. Among the pupils of the two people, at this moment, the corners of Kakashi Heitake's eyes slightly curved, so warm that it made people feel like a spring breeze. But, not only the two of them, even the hunting team on the ground, as well as the ninjas from other villages watching the battle in the sky, all clearly felt that a heart-stopping and extremely huge energy was condensing on Kakashi Heitake. Heitake Kakashi, what is he going to do? I really want to know why Heitake Kakashi is so desperate to stop the pursuit team. Does Uzumaki Naruto really have such great magic power? How could it be that Kakashi Heitake's eyes were so gentle? Wasn't he someone who had spent time in both the Umbu and Umbu areas at the root of Konoha? There is light in his eyes. On the cliff, everyone kept exclaiming. However, no one thought that at this moment, what appeared in Heitake Kakashi's eyes was a young man whose eyes were full of death, but stood firmly on the podium. The young man once said, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, my hobby is to become stronger, and my dream is to be strong enough to protect my friends." Although the boy is not too strong, he did it. In Konoha Ninja Village, the boy is willing to use his body to bear endless harm, just to protect his friends. During the mission, the boy never sleeps, and practices hard to become stronger, just to protect your friends. In the Psychic Beast City, the boy is no more than a genin, but he dares to disobey the powerful shadow-level Psychic City Lord, just to protect his friends. In the Chunin exam, the boy is in a desperate situation, but he arbitrarily withdraws his friends, facing the brokenness with his body. He forcibly controls the nine-tailed chakra, and forcibly enters the Sage mode, just to protect his friends. Everything the young man has done in his life is either becoming stronger or on the way to becoming stronger. Just like the young man once said, his interest is to become stronger and his dream is to be strong enough to protect his friends. Young man, you are obviously full of darkness, but you pour light into the world. It is you who make Heitake Kakashi come back to life. However, Heitake Kakashi wants to tell you that this world is very beautiful. If nothing happens, just smile more. The way you smile is really, really handsome. Swish. In midair, Heitake Kakashi's descent speed suddenly slowed down. At the same time, a penetrating red light, like blood, suddenly condensed from his Sharingan and then exploded. The red light pierced THR. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Oof, the darkness, and Kakashi Heitake's face was covered by this red light, making him look extremely coquettish. On the ground, everyone's face was full of shock, because these people clearly saw that Heitake Kakashi's Sharingan, at this moment, faded away from the 3 Megatama form and transformed into a shocking heart palpitations, the terrifying Mangekyo Sharingan. Stop him quickly, stop him, don't let him succeed, kill him quickly, kill. On the ground, to read Baosuang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. The pursuit teams reacted and roared one after another. The pursuit teams above heard the words and did not dare to neglect. They immediately released Heitake Kakashi. There was a dense attack of hidden weapons. The shurikens and kunao in the sky, with cold murderous intent, blessed with huge chakra, killed Heitake Kakashi, who was slowly falling. Swish dash. Then, just at the moment when these hidden weapons were about to approach Heitake Kakashi, the void around Heitake Kakashi suddenly trembled, and then, a huge blue translucent figure suddenly appeared next to Heitake Kakashi, condensed around the body. And, like armor, it wrapped Heitake Kakashi's body in it. The kunao and shuriken flying down from the sky touched this figure, and were immediately shot down, unable to make any progress. This is Susanoo. What is the purpose of Kakashi Heitake's one-eyed Susan? Is it possible for Uzumaki Naruto alone to evolve from the 3 Megatama Sharingan to the Mangekyo, BCCC, Sharingan, and let him have one-eyed Sharingan? Susan's terrifying operation. It's terrible. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan was wiped out. Otherwise, we would have been crushed by the Konoha Ninja Village for countless more years. But what if Susanoo is activated? Kakashi Heitake is now seriously injured and has no extra chakra in his body. He cannot sustain Susanoo for long. In this battle, the three of them have already lost. While everyone was discussing, Kakashi Heitake had already controlled Susanoo and landed on the ground. It didn't make the big hole that many people expected. It was even so light that it didn't even lift up the soil. It was just gently blowing the dust. Susanoo fell, everyone just stared closely, no one moved rashly. Don't attack him yet, he won't be able to hold on much longer. Let's wait until his Susanoo disappears before we attack him. The pursuit team on the ground retreated quickly, encircling the three people in the field from a distance. Above the sky, the team responsible for chasing Uzumaki Naruto had begun to drive the psychic beast away. In order to protect Naruto, and also in order to fulfill my promise. In Susanoo's body, Heite Kakashi's eyes were firm. He raised his head and fixed his gaze on the retreating pursuit team high in the sky. Crunch! In the astonished eyes of everyone, Susanoo's legs were bent, and at the same time, a terrifying force spread out from his body. Wherever it passed, sand and stones flew into the sky, smoke and dust were everywhere, and the ground was cracked in circles. Boom Kadash! Under the heavy pressure, a huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground under Susanoo's feet. 4. The light in my heart. With an angry roar, Susanoo's huge body rose into the air, drew a blue arc, and with an air current visible to the naked eye, rushed towards the pursuit team in the air at an extraordinary speed. Not good, someone shouted in the air. However, the reaction speed of the chasing team was too slow, or in other words, Susanoo's speed was too fast. In just a few seconds, Susanoo rushed towards the 3 psychic beasts. Moreover, with his huge body, he knocked the 3 psychic beasts to pieces in one fell swoop. While the psychic beasts were destroyed, some weaker ninjas on top of them were also knocked unconscious. It was like dropping dumplings. Fell from the air one after another, or hit the cliff, or fell under the cliff, but, without exception, all died. Among the aerial pursuit team, the only ones who could barely save their lives were the Jounin of the Root and the Umbu. Naruto, if you want to live well, you must become strong enough to protect your friends. Inside Susanoo's body, Heite Kakashi turned pale, murmured, and fainted. At the same time, the wrapped Susanoo dissipated in the air because there was no chakra supply. Immediately afterwards, Heite Kakashi, like a bird with its wings broken off, continued to fall towards the ground. Hiss, such a serious injury. In order to squeeze out chakra, Heite Kakashi has already damaged the very foundation of his body. It is estimated that it will be difficult to go further in the future. What on earth is he doing for? Is Uzumaki Naruto really worth his efforts? While everyone was discussing, a figure was seen, leaping high, catching Kakashi Heite, who was falling rapidly, and landing firmly on the ground. The one who took action was none other than Konoha's proud blue beast. Tekai. Da Metkai put Heite Kakashi on the ground. At this time, Heite Kakashi was stabbed by a bunch of shurikens and a bunch of kunao, everywhere. There is blood oozing out from outside. Moreover, the situation inside the body is dozens of times worse than outside the body. There are only 2 of them now, so everyone, come with me and take these 3 people back to the village. Kakashi Heite was seriously injured and unconscious. Metkai and Korone Ui were at the end of their lives. Naturally, the pursuit team would not let go of such an opportunity. They immediately formed an encirclement force from various positions. They all came together to kill each other. The night got deeper, and the proud blue beast of Konoha looked at Heite Kakashi. The corner of his mouth suddenly cracked in an arc, and he smiled proudly. Kakashi, this time you have defeated a total of 45 ninjas. I plus the group of psychic beasts are just right to be on an equal footing with you. However, this time, I am destined to win. After saying that, Metkai stood up and looked around at the chasing team that was rushing towards him. In his eyes, the figure of a young man flashed. On the Chuyunin examination venue, this young man raised his feet and took 7 steps. With 1 step, he could open the door. One of the 8 gates of Dungia, after 7 steps, opened the Jingmen, cast Ritora, and kill Shinura Danzo. Ha! Metkai dispersed his thoughts, with a firm look on his face, like a young man, and raised his steps. Kai, born dull, has never opened a door in 1 step. Today I dare to try and open a door in 2 steps, just to pursue, sir, the supreme state. Tap DA. 2 steps down, the first door, open the door, open. 12 steps down, the 6th door, Jingmen, opens. After 13 steps, Metkai was surrounded by terrifying winds and raging chakra energy. At this time, Metkai was sweating profusely, and all the bone cells in his body were constantly shaking and tearing. Now, even though Metkai used all the strength in his body, he couldn't lift the 14th step. Is Metkai crazy too? Kakashi Heite is Uzumaki Naruto's mentor, so it's understandable that he protects his shortcomings. But Metkai, he has nothing to do with Uzumaki Naruto. Why are you so desperate? There was too much chakra leaking from Metkai's body. In comparison, the 8 gates opened by Naruto Uzumaki were much more powerful. Until Naruto Uzumaki opened the 7th gate, except for the aura around him, except for the wind, not a trace of chakra was leaked. He perfectly controlled the power brought by the 8-gate Dungia. Now that he thinks about it, he is really a monster. The shock that Uzumaki Naruto brought to us is really too strong. We can't imagine that there is such a proud son in the world. Opening a door in 2 steps is not as good as Uzumaki Naruto, but looking at the entire ninja world, it is still a feat. The people around were exclaimed. At this time, Metkai's steps suddenly lifted up. At the same time, under the pitch-black night, the sunset glowed brightly as she looked up at the sky. It was pitch black, but her eyes contained light that could pierce through the boundless darkness. Maybe it was against Yui Hong's gaze that the night fog dissipated, the dark clouds parted, and a dazzling starry sky appeared above the cliff. The splendor of the starry sky, the dreaminess of the starry sky, the brightness of the starry sky, it illuminates this land. However, at this time, Yui Hong had already closed her eyes. Compared to the stars in the outside world, what she cared about more was the light in her heart. All living beings are confused. You are my starlight, this battle, red, no regrets. After the resolute and decisive words fell, Yuri Korone suddenly opened her eyes. Around her, a chakra wind blew from the ground. It was not as dazzling as Heite Kakashi, not as heroic as Metkai, but she burned her body at the cost of it. Explained her attitude. Soon, more and more vitality was burning in the body, and the aura erupting from Yui Hong's body became more and more powerful. However, Yui Hong's originally beautiful black hair, at this moment, appeared to the naked eye in a way that the smooth and delicate skin continued to turn white at a visible speed, and at this moment, it shrank, and wrinkles continued to appear on her face. In just tens of seconds, Yui Hong's entire body became more than 10 years older than before. Crazy, these three people are really crazy, and they all want their lives. With such a desperate fight, has Naruto Uzumaki brainwashed them? How could this be possible? Tears come to my eyes. Why do I suddenly feel so burning? This scene is so similar to the scene of Uzumaki Naruto protecting the psychic beast. He is clearly already exhausted, but he refuses to take a step back. But Uzumaki Naruto, what on earth is worth their efforts? Especially Metkai and Yui Korone, they really don't have much in common with Uzumaki Naruto. What on earth did Uzumaki Naruto, that guy with eyes full of death, do? Above the sky, many people were puzzled by the actions of the three people at this moment, and arguments continued for a while. At this time, Metkai stared at the unprecedented pressure, and finally put down his raised feet. Boom, duh. The 14th step out, the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Dungia, the shocking door, open. Boom click. The shocking door opened, and a violent force suddenly poured out of Metkai's body. The chakra poured out from the place where the foot stepped, like a heavy blow, causing the ground to crack like a spider web, and finally, a deep pit opened. Day Tiger. There was too much chakra energy poured into Metkai's body. In order to prevent the chakra from being wasted, Metkai directly used the 8-gate Dungia and the 7th gate shocking trick. Dehu moved in front of him. Everyone in the pursuit team, kill. When everyone in the pursuit team saw this, their faces were extremely solemn. Under the organization of the leader, they quickly erected a thick chakra shield to resist Metkai's best efforts. A blow. Above the sky, the onlookers held their breath and stared at the field with their eyes wide open. However, to everyone's surprise, Metkai's move only knocked away the two pursuers. The team members had already consumed the power brought by the Day Tiger. Metkai's whole body seemed to be stripped of silk and cocoon. He was as breathless as a gossamer. He fell to the ground trembling all over, vomiting blood at the mouth, and fainted. See. Like this, many people frowned and sighed in the sky. Only a few people saw the true situation. Opening a door in 2 steps is still difficult after all. Metkai's strength should not be like this. However, the opponent has a large number of people and will not give him a chance to open the door slowly because the door is opened too fast and his body is seriously injured, unable to control this tyrannical force at all, causing this force to leak out completely, so that the power of the Day Tiger was not fully exerted at all. What did Uzumaki Naruto say? He didn't open one door in 2 steps, he opened one door in 1 step. What's more, his body was also seriously injured. Uzumaki Naruto, he is a monster, his power cannot be generalized. After Metkai fell, the people from the hunting team came and quickly tied him up and controlled him. Yui Hong wanted to come to the rescue, but she was good at illusions, mainly supporting, physical skills and ninjutsu, is simply unsightly, and can only rely on the powerful strength obtained at the cost of burning his body to deal with these people desperately. Not long after, due to her poor close combat experience and poor ninjutsu, Yui Korone quickly fell into a disadvantage in this battle, and was defeated and controlled by the pursuit team in a short period of time. Immediately afterwards, Kakashi Hatake fell to the ground. The scene was silent. Like some kind of solemn ceremony, neither the audience in the sky nor the chasing team on the ground said a word. In the silent night, the silence was a bit solemn. Kakashi Hatake, Metkai, and Korone Yui were all controlled by the hunting team. No one knows why the three of them are so desperate, but the determination in the eyes of the three of them without hesitation deserves the respect of everyone. Perhaps Kakashi Hatake, Metkai, and Korone Yui were defeated, but the desperate determination of the three of them will always shine, shining in everyone's heart. The three of them were defeated, but the three of them were defeated. No one is defeated. Although I don't know why the three of them helped Uzumaki Naruto so much, I know that in the hearts of the three of them, Uzumaki Naruto must occupy the most special position. Only when they bloomed in desperate situations did they realize the value of life. They lived out their own lives. Such a battle is enough to go down in history. The three of them did not lose, because the three of them had achieved their goal. They had blocked the pursuit team. The onlookers spoke in heavy tones, and their words were all filled with admiration and shock for the three of them. This scene, at the same time, appeared in Konoha Ninja Village, in the center of the Chuunin examination venue, on the huge crystal ball where chakra was condensed when the pursuit team set out. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered someone to install this huge chakra ball, just to follow up at any time, and the process of the pursuit team arresting Uzumaki Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he wanted to see with his own eyes. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto, he was captured. However, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect, but everyone in the currently packed Chuunin examination venue also did not expect that the pursuit team did not even see Uzumaki Naruto's shadow, were stopped by the 3 elite jounin of the village. Moreover, during the battle, the 3 elite jounin, even at the cost of their lives, tried to stop the pursuit team. Although in the end, the pursuit team paid an extremely heavy price and succeeded, the 3 elite jounin were controlled, but the time they bought for Naruto Uzumaki was enough for him to escape the search range of the pursuit team. Suspend the mission of hunting Uzumaki Naruto and bring the 3 of them back to me. I will torture them myself. Podium. Sarutobi Hiruzen Mori gave the order with a cold face. The chakra bird carrying the message flew out. Within a few minutes, the bird appeared on the crystal ball. The only remaining members of the pursuit team received the message, cast a sealing technique on the 3 people, sealed their chakras, and then channeled a flying psychic beast, and returned to Konoha Ninja Village according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's order. Cough. At this time, Heite Kakashi, who had been unconscious earlier, suddenly coughed, and soon woke up in a daze. The members of the surrounding pursuit team saw this movement and tacitly gathered around Heite Kakashi. Heite Kakashi, I would like to ask, what is the charm of Naruto Uzumaki T? Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. What makes you fight so hard for him? Heite Kakashi, as far as I know, Uzumaki Naruto has always been the most disliked ninja in your Konoha Ninja Village. May I ask why you are willing to desperately delay the pursuit team for him? Kakashi, as a native of this village and a member of this pursuit team, I also want to know why are you willing to fight for the demon fox and the guy who brought disaster to Konoha? Kakashi, to read Baoswan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. At this time, the sky turned white, and the sudden light attracted Heite Kakashi's sight and attention. He did not answer any questions, but just showed a slight expression, looking at that ray of dawn dully and somewhat numbly. After a long time, Heite Kakashi suddenly smiled. The pale smiling face reflected the dawn, half in darkness and half in light. Heite Kakashi moved his body. Under the alert eyes of the pursuit team and the puzzled gazes of the people around him, Heite Kakashi moved his body under the dawn. At this moment, Kakashi Heite's face was filled with light. He raised his head greedily, feeling the dawn. The corners of his eyes were slightly bent, revealing a warm smile. His pale face was calm, serene, and full of the color of holiness. After a long time, Heite Kakashi suddenly looked back, and his face entered darkness. There is such a person. His parents passed away because of protecting the village when he was very young. However, he inherited his parents' legacy and was forced to become a tailed beast Jinchuriki when he was just born. He was ignorant of his age. He was about to fight the tailed beast. Logically speaking, he and his parents should be the heroes of this village. However, someone deprived him of the treatment he received as a hero and arranged for him to live alone in a small dilapidated wooden house. His monthly living expenses were only AP. Hokage-sama, why didn't you tell Naruto's life experience clearly at the beginning? How could you be worthy of the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato-sama, and his wife, who died to save the whole village? No wonder Naruto went crazy and only killed you, the Sarutobi clan, because the Sarutobi clan, represented by you, persecuted Naruto the most. The Sarutobi clan, Naruto, well done. You have always said that it is not because you are Hokage that you will be recognized by everyone, but because you are recognized by everyone, you can be Hokage? But how can we recognize your current behavior? Is a person like you worthy of being a Hokage? After learning the truth at the Chuunin examination venue, the villagers and ninjas of Konoha Ninja Village stood up one after another and strongly accused Sarutobi Hiruzen. But the initiator of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, just kept silent. He was smoking dry cigarettes, and his whole body was wrapped in the swirling smoke. Outside the smoke, no one could see clearly the expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time. The scene became more and more intense, and the villagers and ninjas of Konoha Ninja Village pointing at the ape, Hiruzen had a different reaction. At this moment, the ninjas from other villages were thinking about the key. After a moment, a veiled ninja said in a deep voice, "From your words, I learned that the 4th Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village, Namikaze Minato, and his wife, died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, but according to time, at this time, Uchiha Itachi had not yet killed the Uchiha clan. In other words, the Uchiha clan was still there at that time. It is said that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has the effect of suppressing tailed beasts, but at that time, the Konoha Ninja Village did not break out the Uchiha clan's large-scale use of the Sharingan. From this, it can be seen that the Uchiha clan, at that time, did not participate in the battle of the Kyuubi rebellion, so I was very puzzled. I left such a suppressive weapon unused and instead sacrificed the lives of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and his wife to seal the Kyuubi. This would be a bit confusing. You have ulterior motives, right? As soon as these words came out, many people thought about it and understood the key point. The ninjas in this village had a chilled look on their faces, while the ninjas in other villages had a joking look on their faces. Occasionally, a few people sighed softly, with a look of sympathy on his face. At this time, in the night of genocide, the only surviving member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Suzuki, stood up. My name is Uchiha Suzuki. My father is Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. He once said that during the Nine Tails Rebellion, he offered to let the Uchiha clan help, but he was rejected by the Hokage. Hearing this, the Chuyunin examination ground suddenly fell silent. However, after a moment, many people in the Konoha ninja village got excited and stood up in a flash, like a swarm of bees, rushing towards the podium. Sarutobi Hiruzen location, Sarutobi Hiruzen, why did you refuse the help of the Uchiha clan? Do you know that by doing this, you killed the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and his wife? You just killed Namikaze Minato and his wife, but you actually indulged the villagers and made their orphan, Uzumaki Naruto, suffer so many grievances. How can you deserve them? Poor Naruto, at such a young age, he has become the emotional trash can of Konoha Ninja Village, and the person who planned everything is actually the Hokage-sama who is loved by everyone in Konoha Ninja Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how special is it? What an irony! Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are not worthy of being the Hokage. Sarutobi Asuma, Naruto killed well. Naruto killed the Sarutobi clan well. Under extreme anger, everyone in the Konoha Ninja Village no longer called Sarutobi Hiruzen Hokage-sama, but called him by his first name. Not only that, some tough villagers got rotten vegetable leaves from nowhere, and the smelly eggs were thrown at Hiruzen Sarutobi one after another. However, whether they were rotten leaves or rotten eggs or the people of the Konoha Ninja Village who rushed to the rostrum, they were all guarded by the umbu around Hiruzen Sarutobi on the rostrum. All the members were blocking the way, and no one could move forward. Under the thick smoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi had a gloomy expression, and the speed of the smoke was faster than before. Perhaps Hiruzen Sarutobi did not expect that one day, he would also like Uzumaki Naruto. You can feel the simple folk customs of Konoha Ninja Village. It seems that everyone is awake, so let me say a few words. I am the original Konoha White Fang, Heitake Shijisaku's friend. At the beginning, in order to save me, he gave up the mission. Afterwards, the fire, Sarutobi Haijan, ordered the Umbu Jounin to threaten my family's lives, and asked me to slander my friends in person, so that Mishuo became disheartened, and finally, under the unanimous condemnation of the whole village, he chose to take his own life. A man wearing a hat and traditional Konoha ninja costumes suddenly appeared in the field. His voice was not loud, but he slowly calmed down the noisy Chunin examination venue. Everyone turned their heads, listening attentively. When they heard Sarutobi Hiruzen ordering the Umbu members to threaten, everyone in the Konoha ninja village showed anger on their faces. What's more, they were so angry that their chakra fluctuated abnormally, as if on the verge of explosion. Yes, and Kakashi Heitake's father, Shijisaku Heitake, is also the hero of our Konoha ninja village, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At first, I thought you were letting this matter go, but I didn't expect that you actually such a despicable act. I really want to know, is this what you will do as the third Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village? Are you worthy of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama-sama and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama-sama? The crowd was angry and angry. More and more ninjas and civilians rushed to the rostrum. The situation got out of control. At the same time, more and more Umbu members rushed over from all directions and surrounded the rostrum. They worked together to open a chakra shield, blocking out all the villagers and ninjas. The Chuyunin exam venue fell into chaos. However, at this moment, among the people in the Grass Ninja Village, a girl lifted her hat and revealed the country of Whirlpool, the iconic red hair of the Whirlpool clan. She stared at the chaotic rostrum, and 2 long tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Then, she raised her steps, step by step towards the podium. My name is Uzumaki Kaso, one of the remaining members of the Uzumaki clan from the destroyed Uzumaki kingdom. The entire ninja world knows that the country of fire and the country of Whirlpool are extremely good allies. The first generation of Konoha Ninja Village, the second generation of the Kyuubi Jingyuriki, Uzumaki Mito, and Uzumaki Kushina are all from the Uzumaki clan of our country of Whirlpool. Tribe. But why did your Konoha Ninja Village fail to arrive when we, the country of Whirlpool, sent out a message asking for help? Later, you arrived, but the first thing you did when you arrived was not to save people, but to choose to carry the ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan of our country of Uzumaki. Uzumaki's shrill, tearful voice was like the tip of a needle, straight into everyone's heart. At this moment, many Uzumaki clan members hidden in other ninja villages, hearing these words, also removed their disguises and revealed themselves. The red hair, who is the symbol of the Uzumaki clan in the country of Uzumaki, and walked out from all directions, walked behind Uzumaki Koro, stood upright with her, faced the rostrum, and asked for an explanation. I am an ordinary ninja in Konoha Ninja Village. I know this. At the beginning, we received the rescue news from the country of Whirlpool as soon as possible, but Sarutobi Hiruzen made us wait until, after the kingdom of Whirlpool was destroyed, Hiruzen Sarutobi allowed us to set off, and gave us a death order. The main purpose of this departure was to transport the ninjutsu of the kingdom of Whirlpool, and the rest was ignored. An old ninja sitting in a wheelchair, with tears streaming down his face, told the truth of that year with tears in his eyes. As he came forward, more and more ninjas who had participated in this incident began to stand up, come out to support this incident. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Made the people of Konoha Ninja Village, who were already on the verge of an explosion, even more angry. In extreme anger, everyone either held weapons or used ninjutsu to bombard the people who were protecting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chakra shield, quality is not enough, make up for it with quantity. Under the angry attacks of the villagers of Konoha Ninja Village, various low-end and mid-range ninjutsu emerged in an endless stream, and the quantity was so large that it was surrounded by the chakra shield jointly performed by dozens of Umbujounin. The shield, at this time, was faintly unable to withstand it. Woe dash. To read Bao Xuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. The shield was so shattered that people from all over the Konoha Ninja Village came quickly. With the addition of dozens of Umbujounin, the previously shaky chakra shield suddenly became impregnable. On the other hand, these villagers were all panting and exhausted due to the angry attacks they had previously poured out. Many ordinary people were unable to attack, so they sat on the ground and activated their native skills. Konoha Ninja Village, with its simple folk customs and sharp words, constantly greeted the 18th generation of Sarutobi Hiruzen's ancestors, and, deeply trapped Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was at the center of the public opinion, did not explain aloud. He still blew his smoke and said nothing. At this time, Hayaga Hizashi, who was wearing a dark green robe, jumped into the Chunin examination venue in a few leaps. Is the grievance coming? Orikimura stuck out his tongue and showed an evil smile. There are some things that have to be said. Hinata Hayashi shook his head, then raised his head and looked at the position of Sarutobi Hiruzen on the rostrum. Hokuchi-sama, my brother Hayaga Hizashi, in order to save Hinata, was forced by both Kumagakur village and Konoha Ninja Village, and died unjustly, and his body was not preserved. Everyone in the ninja world knows that we, the Hayaga Byakugan clan, never lack the courage to fight anyone, even if the opponent is Kumagakur, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Having said this, Hinata Hizashi straightened his back and raised his head again. In an instant, the aura of the top elite Jounin exploded in full force, and strong winds were everywhere around him. When I come here this time, I will not plead grievances for Hizashi, and I will not be disappointed with Konoha or even you, the Hokage. However, I want to ask you, as a fellow villager, as the Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village, what do you think? And why do you want to help Union Village and force and bully the Hayaga clan into humiliation and submission on the pretext of damaging the relationship between the two countries? Swish, swish, swish. Hinata Hizu asked this question. Around him, the members of the Hayaga clan rushed over one after another with angry expressions. They all stood behind Hinata Hizu. Among them, there was a figure, standing at the front. He was Hayaga Niji, the son of Hayaga Hizashi, the split member of the Hayaga clan who was sealed with the caged bird seal. Hokuchi-sama, why do you want to help Kumoyin village and oppress the Hayaga clan together? Hinata Hizu asked loudly again. Hokuchi-sama, why do you want to help Kumoyin village and oppress the Hayaga clan together? Behind Hinata and Hinata, all members of the Hayaga clan shouted angrily in unison at this moment. At the same time, the scenes in Konoha Ninja Village were transmitted to the spy ninja lurking here through the remote telescope technique. After seeing this scene, Reikage AI immediately slapped the table and laughed incessantly. The shadow of a village should be treated as such a coward. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, should really be treated like a dog. I just gave him a slight scare at first, but I didn't expect that this guy was so scared that he actually helped me get the body of Hinata Hizashi. Come to think of it, I, Cloud Hidden Village, should thank him. After laughing, Reikage AI raised his chin, looked at Azubuyi on the other side, and said in a deep voice, you arrange it, let the 2 Yama men go to find it, and contact Uzumaki Naruto, and let her try to recruit Uzumaki Naruto to Union Village. Naturally, if you can't recruit, then try it and see if you can control it. If you can't, then kill and destroy the Kyuubi. Without the Kyuubi, the Konoha Ninja Village will have reduced combat power. At the same time, the same order came from the 3 major ninja villages including Sand Ninja Village, Kirigakure Village, and Iwagakure Village. After taking off the linen clothes, Reikage AI stared at the crystal ball on the table. Suddenly, a figure of a young man wearing thunder armor appeared in his mind. Uzumaki Naruto, what kind of monster are you? You have learned all the secret techniques of my Cloud Hidden Village. Of course, what surprised me the most was the scene where you opened a door with one step and killed Shimura Danzo with one punch. Your talent is truly a gift. If you hadn't broken up with Konoha, it is estimated that when you grow up in the future, Konoha Ninja Village will be like the era where Senju Hashirama was, dominating the ninja world and being invincible. At this time, the sky was clear. The anger of everyone in the Hyuga clan was like thunder on the ground. After a few thunders passed, the weather became gloomy. Then, dark clouds rolled in, covering the sun. Not long after, a downpour started in the sky. There was pouring rain. The rain spread, and the sound of rain covered up many sounds. However, the shouts of the Hyuga clan, one after another, were louder and louder, like thunder, filling up. There was no thunder this time. The rain. After the Hyuga clan stood up, many oppressed people or ethnic groups stood up to speak out. However, as the rain increased, these voices became smaller and smaller, and, sitting high, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting on the rostrum, still didn't make any statement. Just like at the beginning, he just sat silently, without making any excuses or issuing any orders. This made the angry villagers feel like a punch. It's just like hitting cotton. Basically, there's nowhere to use your strength. What, are you tired? Criticizing Naruto is such an interesting thing, how can you relax? In the center of the Chunin exam venue, Orochimaru snapped his fingers. In an instant, several ninjas appeared around, each standing in a corner, releasing chakra, forming a huge chakra shield, covering the Chunin exam venue. Among them, 3.4. The rain was isolated. Everyone looked at Orochimaru with confusion on their faces. They didn't understand what Orochimaru was going to do. Orochimaru licked his lips, with a feminine smile on his lips. Everyone is so tired, so let me reveal to you again the evil that Sarutobi Hiruzen once did. Do you still remember the Third Ninja War? It has already reached everyone's doorstep. Konoha is about to win, but Sarutobi Hiruzen signed an armistice agreement and returned the occupied land. Thinking about it, it is really ironic. After Orochimaru finished speaking, the Twilight ninjas around him suddenly shed hot tears. These ninjas walked into the center of the field one after another, looking up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, with heartache in their eyes. An old man, with trembling hands, took off the Konoha forward protector and smashed it to the ground in front of everyone. Last night, I dreamed of my dead comrade. He asked me whether the Konoha ninja village had ever won. I dare to ask the Hokage, how should I answer this question? Another old man made the same move. Return of the soul, you paid the price of blood, but got a humiliating armistice agreement. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you are sorry for the soldiers who died in this war, you are not worthy of being the Hokage. Immediately afterwards, there was another old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's okay for you to feel sorry for those dead warriors, but what you, the most sorry for are the fourth generation Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and his family, and Uzumaki Naruto. In the blink of an eye, all the late morning ninjas smashed their forward protectors down one after another. After a period of silence in the Chunin examination venue, unprecedented chaos broke out. May I ask if the host has been conquered and cultivated? In the dark forest, in a simple wooden house, Uzumaki Naruto received the system prompt and opened his eyes. The wooden house has good light shielding properties. There is no dazzling light or the green color that symbolizes vitality. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was lying on a newly made wooden bed, and the pungent smell of medicine could be vaguely smelled in the air. He wanted to get up, but found that the bones and meridians all over his body were in severe pain. He endured the pain and lowered his head slightly. Only then did he realize that his body was wrapped in a thick layer of bandages, and the medicinal smell that he just smelled was flowing out from the gaps in these bandages. Who saved me? Uzumaki Naruto murmured. He remembered that after casting several fire-release fire dragon flame bombs, he relied on the wings of wind to escape to a sparsely populated place. On the way, he suffered a backlash and fainted. After that, the memory in his head was that Wuhuan came out of the mythical beast space necklace and flew forward with him. After that, he had no memory. Bang dang. At this time, the door opened, and there was only one animal. A leopard with 2 eyes and a light orange body, wagging its long tail behind him, walked in. After realizing that Uzumaki Naruto was awake, he trotted all the way to Uzumaki Naruto's bed. Roar the leopard stretched out its tail and lightly touched Uzumaki Naruto's bedboard, as if asking him how he was doing now. I'm fine. I'll be fine soon. But, Kazulan, why did you come to this world? This leopard is also Uzumaki Naruto's friend in his previous life, because she only has one eye, and this eye is very big. The first moment Uzumaki Naruto saw her, he thought of the word Kazulan big eyes, so, just call her Kazilan. Holo hearing this, Kazulan growled a few times, used both her front and back paws, and kept wagging her tail, expressing herself vividly. You said you jumped off the cliff after us? Kazulan nodded immediately after hearing this. What happens after that? Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly. Kazulan understood Uzumaki Naruto's meaning and began to express his body again. However, this time, Kazulan's body language was too complicated and Uzumaki Naruto did not notice it. Kazilan, I don't see what you mean, but can you tell me who saved me? Roar Kazilan didn't speak, but turned around in an instant, standing upright in front of her with her long tail, looking at the door warily. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto also felt a person approaching. This person's aura was extremely strong, but he did not cover up his aura. "Naruto boy, are you awake?" The door was fully pushed open, and the sunlight poured down through the gaps between the treetops and leaves, shining on this person and into this dark cabin. It was different from the past. At this time, the whirlpool sounded. People saw the warm sunshine and the vibrant green leaves, but they only felt that it was unusually dazzling and repulsive. Uzumaki Naruto saw clearly the person coming, one of the 3 ninjas of the Konoha ninja village, Toad Sage, Jiraiya. Also, thanks. Jiraiya walked into the hut, and Uzumaki Naruto understood that it was Jiraiya who saved him. "You are recovering well. I feel the existence of the would escape blood succession limit in your body. In 2 days, you can try to use would attribute chakra to repair bones and meridians, which can speed up your recovery from injuries." Uzumaki Naruto nodded. "By the way, your friends are all practicing crazily in this mountain forest. When I came over just now, I informed them that they should all have come over by this time. Ho ho ho." After several wild beasts screamed, the solid ground in the forest suddenly began to tremble, startling a flurry of birds, and then, several familiar auras of Uzumaki Naruto were running and accelerating. "Keep coming here." Ding! The mythical beast Kyanki, Mengmeng has completed the unparalleled magic intention and completely activated the bloodline of the mythical beast. Ding! The growth progress of the second stage of Mengmeng, the mythical beast Kyanki, has reached 100%, and it has now entered the third stage of the mythical beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward for cultivating a mythical beast. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward exclusive secret technique of would release blood succession limited, would release tree realm arrival, physique plus 80, spirit plus 80, chakra plus 80, tiger animal affinity 100% would release arrival of the tree world, a ninjutsu that uses one's own wood attribute chakra as the source of life. Multiple trees quickly grow from the ground, and the battlefield environment can be changed into a forest in an instant. The trees in the forest are controlled by the user can freely control it, which is helpful for the user to perform other would escape ninjutsu. Ding! Host attribute bonus begins. Host attributes are being added. The host attribute bonus has been completed. The system prompt tone fell, and all the bone meridians in Naruto Uzumaki's body were automatically restored and healed at this moment. Moreover, with the blessing of attribute points, the originally tough and strong body was strengthened again from the inside out. Naruto Uzumaki's the body, from this, goes to the next level. With the blessing of mental attribute points, Uzumaki Naruto has a new understanding of the ninjutsu that he had already understood thoroughly before. This understanding can, to a certain extent, improve the power of the ninjutsu and shorten the time of its execution. Another benefit of the improvement of mental power is that Naruto Uzumaki has a higher degree of control over his body. Now, it is possible to easily mobilize every muscle in the body to undergo different changes, thereby controlling the body in emergency situations and avoiding fatal injuries. Of course, this also has disadvantages. While the degree of control over the body is high, the nerves in Uzumaki Naruto's body have become more sensitive, so that the pain suffered by Uzumaki Naruto is several times more painful than that of ordinary people. Just like the body repair just now, although Uzumaki Naruto's face is expressionless, in fact, my whole body was so painful that I broke into cold sweat. Uzumaki Naruto still didn't feel much about the changes in chakra. As before, he just felt warm in his body. At the same time, the aura that Naruto Uzumaki had reached the rank of Jounin spread. Although he was as calm as Jiraiya, at this moment, there was also indescribable shock in his eyes. The seriously injured body, instead of retreating in cultivation, has become closer to a higher level. If this is not a monster, what is it? Ding! The third stage development mission of the mythical beast Kyanki, Mengmeng has been released. The devil is coming to the world. The mythical beast Kyanki can be condensed into demonic will by killing living beings. A single soul can be condensed into one demonic will. When it is condensed into 1,000 demonic wills, it can enter the fourth stage of the mythical beast. Ding! The mythical beast Doughty, Avanti has completed its blood-draining process, devouring more than 100 Chuunin creatures. The growth progress of the third stage of the mythical beast Doughty, Avanti has reached 100% and has now entered the fourth stage of the mythical beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward for cultivating a mythical beast. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards: Forbidden Jutsu Ninjutsu Scroll, Earth Resentment U, Ninja Artifact, Thunder God Sword, S Ninjutsu, for Symbol Seal. Earth Resentment U, use chakra to control the black tentacles released from the body, turning it into a ninjutsu suitable for long-distance attacks. Moreover, by using the tentacles to capture the hearts of others and attracting them into the body along with the chakra properties, one can become a nearly immortal existence. Using the black tentacles, you can also sow flesh. Even if it is separated from the main body, it can be like it moves its tentacles freely like an animal. The length and shape of the floor can be changed at will, allowing it to cope with any situation. After activating Earthly Resentment, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. There are almost no blind spots at all. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Thunder God's sword. It is rumored that the second generation Hokage used a personal sword. It is one of the sharpest ninja tools and possesses infinite power of thunder. For Symbol Seal S-level ninjutsu, a sealing technique launched by Danzo Shinura to protect the eye of Shisui, the caster must carve the seal of the 4 symbols on the body in advance. This spell will be activated when the caster dies, and the blood all over the body will erupt. While drawing the seal, it will expand into a ball, and the surrounding materials will be destroyed. Seal them together and take them into hell. The powerful 4-image seal can make the sealed object never see the light of day again. While the system was being explained, Uzumaki Naruto's mind also showed the way to practice ninjutsu. The ninjutsu rewarded this time can, to a certain extent, increase his combat power. Moreover, the jutsu of Earth Resentment in you is very unbelievable. If used well, it will definitely be an excellent one. Life-saving skills. Using the Earth Resentment you in conjunction with the 4 elephant seals, Uzumaki Naruto is confident that he can threaten the elite Jounin with the strength of the Jounin, even without the use of Sage Mode, 8-door armor, and 9-tailed chakra. If all his cards are revealed, individual a strong person who reaches the shadow level threshold may not be unkillable. At the same time, the Thunder God's sword appeared inside the Divine Beast space necklace. The sword was inserted quietly into the ground. A ball of brilliant thunder formed around it, wrapping the Thunder God's sword inside like a thunder-shaped shield. The Thunder God's sword, in addition to being a divine weapon, is also what Bai Ji needs for her advancement. After Naruto Uzumaki looked at it for a while, he exited the Divine Beast space necklace. At this time, the changes in Naruto Uzumaki's body stopped, the injuries on his body had healed, and his whole body was filled with the tyrannical aura unique to Jounin. Open the system panel. System, Divine Beast Trainer System Host, Uzumaki Naruto leveled Jounin. When each attribute rises to 650, you can grow into an elite Jounin. Physique, 470 Spirit, 482 Chakra, 480 Natural Energy Attribute Bonus, 40% Chakra Attributes, Wind, Wood, Fire, Thunder, Metal, Water Blood Succession Limit, Sharinan, 3 Megatama, would release additional attributes, Snake Animal Affinity 100%, Bird Animal Affinity 100%, Cat Animal Affinity 100%, Tiger Affinity 100%, Turtle Affinity 100%, Sheep Affinity 100%, Monkey Affinity 100%, Ninjutsu and Proficiency, Chakra Extraction Technique 100, 3 Body Technique, Wind Release Blade 100%, Wind Release Wind Instant Technique 100%, Konoha Dragon God 100%, Wind Release Sky Sand Barrier 100%, Thunder Release Chidori 100%, Thunder Release Thunder God Armor 100%, 8 Gate Armor, 7th Gate, 100%, Senjutsu Wind Release Feather Sword 100%, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique 100%, Water Release Water Transformation Technique 100%, Fire Release Fire Dragon Flame Bullet 100%, Flying Thunder God 0%, Wind Release Raise Non 0%, Thunder Release and Lightning Cut 0%, Ninja Technique 4 Purple Flame Array 0%, Would Release Tree Realm Arrival 0%, Forbidden Technique Earthly Resentment 0%, for Elephant Seal 0% Current Bonded Divine Beast number 1 Amber, 3rd stage, Divine Beast number 2 Dazed Circle, 3rd stage, Divine Beast number 3 Bai Ji, 3rd stage, Divine Beast number 4 Chu Shui, 3rd stage, Divine Beast number 5 Afanti, 4th stage, Divine Beast number 6 Zi, the 3rd stage, Divine Beast number 7 Meng Meng, the 3rd stage. Since the beginning of the Chunin exam, Uzumaki Naruto has not had time to practice the ninjutsu and the feedback rewards. However, Uzumaki Naruto knows that as long as these ninjutsu are used after mastering all the techniques, his combat power will be qualitatively improved compared to before. Outside the house, the movement of the gods and beasts coming became more and more obvious. Uzumaki Naruto felt warm in his heart, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but it was visible to the naked eye. The deathly look in his eyes became deeper. I have to continue to become stronger, so strong that no one dares to bully you, and those who have hurt us have to make them pay with blood. The scorching sun is in the sky. People are constantly appearing inside and outside the Chuyunin examination venue, either to criticize Hiruzen Sarutobi or to join the ninjas on the podium to attack together. These Umbu Jounin gathered together the chakra shield that came out. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen just blew the cigarette and watched silently, with a calm expression. There was no expression on his face, just like looking at a group of ants. Not long after, a cigarette burned. After finishing, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook the ashes, and a breeze came out from his body, blowing away all the smoke wrapped around him. As a result, his figure came into everyone's sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you don't deserve to be Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you beast, are you worthy of Namikaze Minato and his wife 327, are you worthy of Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen, your soul has returned. I really want to send you to see my comrade who died tragically. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his clothes and stood up calmly. After a moment, he grinned and showed a kind smile. The strong sunlight shone on his face. At this moment, he looked like the elderly and holy messenger, bright and charitable. However, everyone in the audience now knows his true face. Therefore, seeing this face, the curses in the venue became louder and all kinds of unpleasant words were said. Even the 18th generation of Sarutobi Hiruzen's ancestors came together to send greetings. On the rostrum, the ninjas who attacked the passport also accelerated the frequency of their attacks. Under the crazy attacks, the shield was already showing signs of shaking. Seeing this, the surrounding ninjas attacked even more fiercely. Under all the curses, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand, like a holy messenger, pouring light from his hand into the world. Bang bang bang. 3 words. The slight high five seemed so insignificant in the noisy Chunin examination venue. However, as these 3 high fives spread, people suddenly appeared in the Konoha ninja village from all corners. There were a lot of Umbu members. Counting them in detail, there were a total of 530. What is shocking is that the strength of these Umbu members has reached the Jonin level. Among them, there are 30, reached the terrifying elite Jounin level. As soon as these Umbu members appeared, they quickly surrounded the entire Chuyunin examination venue. On the rostrum, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this scene, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and another a kind smile, but at this time, in the eyes of everyone, this smile is like a life-threatening ghost. 500 Jounin, plus 30 elite Jounin, this is a force that is powerful enough to run rampant the power of the entire ninja world. This, too, is the foundation of Konoha Ninja Village, the ninja village that currently ranks first in overall strength in the ninja world. When this power appeared, the other ninja villages were silent, even the second stronger Kumoyan village fell into deep silence at this moment. The scorching sun was deeper, and the light became more and more dazzling. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the rostrum, with the dazzling sun above his head. Straighten your body, stand under the sun, smile, and look at everyone present. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. Forget what happened now. When I wake up again, I will still be your beloved San-Aim Hokage. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, the 530 Jonin surrounding the venue rushed into the venue with a pill bottle in each hand. Every time they met someone, they would force-feed a pill. They were very powerful, they formed a team, knocked him down, and then fed him pills. Driven by this tyrannical force, it didn't take long for the entire Chunin examination venue to be filled with other people except Orochimaru, who had already escaped. Everyone was fed pills and fell asleep on the ground. Send them all back to the house, and feed all the people in the Konoha ninja village who know about this matter Chingy pills. Yes, the Umbu ninja took the order and retreated. Under the extremely strong work efficiency of the Jounin, it didn't take long before all the villagers or ninjas in this village, except for the ninjas from other villages, were sent back to their respective houses at the Chunin examination venue. The scorching sun became more and more dazzling. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down on the chair with a snap. A strong wind set off by a shadow-level powerhouse spread like water waves in all directions, shaking the surrounding void and making the void roar. The distortion was like thunder. Uzumaki Naruto raised his hand gently, and powerful wind attribute chakra poured out immediately, rushing towards the audience. In just a moment, all the other ninjas in the ninja village were lifted up by this force. Immediately, row after row, controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen, they knelt in the Chuyunin exam competition venue. At this moment, there was no kind smile or calm look on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, some are just shadows, disdain, and arrogance. Such a scene was spread to each ninja village through the remote telescope skills of the spies of the major ninja villages. After seeing this scene, the senior officials of each ninja village they stood up and slapped the table, with scarlet eyes. They wished they could immediately attack Konoha and kill Hiruzen Sarutobi's head, but they didn't dare. Previously, Hiruzen Sarutobi revealed the secrets of Konoha's Umbu. There are more than 530 Jounin. Of course, this is just what Sarutobi Hiruzen wants others to see. Who knows if Konoha Umbu has other trump cards? Moreover, Konoha Ninja Village is not the only Umbu. An organization, Konoha Ninja Village, and an executioner department, the root of Konoha Ninja Village. This department, like the Umbu, has always been one of Konoha's 2 secret departments. No one knows what this department's how strong is the background, but if it can be as famous as Umbu, then the background of this department will definitely not be any lower than Umbu. The 2 departments combined are roughly the foundation of Konoha. A conservative estimate is that there are 1,000 people Jounin. 1,000 Jounin, this power is enough to overthrow any ninja village except Konoha. After each ninja village figured out the key, they were afraid. At the same time, they also understood that Konoha's background is extremely rich. These foundations are enough to make Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village, proud. On the rostrum, Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned on his chair and lit a cigarette. His whole person was enveloped in smoke and fell into the darkness. There is only one person in this world who can judge me, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and that person is myself. Ninja villages, I know you are watching and telling me, if you are not convinced, you can come to Konoha and give it a try. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was not loud, but at this moment, even through the remote telescope, every ninja village could feel the arrogance, and domineering contained in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Swish! A gust of wind blew away the smoke around Hiruzen Sarutobi. He took off the cigarette rod and stood up. Sarutobi Asuma and the Sarutobi clan have always been my weaknesses. This time, I have to thank Uzumaki Naruto. It was him who removed my weaknesses for me. Without any weaknesses, my strength has improved to the next level. The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth were slightly raised, and a calm smile appeared on his face. However, anyone can feel that underneath Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile, there is overwhelming hatred and boundless murderous intent. Are you curious? Why am I letting Uzumaki Naruto go when I am so strong now and I have such a strong Umbu under my command? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked into the distance, with blue sky, white clouds, mountains and rivers, all in his sight. He seemed to be saying to himself, or to Uzumaki Naruto, or to the entire ninja world, because Naruto Uzumaki has a weakness. At that time, I wanted to kill him directly, but I discovered that the 7 psychic beasts behind him actually contain the power of heaven and earth, and they had huge potential. It is no exaggeration to say that any one of these psychic beasts is as good as any tailed beast. When I learned that these tailed beasts were extraordinary, I gave up the idea of killing him. After all, I still needed him to make all these tailed beasts strong. This way, I would save a lot of effort when harvesting them in the future. Speaking of this, a smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. I hope you won't be stingy and send more people to grab it. Only in this way can Uzumaki Naruto grow faster with his tailed beast. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he looked down and showed a kind smile. After watching the fun, send them back. In an instant, the crystal balls in front of the major ninja villages were extinguished at the same time. At the same time, at the Chunin examination venue, the ninjas from other villages who were kneeling on the ground were all picked up and thrown out by Umbu members pouring out from all around. Come on, Konoha Ninja Village. On the rostrum, Shimura Danzo looked at the back of Sarutobi Hiruzen in a daze. At this moment, he, who is also a shadow-level expert, could clearly feel that the current Shimura Danzo, compared to before, the strength has definitely changed dramatically. Danzo Shimura knows very well that the root cause of all this is entirely because of the unparalleled figure in the previous Chunin exams, Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone, tell me what you think. After the crystal ball was shattered, the top management of Union Village immediately held a meeting to discuss how to deal with Uzumaki Naruto. Reikage-sama, I think this matter is true. Regarding the issue of Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beast, we have collected some information. Some of them can best demonstrate the extraordinary nature of Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beast. One of Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beasts once passed 8 levels in the Psychic Beast City and successfully passed it. Part of it was Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beast. When it was abused by the Sarutobi clan, it could cause changes in the world. Part of it is during the Chunin exam. Psychic beasts like Uzumaki Naruto seem to be able to release bloodline skills. Regarding the skills of these psychic beasts, we analyzed and made a data and found that these psychic beast skills are all derived from blood, and these skills are extremely heaven-defying. Samurai stood up, analyzed it calmly, and handed all the information in his hand to Leiying AI. Leiying AI quickly read the information, but his brows were wrinkled deeper than before. Yes, they can control shape changes at will, each has bloodline skills, and can also arouse the power of heaven and earth. From this point of view, these psychic beasts of Uzumaki Naruto are indeed extraordinary. However, since these psychic beasts are so heaven-defying, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and why did he reveal this news to us? Aren't he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, afraid of being intercepted by us? Maybe, he wants to use our power to find Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, the silent Darui on the side covered his head and leaned on the chair. He seemed a little lazy, but in fact, his eyes were constantly flashing, or maybe he is confident enough about his own power, otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant. Oh? When Lei Yingei heard this, his eyes moved slightly. Lord Reikage, I suggest that we still take action against Uzumaki Naruto. Samurai stood up and suggested. I agree with Samai's thoughts. Darui nodded. Next to him, many senior officials of Union Village voiced their approval of Samai's idea. Leiying AI also nodded heavily. Indeed, no matter what, Uzumaki Naruto is the 3rd generation of the 9-tailed Jinhyuriki of the Konoha Ninja Village. This is a big reason for us to kill him. Moreover, his side read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Sheet Beast is so heaven-defying, even if it is not as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen's power cannot be underestimated. We cannot leave these things to Konoha that enhance the village's comprehensive combat power. On that day, Union Village sent out 10 teams, each with 6 people. Among the 6 people, there was an elite jounin to lead the team. At the same time, the other ninja villages also made similar decisions. It is worth mentioning, is the Kirigakure village. In the Kirigakure village, Terumi Mizukage defied all opinions and personally led the team to set off. In the cabin, the divine beasts had already poured in. From Kohaku to Purple, they all blamed Uzumaki Naruto. Yes. At this point, Uzumaki Naruto just smiled lightly. He knew very well that if it was him who was standing behind them, they, like him, would never take a step back. After a short period of getting along, the gods and beasts went to practice in the mountains and forests again. They are also eager to become stronger. To read Bao Xuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. They also want to have enough power to protect everyone around them and avenge this blood feud. Fanti. Before leaving, Fanti stood outside the door, revealing the fourth stage of his divine beast for Uzumaki Naruto. Fanti's form at this stage is already 70% similar to the appearance of the mythical beast Doughty. Uzumaki Naruto raised his hand and gave Fanti a confirming look and a bandaged thumb. Fanti left immediately satisfied. Roar. After Fanti left, Kazillan, who had been guarding Uzumaki Naruto, came over and kept rubbing her head against Uzumaki Naruto. Kazillan, do you also want to practice? Roar. Kazillan growled lowly and nodded repeatedly. Uzumaki Naruto pondered for a while and finally subdued Kazillan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taming the 8th mythical beast, the leopard with the qualifications of a beast, Kazillan. Ding! The bond between the host and Kazillan is established. Ding! The host has become Kazillan's mythical beast trainer, and the current training progress is 32 in the second stage, because Kazillan has entered the second stage at this time. The host receives the development feedback reward, Ninjutsu Scroll, would release would clone, system plus 10, spirit plus 10, chakra plus 10, leopard animal affinity 50. Note, because Kazillan was not personally cultivated by the host to the second stage, the reward attribute points will be somewhat weakened. Would clone. After performing this technique, the clone will form a wooden clone, which has similar abilities to the shadow clone. However, the wooden clone is extremely lifelike and cannot be seen through by ordinary people or low-level ninjas. It is mainly used for detection. Leopard animal affinity 50%. With this attribute, you will not be attacked by ordinary leopards, and you will also get help from leopards. Ding! Host attribute bonus begins. Host attributes are being added. The host attribute bonus has been completed. Ding! The mythical beasts and bullocks. Kazillan's second phase of training mission released. Roar of Blood. The Roar of Blood. The mythical beasts. Kazillan. As time goes by, the blood of the mythical beasts in his body will continue to awaken. Finally, when the blood reaches the point of roaring, he can enter the third stage of the mythical beasts. Roar. After the bond was established, Kazillan happily rubbed Uzumaki Naruto, and then rushed out of the wooden house like flying. At the door, Kazillan suddenly stopped, opened his huge eyes and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a resentful look, and then left. Ding! Host, Kazillan said, I know, you were afraid that I would be in danger, so you didn't say take me away right away, but we are friends. Even if you don't take me, I will always follow you and protect you. You once said that we are friends. Since we are friends, then don't bear it alone, okay? You invincible super idiot. Aren't you stupid too? You can jump on such a high cliff at your will. Naruto Uzumaki's nose felt sore. After a moment, he collected his emotions, then tore off the bandages on his body, got up and got out of bed. Has your injury healed? Jiraiya was a little surprised. Uzumaki Naruto nodded calmly. Judging from your physical condition, apart from being unable to use ninjutsu for a short period of time, there should be no major problems. What are your plans in the future? Jiraiya circled around Uzumaki Naruto, and with his keen eyesight, he could clearly see his injuries. Become stronger. Uzumaki Naruto stood up straight and answered calmly, but extremely firmly. How about this? Jiraiya smiled slightly. How about you follow me in practice, and I will protect you and your friends. I reject. Why? Jiraiya was not surprised by Uzumaki Naruto's answer. On the contrary, he was a little relieved. Jiraiya knew that a monster like Uzumaki Naruto would never leave his fate in the hands of others, because real monsters can only grow by themselves. They have their own established path, and they will go on it unswervingly. Uzumaki Naruto did not answer Jiraiya's question, but gave him a calm look. Then, he put on his clothes and walked out of the wooden house. The wooden house was surrounded by vibrant plants, and the light shining into the forest created the Tyndall effect. It was beautiful. If it were before, Uzumaki Naruto could sit on the ground alone. He stared at this picture in a daze for a long time. However, now, with such beautiful scenery, he could not let the deathly look in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes waver. Outside the wooden house, one could still vaguely hear the sounds of fighting. This was, the divine beasts were practicing. Uzumaki Naruto broke off a branch and stuck it on the ground. Through the holes in the leaves, the sun shone through, and the branch, the king's, suddenly had a reflection. Uzumaki Naruto observed it for a while, then raised his head. Look in a certain direction. This direction is the east, the direction where the sun rises. Once, the great Toad Immortal once said to him, since your heart is dead, then live toward the sun. What rises in the east is life, hope. Naruto Uzumaki stopped and thought for a while, then without any hesitation, he turned around calmly. This direction is the west, and also the direction he will leave here in the future. Naruto, you are ready to leave. Didn't Toad Immortal make a prophecy that the east is the best? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and said nothing. In the past, he liked light and things rich in vitality in life, but now, he doesn't like it anymore. No matter how dazzling and warm the light falls in his eyes, it is like it is as sharp as a needle, and even things that are full of vitality seem to be dead. These beautiful things in life, at this moment, are so abrupt in the eyes. If you take a second look, they will appear again in your heart. That suffocating feeling of heart palpitations. Uzumaki Naruto understood that his depression was deeper than before, so deep that even Hikari felt disgusted. Alas! Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto holding his chest, walking into the back of the wooden house. I suddenly felt that Uzumaki Naruto was clearly walking under the eyes, but he seemed so out of tune with the light of the whole world, as if his slightly thin body was covered by these warm and gentle people. The light was so heavy that he could hardly breathe. At this moment, Jiraiya's heart felt like needles pricking him. He remembered that when he was the same age as Uzumaki Naruto, he was still a little kid who didn't understand anything, but Uzumaki Naruto Bao is obviously still a young boy, but, with his thin shoulders, he carries so many things that he should not have to carry. Minato, Kushina, it's me, I'm sorry for you, it's me, I didn't take good care of Naruto. At the same time, deep in Miyama Mountain, he actually gave up all hope and walked into the darkness. He wanted to abandon all the light in the world, but he didn't know that although he gave up a path of hope and walked into the darkness, he could survive in the darkness. In the midst of adversity, he is reborn, and he is the reborn light in the boundless darkness. Under the moonlight, beside a quiet stream, a man sat leaning against a tree. The moonlight reflected on the water reflected his extremely pale face and a pair of scarlet eyes. On the eyes, there is a forehead protector exclusive to the Konoha ninja village. However, this forehead protector has a cut in it, which symbolizes rebellion. This person is Uchiha Itachi. At this time, a tall man with gills emerged from the water, came ashore, and sat next to Uchiha Itachi. The person who came was none other than Uchiha Itachi's partner, the Akatsuki Kisame with the giant sword. Same had a muscle. Mr. Itachi, the organization has sent an order. In addition to capturing the 9 tails, we must also capture Uzumaki Naruto and the 7 psychic beasts in his body. This is the organization's speculation on Uzumaki Naruto's escape route. Look, Kisame Uchiha took out a map and was unfolding it when he suddenly noticed that Uchiha Itachi looked a little stiff. Mr. Itachi, you left me behind again. Keikisaki Kisame smiled bitterly, waved his hand gently, and a chakra wind was waved out. The Uchiha Itachi in front of him suddenly turned into a scattering of chakra. At the same time, in the Sound Ninja village, a team of 5 people formed, left the village. The leader was a pale-faced young man. Kaimimaro's body is almost reaching its limit. This should be the last mission he performs for you. In the ward, pharmacist Kabuto pushed up his glasses and neatly arranged the tubes on the hospital bed. On the bedside of the hospital bed, there was a picture of a boy. The boy had a dull expression, staring at the flowers in front of him, as if he had discovered something. New world, very lost. I know, but this is what he has always thought, isn't it? And I also believe him. Orochimaru walked over, took off the boy's photo, put it gently into his pocket, then turned and left. With their strength, they probably won't be able to come back. You go and release the Uchiha Tensei team. This team is the key to bringing back these tailed beasts. As for Uchiha Sasuke, we don't care about it for now. Why, haven't you always wanted to find a genius from the Uchiha clan to be your container, just like the Uchiha Itachi who once failed? Orochimaru paused when he heard this, as if he thought of something. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but more importantly, there was a cold murderous intention. Kabuto, I told you, right now, I am only interested in Uzumaki Naruto. All right. Not long after, a group of 10 teams left the Sound Ninja village. Each of these 10 teams, 837 team, consisted of 10 people, all wearing black body-wrapped robes. I vow to bring these 7 psychic beasts back. When the moonlight was deep, hundreds of warriors were divided into different teams and left the Kingdom of Iron. Hokage-sama, as you can imagine, currently, all the forces, large and small, in the ninja world are taking action against Uzumaki Naruto. Liu, what should we do now? I feel that at present, the water in the ninja world is muddy because of Naruto Uzumaki. At this time, I have 3 ideas. First, we can take the opportunity to attack the other ninja villages. Second, get involved, forcing Uzumaki Naruto to a desperate situation, so that if he really grows up under this kind of oppression, then his strength will be absolutely terrifying. When the time comes, he will definitely take revenge on those who hunted him before. Third, we can sit back and watch what happens. The advantage of this is that we can reap the benefits. The disadvantage is that the other villages may join forces to deal with us. Oh, Shikaku, is there any problem with the second one you listed? We pushed him to a desperate situation, but when he becomes stronger, the target of revenge is us, aren't we? Can you deal with this? Of the policy? Hokage-sama, you said before, Uzumaki Naruto, this person has a weakness, and I have studied his character in private. Although he is very dark in his heart, he will not allow himself to owe others. Therefore, we can use the captured Heide Kakashi, Metkai, and Ui Kurane to make a fuss about this. I think that with Uzumaki Naruto's temperament, he should not act rashly. Then you go ahead and arrange it. According to the second article, exclude 10 elite jounin and 100 ordinary jounin, form 10 teams, hunt down Uzumaki Naruto. The scope is not limited, the mission length is not limited, until they are caught. Yes, Lord Hokage. Work has resumed at the ruins of the Hokage building, and countless villagers are busy. After Nara Shikaka left, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over with a kind smile on his face. Good evening Hokage-sama, we will repair this Hokage building as soon as possible. It's all this damn Uzumaki Naruto's fault. If it weren't for him, how could the Hokage have no place to work? The disgusting demon fox, the rebellious ninja, this guy is really disgusting. He is so handsome, yet so bad. He has been studying the will of fire in the ninja school for so long. Along the way, Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and greeted the villagers. The scene was once very harmonious. In a hurry. Half a month. Ding! The mythical beast Kaienki Mengmeng has completed the demon coming to the world, condensing 1,000 demonic intentions. Ding! The growth progress of the third stage of Mengmeng, the mythical beast Kaienki, has reached 100%, and it has now entered the fourth stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward for cultivating a mythical beast. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the location map of the death necklace, physique plus 100, spirit plus 100, and chakra plus 100. Location map of the death necklace. The location of the death necklace can be traced. Locate the death necklace. The system prompt tone fell, and Uzumaki Naruto had an ordinary paper map in his hand. However, on this map, a light point was displayed. This light point represented what, according to the system, represented holding the direction of the death necklace. At this moment, this light spot is constantly moving, and the direction of the light spot is to the west of the cabin. As the light spot moved, the distance from the cabin continued to shrink. After a while, the light spot stopped. The location where the light spot stopped was a border town on the map. After stopping, the light spot did not move again. Ding! The mythical beast Kaienki, the fourth phase of the cute training mission is released. The bloodthirsty demon is angry. Bloodthirsty Devil's Wrath, the divine beast Kaienki, Mengmeng can condense into demonic will by killing creatures. One soul can condense into one in a lifetime. When it condenses into 10,000 demonic wills, it can enter the fifth stage of the mythical beast. Ding! Host attribute bonus begins. Host attributes are being added. The host attribute bonus has been completed. After adapting to the changes in the body, before Uzumaki Naruto could speak, the divine beasts appeared outside the wooden house on time. Earlier, Uzumaki Naruto told them that they would leave this place today because this place was no longer safe. In the past half-month, in addition to training, Uzumaki Naruto also killed many teams that came to hunt. These teams came from various ninja villages, and their goals were surprisingly the same. They were the 8 sacred beasts. Several times, if Uzumaki Naruto hadn't arrived in time, the 8 divine beasts might have been injured. After experiencing several crises, Uzumaki Naruto asked 2 divine beasts to practice together in one place, and the main purpose was to capture creatures for Mengmeng to kill and help her advance. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Now, except for the advancement of the 3 divine beasts Mengmeng, Afanti, and Kajilan, which do not require special items, the other 5 divine beasts all require special items. Amber needs the death necklace he just collected, and the Uchiha clan needs special items. For the Uchiha fan, Shiraheim needs the gold rope and the thunder god sword, Shu Shui needs the great sword shark, and Shiroi needs the monkey demon's Rui stick. These special items are all in the hands of shadow level experts, and these experts are at the top of the shadow level. Now, Uzumaki Naruto is still not strong enough to face such experts. However, without these things, the 5 divine beasts cannot advance. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto's training focus at this time is mainly on Afanti, Mengmeng, and Kajilan. After all, Uzumaki Naruto becomes stronger the fastest. The method is still to cultivate mythical beasts. At present, Mengmeng has reached the 4th stage of the mythical beast, and the feedback reward he received is the location map of the death necklace. The death necklace is a special item necessary for Amber to advance, and Amber's advancement means that Uzumaki Naruto has become stronger. In other words, this orientation map provides Uzumaki Naruto with a direction to become stronger. Got to go? Jiraiya walked out of the room. During this period, he did not leave, but kept guiding Uzumaki Naruto. To read Baosuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Uzumaki Naruto nodded calmly. Let's go. Jiraiya didn't say anything, just sighed without trace, turned around and went back to the house. Outside the door, Uzumaki Naruto stood up straight, put his hands on his trouser legs, and bowed deeply towards the wooden house. Everyone. Seeing this, the divine beasts imitated Uzumaki Naruto and all lowered their heads with solemn expressions. Boom, click dash. There was a thunder on the ground, and through the closed trees in the mountain forest, one could see that at this moment, there seemed to be a hole in the sky, and a group of colorful mist surged down from the sky at an extremely fast speed, submerged into the cabin, submerged into Jireya's body. Jireya's expression froze, and he quickly closed his eyes, comprehending the strange, yet extremely powerful, colorful energy. About half a quarter of an hour later, Jireya opened his eyes, and a colorful light flashed in his eyes. At this time, the world in Jireya's eyes had changed. He could see from the flowing chakra and natural energy that rule. Yes, Jireya at this moment, because of this ball of colorful energy, has come into contact with the level of rules. Whoa dash! Jireya thought for a while, and hurriedly rushed out of the wooden house, but outside the wooden house, what was left for him, there were only the divine beasts on Wuhuan's back in midair, and the slightly thin back of Naruto Uzumaki. Jireya looked at it very kindly, and above the sky, Wuhuan, and the divine beasts were all filled with, together the colorful light of Tao. However, Uzumaki Naruto's body was shrouded in boundless darkness. This darkness was so terrifyingly deep that it made people feel suffocated just by looking at it. Seeing this, Jireya's heart felt heavy. He raised his hand and wiped away the mist from his eyes. However, in an instant, he found that the endless darkness that originally enveloped Naruto Uzumaki suddenly turned white. It is a kind of pure and flawless white. It's dazzlingly white, it's so pure, it's as white as this world, the one responsible for the light, Haori. This scene shocked Jireya. Naruto, are you in the darkness or the light? Or are you in the darkness but infected by the light? Or are you in the darkness yourself but struggling to become the light or the piercing? Dark light. Fanti, on the way to the border town, you need to pass through the Psychic Beast City and fly in a circle to the Psychic Beast City. Fanti suddenly stood up and screamed softly to stop the confusion. Then, he brought his head over and kept rubbing against Uzumaki Naruto. While rubbing, he called out softly. From time to time, he raised his paw and pointed, the Psychic Beast City below. Fanti, do you want to stay in the Psychic Beast City and practice here? Fanti kept nodding after hearing this. Uzumaki Naruto saw this and said nothing. The fourth stage of Avanti's training mission is called the creation of heaven and earth. The mission content is to devour Avanti. Only after 100 advanced ninjas or psychic beasts can enter the fifth stage of the mythical beast. Regarding this task, if Afanti stays in the Psychic Beast City, it is indeed an excellent place to advance. However, the previous scene of Kohaku's confused Shirahime being abused was still vivid in his mind. Although Afanti now has the strength of an ordinary elite jounin, Uzumaki Naruto was very uneasy and let Afanti stay here. Fanti, seeing that Naruto Uzumaki didn't speak, Afanti kept bumping him lightly with his head, with a look of grievance in his eyes. Ding! Returning to the host, Afanti said, Naruto, as a friend, you said that you would respect my choice. After a long time, Uzumaki Naruto nodded slowly. I'll go with you. I have something to say to the Psychic City Lord. Fanti, for a moment, Afanti was so happy that she flew into the air. Not because Uzumaki Naruto agreed to her staying in the Psychic Beast City, but because of Uzumaki Naruto's words, I'll go with you. Swish, Uzumaki Naruto, now you are a celebrity in the ninja world. Before everyone could reach the Psychic Beast City, the Lord of the Psychic City flew high into the sky on a flying psychic beast. Uzumaki Naruto didn't reply to this joke. He just looked at him calmly and expressed his intention of coming seriously. If she wants to stay with me, that's okay. I'll protect her. That's okay. I'll arrange a duel for her. That's okay. Only, the Lord of the Psychic Beast City stretched out his hand, and Uzumaki Naruto handed over the previous Psychic Beast City epic card without hesitation. Make a deal. The Psychic City Lord didn't hesitate. With a move of his wrist, Afanti suddenly appeared beside him. By the way, let this guy stay here too. I know the Lord of Steel City well, so this guy can be put there. The Psychic City Lord pointed at Zie. When Zie heard this, he jumped into Uzumaki Naruto's arms, squeaked for a while, and then jumped to the side of the Psychic City Lord. Uzumaki Naruto did not stop him, as Afanti said. Likewise, as a friend, he will respect their choices. But, he also has his own persistence. In the void, Uzumaki Naruto calmly looked at the Psychic City Lord, his eyes full of deathly energy, which made the shadow-level powerhouse. The Psychic City Lord couldn't help but shuddered vaguely. There are two of them, one is Afanti and the other is Zi. I know, you got your name from your voice and color. No. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. What I mean is, I left them here with you. You, protect them. I will come back one day. I hope they are all well. If not? Uzumaki Naruto didn't speak, but looked at the Psychic City Lord. The death aura in his eyes suddenly became a little heavier. The Psychic City Lord's expression under the bamboo hat was stunned. At this moment, he felt a strong to the extreme, murderous intent. Not long after, Naruto Uzumaki left the Psychic Beast City with 6 divine beasts. However, neither the Psychic City Lord nor Uzumaki Naruto himself noticed that the sky above, there is a crow that has been following the circle. Fanti squeaked next to the Psychic City Lord. Afanti and Zi looked at Uzumaki Naruto's back with reluctance in their eyes. You care about him so much, is he really your friend? Afanti and Zi didn't speak, but at this time, they looked up at the sky, that wheel, the bright sun. A girl wrapped in a black robe appeared. The girl took off her hat, revealing a fleshy, small face. The brows on the small face are frowned, and the eyes like the bright moon are full of sadness that does not belong to this age. Naruto-kun, where are you? Whoa! On the inaccessible mountain peak, a crow flew down from the higher sky and blocked Naruto Uzumaki's path. Above the crow, stood a person. This person was exactly the controversial one, a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. The moment Uchiha Itachi appeared, the divine beasts felt the aura on his body, and their expressions were solemn, as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Uzumaki Naruto did not know that his identity had aroused the concern of the Akatsuki organization. Note that he did not expect to be dealing with the Akatsuki organization so soon. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm following you, Uchiha Itachi said calmly. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto did not answer, but looked at Uchiha Itachi calmly. All the muscles in his body were tense at this moment. As long as Uchiha Itachi made a move, Uzumaki Naruto people will rush to the divine beasts as soon as possible, and throw out all their trump cards to fight to the death with Uchiha Itachi. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to fight with you. Uchiha Itachi smiled slightly. This smile made the wrinkles on his face deeper. Uzumaki Naruto did not speak, but just looked at him silently. His whole body did not relax at all. We are actually the same kind of people. You have things you protect, and I have things I protect. Although they are different, in the final analysis, we are all here to protect, right? Uchiha Itachi sat cross-legged on the crow's back, stretched out his hand to signal Uzumaki Naruto to relax. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and looked at Uchiha Itachi calmly, with two pairs of eyes full of lifeless energy. At this moment, for a long time looking at each other, the temperature around the two of them dropped several degrees. After a long time, Uchiha Itachi looked away and smiled slumpily. Maybe it's different, but I really want to know, we are all for protection, where exactly is the gap between us? The sky was getting darker, and the sunset, which was about to set, drew a dark arc in the sky, and the dark clouds became darker. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the place where the sunset set. This is the west. After the sunset, there is no more bright. Through the residual light, the crow under Uchiha Itachi's feet looked so indifferent, with cold eyes without any emotion. At this time, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Naruto Uzumaki's mouth. Under the night, in his eyes, full of death intention, but so proud. Uchiha Itachi didn't understand why Uzumaki Naruto was like this, so that when Uzumaki Naruto left, he was still thinking deeply. And at this time, on the horizon, Uzumaki Naruto's understatement came, I am different from you, because what I protect will also protect me. We protect each other. A shallow sentence made Uchiha Itachi stand on the sky, until the sunset, until the bright moon was in the sky, until the dawn of the next day rose. Uchiha Itachi was still standing on the crow, stunned. It wasn't until Kisame Kisaki came to him under the scorching sun that his face showed a trace of fluctuation. He looked at Kisame Kisaki. Kisame, will the thing you protect also protect you? Maybe. Keikisaki Kisame scratched his head, a little confused. That's very good, Uchiha Itachi said softly. At this moment, Kisame Kisaki clearly felt that a trace of envy and full loneliness flashed away in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, but when he took a closer look, Uchiha Itachi has returned to his previous calmness. His eyes are still full of death, and they seem to be deeper. Mr. Itachi? It's nothing, just continue with the mission, Uchiha said calmly. The fingertips under his long sleeves moved slightly, and two obscure chakras immediately flew in two different directions. The lights of the border town at night were brightly lit. On the streets, lively snack streets, intoxicating pubs, travelers, diners, and drunkards are strolling in an endless stream. Among them, there is one street that is the busiest. These are two must-haves for every border town. One of the big places is the casino. On Casino Street, the most arrogant casino is full of gamblers, and various gambling methods emerge endlessly. From time to time, you can hear the sound of gamblers slamming their chips, cheers, and noises, continuously. Among them, a large gambling table was surrounded by circles of gamblers. At this moment, at the gambling table, the party represented by two women had lost all their chips. The surrounding gamblers did not sigh, but one by one, their faces showed the expressions that should be taken for granted. The legendary big fat sheep is worthy of being the representative of losing every bet. He also said that he would pay off his debts through gambling. Now it seems that this guy is going to lose everything again. Big fat sheep, if you lose this time, how can you repay your debt? Is it possible that you want to use this pig as a bargaining chip again? By the way, this pig looks really stylish. Even if it costs hundreds of thousands, it's still okay. Based on my understanding of the big fat sheep, this guy will probably use the pig as a bargaining chip and continue gambling. This wave of operations is a big fat sheep. Before the people around him finished speaking, when they saw the legendary big fat sheep, Tsunade losing all the chips in front of her, the little fragrant pig had already taken a quick step and rushed into Shizen's arms, burying her tightly in it. He held his head and didn't dare to make a sound. However, a pair of ruthless and delicate hands reached out accurately, grabbed the little pig out, and threw it on the gambling table like a bargaining chip. The little pig wanted to escape, but as soon as seeing Tsunade's eyes, she buried her head tremblingly, not daring to move, so she could only sit on the gambling table. Jigigi kept shouting. Tsunade-sama. Shizen wanted to say something, but Tsunade pushed her away and gave her an unquestionable look. Believe me, I will definitely win back the money. Zion wanted to say something else, but the dealer in charge of dealing the cards had already dealt the cards. Helpless, she could only sigh, look around, and think about how to run away later. Sorry, the legendary big fat sheep, your little fragrant pig, is now mine. Without exception, Tsunade, if you lose a bet. Xiaoxiang Zuzi showed a trace of helplessness in her eyes and walked over. It is indeed a little fragrant pig worth 1,000,000 taels. It looks like that, and its IQ is quite high. After the little fragrant pig was taken away, the onlookers gathered around Tsunade and Shizen, looking at the two people with unkind expressions. Big fat sheep, you said that if you don't win the bet, you will pawn the little fragrant pig to pay off our debt. But the current situation is that you have lost the little fragrant pig. So when will you pay us back our debt? You sent me 100,000 taels. I have 500,000 taels. You big fat sheep, hurry up and find a way to pay back the money, otherwise, don't worry about us being rude. I have 200,000 taels. Big fat sheep, you have even mastered the little fragrant pigs. You are not the one who wants to default on the debt. Come on, pay me back. The people around were yelling at them to collect their debts. However, Tsunade and Shizen seemed to be familiar with this situation and did not panic at all. At this time, Shizen looked at Tsunade, moved her lips slightly, and said something. Tsunade the hand nodded slightly, and just as the two of them made some moves, a strong man suddenly held up a knife and cut his arm open. Big fat sheep, if you don't pay back the money today, I will read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, i.e. in front of you. This money is my life-saving money. Stab dash. Scarlet blood spurted out. Fortunately, Shizen had quick eyes and quick hands. She held a special bandage and bandaged the wound on the man's arm in one go. However, after Tsunade saw the blood, her face turned pale, her body began to tremble involuntarily, and her eyes were filled with fear. After a moment, Tsunade dropped her head on the gaming table. Broken! Shizen shouted. At this time, not only the surrounding gamblers gathered around, but also the security personnel in the casino rushed over. After understanding the situation, these security personnel were ready to force Tsunade and Shizen to seize. Among these security personnel, there is one Jonin, and the rest are Chuyunin. Tsunade can handle this power very easily, but now, she fainted due to dizziness, and Shizen is the only one left, who cannot resist at all. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. However, when this group of security personnel took action, a slightly thin figure stood in front of Shizen and Tsunade. Boy, don't meddle in other people's business unless you are willing to pay of. Uzumaki Naruto spoke his thoughts calmly. Tsunade lowered her head, just in time to see the death necklace, and immediately understood what Uzumaki Naruto meant. However, Shizen on the side misunderstood Uzumaki Naruto and thought that Uzumaki Naruto was playing hooligan. He immediately stood in front of Tsunade, blocking Naruto. Uzumaki's sight. Naruto, how can you say this in front of Lady Tsunade? Cough. Tsunade pushed Shizen away and looked down at the death necklace around her neck. There was some embarrassment in her eyes. Uzumaki Naruto saw this. He didn't like to force others. After saying goodbye, Uzumaki Naruto turned and left. Tsunade-sama, Naruto, Shizen was a little confused. Although Uzumaki Naruto stared at Tsunade rudely, he was different from others. In addition to being full of death, there was no blasphemy in his eyes. Obscene meaning, as before, Uzumaki Naruto's expression was very calm, which made Shizen a little confused. Tsunade sighed, took off the death necklace hanging around her neck, then took a small wooden box, put the necklace in the box, and handed it to Shizen. Naruto wants this necklace, you chase after him and give it to Naruto. But Tsunade-sama, this necklace is not. After such a long time, I put it down when I should put it down. What this necklace brings to me is not a good memory. Perhaps it would be better to give it to Naruto. After all, this necklace is a death necklace. Naruto people also have the meaning of death in their eyes. When the two come together, maybe there will be negative and negative meanings. A negative makes a positive. Shizen scratched her head. This was the first time she heard such inexplicable words. This is what an old friend told me, that is, all the bad things come together to create something beautiful. That's it. Then this necklace matches Naruto perfectly. His whole life, he has been, oh, stop talking and go. Suna urged with her hand. 883. Shizen laughed playfully, used the teleportation technique, and soon caught up with Uzumaki Naruto, who was fighting with a group of people. Stab la dash. A series of charming lightning flashed past, and around Naruto Uzumaki, the team composed of Chuyunin was immediately killed. Shizun covered her mouth in surprise. Although she had learned about Uzumaki Naruto from outside rumors, when she saw it with her own eyes, Shizun was still unbearably shocked. A Chuyunin team of 10 Chuyunin was actually not the enemy of Uzumaki Naruto's Ichigo. What's up? When Uzumaki Naruto came over, Shizun came back to her senses. She took a deep look at Uzumaki Naruto, as if she wanted to see something different from Uzumaki Naruto's face. The result was the same as before. Likewise, Uzumaki Naruto's face was unique, handsome, and impeccable. Shizun was lost in thought again. It took a long time before she came back to her senses again. Ahem, sorry, Naruto, I was thinking about something just now and got a little distracted. By the way, Tsunade-sama asked me to give this to you, so you have to keep it. Thanks. Uzumaki Naruto took the box. After Shizun left, he opened the box. There were two things in the box. One was a death necklace, and the other was a slightly yellowed booklet. On it, it was recorded, Tsunade's views and understanding of depression, and some predicted treatment plans. These treatment plans are extremely advanced concepts in the entire ninja world, but in the previous world, these are just depression treatment methods. For simple depression, these programs can have good results, but they are of no use for patients with high-intensity depression like Uzumaki Naruto. In addition, the current Uzumaki Naruto also I don't know how far his depression has progressed. Taking out the death necklace, Uzumaki Naruto carefully put the box away, stood there for a while, and then turned around and left. Amber, here you go. In the mythical beast space necklace, the death necklace flew to Amber's location and approached Amber. Suddenly, a dazzling green light lit up on the death necklace. This light became more dazzling as the death necklace approached. Soon, this array of light forms a bright green ball of light. Ding! The mythical beast White Tiger, Amber has obtained the weapon left in this world, the death necklace, and is now being fused. After the fusion, the mythical beast White Tiger, Amber can enter the fourth stage of the mythical beast. Because Amber is fusing with the death necklace, the inside of the divine beast space necklace is filled with a strong would attribute spiritual power at this moment. On Amber's mythical beast panel, various attributes continue to increase as the fusion progressed, rising steadily. After confirming that Kohaku was fine, Uzumaki Naruto returned to the outside world and asked Mujin to speed up and head to Dual City. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto could feel no less than 50 auras. Looking at them, he found that among them there were several strong men who were no less than elite Jonin, and there were also many obscure auras hidden secretly. Soon, with Wuhuan speeding up, Uzumaki Naruto soon saw the Dual City that Tsunade mentioned. Looking from the sky, at this moment, we can see that Dual City is wrapped by a tyrannical shield. On the shield, the aura of the Lord of Dual City, who has a shadow-level combat power, is released without reservation. Through the shield, it can be seen that Dual City is composed of thousands of large and small arenas. At this moment, most of these arenas are occupied by people dueling on them. Compared with the bustle inside Dual City, the outside of Dual City seems much deserted. Although there are pedestrians coming and going at the city gate, it is different from the bustling situation in other cities. At this moment, outside Dual City, although there were many pedestrians and there were small vendors one after another beside them, what was puzzling was that there was almost no communication between the pedestrians buying things and the stall owners, and the voices were very mechanical. This scene caught my eye. It was extremely awkward, so Uzumaki Naruto immediately stopped the confusion. He always felt that something was wrong. Confused, let's go. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly shouted angrily, but it was too late. When Wuhuan was flapping her wings, suddenly, a curtain of water poured down from the sky. It hit Wuhuan hard and pushed her down. Tens of meters. Uzumaki Naruto, you are trying to escape. Where do you want to escape to? Joking laughter rang out, and then, the figures of Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Kisaki appeared in the scene. Then, people who had been hidden in the darkness also walked out of the void. There were many ninjas gathered here. Celebrities in the world. For example, Kimimaro, who possesses the bloodline of the Take-Torai clan's limited world corpse vein, plus the 4 sound ninjas behind him, as well as the 2 Jinchuriki of Kimagakure village, Yakman, Derui, and SA, the team led by the 3 MUI, Kuratsuki and Iwagakure village, plus the Iwagakure village team behind her, the Kirigakure village team, the Aide team Kirigakure village team, the Suna Ninja village, the Suna Ninja team led by Tamari and Gaara, as well as the Iron Kingdom team, which boasts itself as a strong ninja, and several hunting teams composed of ninjas with roots in Konoha who are all jounin. In addition, there are also some teams sent by small ninja villages. About 100 people, a team riding on psychic beasts, surrounded Uzumaki Naruto from top to bottom in midair, like a cage, without giving any way to escape. Except for these people, Uzumaki Naruto, I also feel that there are many powerful ninjas hiding here at this moment, spying here in the dark. Uzumaki Naruto, hand over the psychic beast on your body. After handing it over, follow us, go and kneel down to see Lord Hokage. The first person to speak out was a team standing at the front of the Konoha Ninja Village. What's so good about Konoha Ninja Village? Naruto, come to our Sand Ninja Village. We promise not to think about your psychic beasts, as long as you join the Sand Ninja Village. In the Suna Ninja Village, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels e-team. Tamari waved her fan and smiled softly, her beautiful eyes filled with brilliance. After the Chunin exam, her memory, and that of Gaara's group were all erased, but Suna in the Ninja Village, there are a series of scene records about the Chunin exam. Therefore, after reading the records as a whole, to read Baosuang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. All the ninjas from Suna Ninja Village who participated in the Chunin exam this time, Kudu, restored the memory of the Chunin exam. In addition, because the Kazekage Raza has died, the Sand Ninja Village currently has Tamari in charge of the Kazekige's position. As for Uzumaki Naruto's attitude, the Sand Ninja Village, a total of 3 plans were listed. One was to win over, the other was to plunder, and the last one was to kill. Among them, the one who originally bore the brunt was the second plan, to plunder, but Tamari, as the Kazekage, the first one to stand up an object. Secondly, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, also expressed strong objections. The current 2 new generation ninjas in Sand Ninja Village happened at the same time. One is the acting Kazekage, and the other is the Jinchuriki. Under the strong opposition of the 2 men, the plan of plundering and extermination was put to the back of the queue. In the end, it was decided to focus on recruiting. Sure enough, I guess that the guys in Suna Ninja Village who were used to being like dogs would definitely choose to win over Uzumaki Naruto. Above the giant eagle, Kurotsuke held his hands, frowned, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto arrogantly. Uzumaki Naruto, I, Uegakure Village, give you 2 choices. First, hand over the 7 psychic beasts in your hand, and also take out the 9 tails from your body. In this way, you can live, otherwise, you will die. Hiss. As soon as Kurotsuke finished speaking, there was a burst of sighs in the field. He is worthy of being the genius of Uegakure Village. These words are extremely crazy. However, if you want something from Uzumaki Naruto, you must first ask me if Kirigakure Village agrees. Ching slowly took off his blindfold, revealing the white eyes under the blindfold. What the hell, Kirigakure Village also wants to take a share of the pie. Kirigakure Village has been in civil war for so many years, and it has not yet recovered. It wants to interfere in the affairs of the other major ninja villages. We are not afraid that if we take too big a step and tear our crotch, Darui from Union Village mocked. At this moment, the representatives of the major ninja villages started a war of words. The other small ninja villages were very sensible and did not interrupt. In other words, these small ninja villages, and was not qualified to interrupt. Although there was a lot of noise in the field, no one dared to take the lead and take action against Uzumaki Naruto. Meow meow autumn water meng meng, roar Kazilan, roar. At this moment, 5 divine beasts suddenly appeared next to Uzumaki Naruto. These 5 divine beasts, except for Naruto Uzumaki, who was in a circle of confusion at his feet, the rest were all in their original state. Beiji, the cat with different eyes, and the little turtle standing with the scholar, Chu Shui, Meng Meng who flapped his wings, and Kajilan who had only one big eye. As soon as these beasts appeared, they cheered and surrounded Uzumaki Naruto, rubbing and rubbing. The reason why they were so happy was because, this time, Uzumaki Naruto respected their decision and did not carry it alone. Instead, he chose to let them fight with him. However, what the divine beasts didn't know was that before Naruto Uzumaki released them again, he had such a conversation with the system. System, they are staying in the mythical beast space necklace. After my death, it will not affect them, right? Returning to the host, the owner of the mythical beast space necklace is you, and the self-contained space is also bound to you. Therefore, after your death, the self-contained space of the mythical beast space will also be shattered. At that time, everything that exists in the space they will all be annihilated accordingly. Even though they are divine beasts, before they grow up, they are also unable to withstand the strangulation from space. The psychic contract in the ninja world cannot be effective on 3rd level beasts and above, right? Ding. Returning to the host, this is indeed the case. Even if the 2nd level divine beast is signed into a contract, all of them will be at the 3rd level. Take off, after the mythical beasts grow up, they can master the rules, so these simple contracts cannot trap them. Got it. System, remember, when I die, I will release the amber. In addition, after I die, tell them not to follow me anymore and live well, otherwise, don't treat me as a friend. Yes, the host. Above in the midair, night fell. Uzumaki Naruto lovingly touched the heads of several divine beasts. He looked up, and through the little cracks and gaps in the heavy encirclement, he saw that tonight, a round of pure white came. Ultimate moon. This time, the familiar feeling of suffocation did not come as promised. This may be because, at this moment, his eyes showed some relief. Uzumaki Naruto was too tired. In his plan, he wanted to train all the divine beasts to be enough to live in the ninja world without any scruples. However, this time, there were really too many enemies coming. There are too many. In the ninja world, there are 5 major ninja villages, as well as many small forces that have never been seen before. Among these teams, the worst ones are capable of fighting against Jounin, and those sent by the 5 major ninja villages are even more capable of fighting against elites. The strength of the Jounin, so many teams combined, is enough to shake more than a dozen shadow-level experts. Uzumaki Naruto, even if he uses all his cards, he can only deal with one shadow-level expert. Facing so many people, it is impossible to defeat him. It was a narrow escape, not to mention that many of the villages were hostile forces to the Konoha ninja village. With these forces put together, Uzumaki Naruto had no chance of survival at all. Nunquan, Bai Ji, Shu Shui, Meng Meng, Cus Hylan, there are a lot of people on the opposite side, are you afraid? All the divine beasts shook their heads in unison. 2.0 Then let's play a game. Next, these people are probably going to come to fight with us. There are a lot of them. Once you are caught, just listen to me and don't resist. Also, no matter what they ask you to do, you have to agree. You have to live well, because I don't want you all to be miserable when I come to save you. Do you hear me, fools? This is our game. Once, I find out who she was beaten so badly that I will never take her with me wherever I go in the future. Tweeted Meow Meow Autumn Water Meng Meng Roar Kazilan, where the divine beasts had no doubt that he was there and nodded firmly. At this time, Kimimaro, who was standing on a giant bird in the sky, took action. The giant bird flapped its wings and brought him to Uzumaki Naruto. Oto Ninja Village Kimimaro, I am fortunate to have seen your unrivaled style, but I am very confused. Since you were willing to break with the Konoha Ninja Village and sacrifice your life for the sake of the friends behind you, then why are you here? At that time, release them all. Do you want to watch them being arrested by the major ninja villages? Uzumaki Naruto did not speak. When the divine beasts beside him heard this, they all turned their heads, revealing their divine beast forms, and stared at Kimimaro, with a completely cold meaning in their eyes. Is this a psychic beast comparable to tailed beasts? It's so strong and can change its form at will. This is simply stronger than tailed beasts. I feel that as long as these divine beasts grow up, they will definitely be stronger than these so-called tailed beasts. Be strong. The divine beasts roared and rushed towards Kimimaro. However, seeing that the target had appeared, the other ninja villages swarmed over and divided into 5 camps in a tacit understanding. Each camp competed for one divine beast. Only Kisame Kisaki and others Naruto Uzumaki was the target and came to kill him. In the sky, there was a chaotic battle, and the fleeting figures kept crossing the sky. The frosty cold moon was blocked by these figures and turned into streams of light, pouring towards the sky like a dream, making the already cold night even more cold. A few points. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and looked up, wisps of moonlight, like sparkling waves of light, wandering on his face, his eyes full of death. But like 2 black holes, all the moonlight shining in the past was swallowed up. The moon, the hazy light may have illuminated the whole world, but at this moment, it could not shine into Uzumaki Naruto's eyes and bring him a glimmer of light. Wow! In the sky above the sky, a waterfall blade, like a moon blade under the moon, was slashing towards Uzumaki Naruto. This waterfall the blade was like a mirror, and Uzumaki Naruto saw his own reflection on it. Pale hair, fair face, slightly thin figure, and those eyes full of death. This is the first time Uzumaki Naruto has looked in the mirror in many years. It turns out that he feels that facing himself is a terrifying thing, but now, Uzumaki Naruto's expression is very calm, without any fluctuations. As if what is reflected on the blade is not him, or perhaps what is reflected on the blade is a person who does not exist in this world, a dead person. The moonlight is beautiful. Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly showed a faint smile. Visible to the naked eye, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth. At the same time, his face turned pale for an instant, to the extreme, and then, under the strong wind blowing by the blade of the waterfall, his flawless white hair, one after another, continued to scatter in the air like catkins all over the sky under the cold moon, fluttering. In just a moment, all the white hair and 3,000 strands of silk were scattered. However, at this time, the smile on Uzumaki Naruto's face became stronger. Even though, this boundless crowd, this dazzling eye of the moonlight, this boundless night, this, together pressed him so hard that he couldn't breathe. But at this moment, he was smiling even harder. He couldn't remember, how long has it been since he smiled like this? At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was surrounded by this strong sense of suffocation, but his eyes were full of relief. Humph, Uzumaki Naruto, you don't even want to hide from this. I think you are really looking for death. Overhead, Kisame's sneer came. Because he had heard of Uzumaki Naruto's reputation, Kisame did not hold back from this attack, and unleashed all the strength of a shadow-level powerhouse. Hide! Uzumaki Naruto didn't even blink, his eyes were fixed on the blade of this blanketed waterfall. I've been hiding for the rest of my life. This time, the result is the same anyway, so why should I hide? The calm voice rang suddenly in the field without exerting any chakra, but it made everyone who heard the voice feel that the voice was like a muffled thunder, and it contained the ultimate depression and death. If you feel it carefully, you can even feel a trace of relief in it. Why hide? If you don't hide, you will die. Keikisaki Kisame roared angrily, and the tyrannical murderous intention blessed the blade of Shwiba, making the blade that originally had a strong aura become even more sharp at this moment. Die. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have heard something funny. The corners of his mouth split open, revealing for the first time a slightly, oh, no, extremely arrogant smile. Ha ha ha, if you die, you will die. Uzumaki Naruto laughed wildly, and a large amount of blood flowed out from his mouth, from his nose, from his eyes, and from his ears. But he seemed not to notice that he was full of deathly energy. Eyes, staring closely at the cold moon in the sky. Madman, such a scene made Kisame Ingeki couldn't help but feel a little moved. He felt that a terrifying aura was condensing on Naruto Uzumaki. This made Kisame Ingeki couldn't help but control the sword Same Hata. Increase the transport of chakra, expand the range of this waterfall blade to the point where it can block 100 meters of space, and accelerate the fall again. In midair, the terrifying and suffocating chakra fluctuations will cause some ninjas with poor strength were forced to retreat. The full-scale attack of the strong cage level made these ordinary ninjas lose their qualifications to participate in the battle. It's so scary. Who is this person? His attack can actually cover such a wide range. Isn't this person the rebel ninja of Kirigakure village, Kisame Kisaki? How come this guy is here? Is this the dried persimmon Kisame known as the humanoid-tailed beast? Hiss, he is worthy of being a shadow-level powerhouse. It's really, really scary. Uzumaki Naruto is just a jonin, how could he block an attack with such a range? Uzumaki Naruto will definitely die from this attack. It's too terrifying. This is the power of the shadow level. Doesn't Uzumaki Naruto's 8-door armor open one door at a time? If he had opened the door earlier, even if he couldn't block it, at least he wouldn't have died. Didn't he activate the immortal mode instantly? According to people, it was some kind of single attribute immortal mode, which was ridiculously strong. Then he activated it, but there was no response for a long time. What's going on? Can't it be activated? That's right, isn't it said that Uzumaki Naruto can still use the 9-tailed chakra? He does use it, but he doesn't use it now, so he just waits to die like this. In my opinion, it's not that Uzumaki Naruto is not strong, but that he is too strong. During the Chunin examination, he experienced that level of fighting. His body is naturally in a state of overdraft. How long has it been? A month? No way, how could he recover so quickly? Yes, it is said that the 8-gate dungeon is the most harmful to the body, and the Sage mode also has a weak period. Moreover, Uzumaki Naruto also forcibly draws the 9 tails chakra. Needless to say, the damage to the body is natural. It has only been less than a month. How could it be possible to just return to his prime? At this time, he probably couldn't even defeat a Jounin. 100 meters away, the forced retreating ninjas started a heated discussion. At this time, the waterfall blade covering 100 meters had already brought the power of stirring the void and landed not far from Uzumaki Naruto's head. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was still just looking up. At this moment, he seemed to be fighting against the entire world with his own power. Such strong battle fluctuations made the ninjas and tailed beasts who were fighting fiercely around them, they all stopped fighting and looked at Uzumaki Naruto in the field, who was raising his head slightly with a ferocious smile on his face. Meow meow autumn water mangmang, roar Kazilan, roar. Seeing this, the divine beasts roared and rushed towards the direction of Naruto Uzumaki. However, Kisame Kisaki, with his tyrannical cage-level strength, majestic chakra, and the 100-meter space blocked with all his strength, was impregnable. Even if the divine beasts he tried his best, but there was nothing he could do. He could only keep hitting the seal, roaring and roaring, signaling Naruto Uzumaki to run away. Such a blow, with his strength, it shouldn't be a problem to escape. If he doesn't escape, is he waiting to die? If he dies, who will be my target in the future? Gaara crossed his hands and said with a puzzled expression. If he dies, then I will marry him. Tamari stared blankly. In the FI, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Uzumaki Naruto was smiling like a maniac. At some point, tears filled his eyes. He didn't run away, so he was a man. There was a rare expression of admiration on Kurotsuka's proud face. Just like in the picture, is he really not afraid of death? Why can't I see a trace of fear in his eyes? Instead, there is some relief and some excitement. Samai frowned deeply, with a complicated expression. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. In this life, you are the first person in this life who can be admired by Darui at this age, Uzumaki Naruto. Darui folded his hands and looked solemn. Terrifying chakra. How could a person have such terrifying chakra in his body? This is simply a miracle. At this moment, Ching stared at Uzumaki Naruto with an extremely fanatical expression on his face. Uzumaki Naruto died. Under the gaze of everyone, the waterfall blade that blocked 100 meters of space, carrying the power of the entire world, came to the top of Naruto Uzumaki's head. At this time, another smile appeared on the corner of Naruto Uzumaki's mouth. He turned around and saw the sealed gods and beasts were constantly colliding with each other and said with a smile, confused, "By G. Autumn water. So cute. Kazilan. Remember the game I said?" After saying that, Uzumaki Naruto raised his foot and took a step up. "If you don't retreat but advance instead, will you die?" No, he wants to open the door. Boom. Take one step forward, with Uzumaki Naruto as the center, a terrifying chakra fluctuation, like a bomb, swings crazily in all directions. This. It opens 7 doors in one step. How can this be? Those with sharp eyes have already noticed that the step Naruto Uzumaki took just now directly opened 7 of the 8 gates of Dungia. 8-gate Dungia, opening 7 gates in one step. Uzumaki Naruto, you are truly a genius, but do you think that with just these 7 gates, you will be my opponent? Keikisaki Kisame coldly snorted, and with a waterfall blade that was even more terrifying than before, in the blink of an eye, it came to Uzumaki Naruto's head. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and looked calmly. As a senior Naruto fan in his previous life, Uzumaki Naruto knew that a large part of the reason why Metkai was able to defeat Kisame Uchiha was because Kisame had heard the news of Uchiha Itaka's death and had a death wish in his heart, so he was defeated by Metkai. Subordinates, otherwise, as long as Kisame Onigansaki, a humanoid-tailed beast with the sword Samehada, could not be defeated by a Hiratora. When the blade struck, Uzumaki Naruto did not panic, but turned his head and smiled. Looking at the mythical beasts, I know that you like rainbows, so today, I will give you a round of rainbows. Uzumaki Naruto's calm voice resounded throughout the venue. Hearing this, everyone frowned. They didn't know what Uzumaki Naruto meant when he said this, but soon, a thick look appeared in their eyes. Deep shock. I saw Uzumaki Naruto in the mid-air, under the blade of the waterfall all over the sky, slightly raising his head, lifting his feet, and continued upward, taking a step. With one step, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly appeared. A line of yellow lines emerged. This line, reflected by the blades of the waterfall all over the sky, was like a long arc, hanging above the sky. Open up the immortal in one step. This is a single attribute, wind attribute immortal mode. What does he mean by rainbow? Boom. At this time, Naruto Uzumaki stepped up again and took a step. With this step, a huge earthquake shook the void, and the waterfall blade pressed down by the sky exploded from Naruto Uzumaki's body at this moment. The power forced him to keep lifting up. At the same time, in addition to the yellow lines around Naruto Uzumaki's eyes, there was another green line, and there was an arc above the sky. At this time, there were already yellow lines. 2 green lanes. Hiss. Uzumaki Naruto said that rainbow is a step-by-step sage, but how is this possible? How is it possible for one person to open so many sage modes? Moreover, sage mode cannot be opened just by thinking, it requires certain conditions, but Uzumaki Naruto can cast spells like this. Does he really not need conditions to cast a sage? Or, his talent has already reached such a terrifying situation. What a monster, the onlookers kept exclaiming. The people of several major ninja villages were indeed silent at this moment. Every ninja village knew that Uzumaki Naruto had a terrifying talent, but at this moment, even if he had witnessed it with his own eyes, in the ninja exam, Uzumaki Naruto shined so brightly that Temari and Gaara couldn't help but change their views on him again. Court death. I do not believe. You can still open it again. A look of shock flashed in the eyes of Mikigaki Kisame, and he increased his strength again. Above 537, 2 terrifying powers collided with each other, causing the surrounding units to distort and create slight cracks in the air. There are still a few colors left in the rainbow. This time, Uzumaki Naruto did not take one step, but took 3 steps in a row. Bang Tao. After taking 3 steps, the entire void could no longer withstand Uzumaki Naruto's power. Starting, around him, the endless wind of natural energy swept them all away, and they were constantly collapsing, revealing patches of extremely dark vacuum zones. The powerful aura that Naruto Uzumaki erupted made him fall without even a single move. Use all the killing moves released by Kisame Kisaki and force them back. At the same time, the lines on Naruto Uzumaki's eye sockets increased by 3. Correspondingly, the arcs on the sky increased by 3 more, which were red and blue, and silver. Under the intentional control of Naruto Uzumaki, these arcs kept intersecting, and through the different blends of the 3 primary colors, a real rainbow appeared on the sky, with a height of 100 meters in radius. However, at this time Uzumaki Naruto was bleeding all over his body. He had previously obtained power dozens of times beyond his senior level through the 8-gate dungeon. Now, with so much natural energy added to his body, Uzumaki Naruto's the body reached the edge of collapse, and countless amounts of chakra or natural energy burst out from the pores on the body's surface, along with the oppressed and forced blood. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto became a blood human. But in order not to waste any bit of power, the overflowing energy was used by Uzumaki Naruto to display the Thunder God armor. It's so scary, one step at a time, one person can activate 5 immortal modes. This is really a rainbow. The scary thing is not that Naruto Uzumaki opened 7 doors in one step. Not Uzumaki Naruto one step one sage. But, his control over energy. Haven't you noticed that the power Uzumaki Naruto has obtained, as of now, has surpassed his original power by hundreds of times, but all these energies are controlled by him. There was no leakage, even if there was a little bit, it was used by him to display the Thunder God armor. The strength of this pair of power control units is really terrifying. Given time and his talent, who will be his opponent in the entire ninja world? But he puts his body under such high intensity and will die if he does this. In midair, the strong wind hanging around Naruto Uzumaki has shattered and collapsed the surrounding void. The 100-meter space previously blocked by Inagaki Kisame has now been blown apart by this strong wind. In midair, Kisame sneered. The chakra around him was like sea water, pouring out crazily, constantly pressing downwards. The entire void, under this pressure, exploded immediately, with dull sonic booms and thunderous explosions, echoed throughout the void, and the ninjas watching the battle around them were impacted by this chakra and retreated one after another. Some ninjas who were slow to escape were so rushed by this chakra that they vomited blood and fell into the void like a kite that had lost its string. In a moment, Kisame's blockade of 100 meters of space turned into a situation of nearly a kilometer of blockade. Under the sky, the kilometer of space was filled with frightening water-type chakra. These chakra turned into waterfalls of blades, crushing the void all the way, overwhelming the sky and the earth, heading towards the center of the 1,000-meter space, where Uzumaki Naruto was, and killed him. Is this the full blow of a shadow-level powerhouse? It is really terrifying. Even Uzumaki Naruto, who has stepped into the 7 gates and activated several sage modes, cannot stop this blow. In the final analysis, Uzumaki Naruto is still too weak. His jounin training is simply not enough in front of a veteran cage-level powerhouse like Inagaki Kisame. What's more, Inagaki Kisame has comparable skills. The amount of chakra the beast has, his strength, in the eyes of the current cage-level powerhouses in the ninja world, at least, it is at the upper level. With Uzumaki Naruto's talent, as long as he doesn't die prematurely, given time, he will definitely be able to conquer the entire ninja world. Unfortunately, today, he is facing Inagaki Kisame, who is also on the S-level task list of each ninja village. The gap in strength is really too big. This cannot be made up by relying on immortal mode and opening the 8-gate dungeon. In this life, I will not see the rise of the genius, but I will see the fall of the genius, so I have no regrets. In the center of the 1,000-meter space, in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes full of death, the blade of a waterfall that was like a falling sky was getting closer and closer to him. The strong wind set off by this chakra had already condensed the thunder god around him. The armor dimmed a lot in an instant, and as the blade got closer and closer, cracks began to appear in the armor around Naruto Uzumaki, and like glass, the cracks soon filled the vortex on the Thunder God armor around Naruto. This Thunder God armor, after holding on for a few seconds, suddenly shattered and turned into chakra powder all over the sky. Swish dash. The chakra gangwind all over the sky bombarded him, and Naruto Uzumaki's at this moment, his shirt turned into a ball of silk, revealing his thin but extremely strong figure, as well as his abdominal muscles and biceps that were like works of art. But now, no one pay attention to these, because Uzumaki Naruto's body is constantly bleeding. A powerful ninja can see through this strong wind that at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's body is trembling continuously. This is because the expression of too much power was suppressed in his body, but despite this, Uzumaki Naruto still raised his head, peering through the 1,000-meter-long waterfall blade, with a glimmer of light, at the entire starry sky. Uzumaki Naruto, you can't hide anymore, die. Above the void, the sneer voice of Gansaki Kisame came, and then, the whole void shook, and countless waterfall blades suddenly accelerated to stab at Uzumaki Naruto. No, tweeted meow meow autumn water meng roar Kazilan, roar. A sharp shout came from the void. At this moment, all the divine beasts used their bloodline skills, just to rush into the center of the kilometer space and fight side by side with Uzumaki Naruto. However, even if they try their best to block the space blocked by the shadow-level warriors with all their strength, they cannot break through it. Fanny Squeak in the Psychic Beast City, at this moment, Zi and Afani seemed to feel something. They changed their divine beast bodies and rushed out of the Psychic Beast City desperately. However, before they left the city, they were grabbed by the Lord of the Psychic City. Thrown into the arena of the Psychic Beast City, the two divine beasts roared desperately, but the only answer was the back of the Psychic City Lord. It's too scary. These psychic beasts can actually release skills. Moreover, although their skills, it seems now, are not as powerful as the tailed beast Jade released by these tailed beasts, but I'm sure that as long as when they grow up, they will definitely be more terrifying than these tailed beasts. Their strength is not strong, and their skills will definitely not last long. Be prepared, as soon as their skills disappear, you will immediately take action to snatch the psychic beast. Above the void, in the center of the 1,000-meter space, the waterfall blade has already reached the top of Naruto Uzumaki's head. However, as everyone expected, the scene where Uzumaki Naruto was cut into pieces by the waterfall blade all over the sky did not appear. The 1,000-meter-long waterfall blade, Uzumaki Naruto, all kinds of rioting energy, at this moment, seemed to be still, motionless. Just when everyone was confused, Uzumaki Naruto's body suddenly burst out, a powerful scarlet chakra. As soon as this chakra appeared, it quickly condensed into a scarlet chakra shield around Uzumaki Naruto, wrapping Uzumaki Naruto in it. This is with the power of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails suddenly took action. This was something Uzumaki Naruto did not expect. Naturally, Kisame Kisaki struck with all his strength. He stopped not because of the Nine Tails, but because Naruto Uzumaki raised his head upwards. He took a step forward. This step did not bring about any earth-shattering changes. It just caused all the energy around him to suddenly stop. This was the sixth step Naruto Uzumaki took towards the top. Also, he started the sixth Sage Mode. What is surprising is that this time the Sage Mode did not allow Uzumaki Naruto to add another pattern around his eyes. It just merged the previous patterns of all colors into one. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know what kind of situation this was. He only felt a tyrannical force forcefully pouring into his limbs. The sudden increase in power made Uzumaki Naruto's entire body. They are all in an extremely tight state, but Uzumaki Naruto knows that this is not the limit of his body, because this is the end of his body. Uzumaki Naruto, are you crazy? Don't you want to live? If you do this, I will die too. Naruto Uzumaki heard the roar of the Nine Tails in his ears, but he didn't pay attention to it. He just raised his head, eyes full of death, looking at the bright starry sky above the sky in a daze. Then, spread your hands and step up into the air. Brutal and manic natural energy and chakra spurt out from Uzumaki Naruto like the earth is collapsing and the mountain is cracking. In just a few seconds, the entire sky above the dual field, they are all filled with colorful natural energy released by Naruto Uzumaki. From a distance, they look like a group of colorful auspicious clouds, symbolizing beauty. Boom ka dash. Driven by so much energy, the water stretches for thousands of miles. The waterfall blade, unexpectedly, was lifted upward by this force and kept climbing. Uzumaki Naruto, what is he going to do? How can he still burst out with such tyrannical power? It's too scary, but if he has such a strong power, why didn't he use ninjutsu instead of choosing this barbaric way of dealing with it? Why do I suddenly want to cry when I look at him? Why on earth, Uzumaki Naruto, what on earth are you doing? Everyone around them changed their expressions after seeing this group of colorful clouds. At this time, Uchiha Itachi, who had never spoken, suddenly bowed in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto, and calmly said, "Do you still remember what Uzumaki Naruto said before? He said that his psychic beasts like rainbows." As soon as these words came out, many hidden bosses also began to speak out. After Uzumaki Naruto read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, to took the last step, his body had collapsed. At this time, he was unable to perform any ninjutsu at all, nor could he suppress so much violent power, so he used pure energy to fight against it. It was his only way now, but what I didn't expect was that Uzumaki Naruto was actually willing to devote part of his mind at the last moment to manipulate these scattered energies and let them transform into colorful auspicious clouds. I don't understand very much. Is the bond between these psychic beasts and him really that deep? Is it worth it for him to risk his life to create, finally, a romance for them? It's not a big deal to risk your life, right? In the current situation, it's clear that Uzumaki Naruto has the upper hand. It was true that he was risking his life. After this blow, Uzumaki Naruto had no chance of surviving, but he really wanted to beg to die. To read Bao Swan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Among the colorful clouds, Uzumaki Naruto, step by step, went up step by step. The 1,000-meter waterfall blade used by Gangi Kisame was forcefully struck by him. Relying on the tyrannical energy, he continued to lift up, and no one saw it. At this moment, the pores on Naruto Uzumaki's body were spraying out with blood and energy, and with every step Naruto Uzumaki took, the bones on his body, it will be broken into pieces, but there is no big expression on his face. He just sees that the moon and the starry sky in front of him are getting closer and closer to him now. He is full of emotions. At this moment, a faint light appeared in the eyes of death. Live well, my friends. Amber, Wuhuan, Beiji, Xu Shui, Afanti, Ziai, Mengmeng, Kajilan, I hope that in the next life, we will still be friends. Uzumaki Naruto looked back at the divine beasts, with a touch of tenderness on his face, and a deep apology. Withdrawing his gaze, Uzumaki Naruto used all the chakra left around him to create 7-colored light in an instant. In an instant, this dazzling 7-colored light was like a flourishing firework. continuously, spreading over the ninja world, 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 50,000 meters, 100,000 meters. Madman, if you don't want to live, I still want to live. The roar of the nine tails continued to resound within the Divine Beast space necklace, shaking the entire space. However, Uzumaki Naruto continued to do his own thing as if he had not heard it. Psychic Beast City. After Fanti and Zi saw this colorful light again, their eyes were filled with tears involuntarily. Above the Psychic Beast City, the Lord of the Psychic City silently watched all this, and quietly, appeared in their eyes under the bamboo hat. With a touch of imperceptible heartache, she took off her bamboo hat, revealing a beautiful face. Uzumaki Naruto, you are so selfish. The Psychic City Lord gave a sweet shout, and his whole body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the Dual City. Swish swish. Above the sky, because Naruto Uzumaki suddenly withdrew his energy, a waterfall of water blades filled the sky. With the power of destroying the world, they rushed over. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto had no strength, and his body was falling from the sky. In his eyes, the moonlight and the stars were also at this moment, leaving he went further and further away until he became confused. The moment he closed his eyes, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes quietly hit a bright moon, and his eyes full of death also glowed with a trace of life. He was free. Swish swish. The waterfall blade sweeping through the world caught up with Uzumaki Naruto and stabbed him wildly. Then, at this moment, a very fast figure took him into his arms. It only took a moment. In a short time, it disappeared from the sky. Because of the speed, no one among the people noticed it. Only Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. When the dust settled, the world returned to its original state. The tranquility. Originally, where Uzumaki Naruto was, only a giant blue dragon hovering in the sky was left. Uzumaki Naruto is dead. Kill and grab the psychic beast. Come on, with this kind of psychic beast, our village will be able to rank with the 5 great ninja villages. Kill. The scene was once again a melee. This time, the shadow-level experts hidden behind each ninja village also joined in. The war did not last long, because the 5 major ninja villages unanimously opened their doors to the outside world. Soon, the 6 divine beasts, it was a tacit understanding that they were divided between the 5 great ninja villages and the 2 powerful cage-level men, Inagaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. Each of the 5 great ninja villages got one, and the Akatsuki organization where Inagaki Kisame belonged to also got one. From then on, the war has ended. However, on the way back to the village with the mythical beast, the Kirigakure village was dominated by Orochimaru and a group of reincarnated ninjas from the Dirty Land. In the end, due to the power gap, the mythical beast Kyushui that the Kirigakure village snatched was stolen by Yin. The ninja village intercepted the beast. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto was killed in the battle, and the news that Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beast was equally divided among the major ninja villages spread throughout the entire ninja world. Some ninjas who deeply sympathized with Uzumaki Naruto spontaneously organized themselves to fight for Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki erected a tomb. On the tombstone, in addition to his photos, everyone also posted photos of the mythical beasts. After the battle for the mythical beasts came to an end, the ninja world fell into a state of chaos. There was a strange calm. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. During this year, the entire ninja world seemed to be in peace and prosperity. There were no wars among the major ninja villages, and the many small ninja villages did not grab any of the passers-by. Spiritual beasts, therefore, all keep a low profile and dare not cause trouble. This year is called by many ninjas, the Year of Peace, but privately, more ninjas will call this year, got it, Jiao, for the Year of Naruto. Because, this year's peace was brought about by Naruto Uzumaki's psychic beast. Yeah, your talent is so strong. In just a short while, you have learned the chakra extraction technique. In a remote courtyard in the Hidden Mist village, a short-haired boy is practicing the chakra extraction technique. Next to him, standing, is a red-haired woman. The woman is constantly explaining the key points of practice to the boy. From time to time, yes, he also praised the young man. Every time he heard a woman's praise, the young man would smile knowingly, and he would become more serious in his practice. At night, the flowers in the garden are blooming. Let's go and take a look. Good. The young man nodded. The moment he turned around, his extraordinary handsome face and those eyes that seemed to be filled with stars made the red-haired woman stunned for a few seconds. Even her breathing was rapid at this moment. A few minutes. Let's go, Ming. The young man stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the woman. The woman came back to her senses. The moment she looked back, she could see that a layer of faint red clouds was creeping up on the woman's face, reflecting her beautiful red hair, incredibly beautiful. However, the young man's thoughts are obviously not on this aspect. What he cares more about seems to be the flowers in the garden. Night, it's been so long, do you still not remember what happened before? On the way to the garden, the woman asked. No, Ming, I really can't remember what happened in the past. Then don't you want to know what kind of person you were before? If you want to say something, then I will listen. Really, let me tell you, you used to be my fiancé. What? Are you kidding me? The young man looked unbelieving. No joke, really, yeah, during this period of time, do you feel like me? At that time, the breeze picked up, and many flowers on the ground danced and floated, sending bursts of floral fragrance. The young man did not answer the woman's words, but turned his head, hid under the woman's shadow, and admired the flowers. In front of me, there is a narcissus. The outer layer of the narcissus is white petals, and inside, there are goose yellow flowers. At this moment, the flower body is gently swaying in the direction of the wind, like musical notes dancing in the wind. It is very beautiful. Hey, yeah, you haven't answered my question yet. A dim light flashed in the woman's eyes, but she refused to admit defeat. She knelt down with her hands on her hips, wanting to see the flowers that the boy was squatting down to look at. As a result, after the woman knelt down, her shadow shrank, and the warm sunshine shone in an instant on this narcissus. It was early in the morning, and the dew accumulated last night still remained on the narcissus. Therefore, when the sun shone down, the dewdrops on the petals reflected small rainbows, making the whole body the narcissus look like it was dotted with colorful pearls. No matter it was viewed from any angle, it was exceptionally beautiful. The boy was so beautiful by this scene that he lost his mind. But at this time, the woman had a small face, tilted his head, looked at the young man with a hint of resentment, opened his teeth lightly. Night, is it beautiful? Nice. The young man nodded subconsciously. I think it looks good too. The woman rubbed her cheeks. Although she knew that the boy was talking about flowers, she was still very happy at this moment. Correct. The young man stood up, rubbed his black hair, and looked at the woman seriously with his two blue, glowing eyes like ocean waves. Ming, you asked me if I feel like you, but I don't know what liking means. I like it. How should I say it? The woman stood up, pinched her chin, and when she looked up at the boy, her expression was a little evasive, as if she didn't dare to look at him. Simply, the woman turned her back, playing with her hair to relax herself, and pacing. Talk eloquently. When you stay with someone, every move she makes will affect your heart. When she smiles, you will be happy. When she cries, you will be sad. If you don't see her, you will be sad. Yes, I miss her very much and wish that she would appear in front of you the next moment. However, once she appears, you will feel scared and don't know how to face her. Your whole heart will feel like you are possessed by a demon. Bang bang, jump non-stop. Probably, this is what I understand as liking. The woman's words made the young man fall into deep thought. After thinking for a long time, the young man looked at the woman very seriously. Ming, I can't answer your question for now, because I'm not sure how I feel about you, whether I like you or not. 290. Silly night. The young man's embarrassment made the woman couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst into laughter. She came over, pinched the young man's handsome face, and said with a smile, don't be in a hurry, confirm it slowly, it will take a long time, wait until you think it over clearly. If you confirm it in a hurry now, what will you do when you recover your memory and want to regret it later? The young man touched his head and smiled. At this moment, he suddenly felt that under his eyes, the woman's smiling face was really beautiful. You were very powerful before, but if you regret it later, who should I cry to? Am I really that powerful? The young man couldn't believe it. It's so powerful that as long as you want, you can make the whole world revolve around you. This time, the woman's expression was very serious. She raised her head slightly and looked at the sky, as if she wanted to find something in it, but in the end there was nothing. She turned back and looked at the young man, with a strange look in her eyes. My consciousness was tainted with a touch of sadness. Night, from now on, will you forget me? Ming, what are you talking about? Even if I forget the whole world, I will never forget you. The young man caught the sadness in the woman's eyes, and suddenly felt a little sad in his heart, as if there was something important in the past, like now, which made him feel an unspeakable depression. Ha! The young man suddenly turned pale, clutched his chest, collapsed on the ground, and gasped for air. Night, feel uncomfortable again. When the woman saw this, she hurriedly sat on the ground, hugged the boy, and let the boy lie in her arms. Ming, I don't know why, but I felt so sad when I saw you sad. At that moment, I felt like I was in darkness, with no light around me. I was so depressed that I couldn't breathe. Silly Night, I'm just afraid that when the time comes, when your memory recovers, you will forget me. The woman stretched out her slender hand and gently placed it on the young man's chest to soothe his emotions. The young man smiled and gradually fell asleep. However, the young man never knew that after he fell asleep, the woman's face was filled with tears in an instant. Full of tears. Under the warm sun, the woman caressed the young man's frowning and sleeping cheek. Her eyes were filled with distress. Uzumaki Naruto, you have too many weaknesses. You are afraid of crowded places, you don't like other people, sudden closeness, you are afraid of the dark, you have to turn on the light when you sleep, and even a little bit of my emotions, I can defeat you. Obviously, you have so many weaknesses and should be easy to defeat. However, in order to protect your friends, you have been suppressing yourself and forcing yourself from beginning to end. You suppressed all the weaknesses and shortcomings, you try hard to make yourself a monster without weaknesses. Therefore, in the entire ninja world, you have never shown your fragile side. You just have to suppress yourself, but, you know, when I rescued you and brought you back to Kirigakure village, you looked so helpless at that moment, hugging your legs and curling up on the bed. However, it is you who brings enough sense of security to your friends. You selfish guy, many times, you can't think about yourself a little bit, why do you have to be so depressed? However, isn't this what you like about Uzumaki Naruto, Mizukichi-sama? In Kirigakure village, the holder of the Thunder Saber Fang, Lin Yuri carried the sword on his back and walked over slowly. Terumi May brushed away the tears on her face, and when she looked up again, she was already cold and unconcerned. A face with a hint of emotion. I told you, don't come here to disturb me unless necessary. Lord Mizukage, a messenger has sent news that the Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is preparing to convene the Five Shadows Conference. Finally, has it come to this point? Hearing this, Terumi May was not surprised. She knew very well that the silence and peace for more than a year were just the calm before the storm. Inform the senior management of Kirigakure village and gather them all at the Mizukage building to discuss countermeasures. Yes. After Lin Yuri left, Terumi May gently stroked the young man Uzumaki Naruto's cheek and then gently picked him up. In Hidden Cloud Village, Raikage Building, in the large Raikage office, everyone was sitting the top management of Union Village. After Lei Yingei looked around for a week, he said in a deep voice, there are two major events that will bring everyone together this time. Of these two major events, everyone must be aware of one of them. In the Konoha Ninja Village, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to hold a Hokage conference. Let's talk about it first. What are your respective opinions on this matter? I think it has something to do with the psychic beast we snatched. I stood up. Now, except for the four major ninja villages including Kirigakure and the Sound Ninja Village headed by Orochimaru, no news of taming these psychic beasts and signing a contract has been reported in these places. Therefore, I conclude that the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen convened the Five Cage Conference was for the distribution of these psychic beasts. He wanted to use the tyrannical strength of Konoha Ninja Village to reclassify the ownership of these psychic beasts, so as to establishing his status as a ninja village in Konoha. After Samai finished speaking, there was a sudden silence in the venue. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, and many senior executives of Union had angry looks on their faces. When Lei Yingei heard these words, the hard armrest of the chair was crushed by him. Based on the attitude of the major ninja villages, it is absolutely impossible to hand over Naruto Uzumaki's psychic beast. Therefore, it is very likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to take the opportunity to start a war and redefine the structure of the ninja world. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. At this time, Darui spoke out. Redefine the structure of the ninja world? It is true that the current comprehensive strength of Konoha Ninja Village is ranked first, but the strength of our five major ninja villages is not weak. Moreover, we also have the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha Ninja Village is already dead. Kyuubi has not been resurrected yet. Without the help of Kyuubi, the combat power of Konoha Ninja Village will definitely be lowered. One is declining, the other is ebbing. Where does Konoha Ninja Village have the courage? A senior member of Yai Union stood up and retorted. The atmosphere of the discussion became tense, and the entire Raikage's office suddenly became noisy. At this time, a man in black robe quietly walked into the office. The man in black robe presented a letter to Raikage AI, who took it and read it. His face suddenly changed drastically. BGDH, bang. There was a loud bang, and then, the huge desk shattered into pieces at this moment, and everyone's discussion stopped abruptly. They all turned their heads in shock and looked at the Thunder Shadow AI who was exploded by lightning. The Konoha Ninja Village seems to have tamed the little psychic beast snake, and the little snake's ability is to suppress the tailed beast. Although it is not clear how much strength this little snake can suppress the tailed beast, but, once a war begins, even if it can only be suppressed by 10%, the impact on the entire battle situation cannot be ignored. This news made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. Konoha Ninja Village, as the ninja village that currently ranks first in terms of comprehensive strength in the ninja world, its strength far exceeds that of other ninja villages. For many years, major ninja villages have relied on with two-tailed beasts. Only the Konoha Ninja Village can compete with the Konoha Ninja Village. But now, while the Konoha Ninja Village is stronger than the other ninja villages, it also has the ability to suppress the tailed beasts. In this way, even if there are no tailed beasts in Konoha Ninja Village, and they are no longer afraid of any tailed beasts. Raikage-sama, what should we do now? Everyone looked at Lei Ying AI. Bow down, Union Village, cannot bow down. The Raikage AI stood suddenly, looking in the direction of the Konoha Ninja Village with blazing eyes. Lightning suddenly appeared on his body, and heart-stopping power continued to emerge from him, covering the entire Raikage office. Send the order to speed up the process of making Naruto Uzumaki's psychic beast surrender. I can't wait any longer. If you send the message, you can use torture instruments. As for the Five Shadows conference, I went to see for myself what kind of medicine he was selling in Hiruzen Sarutobi's gourd. At the same time, all major ninja villages except Konoha Ninja Village and Kirigakure Village issued similar orders. Hokage-sama, all the major ninja villages have responded to the message. Without exception, the Kage of each village has agreed to participate in the 5 Kage conference initiated by the Konoha Ninja Village. Konoha Ninja Village, Hokage Building. In the office of the Hokage Building, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of the window, with a small amber snake lying on his shoulder. The snake buried its head, and its eyes were dull. Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen is Nara Shikaku. At this moment, Nara Shikaku is holding a letter in his hand and is summarizing the contents above to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shikaku, regarding this 5 Shadows conference, do you think they will agree to my request? Lord Hokage, I don't think they will agree. After all, these people saw with their own eyes that Uzumaki Naruto died in the siege of Duel City. How could they believe that Uzumaki Naruto was actually not dead but still alive? Furthermore, they will probably judge that although Uzumaki Naruto is still alive, Uzumaki Naruto's actions that day have destroyed his own foundation. Even if he is still alive, he is just a useless person. For such a person, I estimate, none of the major ninja villages would take him seriously. However, Uzumaki Naruto still has 9 tails. Hokage-sama, do you think that a cripple with broken bones and severed meridians can still exert the strength of the 9 tails even if he has it? Cannot. Hokage-sama, you think you can't. Although those guys are not as good at strategy as you, they probably will. You think they can't. So, if you suggest that they hand over all of Naruto Uzumaki's psychic beasts to you, I guess it will. They were unanimously rejected. Moreover, at present, in addition to the tailed beasts, these psychic beasts are existences that can increase their overall strength. In Konoha, the psychic beasts we snatched from Uzumaki Naruto have the effect of suppressing the tailed beasts. In this way, if they come, they will be even less likely to hand over the psychic beast to the Konoha Ninja Village. It's okay, they will send these psychic beasts back to me soon. They underestimated the healing ability of the 9 tails. Indeed, if Uzumaki Naruto were to know that these psychic beasts were being tortured in various ninja villages, I'm afraid he would go completely crazy and take revenge crazily. Oh, making Naruto Uzumaki completely crazy is the purpose of convening this 5 Kage conference. I just want to make these ninja villages feel the tension and let them abuse these psychic beasts crazily. Let them force these psychic beasts to sign a psychic contract. Finally, let them see how terrifying Uzumaki Naruto is, who has completely met the devil. What everyone in my Konoha Ninja Village has experienced during the exam, these ninja villages, none of them can escape. In this way, we in Konoha will be able to achieve the goal of unifying the ninja world at the lowest cost. Nara Shikaku exclaimed, while Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the cigarette stick and smoked the cigarette silently. But, Lord Hokage, what if Uzumaki Naruto takes revenge on our Konoha Ninja Village first? You know, Konoha is his #1 enemy. Snort. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered, as long as we don't have psychic beasts in Konoha, even if Uzumaki Naruto wants to seek revenge from us, it will be a matter later, not to mention that Uzumaki Naruto's weakness is still in my hands. So, Hokage-sama, the purpose of your convening the 5 Kage conference is not to collect Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beast, but to hand over the psychic beast that we Konoha snatched. Uzumaki Naruto, you kill my son Sarutobi Asuma and destroy my Sarutobi clan, you just wait, it depends on you, friends, you will be tortured like crazy. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's meaningful laughter could be heard. 3 days later, the 5 Kage conference was held as scheduled, something that the ninja village did not expect. At the beginning of the conference, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the news that Uzumaki Naruto was still alive, asked each ninja village to hand over Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beast, so that Mu the Leaf Ninja Village was solely responsible for Uzumaki Naruto's revenge. However, as Sarutobi Hiruzen expected, at the 5 Kage conference, none of the villages chose to retreat against Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beasts. They all decided to defend their own village. After intercepting Naruto Uzumaki's psychic beast, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed his second plan, which was to give up the psychic beast Little Snake, which originally belonged to the Konoha Ninja Village, to the Fog without a psychic beast. Hidden Village, let each of the 4 major ninja villages have a psychic beast with a good name. In this way, when Naruto Uzumaki takes revenge, they can become allies of all parties. However, something that was beyond everyone's expectations, this pie-in-the-sky thing, Mizukage Terumi May of Kirigakure Village, decisively chose to refuse. In the end, in order to calm the pressure from all parties, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave this psychic beast to the Kingdom of Iron. The 5 Shadows conference has completely ended. From this day on, news spread in the ninja world that Uzumaki Naruto was still alive. And, because Uzumaki Naruto is still alive, although the major ninja villages have unanimously concluded that even if Uzumaki Naruto is still alive, he has probably become a waste, but, just in case, each one the ninja villages have also stepped up their efforts to tame psychic beasts, and many ninja villages have even used instruments of torture. From this moment on, the atmosphere in the entire ninja world suddenly became oppressive. The Konoha ninja village has voluntarily given up on Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beast, and the Kyuubi is not in the village. Therefore, the overall strength of the Konoha ninja village has dropped a lot, and it is already faintly about to fall out of the first position. At this time, the rest, the major ninja villages, as if they have discovered something, are constantly improving the overall strength of their villages through various aspects. During this period, interactions and conflicts among the major ninja villages became more frequent. During the turmoil, those who suffered were often ordinary people. Time passed by, and another half-year passed. In the past 6 months, wars of various sizes have occurred on the borders of various countries. This is a precursor to war. What surprised the entire ninja world was that during the turmoil, the Fire Country, where the Konoha ninja village was located, not only did not participate, but instead, as if to seek peace, took the initiative to withdraw hundreds of miles from the national border and give up the land for everyone in the ninja village to share equally. In this regard, the ninja village was not polite and took them all into their pockets. This move made the comprehensive strength of each ninja village greatly improved. The Konoha ninja village, which previously ranked first in overall strength, yes, it has been reduced to the bottom of the comprehensive strength among the major ninja villages. However, although Konoha ninja village is the weakest on the surface, there is no ninja village that collides with it. Most of the collisions, they were all among the 4 major ninja villages except the Konoha ninja village, but although there were many collisions, they did not form a large-scale battle. All ninja villages know that among the ninja villages, apart from the weaker Konoha ninja village and Kirigakure village, there are only 3 villages that are most likely to become the leading village of Konoha, namely Kumigakure village, Iwagakure village, and Sand ninja village. However, the 3 villages all know that the key condition that determines the outcome of this game between the villages is the psychic beast. So far, except for the news that a psychic beast has been tamed in Konoha ninja village, the other ninjas have every village has made no progress at all. Moreover, in order to compete for the first place as soon as possible, among the 3 great ninja villages, they have already ordered that these psychic beasts of Uzumaki Naruto be tamed with torture tools. At the same time, the 3 major ninja villages except Konoha ninja village and Kirigakure village, as well as some small ninja villages, learned that there were 2 psychic beasts left by Uzumaki in the psychic beast city. Therefore, in order to obtain these 2 psychic beasts, multiple forces gathered together to put pressure on the psychic beast city. In this regard, the Psychic City Lord had a firm attitude and directly brought out the details of the Psychic Beast City. The 5 shadow-level Psychic Beasts, plus the Psychic City Lord himself, there were a total of 6 shadow-level strong men in the Psychic Beast City. This powerful force caused many small ninja villages to give up the idea of making such a calculation, but the 3 major ninja villages, Cloud Hidden Village, Iwagakure Village, and Sand Ninja Village, still did not give up. They even joined forces to deal with the Psychic Beast City puts pressure on. Reporting to the City Lord, the messengers from the 3 great ninja villages brought news, which meant that the Psychic Beast City should hand over all the 2 psychic beasts left by Naruto Uzumaki within 3 days. Otherwise, the 3 great ninja villages with the ninja village will send troops to crush my Psychic Beast City. Psychic Beast City, City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, the Psychic City Lord and Tsunade were sitting at the table, gambling happily. The Psychic City Lord, who was wearing a red dress, didn't pay attention to the words from the guard. Without raising his head, he just waved his hand to signal him to leave. 3-6s, Tsunade, you lose again. Hong Zhuang, you are so rich, you have bet so many times, but you are always a leopard. Hong Zhuang is the name of the Psychic City Lord. The dice you just changed, Tsunade, you have said the same thing hundreds of times, be stupid, hand over the money. Hong Zhuang's words left Tsunade speechless, so she had no choice but to snatch the little fragrant pig from Shizun's arms and throw it on the table. I'm not convinced, give it another try. Ahem. The result was without exception. Tsunade lost again. In the end, the little fragrant pig with a resentful face was picked up by 1 foot by Hong Zhuang and thrown into the pile of money behind him. Look, you've even lost the little fragrant pig. This time, let's see what else you can lose. Hong Zhuang patted the table with a proud look on her face. Opposite her, Tsunade spread her hands helplessly. There is no money, no pigs, even Shizun has lost to you. Now, I only have 1 life, or else, it will cost me my life. Okay. But if you don't bet your life, let's bet that you will make a move for me once. If I win, you will make a move for me in the Psychic Beast City 3 days later. If I lose, you and Shizun will leave today. Hong Zhuang, given our relationship, you don't have to be like this. Tsunade put away her previous lazy expression and showed a serious look on her face. Tsunade, I will not change what I have decided. You know this, so there is no need to persuade me. Hong Zhuang smiled, gently lifted the hair on her forehead, raised her head, and motioned for Shizun to exchange dice between them. There's nothing I can do about you. However, I know my gambling skills very well. Others call me the legendary big fat sheep. This time, you can't drive me away. Tsunade smiled proudly, took the dice, and shook it casually. Across from her, Hong Zhuanyi smiled and picked up the dice. Snap! Tsunade smashed the dice-gu on the table with a snap. Hong Zhuang followed and put the dice-gu in her hand on the table. Shaizun was responsible for opening the dice-gu for the two of them. This time, Tsunade rolled out a rare 3-6s, while the one with red makeup had 3 5s. There is no doubt that this time, Tsunade's points were bigger. This time, she won. Hong Zhuang, are you a cheater? When Tsunade reacted, she was not happy for the first time, but questioned the authenticity of the result. Hong Zhuang just smiled and said nothing. She was indeed out of luck, but it was all from the first few. This last time, she didn't do anything. You are still laughing, you guy. Do you really think that your little psychic beast city can withstand the joint attack from the 3 great ninja villages? Do you really think that you can protect Zi and Afanti? Hong Zhuang saw Tsunade getting angry, and her smile became even thicker for a moment. She leaned on the chair. From her perspective, she could see, outside the house, the blue sky, carefree white clouds, and a shallow bend. A rainbow. Tsunade wanted to say something, but was gently pushed by a majestic force. Shaizun and Xiao Xiangju were sent together to a few hundred meters outside the psychic beast city. What a stubborn guy! Ugh! Tsunade angrily punched the ground, and the spider webs on the ground suddenly split and collapsed. Tsunade-sama, what should we do now? Shaizun asked, hugging the confused little Xiangju. What else can be done? Of course, stay here and help this guy in 3 days. But, Tsunade-sama, aren't you dizzy? Yes, but who knows, Hong Zhuang is the friend I care about most. In Tsunade, read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels S Life. After Tsunade finished speaking, she hit the ground with another punch. Visible to the naked eye, a long crack spread from here to the psychic beast city. The strong sonic boom formed along the way seemed to be caused by Tsunade. Express a general attitude. Tsunade-sama, the friend you mentioned who told you that a negative is a good thing should be the lord of Hongzhuang City. That's this guy. Tsunade shook her fist angrily and was about to hit the ground, but after hesitating for a while, she lowered her fist. Forget it, give this guy some time to think, her head is probably going to explode right now. At this time, there are 3 figures standing on the huge balcony of the Psychic Beast City and the City Lord's mansion. Afanti, Zi, and the Psychic City Lord, Hongzhuang in a red dress. The 3 figures, without exception, they all raised their heads and looked up. Above the sky, there was a bright and hot Sunday. Fanti Squeak Afanti and Zi looked at the bright sun and called softly. Hongzhuang looked at the bright sun with a faint smile on her lips, but in the Konoha Ninja Village, underground, in a dark prison, there are 3 prisoners, Kakashi Hatake, Korone Ui, and Metkai. The 3 people have been detained in this place for more than a year. According to the verdict at that time, the 3 people were sentenced to death, and the execution date of the death penalty is today. In the early morning, the ninja guarding the prison brought a sumptuous meal. This was always the last meal for death row prisoners. After the 3 of them set out the food, they took the chopsticks and ate quickly without hesitation. After the 3 of them finished eating, the guarding ninja came in, took away the tableware, and informed them that there were only 5 minutes left before the execution. During this time, if the 3 of them had any last words, they could write them down on the letter paper. What last words to say, how depressing. Otherwise, in these last few minutes, let's talk about dreams. Hatake Kakashi said with a smile. Now he has gentle eyes and has taken off the mask he has worn for a long time. 073 revealed his handsome face. Yes, I agree. Might-Kai stood on his head and shook his legs to express his approval. Ui Hong nodded slightly. This scene made the guarding ninja very confused. For so many years of guarding the prison, this was the first time that he heard that the condemned prisoner did not write his last words before he died. Instead, he talked about dreams? Then I'll do it first. Kakashi Hatake smiled, and in his head, like a stream of light at this time, the things he had experienced in this life appeared in his mind one by one. Most of the front part was gray and black. In his life, the first time warm colors appeared was when the guy with eyes full of death stood on the podium and said, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, my interest is to become stronger, and my dream is to be strong enough to protect my friends." It was this sentence that, like a beam of light, pierced into his gloomy life and brought a new beginning to his Walking Dead life. Since then, Hatake Kakashi gradually walked out of the darkness, and took off his "I have lost my mask" to close myself, and I have my own new goals and directions. The past events are still vivid in his mind, but Hatake Kakashi's face is becoming more and more gentle. A faint smile falls on his face. At this moment, he looks like a warm light. My dream is that in my next life, I will meet Uzumaki Naruto early and become his friend, and together with him, we will carry the endless darkness in this world, Kakashi Hatake said calmly. At this moment, there was no light in the dark prison, but what was as dazzling as stars was Kakashi Hatake's eyes. At this time, Metkai was standing upside down and leaning against the wall, his eyes dull, and he was lost in thick memories. At this time, he stayed at home, as usual, holding a pen and looking at the door. Kai, what is your dream? Suddenly, the scene changed. At this time, Matt Dai looked like a bloody man. He supported his body, squeezed out a smile, lovingly stroked the head of young Met Kai, and asked him in a trembling voice. Dream. Dad, my dream is to be a great writer. Dad, what is your dream? My dream. Mate Day hesitated for a while, then forced a smile and said, my dream is that the 8-gate Dungeon can be carried forward, and Matt Day did not say the last sentence. He just fell in front of the young Met Kai, scarlet blood spurting out from his pores like a fountain. The bright red blood soon dyed the world in front of Met Kai's eyes red, turning it black. He tried his best to open his eyes, but he couldn't find any light. From then on, Met Kai's dream was no longer to be a writer, but to be like Matt Day. My dream is to be bolder in my next life, and strive to be like Uzumaki Naruto, and let me reach the state of opening one of the 8 gates in one step, because read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. In this way, I can fulfill my father's dream. Hearing this, the guarding ninja standing nearby opened his mouth, sighed, and said nothing. Originally, this ninja wanted to tell Met Kai that Uzumaki Naruto a year and a half ago had been able to reach the state of opening 7 doors in one step. Hong, where is your dream? Heite Kakashi asked with a smile. Ui Kurane didn't speak. Now, her head was completely occupied by a small figure. Especially when the others were discussing in Konoha Hospital, only he would come over, to read Baosuang novels, go to Fila Novel Network, and ask her how she feels. Maybe her heart is more sensitive, and this little tenderness is like redemption, making her willing, give everything for it. My wish is that in the next life, I can meet someone like him, like the refreshing wind in the mountains, like the warm light in the town, no matter what the ending is. In the end, as long as I am with him, it will be fine. It's execution time, take the prisoner into custody. Report to the clan leader. Currently, there is still no news about the eldest lady, Big Eater. They're all idiots. Hinata has the characteristic of my Hyaga clan, Byakugan. How could she not be found for more than a year? Is it possible that she can hide by herself and prevent others from discovering her? Hyuga clan chief's mansion. Hyuga Hayashi scolded the Hyaga clan with a straight face, the member responsible for finding Hyaga Hinata. Clan leader, in order to find the eldest lady, all the spies of our Hyaga clan have been mobilized, covering the entire ninja world. We even sent people to the black market in the hall, but still, there is no news about the eldest lady, the elder of the Hyaga clan side. Because of his intercession, Hinata could not get into trouble, so he had to give the order to let these people continue to search in the ninja world until they find Hyaga Hinata. Where is this girl Hinata? After everyone dispersed, Hinata sat slumped on the chair, with worry written all over her face. Dad, tell me, is my sister hiding from us on purpose? Hinata Hanabi came over and spread out the drawing book in her hand. On the drawing book were paintings of Uzumaki Naruto. The angles of each painting are different. Some are seen from the treetops, some are seen from the corner of the wall, some are seen from the perspective of the audience seat, and some are seen from the ground. Looking up from the perspective of the ground. Every painting is painted with great care, but there is one thing. The eyes of Naruto Uzumaki under Hinata's painting have no trace of death. Instead, they are filled with stars, moon, and sunlight. This makes Uzumaki Naruto look full of sunshine, no longer so depressed, no longer so dark. This is. Hyuga Hinashi frowned and looked at the picture book. This is the picture book hidden by my sister. I just accidentally discovered it today. Dad 2.5, do you think my sister is looking for Uzumaki Naruto? Looking for Uzumaki Naruto. Hyaga Hiza frowned and fell into thinking, but soon, his expression changed. Hanabi, your sister may appear in the Psychic Beast City. You and Niji should go there quickly. Remember, once you see her, you must bring her back to me. Today, it is still a continuous rainy day, and the sky is also covered by thick fog. The light pouring down through the thick fog seems to be carrying a layer of moisture. The drizzle of light rain is sprinkled on the mountains and forests. On the street, there is no one in the alley. Behind her, there is a long mountain road with no end in sight and no one knows where it goes. On the mountain road in front of her, a decadent sign could be vaguely seen. On the sign, the words Psychic Beast City were written in a zigzag shape. Under the sign, she lifted her hat and looked at the sign. At this time, 2 small animals stood on her shoulders and looked at the sign with her. On a rainy day, she stood under the sign for a long time, and the continuous raindrops kept hitting her pale face. She stretched out her rough little hands and brushed away the mist from her face, just to look at him more kindly. After a long while, a shallow smile appeared on her little face, and her eyes, like 2 bright moons, curved slightly mischievously. We are almost there, where we will meet him, she murmured, put on her hat, lowered her head, and walked quickly on the mountain road with bare feet. On a rainy day, visibility was low, and in front of her there was nothing but thick fog and darkness, but she walked stubbornly along the way. Not long after, the rain stopped, and the warm sunshine dispersed the dense fog. 16 She lowered her head and hurried on. Behind her was the warm sun, and in front of her was the dense fog and darkness that had not been dispersed. On the winding mountain road, she was in a daze. Such as, carrying the light on your back and heading towards the darkness. Along the way, she did not stop, even though the mountain road was rugged and the soles of her feet were cracked and bleeding. Perhaps, it was because she knew that the person she was looking for was just ahead. At that time, above the sky cleared, Uzumaki Naruto and Terumi Mei, dressed in wedding clothes, clinging to each other. Above the clouds, the warm sun shines on the two of them, mixed with the steaming mist, making them look like a couple of gods and immortals. Ming, how far is it from the psychic beast? We'll be there in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes, what's the matter, Knight? Uzumaki Naruto didn't speak, just stood up, pulled Terumi Mei to stand up, and stared at her affectionately. Above the sky, on the back of the giant bird, Uzumaki Naruto and Terumi Mei, just like this, stared at each other for a long time. Breeze he gently lifted up their robes and flipped their hair. He slapped them on their faces and blew into their eyes, but their expressions remained unchanged. After an unknown amount of time, Terumi Mei stretched out his hand and gently caressed Uzumaki Naruto's cheek, and then hugged him tightly. Yeah, promise me not to forget me, okay? I will never forget you. Uzumaki Naruto took out the wedding ring and put it on Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei's eyes were red, smiling, but she shed tears. With trembling hands, she also took out the wedding ring and put it on Uzumaki Naruto. The two of them, the wedding ring was very ordinary, with no special pattern, but a sun was engraved on it. Snap dash. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto covered his heart and fell on the back of the bird, his whole body kept spinning. He was breathing heavily and his face was extremely pale. Knight, what's wrong with you? Terumi Mei hurriedly hugged him in her arms. Ming, that feeling is so strong. I can feel that many of the most important people in my life, to read Baozuang novels, go to Feel a Novel Network, are being tortured at this moment. They are calling me. We are read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, almost there at night, and no matter what happens, I will be on your side. Puffed. Under extreme depression, Uzumaki Naruto spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole aura suddenly weakened to the extreme. His trembling body, he slowly stretched out his hand, and gently lifted Terumi Mei's messy body. The hair in the corners of the mouth showed a smile. Hell, we haven't said our wedding vows yet. So let's talk now. I'll go first. Terumi Mei shed tears and hugged Uzumaki Naruto tightly. No matter rich or poor, no matter health or disease, no matter the good times or bad times in life, I will never give up. Hold in mouth. Before Terumi Mei could finish her words, a powerful chakra wave hit the giant bird. The giant bird was in pain, let out a scream, and fluttered, causing Terumi Mei and Uzumaki Naruto on its back to stumble. Oh, it turns out to be Terumi Mei, the fourth generation Mizukage of Kirigakure village. Are you taking Uzumaki Naruto there? The clouds surged, and a giant bird suddenly flew down from the sky. On its back were two guys in fire cloud robes. One of them wore a mask, and the other had a head covered with something like a piranha. The thing wrapped in it looks very strange. Are you the Akatsuki organization? Terumi Mei immediately protected Uzumaki Naruto behind her. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Mr. Mizukage to actually know our existence. This is really surprising. The masked man covered his mask and laughed a few times. Then, he suddenly leaned over and bowed. Mr. Mizukage, this is Faye. I'm sorry to show up at this time and disturb their wedding, but I have a mission and I can't help myself. I hope you understand. Don't you just hate the sweetness of other people's weddings? You have a lot of work to do, so what can you do later in the evening? On the side, Baiju said coldly, which made Faye a little embarrassed. He turned his head and glared at Baiju complainingly. What are you going to do? Terumi Mei said coldly. She stretched out her hand to protect Uzumaki Naruto even tighter. 643 ahem. That's it, Uzumaki Naruto is the person our boss named to arrest. Please Mizukage-sama, please hand her over to us. Faye dragged his chin. Under the hole in his mask, a Sharingan was emitting a strange red light at this moment. Under his inspection, he quickly realized the physical condition of Naruto Uzumaki at this moment. And, cultivation base. Isn't it said that this guy is a jounin? So now it seems that he is only at the level of a Chuyunin. Moreover, this weak body can really withstand the impact of the 8-gate armor, and it can also activate several sage modes. Are you kidding? I don't know what you are talking about. Leave now, immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Terumi Mei said coldly. Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. Mizukage-sama really pretends to be confused because he understands. You may not know that not long after you rescued Uzumaki Naruto and brought him back to Kirigakure village, our Akatsuki organization received it. Information. The reason why we didn't take action at that time was because this guy was too seriously injured and had to extract it by force. Ahem, I got off track. Anyway, at this time, it's the time of harvest. Please give Uzumaki Naruto to us. When Baiju finished speaking, Faye slapped his forehead suddenly and suddenly realized why he didn't expect it. As he spoke, Faye stood up and attacked Terumi Mei with Baiju. Terumi May subconsciously made a fighting posture, but at this time, after the void trembled for a while, a white-haired figure appeared out of thin air and stood in front of them. Terumi May, please take Naruto there. At this time, the 3 major ninja villages are probably arriving soon. Thank you. Terumi May heard the words and didn't care. She took Uzumaki Naruto's hand and drove the giant bird to the Psychic Beast City. Before leaving, Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and looked at the white-haired figure. He didn't know why, he always felt that the person in front of him looked familiar, and when he appeared, he could feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy. As if sensing something, the white-haired figure turned around and looked at him, faintly smiled. Jiraiya, you came at the right time. If you were one step later, I would have snatched the Kyuubi away. I've been following him. Why, you two guys, didn't you notice? Jiraiya said calmly, and just like that, he hung quietly in the air, with no chakra fluctuations around him. Impossible, even though you are a cage level, but if you don't turn on the sage mode and don't use chakra, how can you just hover in the air? Afei had a look of disbelief. Even Baiju, who had lived for an extremely long time, had some incredible meaning in his eyes at this moment. In his impression, the only one who could achieve this level was the one who opened the door in the past. The 6 spots of the Rinnegan Eye, and at the moment, Uzumaki Nagato, who has the Rinnegan Eye in the Akatsuki organization. Hisla dash. At this moment, the space split open and Yahiko, wearing a fire cloud robe, walked out of it, came out, and, like Jiraiya, easily hovered in the air without using chakra or any energy. You are, Yahiko, how come your eyes, aren't these Nagato's glasses? Jiraiya quickly recognized the identity of the person, but Yahiko didn't say anything, just turned to look at the two of them. You are no match for him, I will deal with him. In addition to capturing him, your mission is to cooperate with the others to catch all of Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beasts. Yes, boss. Afei patted his butt after hearing this, and left here with Shiro. Jiraiya wanted to chase him, but Yahiko stood in front of him. Yahiko, what have you experienced over the years? This so-called Akatsuki organization was established by you. What is your purpose in establishing this organization? Why did you take action against Naruto? To make the world feel pain. Yahiko looked at Jiraiya expressionlessly and spoke calmly, as if it was an insignificant matter. Why, didn't you always hope that this world could be at peace? Now, this world is relatively peaceful. Although there are still disputes, it is already much better than before. Peace, Yahiko's expression froze, and then he laughed coldly. Peace has always been a matter of your 5 major ninja villages. If you say peace, the world will be peaceful. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels L. If you say war, the world will fall into war again. Everything is your decision, but you have not completely controlled it. Feel the pain, the place of war is not around you. How can you realize the preciousness of peace? Only by making the world feel the pain can the world truly be at peace. To read exciting novels, go to Feel a Novel Network. Yahiko, you are wrong. This world is not what you think. Although this world is miserable now, I believe it will get better in the future. You are wrong, you blindly believe it, but is it useful to believe it? Is the world really getting better? If my prediction is correct, these ninja villages are afraid of starting a war to snatch Naruto Uzumaki's psychic beasts. You should know that these psychic beasts have powerful power of rules. Yahiko, it's undeniable that what you said makes sense, but I will stop you. I can't just watch you go astray because of your hatred for the world, and do things that hurt the world and Naruto. For the last time, I'll call you Teacher Jiraiya, even though you've never allowed me to. As the words fell, above the sky, Jiraiya and Yahiko were killing each other with powerful chakra fluctuations. Because they have mastered certain rules, the speed of the two of them is so fast that it is difficult to catch them with the naked eye. Not only that, the two of them will also tear apart the space and shuttle through it during the interweaving, so as to speed up the attack. Jiraiya took advantage of a gap and turned on the Sage mode, directly increasing his combat power to the highest level, while Yahiko clapped his hands, and several guys like him, with Rinnegan eyes and wearing fire cloud robes, tore apart the void surrounds Jiraiya. Yahiko, these, in the clear sky, above the blue sky, there are no clouds, and the breeze is gentle, rolling up the fallen autumn leaves, flying and dancing wantonly on the streets, alleys, and arenas of the Psychic Beast City. Such a scene makes the already empty Psychic Beast City even more lonely. Report to the city lord that all the psychic beasts and people in the entire Psychic Beast City have been dismissed. Those who are still in the city, Chien Zayahao, except for the subordinates who swore to follow you to the death. The rest are estimated to be 3A spy from the great ninja village. In the city lord's mansion, on the balcony, Huang leaned over the railing, closing her eyes slightly and raising her head slightly, as if she was enjoying the rare warm sunshine in autumn. Beside her, there was Aefani, who had a sad face, and Zi Long, who looked up at the sun and moved the corners of his mouth slightly, but did not make a sound. After a long time, the man in red clothes turned around and said calmly, I have moved all the people and psychic beasts in the city out of the city. You guys, pack up and leave too. Yes, there are you too. Huang smiled, pinched Aefanti's little face, and hugged Zi into her arms. I won't be like that selfish guy who always wants to carry it alone. This time, we sisters must fight side by side. Well, Sister Hong Zhuang, Sizi Afanti and Zi looked determined. Afanti, Zi, now I am going to start laying out the battle plan. You guys, go to the back city gate to guard against sneak attacks by people from the 3 great ninja villages. Remember, this is a difficult task. If there is no one at the back city gate, people, I'll call you over here. Yes, Sister Hong Zhuang, Sizi Afanti and Zi took their orders and left. Hong Zhuang stood there, watching them leave. The breeze blew, blowing her beautiful long hair. She sighed without any trace, and her expression moved slightly, as if she had made some kind of decision. Boom, click dash. There was a loud thunder in the sky, and the originally clear sky was suddenly covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. In the clouds, thunder surged, and 893 kept attacking towards the Psychic Beast City. Within a moment, Laying AI, who was flashing with lightning and wearing the Thunder God armor, took the lead in leading everyone from Union Village to the Psychic Beast City. Up in the sky, Tweet in the iron cage, the originally expressionless Daquan fluttered her wings and screamed after seeing Hong Zhuang, Afanti, and Zi. Blood-red tears kept falling in her eyes. As the range of her movements increased, a dazzling bolt of lightning struck her body non-stop. Seeing the scene, Afanti and Menguin's eyes were instantly filled with anger. If they weren't guarding the back door at this moment, they would definitely rush to the sky and rescue their friends as soon as possible. Ha ha ha, I knew that there was an unparalleled bond between these psychic beasts. Now, looking at them like this, they are determined to save their friends, and they will definitely not run away. Lei Yingge walked over and patted the iron cage next to him, and laughed coldly. Little Sparrow, if you sign a psychic contract with me, why would you suffer such a sin, BGFJ? But don't worry, soon, your friends will be with you, you don't have to worry, they will come to accompany you. Han Huan didn't say anything and looked at him coldly. The thunder from the iron cage hit her body. Her wings fluttered. The lightning flashing in the iron cage twisted as her wings flapped, as if it was covering her with a cloth. A thunder wing. Reikage-sama joked, maybe her friends will come to keep my big eyes company. The clouds surged, and Oniki appeared in the field with the people from Iwaigakur village. Next to Oniki, Kuratsuke was holding a special iron chain in his hand. At the other end of the iron chain, there was only one big eye. Kazilan. At this moment, Kazilan's body is covered with scarlet wounds, and blood is even flowing in many places. Tweet roar seeing each other's miserable state, Wuhuan and Kazilan's eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent. Reikage-sama, Suchikage-sama, you two are just joking. You should be spending time with my little kitten. During this period, my little kitten is very lonely. Look, she has lost a lot of weight. In the Sand Ninja village, the new Kaze cage, Grandmacho also appeared on the scene. Behind her was a puppet. In the belly of this puppet, through the glass, you could read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, the sluggish Beiji lying in it. Behind Grandmacho were Tamari, Gara and other young and veteran ninjas from Sand Ninja village. Obviously, to read Baosuang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. For this time, the two passers-by of the Psychic Beast City Spirit Beasts, they are bound to win. At this point, the three major ninja villages, the Three Shadows, and the ninja village troops behind them have completely gathered in front of the Psychic Beast City. In the Psychic Beast City, Afanti and Zi, the people's eyes were already covered with red bloodshot eyes, and a powerful killing intent, as substantial as it was, radiated from their bodies, shaking the surrounding void with a whirring sound. On the balcony, Hong Zhuang watched quietly. Staring at the sky, she said nothing. The already shattered void around her already represented her attitude. Humph, you are trying to block a car with an arm, and you are overestimating your capabilities. Master of the Psychic City, I will give you another chance. Hand over Uzumaki Naruto and the two psychic beasts left in the Psychic Beast City. I, the three great ninja villages, can spare you. Once in the Psychic Beast City, if you are still stubborn and restless, then my warriors from the three great ninja villages will crush your Psychic Beast City today. Laying AI Leng shouted, and the aura on his body was released. The surrounding void suddenly shook, and a substantial void in fluctuation suddenly spread away. A moment later, the void with a radius of 100 meters roared and shattered. The power of a shadow-level powerhouse is so terrifying. Surrender, surrender, surrender. Inspired by this, the troops in Union Village let out waves of shocking roars, and with majestic momentum, they rushed towards the Psychic Beast City like a violent storm. On the side, Sand Ninja Village and Union Village saw this, and they were not to be outdone. They all released their momentum, just like Union Village, shocking the Psychic Beast City. Facing this overwhelming pressure, Hong Zhuang showed a trace of disdain. She just stretched out her hand, lightly touched it in the air, and suppressed everything. Defeat them all. Above the sky, Reikage AI, Suchikage Oniki, and Kaze Kage Shogranny suddenly looked horrified when they saw this. With their own strength, they easily resolved and resisted the attacks from the 3 cages and thousands of ninjas released at the same time. The pressure, this strength, is really not simple. I have heard for a long time that the Lord of the Psychic City is powerful. When I saw it today, it was not easy. It is no wonder that the Psychic Beast City can create a realm of its own in the ninja world with mixed forces. However, what's the use of being strong alone? Can you resist the joint attack of 3 ninja villages on your own? Grandma Kande snorted coldly, waved her withered old hand, and 3 men in black robes immediately jumped in front of her. The auras emanating from these 3 men in black robes were that they were well-deserved shadow-level powerhouses. On the side, 3 men in black robes also quietly appeared in the troops of Union Village and Iwegakure Village. There is no doubt that these men in black robes, without exception, are shadow-level powerhouses. The 3 major ninja villages, for this capture, in addition to their shadows, a total of 12 shadow-level experts were dispatched. The might of the 12 shadow-level experts, who were just standing calmly in the sky, were like an overwhelming force, rushing towards them. All this pressure acted on Hong Zhuang. The pressure was so great that the void shook and the ground beneath Hong Zhuang's feet collapsed. Her whole body was pushed back dozens of steps by this huge force, and 2 deep ravines appeared on the ground like a plow. Sister Makeup. Sizzy at the back gate of the Psychic Beast City, Afanti and Zi saw this and rushed directly to Hong Zhuang's place without any hesitation. However, the void trembled, and a figure in black robe appeared in front of Afanti and Zi. She stretched out her palm, and the majestic power spurted out, forcing Afanti and Zi to the spot in an instant. I've said it before, the back door is an important location in the Psychic Beast City. You must guard it. I'm in front of you. Aren't you one of the 6 shadow-level guardians of Psychic Beast City? How come you have Sister Zhuang's voice? You are Sister Zhuang. Sizzy faced with Afanti Zi's question, the man in black robe nodded. In an instant, the black robe fell away, revealing a white dress with red makeup. Ah, are you also a makeup sister? You will find out later. Hong Zhuang did not give a detailed explanation. After instructing the 2 of them not to leave the place without permission, she turned into a white stream of light. In the blink of an eye, she came to the balcony and stood calmly behind Hunk and Hong Zhuang. Not just that, 5 streaks in a row. Streaming lights of different colors flew out from the Psychic Beast City. They were all as calm as the white skirt and red makeup. They landed behind the red skirt and red makeup. After the figure stabilized, everyone present could see clearly the 5 streams of light. The people represented all exude the aura of film-level powerhouses and wore skirts of different colors, with red makeup. I know this guy. Outside the Psychic Beast City, Tsunade received a mysterious chakra. This was the message sent to her by Hong Zhuang. What's wrong, Suna? Hong Zhuang, let me take Afanti and Zi away later, and protect them for 3 days. Didn't she say that she wanted to fight alongside Afanti, Zi and the others? Do you really believe her? If she was prepared to fight side by side, she wouldn't have dismissed the entire Psychic Beast City. She, like Uzumaki Naruto, planned to carry it alone. Why can't we fight side by side together, live together, and die together? Because, like Uzumaki Naruto, she was reluctant to let her most important person stand in front of her. They would rather sacrifice themselves than have the most important person around them suffer a little grievance or hurt. They are so selfish. Yes, but I believe that once Afanti, Zi, or some psychic beasts have enough power, they will make the same choice, because they are each other, the most important person. On the balcony, a woman in a red dress and red makeup looked at the direction of Tsunade, and the corners of her mouth moved slightly. If you were close, you could hear what she said. Please, big fat sheep. In the field, 6 Hong Zhuang appeared, and the eyes of Reikage Ai, Kaze Keicho, and Tsuchikage Onaki all showed strong murderous intent. Coupled with the red dress and red makeup, the entire PS. Read more novels by visiting our website. Night Novels. Ikik Beast City now has a 7-day great shadow level powerhouse. This power, in the ninja world, is an existence that cannot be ignored no matter what. And watch the violence. 4 cool novels. Go to Fila Novel Network. This power is enough to threaten any of the current 3 major ninja villages. I thought that the Lord of the Psychic City was exaggerating, but I never thought that there are really 7 shadow level experts in the Psychic Beast City. If this is the case, the Psychic Beast City and our 3 major ninja villages will be destroyed. Lei Ying Ai looked at Granny Cho and Onoki. The 2 of them looked at each other without hesitation and nodded. It is clear to all 3 of them that they have reached this level. At the moment, they are sending troops to the Psychic Beast City. Hong Zhuang has forged a great hatred. If the Psychic Beast City and the Lord of the Psychic City are not killed at this moment, the 3 great ninja villages will surely suffer extremely horrific revenge in the future. Psychic City Lord, there will inevitably be a battle between us, but I am very confused. I can't figure out why you, with such a strong background, would do this to protect a psychic beast left behind by a dead person. Above the sky, Lei Ying Ai's voice was like a thunderous explosion, roaring incessantly, shaking the surrounding void with waves. When Hong Zhuang heard the words, she calmly raised her head. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and it was so dark that it was oppressive. However, with the power of my eyes, I saw that dazzling and eager light behind the dark clouds. Because I am his first friend, and at the same time, he is also my first friend. He once said that you are all red, and from now on, he will call you Hongzhuang. He once said that Hongzhuang is a festive name, so little fox, you are not allowed to cry in the future. He once said, little fox, you are my first friend, so you will stay with me for a long, long time, Hongzhuang said calmly, and the 7 Hongzhuang figures together with her slowly rose into the sky at this moment. The suppressed and surging power emanated from them, causing the surrounding void to turmoil and dark clouds to turn the sky. Such terrifying power and pressure released caused many ninjas in the 3 major ninja villages to start to feel angry and blood boiling. If it weren't for the strong resistance of 12 shadow-level warriors, I am afraid that many people would, at this moment, he was directly pressed to the ground by this coercion. If it weren't for him, that little fox who was abandoned by his biological mother might have died long ago. Hongzhuang chuckled lightly, and 2 crystal-clear tears fell gently on her cheeks, but she was smiling, as if she had thought of something happy. At this moment, Hongzhuang's smile was as beautiful as a flower. If you ask me why I protect him so much, I can only tell you that you are wrong. From the beginning to the end, it was him who was just protecting me, and I am just doing something that I can do for him. Stab it. What a terrifying guy, this coercion made my soul tremble. But isn't the 9-tailed demon fox the exclusive tailed beast of Konoha Ninja Village? The last time I saw it, it was used by Uzumaki Naruto. How come the Psychic City Lord can actually summon such a giant beast just like Uzumaki Naruto? Body shape. It's so terrifying. The aura released by the Psychic City Lord is about to break through the critical point of a shadow-level powerhouse. As soon as the fiery red fox figure appeared, Hongzhuang's aura poured out like a river bursting its embankment. Crazy. This vast aura wavered, making the hundreds of meters of space around her shake crazily, forming a mass of dark clouds, was struck and scattered in all directions, revealing what was originally a clear sky with thousands of miles of sky, revealing what was originally a brilliant 880 warm sun. The light penetrated the clouds, descended from the deep sky, and shone directly on, around Hongzhuang's body. The huge fox's figure was bathed in light. The huge fox's body began to glow with light, and rays of light burst out from it, making it look full of holiness, full of nobility, full of the heart-stopping power. This is not the Kyuubi. The power of the Kyuubi is abhorrent. It is impossible for it to be so holy. It's not a tailed beast. Based on the previous words of the Psychic City Lord, it can be inferred that the Psychic City Lord is actually a powerful psychic beast that Uzumaki Naruto conquered. As soon as this guess came out, everyone present could not help but change their expressions. Many people even turned their eyes and looked at the imprisoned psychic beasts in the hands of the 3 great ninja villages, as well as the psychic beasts who were ordered to guard the Psychic Beast City. Back City Gate, Afanti, and Zi. It's so terrifying. It's the first time I've heard that psychic beasts can actually take the form of humans. This is a state that even powerful tailed beasts can't reach. They are just psychic beasts. How is it possible? Moreover, these psychic beasts are actually so strong. How is this possible? The power of Hongzhuang and the transformation of Afanti shocked everyone present. At this moment, no one will question the power of Naruto Uzumaki's psychic beast, and no one will doubt it anymore. In the future, relying on the Uzumaki, the fact that Naruto's psychic beast can redefine the structure of the ninja world. Among the 3 major ninja villages, Reikajai, Kazekage Shograni, and Tsuchikage, the 3 shadows looked at each other, and they all looked at each other. I saw a strong look of greed. It goes without saying that Granny Cho, Onaki, and Uzumaki Naruto are powerful psychic beasts. Let's first join forces to take down the Psychic City Lord. Finally, let's discuss the distribution of these tailed beasts. Neither Grandma Cho nor Onaki had any objections to this. At the same time, 3 obscure chakras were transmitted back to the village from the direction of the 3 great ninja villages. The contents inside, without exception, were all about the village sent a large number of elites to participate in this unprecedented battle, which was comparable to, or even far superior to, the fight for the tail, the battle for the psychic beasts. Not only the 3 major ninja villages, but at this moment, there was also news about the transformation of the psychic beasts. The news spread to all the major forces in the ninja world. When Hiruzen Sara read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Toby and Hiruzen Sara Toby learned the news in Konoha Ninja Village. They did not hesitate at all. They immediately mobilized the Umbu roots with Shimura Danzo. A total of more than 800 jounin, and a total of 8 shadow-level experts were dispatched from Konoha Bottom Rhymes to the Psychic Beast City together. In the Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru, who was intoxicated with the Shui Shui experiment, received the news immediately and immediately sent out the Sound Ninja villagers. Elites, as well as dozens of teams of tyrannical ninjas reincarnated from the dirt, headed for the Psychic Beast City. Otherwise, when the news spread to Miyama Mountain, Ryokai Cave, and the Shigi Bone Forest, those who had been hiding in the ninja world, watch It's So Cool for novels, go to Fila Novel Network. The 3 holy places chose to be born at the same time. The purpose is self-evident. Naturally, it is also for Naruto Uzumaki's psychic beast. All parties gathered, and they kept going to the psychic beast. At the same time as the city, above the sky of the psychic beast city, the three major ninja villages had launched their ninja troops and began to attack. Among them, the three shadow-level experts sent by each of the three major ninja villages immediately launched powerful attacks. Ninjutsu, attack and kill Hong Zhuang, who was enveloped by the huge fox. Stab law. The shadow-level powerhouse, with the ninjutsu that breaks the void, bombards the giant fox, causing a splash array, distorted light curtain, but in an instant, it returned to its original form. Keep attacking. The 9 shadow-level masters did not stop. If they could not succeed in one attack, they immediately launched a second attack. This time, the ninjutsu they used was even more powerful than before. The chakra carried by the ninjutsu was more powerful than before. Everywhere, the void collapsed, revealing a series of vacuum areas that were so dark and so deep that it was terrifying to look at. Sister makeup. Sizzy under such a siege, Afanti and Zi's eyes showed fear. The two beasts stared at the sky, full of worry, but they did not dare to act rashly, because Hong Zhuang told them that the rear city gate was this is an important place. They have to guard it and cannot act rashly. Swish. When the attack of the 9 shadow-level powerhouses was about to close in on the fox, the red makeup inside the fox suddenly raised its head. In an instant, the fox raised its head, and a wave of heaven and earth spiritual power suddenly spread out like a wave of water. Wherever they passed, the void collapsed. It didn't take long for the void to spread and collapse except for the location of the fox. Moreover, the speed of this spread was very fast. It reached the 9-level shadow level. At the feet of the strong. This 0.1 move can greatly reduce the power of the ninjutsu they perform, and it will also affect the speed. For this reason, they have to stop what they are doing and join forces to prevent the collapse of the void. However, as soon as the 9 shadow-level powerhouses took action, 6 streams of light flew out of the fox's body, separated and killed 6 of them. I should have recognized him a long time ago. Given his character, I know that once he determines that we are not in danger, he may not live in this world anymore, because we are supporting him to survive. Yes, motivation. The fox's 6 tails stirred crazily at this moment, and the surrounding spiritual energy of the world, affected by the tails, rushed crazily towards the place where it was. In the blink of an eye, an energy vortex appeared in the void. This energy vortex is like a bomb, floating quietly around the fox's tail. The power compressed within it makes the surrounding area, which was already a vacuum, once again emit an overwhelming rumbling sound. The terrifying power means that the tail can determine the strength of the tailed beast. This psychic city lord obviously only has 6 tails, but at this moment, the power exuded is far beyond that of every tailed beast. This is really just a matter of spiritual beast? It's so shocking. The psychic city lord, are you going to fight against the shadows of the 3 great ninja villages on your own? It turns out that Uzumaki Naruto, whose eyes were full of death, chose to live in the world because of them. Sigh. Even after so long, I still can't forget his eyes that seemed to contain all the darkness. Opening 1 door with 1 step and 7 doors with 1 step, he showed with his actions that he really loved them. They are not in love with him? Perhaps, the bond between them has already what? Already, regarded as life by them. Even if they die, they will not give up. You are right, I am a ninja from Sunagakure village. In the beginning, these psychic beasts listened to Naruto Uzumaki. She basically would not refuse anything we asked her to do. However, as soon as the psychic beast signed a contract, she would then look up at the sky seriously. After a long time, she would look back and then shake her head in rejection. 16 Are they trying to convey some message? Perhaps, they want to say that I have signed a contract with Uzumaki Naruto, and he is my light. Above the sky, they noticed the movement of the fox. Reikage AI, Oniki, and Granicho looked at each other, and then walked out together. Whoa! In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were in front of the fox. Reikage AI wearing the Thunder God's armor, Granicho controlled the puppet. Oniki was suspended in the air in a strange posture. Superior. Boom ka dash. In the blink of an eye, 3 powerful forces bombarded the fox's figure. The whole body of the fox suddenly shattered into pieces. The power brought by these 3 attacks was greater than the previous 9 attacks. More powerful, the fox's figure was not only severely shattered at this time, but even its figure was pressed down dozens of meters. Humph, it's useless. I thought you had some ability to channel the city lord. I didn't expect that you were just a paper tiger. Just let it go and capture it. As long as you surrender, we won't embarrass you. The power of the Psychic Beast City has been exhausted. The master of the Psychic Beast City is a hero who knows the current affairs. Let's capture him without mercy. After the attack was successful, Reikage AI, Granicho, and Oniki all showed sneers on their faces. They thought Hong Zhuang was a hard nut to crack at first, but now, with their slightest move, Hong Zhuang is already hard to crack. To parry, it can be said that as long as the attack intensity is slightly increased, the Psychic Beast City is definitely in the possession of the three great ninja villages. However, just when the three people began to despise it, the void with a radius of a kilometer, and at this moment, suddenly, there was a vibration. At the same time, the spiritual power of the world within a radius of 1,000 meters, as if receiving a call, rushed towards the figure of the fox crazily, and not long after, this energy the river turned into an energy tornado, and continued to flow towards the fox's figure. Boom ka dash. The strong energy fluctuations directly crushed the void within a kilometer radius, and the weaker ninjas touched the vacuum, was crushed to death and injured on the spot. In addition, bright thunder, like a stream of light, kept flashing at this energy tornado. The scene was horrifying. What exactly does this Psychic City Lord want to do? He cannot let her achieve it. Stop him quickly. This energy is too strong. Is this guy going to be like Uzumaki Naruto and perform a forbidden technique like the 8-Gate Dungeon, which overdraws life and squeezes potential? Quick, stop her. Laying AI, Cho Granny, and Onaki felt this energy fluctuation, and immediately turned into afterimages, like ghosts, killing Hong Zhuang from 3 different directions. It turns out that overdrawing one's life and squeezing one's potential is actually so painful. But, in order to protect us, this fool has sacrificed his own life more than once, and then exchanged power with the god of death, opening one door with 1 step and 7 steps to open it. 7 doors, even, open 7 doors with 1 step, and read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, 1 Immortal with 1 step. I knew that these spells would bring great pain to the caster, but I never imagined that this kind of pain would be so difficult to bear. You know, this selfish guy didn't even frown at that time. He even laughed. Uzumaki Naruto, you selfish guy, why do you always want to carry it alone? I really should have known you earlier, so that you wouldn't have to suffer so much. A red-colored, shrill, twisted, and suppressed voice sounded from inside the huge fox figure. To read Bao Xuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. At this time, Reikage AI, Onaki, and Granny Cho were approaching the figure of the fox and began to mobilize chakra, displayed the fierce ninjutsu, and killed him. Stab la dash. At this moment, the mutation suddenly occurred, and only the tail of the huge fox figure was seen. Hararoku, there was a sudden flash of light at the tail, and then, a tail that was more transparent than the other tails appeared at this moment. The moment the tail appeared, a burst of energy suddenly erupted from the fox, and it became even more powerful. The aura set off a sonic boom that spread to all directions. Affected by this, the ninjutsu of Reikage AI, Onoki, and Granny Cho were directly interrupted, and the 3 of them were affected by this sudden surge of power. Life and death, forcing me to take a few steps back. What kind of psychic beast is this Psychic City Lord? Why did when the 7th tail appeared, I felt that the aura exuding from her body was stronger? Is it possible that this Psychic City Lord, like the tailed beast, also depends on the number of tails to determine his strength? What a powerful force. The power she currently exudes is at least several times stronger than before. Is it possible that among psychic beasts, there is also a forbidden technique similar to the 8-Gate Dungeon, which burns one's own life and potential, and then exchanges it for a power dozens of times greater than one's own? What a madman. This Psychic City Lord is just as mad as Uzumaki Naruto. They really don't take their own lives seriously. Sigh. It's not that they don't take their own lives seriously, it's that they take their friends' lives more seriously than their own. What kind of bond is between them and why it is like this is really incomprehensible. While everyone was shocked, Hong Zhuang's body slowly rose from the fox. Above the sky, Hong Zhuang stood on the fox's head. Like this huge fox, Hong Zhuang was swaying behind her at this moment. 7 tails of different colors. Every time these tails shake, they will set off a burst of sonic boom, exploding into the void thousands of miles away with a roar. Swish dash. In an instant, Hong Zhuang moved, and her entire figure, it directly toward the void, shuttled away, and with the continuous sonic booms exploding all around, it kept coming. Before the people in the field could react, Hong Zhuang appeared again in field 963. Already, we have captured Kaz Island, Wuquan, and Bai Ji from the hands of the 3 major ninja villages. A Fanti, Zi, protect them. Hong Zhuang flashed over, placed the 3 beasts bound by various instruments next to A Fanti and Zi, and then returned to the sky, above the fox's head. Everything happened in a room of lightning and flint, under the influence of many film-level actors present. The ninjas didn't even react. After everyone came back to their senses, the scene fell into deathly silence. Tear apart the space. This is the ability of super shadow-level powerhouses. However, now, the operation performed by the City Lord just now has proved that her strength, at this moment, has exceeded the scope of shadow level, reaching one of the best in the ninja world, super shadow level. Ha, Psychic City Lord, so what if you rescue these beasts? Now, they are still imprisoned in our hands. Even if you now have the strength of a super shadow level powerhouse, you can't do it in a short time. Within time, break these seals. And if my guess is correct, the reason why you have become so powerful is simply because of the forbidden technique. Once the forbidden period of time passes, not only these beasts, but also you, will be easily captured alive by us. Super Shadow Level Powerhouse, let me meet you and see how strong the so-called Super Shadow Level Powerhouse is. The power shown by Hong Zhuang did not scare Lei Ying AI. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. Over the years, Lei Ying AI's practice has already reached a bottleneck. At this moment, he has the feeling that as long as he fights against Hong Zhuang, he will definitely gain something, and this gain will make it possible for him to step into the ranks of super shadows that he has never dreamed of. I'm coming too. Granny Cho cursed in a sinister manner and did not rush forward. Instead, she stayed where she was and watched coldly. Boom Ka. As strong as two cage level experts, when facing Hong Zhuang who had stepped into the super cage level, they were no match for each other. In just a moment, Reikage AI and Onaki were beaten away, but soon, the two of them looked excited, as if they were invincible Xiaoqiang. They came to kill again, and then continued to be beaten away and injured by Hong Zhuang. On the other side, 6 Hong Zhuangs wearing skirts of different colors gradually fell into decline under the attack of 9 shadow level experts. Moreover, every Hong Zhuang was injured, but even so, their expressions remained as determined as ever. Psychic City Lord, isn't it said that a super shadow level powerhouse can control the power of rules, and can use the power of rules to crush all shadow level powerhouses? How come you are here? The super shadow level strength seems to be filled with water. In just a few minutes, Reikage AI and Onaki have fought hundreds of times with Hong Zhuang. However, the strange thing is that in these hundreds of fights, Hong Zhuang only knocked them away, injured them, and was not injured. He didn't use his killing move, but used a tyrannical attitude to crush the two of them. Haha, Reikage-sama, do you think so too? Onoki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the fighting spirit in his eyes seemed to be stronger. In this regard, Hong Zhuang didn't say anything, but quietly looked at an open space above the sky, next to the 3 great ninja villages. As expected of an existence that has reached the super shadow level, unexpectedly, he discovered my existence so quickly. The Psychic City Lord is really not an ordinary person. A calm voice sounded, and then, in this open space, the void twisted, and a line of thousands of ninja troops appeared. The leader was Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile on his face. At this moment, he was stroking his beard, looking at Hong Zhuang with great interest, as well as the psychic beasts at the back gate of the Psychic Beast City. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you were able to lead so many people to the Psychic Beast City silently. Could it be that you have mastered the rules? For such a move, apart from mastering the rules and possessing great strength, Reikage AI can't think of any other possibility. After all, according to the strength of a shadow-level expert, if he wants to rush to the Psychic Beast City from Konoha Ninja Village, it will at least be difficult. Need a few days' journey, not to mention, on this trip, Sarutobi Hiruzen brought so many ninja troops from Konoha Ninja Village. The only explanation is that at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen has stepped out of the shadow level and reached the point of super shadow level. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The concept of super shadow level is too vague for ordinary people, but ever since Hong Zhuang traveled through space wantonly, the power of the super shadow level has been imprinted in their minds. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently led thousands of ninja troops from Konoha Ninja Village to come, which is enough to show that the super shadow level of power. That's right, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not deny it. However, when it comes to the power of rules, I have to thank one person. If it weren't for the appearance of this person, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would probably never have the opportunity to be a super shadow in this life. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Reikage AI, Onaki, and Granny Cho are already at the peak of the cage level. They are only one step away from super cage level. When they heard this, they naturally couldn't sit still. Reikage AI with a fiery temper even subconsciously said inquiry. Naturally, the master of these psychic beasts, Uzumaki Naruto. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Hiruzen Sarutobi took out his cigarette rod and took 2 puffs skillfully, revealing 2 rows of black teeth. You must have witnessed the Chunin exam. Uzumaki Naruto killed Asuma Sarutobi and destroyed my Sarutobi clan. Does this have anything to do with you entering the super shadow level? Onoki asked with a frown. It's naturally related. Ever since I was the only one left in the Sarutobi clan, I realized that from the beginning to the end, Sarutobi Asuma and the Sarutobi clan were my weaknesses, and the reason why a strong man I am strong because I am not hindered by my weaknesses. Therefore, when Naruto Uzumaki killed my weaknesses, I no longer had the weaknesses that symbolized the weak. It was at that moment that I realized, thus, step into the super shadow level and become a being who controls the rules in the ninja world. Humph, old man Sarutobi, don't talk nonsense, master the rules and become a super shadow level powerhouse. It's not that simple, Grandma Cho said in disbelief. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not annoyed, he just smiled and said, if you don't believe it, I can't help it. It's very simple. Do you think that if Naruto Uzumaki was not hindered by these psychic beasts, with his talent, would he be able to enter the Super Shadow level? This is natural, open one door in one step, no, open 7 doors in one step, or even open more sage modes. This has proved that Naruto Uzumaki's talent is unparalleled in ancient and modern times. Onoki said in a deep voice, "That's it. The reason why Uzumaki Naruto didn't step into the Super Shadow is because these psychic beasts, they are his weaknesses. If it weren't for them, with his qualifications, he has been cultivating for several years. In this world, no one can be his opponent." At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was like a teacher, talking eloquently and answering the three people's doubts. Seeing that he knew everything, Reikage AI couldn't help but frown. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is the way to become a Super Shadow level powerhouse. Are you so kind as to tell us?" Reikage AI's words brought Onoki and Granny Cho back to their senses. The contemplative gazes of the two people suddenly turned into strong, Manos, vigilance. At present, the pattern of the ninja world is basically determined, and all they have to do is wait. Uzumaki Naruto and these psychic beasts were redivided and shuffled. It was such a critical period that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually ignored the interests of the entire Konoha ninja village and turned to become a Super Shadow level powerhouse. He imparted his experience. This action, no matter how you look at it, there is a ghost army. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. It's not entirely kind-hearted. The main reason is that the pain of losing a loved one is really too painful. I also want everyone in the audience to accompany me and have a taste of this feeling. Shua. The void shook, and Orochimaru and the strong men from the Sound Ninja village appeared together. What? It's the power of rules again. Orochimaru also has the power of rules? Isn't it about Super Shadow level powerhouses and divine dragons that seem to be beginning but not ending? Why are so many of them popping up all at once today? It's really a knife to cut the cows, but it opens my eyes. With the current situation, is it possible that all the forces in the ninja world will gather in the Psychic Beast City? The only purpose of these forces coming here must be for Uzumaki Naruto's Psychic Beast. The one who conquers the Psychic Beast conquers the world. This is true. As the figures of Orochimaru and Oto Ninja Village appeared, several tremors occurred in the void. Not long after, the troops sent by the 3 holy places in the ninja world came into view and saw 3 psychics. The expressions of many people in the beast troop have changed. The reason why they can attract a troop composed of psychic beasts must be because of the many psychic beasts under Naruto Uzumaki's hands. Orochimaru, tell me why Sarutobi Hiruzen was wrong? At the Ryokai cave troops, White Snake Immortal held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Orochimaru curiously. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and licked his lips. He had not noticed the arrival of the people from the 3 holy places just now. That is to say, the opponent's strength must be far beyond the ordinary Super Shadow level. At least, it must be stronger than him. It seems that everyone is here. Without waiting for Orochimaru to speak, he was wearing a red dress and red makeup, standing on tiptoes, standing on top of the giant fox. Until this moment, this huge fox's figure is still the same, and it is still absorbing the spiritual power of the world. Its body, the power emitted, is gradually getting stronger, and the fox's tail, in the energy vortex, is still nurturing a small tail. This tail is the 8th tail of this fox. The fox can transform into a human form and move the heaven and earth. There is also the lamb below, which can transform into a human form and live in the world like a human. This bone is really a gift of nature, and if my prediction is correct, Uzumaki Naruto's and several psychic beasts in the above the sky, the great Toad Immortal, who had always been confused and dozed off at any time, was so awake for the first time. His slightly cloudy eyes, at this moment, stared closely at Hong Zhuang and the divine beasts below. Toad Sage and Uzumaki Naruto have a total of 8 psychic beasts. According to the original plan, the 3 holy places account for 6 and the secular world has 2. But now, since the Psychic City Lord is also a psychic beast, together, there are 9 psychic beasts in total, so how about we occupy 3 of each of our 3 holy places? Only the head of Immortal Slug's huge body was exposed, and the rest was hidden in layers of dark clouds. After he spoke, Immortal White Snake nodded in agreement, then turned his head and looked at Immortal Toad, waiting for him. Decision. As soon as the 3 holy places appear, they are ready to capture all the psychic beasts of Naruto Uzumaki. This means that they don't take me seriously, Hiruzen Sarutobi, or that they don't take the secular world of my entire ninja world. In your eyes? It's indeed a bit too much. It's understandable if you eat a big portion, but if you take away all of it, it's a bit too much. Orochimaru licked his lips, showed an evil smile, and then walked over to the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The shadows of other major ninja villages also frowned when they saw this, and then retreated to read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels. Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, even the 9 shadow-level experts who were fighting in the void received orders at this moment to return to their own village team. For a time, the 3 holy places and the ninja villages of the ninja world faced each other in the sky, and there was a vague feeling, the trend of fighting against each other. Ha ha, it's really interesting. Those who were shouting and killing before, why are they all getting together again this minute? The white snake immortal sneered. BGCE, when there are enough interests or the same interests, even enemies may not be unable to become allies. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette. Compared to the three holy places, their side's overall strength was inferior. To read Bao Xuan novels, go to Fila Novel Network. However, when they really wanted to fight, they didn't see it. Yes, their side is completely defeated. After all, he still has a bomb that he can use. This bomb is Uzumaki Naruto. The words are good, but the ancestral orders of the three holy places are that once you encounter a transformed psychic beast, you must invite it back to the three holy places. Slug Immortal's deep voice. Let's do it. In addition to the current 6 including the Psychic City Lord, I have predicted the whereabouts of the other 2 psychic beasts. After the great immortal toad said something lazily, he fell into the void and fell asleep as if there was no one around. When the white snake immortal and the slug immortal heard this, their expressions became cold, and they commanded their subordinates to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. However, at this moment, the void with a radius of 10 miles was shaking crazily. Within a moment, it was all shattered. An unprecedented terrifying pressure, like a violent storm, spread to all directions with murderous intent. And go! Many ninjas or psychic beasts who were not strong enough to be at the shadow level were suppressed until they vomited blood and fell into the void without knowing whether they were alive or dead just by touching this coercion. If Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and the three great immortals, who have reached the super shadow level, had not taken action, this coercion alone would have caused heavy losses to the troops they brought. 10 miles away, everyone's faces were filled with deep shock. At this moment, they had forgotten that they were about to fight before. Instead, they all looked at the one in the field with horrified expressions. The 8 tails swaying, driving away the dark clouds, the dust clouds in the clear sky, and the giant fox in the thunder and lightning position. 8 tails, what on earth is this psychic city lord going to do? Her tails have changed from 6 at the beginning to 8 now, and her pressure can actually cover a 10-mile radius. It's really terrifying. So powerful, the psychic city lord at this moment, I'm afraid, has reached the peak of the super shadow level. It's too scary. Is this a forbidden technique? If she casts this forbidden technique, will she have to pay the same price as Uzumaki Naruto? In order to protect the psychic beast Uzumaki Naruto, do you really risk your own life? When everyone was frightened, Hong Zhuang, who was standing in the field, wearing a dress of different colors, suddenly turned into a stream of light, and all flew towards Hong Zhuang, who was standing above the fox's head. Hong Zhuang's body was constantly being poured with violent spiritual power of heaven and earth. The voids around her were squeezed by this force and collapsed one after another, becoming a dark vacuum zone. Moreover, the speed of repairing the void was far slower than the speed of destruction, so Hong Zhuang, and, around the huge fox figure, there is a long-term vacuum zone. Such a familiar scene, many people in the audience all understood that the current situation of Hong Zhuang was just like that of Matkai who opened the door in 2 steps on the edge of the cliff. Although both of them have gained strength that is dozens of times greater than their own strength, they cannot perfectly suppress it and can only allow this power to continuously seep out from their bodies. Whether it is the Psychic City Lord or Metkai, after all, they are not as good as Uzumaki Naruto. Back then, after Uzumaki Naruto gained power hundreds of times beyond his own, even though his own strength was low, he still had perfect control. Uzumaki Naruto is truly a genius. You must have seen it at the beginning. If Uzumaki Naruto hadn't wanted to die at the last moment, at that time, even if he was as strong as Kirigakure's rebel ninja Gansaki Kisame, he couldn't really keep him. Uzumaki Naruto originally wanted to exchange his own life for a home for these psychic beasts. However, who would have thought that instead of treating these psychic beasts well, these ninja villages would instead, in order to completely control them in his hands, he does not hesitate to use extreme means. Rumor has it, Uzumaki Naruto is still alive. I don't know how he will react if he sees this. Humph, how to react? After that battle, even if Naruto Uzumaki's life was safe, he would definitely become a useless person. Now, even if he appears here and sees the miserable state of these psychic beasts, with his useless body, what can he do? Uzumaki Naruto wanted to die and embraced the world in song, but these people hurt him so much. He couldn't believe what he would become if he really saw this scene. Maybe, the death in his eyes, Psychic City Lord, what is she going to do? At this time, there was an exclamation, and 6 Hong Zhuangs were seen pouring into Hunkin Hong Zhuang's body. In just a moment, Hunkin Hong Zhuang's aura surged instantly. Around her, the spiritual power of heaven and earth that had been pouring out surged. At this moment, all the spiritual power of heaven and earth flowed back. However, in a moment, all the spiritual power of heaven and earth leaked around Hong Zhuang was sucked back into her body. The void was gone. The suppression of spiritual power of heaven and earth quickly returned to its original state. Moreover, the 6 Hong Zhuang and Hong Skirt the moment the red makeup merged into one body, the huge fox figure looked up to the sky and roared. The figure became huge visible to the naked eye. Among them, the six tails were the most prominent, surging in the endless dark clouds. Every time it moved, it seemed like it coincides with the rules of heaven and earth, without causing any ripples or spreading any breath. Just like the white clouds surging randomly in the sky, it is incomparably consistent, incomparable, and natural. The red makeup stands on the top of the fox's head. Lightly she raised her pretty face with a calm expression and spread her hands. Her long hair and long skirt moved automatically without any wind. Above the sky, the rising sun shed its brilliance like golden light, shining on her red makeup body. She was bathed in the bright sun, like a fairy from heaven, holy, yet natural. At this moment, it was as if she had blended into this world and transformed into this world. She has actually merged into heaven and earth. This is a sign that she has reached the super shadow level. The crowd was silent, except for the Dragon Cave, White Snake Sage's exclamation. Hearing this, the Jonin in the crowd looked confused. They even had a vague concept of the shadow level, let alone those above the shadow level. A realm above the cage level. Those who have a clear sense of this are none other than the many cage-level experts in the audience, Sarutobi Hiruzen, or Akimaru, and the three immortals from our Read More novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Uchi Cave and others. The Mayaboku mountain troops previously, Immortal Toad opened his eyes the moment the seven Hongzhuangs merged into one, and looked at him in shock. Above the shadow level, there is the super shadow level. The super shadow level can master certain rules of the world. The super shadow level above that, you can not only master the rules of the world, but also transform into the world and integrate into the entire world. Therefore, you can use the energy of this world for your own use. In this way, you are above the super shadow level. Cloud Hidden Village announced that it would no longer intervene in this battle. Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beast, Cloud Hidden Village, also gave up the fight. Laying AI doesn't know how strong Hong Zhuang is now, but at this moment, he can feel that as long as Hong Zhuang takes action, to read Baozuang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. With his strength as strong as a shadow level, even if Hong Zhuang takes action, even though he tried his best, he couldn't escape from Hong Zhuang's hands, so Reikage AI wisely chose to withdraw. Cloud Hidden Village set a precedent, and Sand Ninja Village and Iwegakure Village also announced their withdrawal at the same time. Lord of the Psychic City, I have offended you many times before. When I return to the village, I will definitely send you a gift to express my apology. Reikage AI, Oniki, and Granicho looked at each other and decisively chose to retreat. However, when they turned around, an invisible light curtain blocked the land with a radius of 10 miles. At the scene, the three major ninja villages, as well as Muyan Ninja Village, Sound Ninja Village, and the three holy places were all sealed inside, and no one was left behind. Bang bang bang. At the same time, at the back door of the Psychic Beast City, by Ji Wuhuan and Kaz Hylan where the imprisonment was shattered at this moment. Roar meow meow squeak sister Hong Zhuang. The moment the divine beasts escaped from the trap, they immediately rushed towards Hong Zhuang, but they were blocked by a light curtain and were not allowed to enter. When you see him again, remember to tell him Hong Zhuang will never regret meeting him in this life, nor will she regret dying for him. Hong Zhuang chuckled and said softly. She raised her head and took a greedy look at the bright sun above the sky. It's just a secret technique. If it's so easy to achieve strength beyond the super shadow level, then the entire ninja world can't walk all over the super shadow level? If my guess is correct, with her physique, she can sustain it for up to 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, she will die. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made all the super shadow level experts in the audience regain their senses. Just now, they were indeed shocked by Hong Zhuang's movements. For a moment, they forgot that Hong Zhuang had used a secret technique. Now, after understanding the reason, the shock in the eyes of all the super shadow level experts was reduced by most of it at this moment. Instead, there was a strong color of greed. After all, Hong Zhuang can reach a level above the super shadow level through secret methods. In the future, Uzumaki Naruto and these psychic beasts will definitely be able to reach the same level. By then, as long as you master Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beast, it will be equivalent to possessing a strong person above the shadow level, which is equivalent to possessing the entire ninja world. Thinking of this, the fire in the eyes of every super shadow level expert present became even more intense. Let's join forces. She is already mortal. As long as she persists for a few minutes before killing her, Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beast will be at your fingertips. Sarutobi Hiruzen said softly. Orochimaru pondered for a while, then nodded, followed by White Snake Sage, Slug Sage, and finally, Toad Sage. Swish dash. Reaching a consensus, all the super shadow level experts were torn apart immediately. Space, one after another used the space to shuttle, stood in different directions, and surrounded Hong Zhuang. Fortunately, you once brought me the most extreme light in this world. Hong Zhuang withdrew her gaze, and her breath suddenly became chilly. At this moment, the world with a radius of 10 miles was shocked. The pressure from this world acted on everyone above the sky, and it only took a moment. All the beings below the shadow level powerhouse were knocked down from the sky, and they did not know whether they were alive or dead. Even the powerful shadow-level powerhouses were shaken to pieces by this coercion and vomited blood. Even if they used all their strength, he was also pushed down into the void for several miles, and could only barely maintain his figure. However, several super shadow-level experts who had been so high-spirited before were also shaken to the point of losing their breath when facing this coercion. The figure dropped hundreds of meters. Terrifying power, worthy of being above the super shadow-level powerhouses. Sarutobi 127 Hiruzen and the others looked at each other and immediately stopped hesitating and used powerful ninjutsu to pierce the void from different directions and kill Hongzhuang. I am satisfied to see you again in this life, and I hope I can meet you again in the next life. Then, I will still call you Hongzhuang, okay? Hongzhuang smiled lightly, and the violent energy of heaven and earth blew her long hair into the air. Humph, half of the 3 minutes have passed and she is about to die. Attack, crack, crackle dash. 5 attacks that shocked the void bombarded Hongzhuang, but they were immediately moved to the rest of the world by Hongzhuang. In just an instant, the world here was the 5 places were all trapped in a pitch-black vacuum. Such a strong power. I can't imagine that if she is allowed to reach this level smoothly, these super shadow level experts, even if they join forces, will probably not be her opponents. It is really terrifying. Is Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beast really worth risking her life to protect? Transferring the damage to the surrounding world, allowing it to bear it on its behalf, minimizing her own injuries. This move is indeed terrifying. It is equivalent to saying that in this world, she is an invincible existence. As expected, she is super. A strong person above the shadow-level strong ones. Unfortunately, according to Sarutobi Hiruzen, she only had more than a minute. Although she is ridiculously strong, these super shadow-level warriors are not weak either. It is not easy to kill them in 1 minute. Yes, in more than a minute, can Uzumaki Naruto arrive? She just said that it must be Uzumaki Naruto. I think the person she wants to see most at this minute should be Uzumaki Naruto. People, but what's the use of Uzumaki Naruto arriving? He is probably just a useless person now. Whether they are cripples or strong men, at this moment, I think so much about seeing them and meeting them. The battle continued. Not long after, according to the records of the onlookers, 2 minutes and 50 seconds had passed. At this time, Hongzhuang, who had been defending now, tapped her toes, jumped lightly, and floated in the air. Her eyes looked at someone here, quietly dim after all. Hongzhuang can't wait for you. In the next life, remember to let me meet you. Noisy. The white snake immortal struck out with a huge tail, penetrating the void, like lightning, and galloped towards Hongzhuang. However, what is unbelievable is that when the attack read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, MS Super Shadow Level Powerhouse came to Hongzhuang, unexpectedly, it suddenly stopped as if it merged into the world. Hongzhuang just made a move with one hand, and the giant tail immediately flew slowly towards her hand. No, take action quickly. The white snake immortal shouted angrily, and the super shadow level experts around him all took action, trying to interrupt Hongzhuang. However, the moment they approached Hongzhuang, just like the previous white snake immortal, they suddenly stopped, and their bodies continued to move, flying towards Hongzhuang. At the same time, violent shaking suddenly occurred around Hongzhuang. The spiritual power of the violent world was constantly being compressed by Hongzhuang. The energy was compressed by Hongzhuang until it was visible to the naked eye. Above the void, the huge fox also stopped absorbing energy at this time, and opened its huge mouth and swallowed Hongzhuang, together with all the super shadow level powerhouses, in one gulp. For Baozuang novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Entered the stomach. Immediately afterwards, the figure of the fox was continuously compressed like the spiritual power of the world around Hongzhuang. In a moment, it was compressed enough to cover these super shadow level powerhouses and Hongzhuang. Inside, everything happens between lightning and flint. Ninjas from the outside, even if they are as strong as the shadow level, can only see the outline. What is this guy going to do? She seems to want to cause the world to explode with her. With the help of this power, she wants to die together with these super shadow level powerful men. It turned out that she was stalling for time before, just waiting for Uzumaki Naruto to arrive, but she didn't wait. It is too strong. Under her confinement, these super shadow level experts cannot move at all. Could it be that this is the strength above the super shadow level experts? When everyone was frightened, the Reikage AI, Oniki, and Granicho in this world saw this, and each used their own defensive ninjutsu to desperately add defensive power to themselves. For no other reason than this. The explosion from the super shadow level powerhouse, even the residual power, is enough to send them on their way. You madman. Crazy, you and Uzumaki Naruto are both crazy. Let us out quickly. Once we die, the forces behind us will definitely capture Uzumaki Naruto and the psychic beasts, and let them feel the cruelest pain in the world together. Psychic City Lord, enough is enough. Once something happens to us, the forces behind us will never give up easily. Everything you do, they will definitely return to Uzumaki Naruto and his psychic beasts 100 times or even 1,000 times. The intense spiritual power of Heaven and Earth 2.7, continuously compressed, produced energy that has made all the Super Shadow level experts, Judo, feel deep fear. This is the meaning of death. Hong Zhuang chuckled lightly, as long as you are all dead, no one in this world can threaten them. After saying that, Hong Zhuang turned her head in an instant and looked at the sky, the black spots flying towards her very fast. At this moment, her dark eyes lit up, her crimson skirt fluttered in the wind, and the dark clouds in the sky moved for her. It dispersed and brought with it the warm sunshine. She suddenly smiled, the void within a radius of 10 miles suddenly annihilated, followed by an explosion that shocked the world. No, a figure, like a stream of light, rushed into the center of the explosion at an extremely fast speed despite the storm caused by the explosion. This person is none other than Uzumaki Naruto. Fool, you shouldn't have come here, you are, little fox. It's me. Hong Zhuang smiled again. This time, from the center of the explosion, the land with a radius of 10 miles suddenly turned into a sea of flowers composed of sunflowers. Above the sunflowers, there was a rainbow, and above the rainbow, there was the boundless Sunday. This move is red makeup, terminated, exploded. Fool, you shouldn't have come here. Do you know that with just a little bit, I can kill everyone in this world who can threaten you, but I am very afraid of losing you. I'm always there and never leave. 16 At that time, Hong Zhuang's body seemed to be shattered. What remained in the air was an energy body that could dissipate at any time. This energy body flew and poured into Uzumaki Naruto's arms, quietly and for a long time. Hold him. Do you remember my name? You are all in red, your name is Hong Zhuang. Bang! After hearing this piece of heaven and earth, for a time, was filled with rays of light, and the world seemed to be a sunny sky. After a long time, the wind stopped, everything returned to calm, the rays of light dispersed, revealing the blue sky of thousands of miles. Red makeup at this moment, his body turned into a wisp of red clouds and dispersed lightly, hiding in the world as if in the future. This beast actually sealed away my strength at the last moment, reducing my strength to that of an elite jounin. Above the sky, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was covered in blood, noticed the change in his own strength, and immediately used the teleportation technique to leave this place. The Super Shadow level experts from the 3 holy places, as well as Orochimaru and others, also received the same treatment. Without exception, they all chose to leave. Several blood-red figures continued to move away, pulling out several blood-red lights in the air. Below, the still-living ninjas in the major ninja villages also appeared at the same time. He left this place. Soon, except for the bloody corpses around the Psychic Beast City, there were only a few breaths of living people left. Whoosh! Without Hong Zhuang's obstruction, all the divine beasts howled and flew to the whirlpool. Behind Naruto. This guy is really stupid. With her strength, she didn't have to die. She was using her life to protect Uzumaki Naruto and these psychic beasts. Tsunade wiped the wet corners of her eyes, and after several leaps, she led Shizun and flew to the sky. Just when they wanted to get close to Uzumaki Naruto, 2 figures appeared and blocked their way. Someone, it is none other than Terumi Mei, the 5th generation Mizukage of Kirigakure village, and Yuri Hayashi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now, no one is allowed to approach him. Especially you people from Konoha, old woman, I advise you to leave. Terumi Mei took out the 2 swords, and Linyu Yuri also held them horizontally. Read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, Old Woman. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Tsunade laughed angrily. Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato of Konoha Ninja Village. As a ninja of Konoha Ninja Village, I have to ensure his safety. What qualifications do you, Kirigakure Village, have to interfere in the affairs of my Konoha Ninja Village? Qualifications. Terumi Mei raised her hand. On it, there was a ring engraved with the sun, shining brightly under the sunlight. You ask me what qualifications I have. Do you think I am qualified as Uzumaki Naruto's wife? You are Naruto's wife. Are you married? Shizun exclaimed. She indeed saw the same ring on Uzumaki Naruto's finger. Yes. Terumi Mei nodded calmly. Seeing this situation, Tsunade's fiery temper rushed up in a flash. Terumi Mei, you also know Naruto's situation. If you do this, aren't you afraid that Kirigakure village will face suppression from the entire ninja world? Moreover, if you are like this, are you worthy of Naruto? Naruto's situation is 80% it's because you have lost your memory. You broke into his world during this time period. Don't you feel a little guilty in your heart? Terumi Mei, you are so selfish. It doesn't matter if I am selfish or facing the entire ninja world, I only know that I like him and that is enough. Terumi Mei chuckled, no longer explaining. The aura around her spread out, forming a shield, wrapping Naruto Uzumaki and all the divine beasts inside. Once there is any disturbance around her, she will sense it immediately arrive. What a madman! Tsunade cursed angrily, but didn't say anything. She sat cross-legged in the void and quietly observed. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto. Yo, the smell is a bit strong and disgusting. Excuse me, was there a party here just now? In the distance, Baizetsu and Afei, who were responsible for tracking Uzumaki Naruto, had already rushed over. Kakuzu and Haiden, who had been ambushing here for a long time, came to the two of them in the blink of an eye. Don't act rashly. Now we are injured and have very little combat power left. If we fight with all our strength, we may not be their opponents. Let's look at the situation first. If it doesn't work, let the leader handle it. Kakuzu, you are a coward. Aren't you just a few cage-level warriors and a few psychic beasts? This lineup, I'm not bragging, Haiden, can fight 10 of them. Haiden curled his lips disdainfully. I think so too, there are only 2, oh no, plus the psychic beast that turned into a human form, there are only 4 shadow-level powerhouses on the opposite side. This lineup is not very threatening to us, as long as seize the opportunity and snatch Uzumaki Naruto, it shouldn't be too difficult. Analysis of Baiju's frown. You too, don't take Uzumaki Naruto into consideration. You know the strength of Inukasaki Kisame. Once, Uzumaki Naruto was able to withstand and resist the full blow of Inukasaki Kisame. Now, it has been so long, aren't you worried that Uzumaki Naruto's strength will increase again? Angle said in a deep voice, the clouds dispersed, and Kisame Kisaki and Uchiha Itachi came out. Ha, are you strong? Jiaodu said coldly. Try it. You said that Uzumaki Naruto is a useless person, then why can he be suspended in the air now? Based on the information we have, Uzumaki Naruto is just a jounin. It is impossible for him to be suspended in the air without entering Sage Mode. Uchiha Itachi nodded calmly, that's right, a jounin without huge chakra can't stay suspended in the air for a long time. Moreover, around Uzumaki Naruto, I didn't feel the fluctuation of chakra. In other words, now he is possibly mastering the rules. A jounin, not even an elite jounin, can transcend the realm of a shadow-level expert and directly grasp the rules. Are you kidding when you say this? Fei curled his lips. Haiden interrupted them and pulled out his scythe. After chatting for a long time, just go up and try it and you will know. Seeing this, Gang Shaizun, Terumi Mei, and Lin Yuri immediately put into defensive postures. Makes sense. Keikigaki Kisame drew out his sword Samehata. The advantages and disadvantages are obvious now. On the Akatsuki organization side, there are a total of 6 shadow-level experts, while on Uzumaki Naruto's side, there are only 4 to 5 shadow-level experts, and many of Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beasts were seriously injured, which reduced their combat power to a certain extent. For the Akatsuki organization, although Kakuzu and others were previously affected by the explosion, the distance was still very small. Far away, and with the physiques of the two of them, the impact of such injuries on their combat effectiveness is basically negligible. At the moment, the Akatsuki organization has an absolute advantage. Shua. Some people agree. Haiden holding the scythe, he immediately dodged and killed him. When Kisame saw this, he sneered and followed closely. Get out of here. Tsunade's body moved for a while, and lines appeared on the body surface. She took the lead to meet him, and used her own power to fight against Haiden and Kisame Kisaki. It's so lively, I'll join in on the fun. Afei held up his mask and rushed into the field. Followed closely was Kakuzu. From beginning to end, only Uchiha Itachi and Baizetsu did not take action. Aren't you going to take action, Itachi? White Zetsu said in a deep voice. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uzumaki Naruto calmly, shook his head, and did not answer. He once told someone that he would not take action against him. In the field, a war started again. All this, immediately Naruto didn't know about the whirlpool in the void. He just looked in front of him, his eyes were blank, but he seemed to be extremely calm. Sister Hongjuan, we agreed to fight together, but why did you abandon us again like this guy? Squeak meow meow roar tweet behind Uzumaki Naruto, all the divine beasts were lying on Wu Huan's back, whimpering softly. Red Makeup, hearing this familiar name, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes moved, and 2 tears of blood slowly fell from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to remember something, but he couldn't remember anything. His head, at this moment, as if cracking. However, his expression remained calm. It's like, to read Beiswa read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels NG Novels, go to Fila Novel Network. With this expression and following him for a long time, he has become accustomed to this. Ding! It was detected that there was a little fox in the arena below the host. This fox's qualifications can be cultivated to the mythical beast, the 9-tailed fox. Does the host want to subdue and cultivate it? Note, only with the consent of the mythical beast can the host conquer it. Those who conquer it by force cannot be cultivated. Note, after the mythical beast agrees, the host can become the trainer of the mythical beast and can establish a bond with the mythical beast. The familiar system prompt tone fell. Without any accident, Uzumaki Naruto recovered all his memories. However, suddenly, all the light in his eyes was covered up, and a look of death that was stronger than before emerged from his eyes. At the same time, the three Magatama Sharingan deepened Uzumaki Naruto's eyes twisted crazily like a switch. In just a few seconds, the shape of the three Magatama quickly transformed into the shape of the sun. Ding! The host Sharingan has been detected and has evolved to the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards: Physique plus 50, Chakra plus 50, Spirit plus 100. Uzumaki Naruto didn't care about the reward he received. The moment his memory came back to life, he jumped down, broke through the protective shield set by Terumi-Mei, and came to the arena of the Psychic Beast City. At this moment, in the center of the arena, a very weak little fiery red fox was lying down. When the little fox saw someone coming, he wanted to run away, but as soon as he stood up, he fell to the ground weakly, so he simply closed his eyes, ready to accept fate. Hello little fox. The magnetic voice sounded in his ears. The little fox trembled and did not answer. He pretended to be dead. Come with me, I'll take you home. The gentle and calm voice, like the warm sun, gently projected into the little fox's ears. The little fox had never felt that there could be such a beautiful voice in this world before, so quietly, she opened her eyes a slit. Through the slit, she saw a very handsome human being, smiling, squatting in front of her. Under the clear sky, the warm sun shone gently on him, making him look just like the sun. His whole body was exuding soft and warm light. However, his eyes, Qian Wang Zhao, were full of the lingering desire to die. At this moment, the little fox suddenly felt, the person in front of her was so familiar, but she rubbed her head and couldn't figure out who the people in front of her were. So, the moment she was picked up by this person, her little head was still dizzy. Little fox, you are all in red. From now on, let's call you Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang is a festive name. From now on, you can't cry. The word red makeup made the little fox tremble violently, but she couldn't think of anything about the toilet. The divine beasts flew around Uzumaki Naruto and looked at the little fox in his arms. Each one of them had mist in their eyes. Surrounded by so many mythical beasts, the little fox felt a little strange. She didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, she liked the atmosphere very much, as if she was bathing in the sun. It was warm and cozy, just like, right now, the same as in this guy's arms. The little fox thought that maybe it was because she was too weak. Not long after, she fell into Uzumaki Naruto's arms and fell asleep. There was a bubble hanging on the nose. Every time he breathed in, the corners of his mouth rose quietly, as if he had thought of something particularly beautiful. Ding! The bond between the host and the little fox Hongzhuang is established. Ding! The host has become a little fox, Hongzhuang's mythical beast trainer, and the current training progress is 0. Note, the training progress is divided into stages every 15, and after each stage, corresponding changes will be obtained. The progress of the last stage is only 10. When the cultivation progress reaches 100, it can be transformed into a real mythical beast. Ding! The first phase of the training mission of the mythical beast Little Fox, Hongzhuang, has begun. Please ask the host to find the medicinal material, Angelica sinences, to feed. Each Angelica plant will allow the nine-tailed fox to gain 1 cultivation progress. Open your personal panel. System: Divine Beast Cultivator System. Host: Uzumaki Naruto. Level: Elite Jonin. When various attributes rise to 1000, you can grow into a Shadow Ninja. Physique: 653 Spirit, 682 Chakra, 656 Natural Energy. Attribute bonus: 40 Chakra. Attributes: Wind, Wood, Fire, Thunder, Metal, Water. Blood succession limit: Sharingan, Kaleidoscope, would release Sharingan Eye Technique. Guardian: every 10 years of burning life, a small realm can be promoted, lasting time, half an hour. Note, the current lifespan of the host, 70 years. Dead domain: the world and the pupil, full of death and depression. In this domain, the enemy's realm can be suppressed to a small realm. Duration: 3 minutes. Additional attributes: Snake Animal Affinity 100, Bird Animal Affinity 100, Cat Animal Affinity 100, Tiger Animal Affinity 100, Turtle Animal Affinity 100, Sheep Animal Affinity 100, Monkey Animal Affinity 100, Leopard Animal Affinity 100. 123 Ninjutsu and Proficiency: Chakra Extraction Technique 100, 3 Body Technique, Wind Release Wind Blade 100, Wind Release Wind Instant Body Technique 100, Konoha Dragon God 100, Wind Release Sky Sand Barrier 100, Thunder Release Chidori 100, Thunder God. Armor 100, 8 Gate Armor, 8th Door of Death, 100, Immortal Technique Wind Release Feather Sword 100, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique 100, Water Release Water Transformation Technique 100, Fire Release Fire Dragon Flame Bullet 100, Flying Thunder God 100, Wind Release Raise Non 100, Thunder Release Rakery 100, Ninja Technique 4 Purple Flame Array 100, Would Release Tree World Arrival, Forbidden Technique Earth Resentment U 100, 4 Symbol Seal 100, Would Release Wood Clone 100, Wood Release Tree World Arrival 0, New Duns and Thousands of Hands 0 currently bound to the Divine Beasts, Divine Beast number 1 Amber, 4th stage, Divine Beast number 2 Wuhuan, 3rd stage, Divine Beast number 3 by G, 3rd stage, Divine Beast number 4 Kiashui, the 3rd phase, Divine Beast number 5 Avanti, 5th phase, Divine Beast number 6 Zi, 3rd phase, Divine Beast number 7 Mengmeng, 4th phase, Divine Beast number 8 Kajiland, 3rd phase, Divine Beast number 9 Red Makeup, 1st stage, Uzumaki Naruto. Glanced at the attribute panel. Now his attributes, due to the feedback rewards from the development of the Divine Beasts, have reached the level of an elite Jounin. With the ninjutsu he has mastered, he is now confident that he can take down an ordinary shadow-level strongman. Supplemented by the Sage Mode, the pupil technique of the Mangekyo Sharinan, and the power of the 3 Nine Tails, he is fearless even if he is facing the peak shadow-level powerhouse in the ninja world. What's more, now, Naruto Uzumaki can open the last door of the 8 gates of Dungia, the door of death. After opening the death door, you can gain power hundreds or thousands of times greater than yourself. With this power, strong men above the shadow level may not be unable to fight. It would be great if I had grown up to this point earlier. My friends, I wouldn't have to suffer from this, and Hongzhuang wouldn't have to. The death look in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes became deeper and deeper. Looking from a distance, it was like a ravine with no light, and the bright sunshine could not shine into his eyes, BGFH. At this moment he, perhaps, has turned into darkness. Naruto, is this fox her? At this time, Tsunade came over with Shizun. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, with a calm look in his eyes. Tsunade, who was as strong as a shadow-level expert, could not help but tremble at this moment. Shizun behind, he even took a few steps back uncontrollably. Tsunade, do me a favor, you say. Tsunade nodded. I hope you will protect them in the Psychic Beast City for 3 days. I want to go out for a while. What is your current strength? Tsunade naturally understood that Uzumaki Naruto wanted to find other psychic beasts. Anyone below the super shadow level can be killed. Uzumaki Naruto's calm tone spread, and everyone present had doubts on their faces and frowned. Everyone knows that after Uzumaki Naruto fought against Gigangaki Kisame, he was seriously injured. Even if he saved his life, he would not be able to recover. 4. It's really funny. It's really funny that he has been invincible after staying in Kirigakure village for a while. It's really funny. Now his aura is just a little stronger than before. He is at the elite Jounin level, but his body has suffered. With such severe damage, it is naturally impossible to use forbidden magic and immortal mode to increase combat power. A little elite Jounin, I don't know what he is crazy about. Above the sky, Kansaki Kisame drove away Lin Yuri with a knife, and floated to the ground. Tsunade saw this, and without thinking, stood in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Whoa dash. Haiden also landed on the ground with his scythe. After seeing Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, he went crazy and rushed over with a sickle in hand. This, what a pure darkness, as long as he is sacrificed, Lord Evil God will definitely like it. Get out of here. Tsunade immediately took action and intertwined with Haiden. Seeing this gap, Kisame Kisaki could read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, NT help but raised his fist and blasted towards Uzumaki Naruto. The bursting chakra wind above his fist shook the void and twisted it continuously, but in the blink of an eye in an instant, Kisame's fist suddenly rushed to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the fist calmly. The energy that fluctuated on it was much stronger than during the Dual City battle. It was obvious that Kisame was a demon. Same is still very interested in training. However, the current Uzumaki Naruto is no longer the weakling who couldn't protect the divine beasts. Uzumaki Naruto took a step forward, as if to die, a full-strength punch that hit Iniki Kisame directly. Is this guy crazy? During this period, Inakasaki Kisame's strength has become much stronger than before. Could it be that what he just said, that anyone under the ninja can be killed, is it true? I don't know, but in my impression, Uzumaki Naruto has no precedent for telling lies. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. But, how long has passed, and it is said that Uzumaki Naruto is still seriously injured. In this case, how could he be the opponent of Inakasaki Kisame? Look, when Uzumaki Naruto fought against Dual City Inakaki Kisame, no one thought that he would choose to commit suicide by exhausting his energy in the end. Yes, there are really too many impossibilities that happened to Uzumaki Naruto. Boom! When Uzumaki Naruto's body and fist came into contact, a strong explosion immediately occurred, smoke and dust billowed, and in the thick fog, everyone saw a figure, like a kite with a broken string, flying out upside down, and smashing the psychic beast in a row. Several walls of the city. Soon, the thick fog dissipated, and there was only Naruto Uzumaki with a calm face standing in the field. In other words, the one who flew out just now was Kisame Kisaki. When the onlookers saw this, they couldn't help but take a breath. Originally, they thought that Uzumaki Naruto was seriously injured and could not be the opponent of Inukasaki Kisame. But now, Uzumaki Naruto just took one step forward and was defeated. Inked Keiki Kisame flew away. With such strength, he was completely different from the original Uzumaki Naruto. He can open 7 doors in one step, and can control the energy perfectly. Even the strong wind caused by it can be controlled at will, and turned into a strong wind armor. With this, he can repel the dried persimmon Kisame, which is powerful. Uchiha Itaki praised loudly. Boy, my carelessness allowed you to escape last time, but you won't be able to escape this time. Keikigaki Kisame patted his clothes and walked out of the rubble. He took off the large sword Samehada and tiptoed. Without any warning, he appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Just as he was about to chop down, a strange force suddenly appeared, the blessing came to him, and the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him suddenly disappeared at this moment. Then, the world around him was pitch black, and he could not see his fingers, full of extreme depression. With this at the same time, his cultivation was constantly being suppressed by this force. Soon, the original peak of the shadow level was suppressed to the middle of the shadow level. He was suppressed by Uzumaki Naruto to a small level. How is it possible? What kind of power is this? Gigangaki Kisame was horrified. For a strong man who has reached this level, the increase brought by each small realm is self-evident. At the moment, although he has only been suppressed by one small realm, the impact on his combat power is absolutely fatal. So what if you suppress a small realm? It's just a small skill. In the face of absolute power, everything is vain. Inkasaki Kisame is a shadow-level expert after all. He no longer insists on the changes in his realm. Instead, he closes his eyes and relies on his powerful perception ability to begin to detect the traces of Uzumaki Naruto. However, the result disappoints him. He doesn't sensing traces of Uzumaki Naruto, and for some reason, a strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged in his heart. Inukasaki Kisame made a prompt decision and flew to the side, but next to him, Uzumaki Naruto appeared strangely. Figure, Uzumaki Naruto held a brilliant thunderlight and blasted it, thunder escapes and thunder cuts. Time, la dash. The electric light hit the dried persimmon Kisame, and the dried persimmon Kisame's clothes were completely destroyed in an instant. There was a strong smell of burnt blackness all over his body. Everyone in the outside world opened their eyes wide. There was disbelief on their faces. In their eyes, Kisame fought well, but suddenly closed his eyes, and he didn't even distinguish the clone that Uzumaki Naruto had split. While avoiding the clone, Naruto Uzumaki's main body seized the opportunity to attack. This power is domain. The void cracked, and Jiraiya felt the power surrounding Kisame Kisaki, and frowned. The void on the side cracked, and Uzumaki Nagato and Konan came out. Uzumaki Nagato felt this power, and his expression immediately with a change, the space was torn apart, and in the blink of an eye, Kisame Mikigaki was caught out of the black domain. During the whole process, Uzumaki Naruto did not stop him, or in other words, was unable to stop him. The opponent's strength was so different from his. Big. The moment Uzumaki Nagato took action, Jiraiya also took action, but his purpose was to protect Uzumaki Naruto. Are you okay, Naruto? Fine. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. Let's go, there's no way we can get an advantage with that old Jiraiya guy here. Uzumaki Nagato tore open a crack in space and left with the people of the Akatsuki organization. Efandi, you followed Tsunade, don't run around in these 3 days, take good care of your injuries, and take good care of Hongzhuang, tweet roar squeak meow meow wherever you are going, let us follow you, okay? You don't have to carry it alone, okay? Efandi ran over and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's hand. No! Uzumaki Naruto decisively refused, your injuries are too serious. It is best to stay here to recuperate. Besides, my strength is enough to deal with it now. Be obedient, I will pick them up first, and when you recover from your injuries, we will take revenge together. Efandi's nose felt sour, and she ran over and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's hand. You said that as friends, you will respect our decisions in the future, but now, you have to carry it alone, you big fool who doesn't mean what you say. At the same time, the divine beasts also gathered around, and they all wanted to follow Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade and Shizune looked sad when they saw this. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto still didn't bring the divine beasts with him. After briefly negotiating with Tsunade and Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto left. This time, the divine beasts did not follow. Because, Uzumaki Naruto said, this place, Psychic Beast City, is their home, and their mission is to protect this place. Outside the city gate, Terumi May calmly watched Uzumaki Naruto's figure walking by. Those eyes full of death did not stay on her face for more than a second. He did not even look in her direction. That's it, like a stranger, walking non-stop, passing by. Terumi May had dreamed about this day, but when it came to this moment, she still felt very uncomfortable. She stared at Uzumaki Naruto's back for a long time. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was about to disappear in front of her eyes, she could no longer hold back. Big tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes, and she lifted up her skirt, wanting to rush into this familiar person and hug him tightly, but she couldn't. She collapsed weakly to the ground, rubbing her eyes desperately, as if she wanted to rub the person in front of her from her eyes into her heart. What a scumbag! Rinyu Yuri whispered softly. Terumi May suddenly cried. She staggered up and raised her sleeves to wipe away her tears regardless of her appearance. Lord yeah, Naruto Uzumaki, you said you would never forget me, hiss la dash. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto's wedding clothes suddenly floated away. Facing the dazzling sunlight, it was like a red petal thank you gift. Uzumaki Naruto, after all, there is no looking back. In the empty psychic beast city, only Terumi May's sad cries remained. You said that you promised that my wedding would be completed. You said that you would never forget me. Far away from the psychic beast city, Uzumaki Naruto's tightly squeezed palms spread out. Inside, there was a ring engraved with the sun. Uzumaki Naruto took it off, and 2 tears fell on his calm cheeks. With trembling hands, he picked up the ring and put it on his hand solemnly. You shouldn't cry, Uzumaki Naruto, I will indeed never forget you, never will. Puff. The bright red blood spurted out from Uzumaki Naruto's mouth, covering the ring with a layer of red. It was very festive. Uzumaki Naruto smiled. Clatter. There were footsteps coming from behind. Uzumaki Naruto turned around and saw a figure wrapped in a black coat. From the figure, it could be seen that this was a girl. The girl was barefoot and with her head lowered, standing silently behind him. Ding! It is detected that there are 2 little mice behind the host. The qualifications of this mouse can be cultivated to the mythical beast 11 mouse. Does the host want to subdue and cultivate it? The system prompt tone fell, and 2 small tents were suddenly set up on the girl's shoulders. The girl's hat was lifted off, revealing a fair, but weather-beaten face. At this moment, this face was flushed with red, 2 eyes full of light, staring straight at Uzumaki Naruto. The girl's frequently moving body, clutching the small hands protecting her neck and forehead, it can be seen that she is very nervous now, but this time, she did not faint. Fall. Under the setting sun, the afterglow covered her body, covering her with a hazy, soft light. She smiled lightly. At this moment, it seemed that all the darkness in the world was driven away by her smile. Uzumaki Naruto's previously suppressed and suffocated mind also relaxed a little at this time. Come on, Hinata. Naruto-kun, I found you. What's up? Uzumaki Naruto asked calmly. Is such that. Hinata grabbed the 2 off-white mice from her shoulders, held them in both hands, and trotted over. They said they are your friends. When talking to Uzumaki Naruto at close range, Hyuga Hinata did not dare to look directly at Uzumaki Naruto, and her voice was lowered by several decibels. Jerry, Mickey, are you here too? The 2 mice in front of me are indeed Uzumaki Naruto's friends in his previous life. Because they like to be naughty and mischievous, Uzumaki Naruto gave them these 2 names. Sizzy squeaked. The 2 mice nodded in unison, then crawled out of Hinata's hands, and soon hung on Uzumaki Naruto's shoulders. Without any doubt, Uzumaki Naruto accepted 2 more divine beasts. Ding! So far, the host has collected 10 types of mythical beasts. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement, the master of cultivating mythical beasts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the achievement reward. Ascend another day. Ascend on another day, actively select skills, and the host can choose independently, allowing all the divine beasts to ascend a level unconditionally. Could this stage be the last stage in the development of mythical beasts? Return to the host, yes, then stay in the last stage. Ding! When ascension is used successfully, whenever one of the divine beasts reaches the 7th stage, it will directly reach its full growth rate and evolve into the ultimate divine beast. Excepting Mickey and Jerry, Uzumaki Naruto looked up at the sky. As the night grew darker, the stars shimmered. Faintly, the bright moon seemed to be like a deep ravine, appearing so dazzling in the night sky, and so depressing. The familiar feeling of suffocation, accompanied by the moonlight, hit Uzumaki Naruto. He clutched his chest, and a penetrating paleness appeared on his cheeks. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Hinata hurriedly supported her. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and said nothing. He just placed Jerry and Mickey in her hands. Help me send them to the Psychic Beast City, thank you. Aha! To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Hinata took the read more novels by visiting our website, Night Novels, 2 Little Mice, and nodded obediently. Thanks. Uzumaki Naruto thanked him softly again, turned around and left. On the wide road, his shadow stretched longer and longer under the illumination of the moonlight. His thin back was like a sharp blade, piercing the entire starry sky, falling into boundless darkness. Hinata looked at Uzumaki Naruto's back, and 2 crystals fell in her eyes. She didn't know what Uzumaki Naruto was going to do, but she knew that after leaving, Uzumaki Naruto might not come back again. But, she will wait for him in the psychic beast city he mentioned. At this time, Jerry grabbed Hinata's ears and squeaked translation, Hinata, why didn't you offer to go with him? You've been looking for him for so long. He asked me to take you to the psychic beast city, so I'll wait for him there. Sizzy translation, aren't you afraid that he will forget you? Will you forget him? Will he forget you? Sizzy squeaked translation, of course not, we are very, very, very good friends. He and I should be considered friends. However, even if he forgets me, I still remember him. For Hinata, this is actually enough. In half a month, Uzumaki Naruto went to the Kingdom of Iron and the Sound Ninja Village respectively, and found Kohaku and Kyushui. Because Kohaku and Shui refused to sign the psychic contract, they were wildly abused by the Iron Country and the Sound Ninja Village. For this reason, Uzumaki Naruto went on a killing spree, and the entire Iron Country was wiped out. In the Sound Ninja Village, except for those who had escaped, except for Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Uchiha Sasuke who later fled to the Sound Ninja Village, the rest were all killed. Uzumaki Naruto's iron-blooded method spread throughout the ninja world because of these two incidents. Suddenly, the entire ninja world fell into extreme panic, especially those forces that had abused Uzumaki Naruto's psychic beasts, including many ninja villages, including the 5 great ninja villages, after receiving the news that Naruto Uzumaki had killed the Iron Country and the Sound Ninja Village, quickly recalled their respective ninjas who were doing tasks outside, concentrated the strength of the village, and took precautions against the arrival of Naruto Uzumaki. The ninja world is making another storm. Many ninjas privately call this year the Year of the Monster. Because, there is a monster who will use the power of thunder to rewrite the structure of the ninja world and rewrite a new chapter in the ninja world. System, where is Meng? Returning to the host, the mythical beast Kainki Meng is now in Urin Village. Rain Ninja Village, Uzumaki Naruto murmured. At this time, the void opened, and Jiraiya appeared in front of him, blocking the way. Naruto, why did you become like this? Even if the Kingdom of Iron and the Sound Ninja Village mistreat your psychic beasts, you should not kill them all. You can't go on like this, you will fall into darkness. Dark. Uzumaki Naruto raised the corner of his mouth slightly, saying it as a sarcastic word. He actually sounded kind of friendly. That's right, Naruto, you can't go on like this. You go back to the Psychic Beast City. I'll get the last Psychic Beast back for you. Jiraiya sighed. As the teacher of Uzumaki Naruto's father and half of Uzumaki Naruto's teacher, he could not help but watch as Uzumaki Naruto turned into a demon and fell into crazy killing and destruction. Peace in the ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and refused, used Flying Thunder God, bypassed Jiraiya, and headed to the Rain Ninja Village alone. Time's Law dash. However, he had just walked not far, and the void in front of him had cracked open again, and Jiraiya walked out of it, blocking him again. Naruto, I can't just watch you fall into the devil's path, and I can't just watch you destroy the peace of the entire ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto did not speak. He had watched Naruto many times and knew that Jiraiya's decision could not be changed. However, he would not let go of those who hurt his friends. He could not talk about it. Then just fight. A red light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and the black domain was activated. Jiraiya's cultivation was immediately suppressed to a small level. From the realm of a super shadow level powerhouse for the first time, he fell to a shadow level powerhouse. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto took a step forward and opened the 7th door of Kimondungia. And, at this moment, the aura he released was like mushrooms after a spring rain, rising steadily. After a while, he arrived with Jiraiya, an even situation. 8-gate dungeon, Sage mode, power of 9 tails, Mangekyo Sharingan. I have to say, Naruto, you are really a monster, but today, I will stop you no matter what. I know, I am sorry for your parents, I'm sorry for you, and I'm sorry for everyone in the world, but for the sake of peace in the ninja world, today, I must stop you. Shua. After the words fell, Jiraiya turned on the Sage mode, and the aura on his body suddenly increased a lot, and once again suppressed the aura released by Uzumaki Naruto. However, what shocked him was that Uzumaki Naruto a red light flashed in the person's eyes, and the aura of his whole body rose in an instant, a lot. At this moment, the aura exuding from his body had surpassed that of Jiraiya, and even, faintly, touched Chaoying. Level threshold. There is a huge gap in strength between the two. Within a minute, Uzumaki Naruto had already knocked Jiraiya to the ground, and sealed his strength, reducing him to an ordinary person. Naruto, you can't do this. This will destroy the peace of the ninja world. Do you want the entire ninja world to fall into war and panic again? Uzumaki Naruto did not answer and turned to leave.